Ken Follett, The Pillars of the Earth. Prologue. The small boys came early to watch the hanging. It was still dark when the first 3 or 4 boys left their poor homes. They moved quietly in their soft boots. A thin layer of fresh snow covered the town like white paint. Their footprints were the first marks on the clean snow. They walked between the small wooden houses and along the hard, frozen streets. They went to the empty market square where the gallows stood. These boys hated the things their parents liked. They did not care about beauty or kindness. They laughed when they saw a person who could not walk well. If they found an injured animal, they threw stones at it until it died. They were proud of their cuts and scars. If a boy had lost a finger, they admired him most of all. They liked violence. They would walk many miles to see blood. They never missed a hanging. One boy urinated at the bottom of the scaffold. Another boy climbed the steps. He put his thumbs to his throat and made a face like a man who could not breathe. The others shouted and laughed. 2 dogs ran into the square and barked loudly. A very young boy took out an apple and began to eat it. An older boy hit him in the nose and took the apple away. The younger boy picked up a sharp stone and threw it at one of the dogs. The dog cried out and ran away. After that, there was nothing more to do. The boys went to the porch of the big church and sat on the dry ground. They waited for something to happen. Lights from candles moved behind the closed shutters of the larger houses around the square. These houses belonged to rich workers and traders. Inside, servants and young workers lit fires. They heated water and made porridge for breakfast. The sky slowly changed from black to gray. People came out of their low doors. They wore heavy wool cloaks and shook from the cold. They walked down to the river to get water. Soon a group of young men came into the market square. They were stable workers, laborious, and apprentices. They walked with confidence and loud voices. They pushed the small boys away from the church porch with kicks and slaps. Then they stood under the stone arches. They scratched themselves, spat on the ground, and talked about hanging.
If he is lucky, his neck breaks when he falls, one man said. Then he dies fast and feels no pain. But if he is not lucky, he hangs there and turns red, another said. His mouth opens and closes like a fish out of water. He cannot breathe, and he slowly dies. It can take as long as a man needs to walk a mile, a third man said. It can be worse, another said. I saw a man hang once. Before he died, his neck looked very long.
The old women stood together on the other side of the market square. They stayed as far away as possible from the young men, who sometimes shouted rude words at them. These women always woke up early. They no longer had small children, but they still rose at dawn. They were the first to light their fires and clean their hearths. Their leader was Widow Brewster. She was strong and had big arms. She rolled a heavy barrel of beer across the square with no trouble. She moved it as easily as a child plays with a hoop. Before she opened the barrel, people were already waiting. They stood with jugs and buckets in their hands. They wanted to buy beer. The sheriff's bailiff opened the main gate of the town. Peasants from the suburb walked in. They lived in small houses built against the town wall. Some carried eggs, milk, and fresh butter to sell. Others came to buy beer or bread. Some people did not come to trade. They stood in the square and waited for the hanging. From time to time, people lifted their heads and looked up at the castle on the hill. They were careful, like small birds watching for danger. Smoke rose from the kitchen chimney. Sometimes they saw the light of a torch through the narrow windows of the stone tower. Then, when the sun began to rise behind thick grey clouds, the large wooden doors of the gatehouse opened. A small group came out. The sheriff rode first on a tall black horse. Behind him came an ox cart. In the cart sat the prisoner. His hands were tied. 3 men rode behind the cart. From far away, people could not see their faces. But their clothes showed who they were. One was a knight. One was a priest. One was a monk. At the back of the group rode 2 armed guards. All these men had been at the Shire court the day before. The court had taken place inside the church. The priest had caught the thief while he was stealing. The monk had said the silver cup belonged to the monastery. The night was the thief's lord. He said the man had run away from him. The sheriff then decided the man must die. While they slowly rode down the hill, more people gathered near the gallows. Some of the last to arrive were important townspeople. There was the butcher and the baker. There were 2 men who worked with leather. There were 2 blacksmiths. There was the cutler and the fletcher. Their wives came with them. The feeling in the crowd was strange. Usually, people enjoyed a hanging. The prisoner was often a thief. They hated thieves because they worked hard for their things. But this thief was not like the others. Nobody knew who he was or where he came from. He did not steal from the town. He stole from a monastery 20 miles away. He took a jeweled cup from the church. The cup was very valuable. It was so special that he could not easily sell it. This was not like stealing food or a knife or a belt. When someone steals those things, people feel angry because they need them. But this crime seemed strange and useless. People did not know how to feel about it. Some people shouted rude words when the prisoner came into the market. A few laughed at him. But most of them did not shout very loudly. Only the small boys laughed with real excitement. Most of the townspeople were not in court on the day of the trial. Court days were normal work days. People had to work and earn money, so this was the first time many of them saw the thief. He was young, maybe between 20 and 30 years old. He was not tall and not short. His body looked normal, but his face and hair were strange. His skin was very white, like snow on the roofs. His eyes were bright green and stood out from his face. His hair was orange, like a carrot. The young servant girls thought he was ugly. The old women felt sorry for him. The small boys laughed so much that they fell to the ground. Everyone knew the sheriff. But the 3 other men who judged the thief were strangers. One was a knight. He was a large man with yellow hair. He looked important. He rode a huge war horse. The horse cost as much money as a carpenter earned in 10 years. Another man was a monk. He was older, maybe 50 or more. He was tall and thin. He sat on his horse in a tired way, as if life was heavy for him. The third man was a priest. He was young. He had a sharp nose and long black hair. He wore black clothes. He rode a brown horse. He looked alert and dangerous. His eyes moved quickly, like a black cat watching small animals. A small boy aimed carefully and spat at the prisoner. The spit hit him between the eyes. The prisoner shouted an angry word and jumped toward the boy, but ropes tied him to the sides of the cart. He could not reach him. This small event was not very important, but the words he shouted were in Norman French. That was the language of the lords. Was he from a noble family, or was he simply far from his home? Nobody knew. The ox cart stopped under the gallows. The sheriff's bailiff climbed onto the cart. He held the rope in his hand. The prisoner began to fight and move his body. The boys in the crowd cheered. They did not want him to stand calm and quiet. The man's wrists and ankles were tied with ropes. He could not move much. Still, he moved his head from side to side and tried to avoid the rope. After a short time, the bailiff stepped back. He was a very big man. He hit the prisoner hard in the stomach. The prisoner bent forward and could not breathe for a moment. Then the bailiff quickly put the rope over his head. He pulled it tight around the man's neck. The bailiff jumped down from the cart. He pulled the rope tight and fixed it to a hook on the gallows. This was the important moment. If the prisoner fought now, he would die more quickly. The soldiers untied the rope from his legs. They left him standing alone on the cart. His hands were still tied behind his back. The crowd became very quiet. At this time, there was often trouble. Sometimes the prisoner's mother screamed loudly. Sometimes his wife tried to run to him with a knife to save him. At other times, the prisoner asked God to forgive him. Some prisoners shouted angry words at the men who would hang them. The soldiers stood on both sides of the gallows. They were ready if anything happened. Then the prisoner began to sing. His voice was high and clear. The song was in French. Many people did not understand the words. but they could hear that it was a sad song. It was about pain and loss. It told of a small bird caught in a hunter's net. The bird sang more sweetly than before. Its song fell softly through the air. It was as if the song could break the net and help the bird fly free. As he sang, he looked straight at someone in the crowd. Slowly, people moved away from that person. Soon everyone could see her clearly. She was a girl of about 15 years old. People wondered why they had not seen her before. She had long dark brown hair. It was thick and fell down her back. Her hair made a small point on her wide forehead. People called this shape a devil's peak. Her face was even and smooth. She had full lips. The old women looked at her body. They saw her wide waist and heavy chest. They decided she was pregnant. They guessed that the prisoner was the father of her baby. But most people only saw her eyes. She could have been pretty, yet her eyes were deep and strong. They were bright gold in color. When she looked at someone, it felt powerful. It felt like she could see into your heart. People looked away quickly. They felt afraid she would learn their secrets. She wore old torn clothes. Tears ran down her soft cheeks. The man who drove the cart looked at the bailiff. He waited for a sign. The bailiff looked at the sheriff and waited for him. The young priest, who looked dark and cold, pushed the sheriff with his elbow. He wanted him to hurry, but the sheriff did nothing. He let the thief keep singing. There was a long and fearful silence. The ugly man's beautiful voice seemed to stop death for a moment. At dusk the hunter takes his prey. The lark never keeps his freedom. All birds and men must die one day. But songs can live forever. When the song finished, the sheriff looked at the bailiff and gave a small nod.
The bailiff shouted, "Hup!"
He hit the ox on its side with a rope. At the same time, the cart driver cracked his whip. The ox walked forward. The prisoner in the cart lost his balance. The ox pulled the cart away. The prisoner fell into the air. The rope became tight, and his neck broke with a sharp sound. Someone screamed, and everyone looked at the girl. But the scream did not come from her. It came from the cutler's wife who stood next to her. The people screamed because of the girl. She fell to her knees in front of the gallows. She stretched her arm out in front of her. It was the way people stand when they speak a curse. The crowd moved back in fear. People believed that the curse of someone who had suffered was very strong. Many of them already felt that something was wrong about this hanging. The small boys were very afraid. The girl looked at the three strangers. They were the knight, the monk, and the priest. Her golden eyes were bright and hard. Then she spoke in a loud, clear voice.
I curse you with sickness and sadness. I curse you with hunger and pain. Your house will burn in a fire. Your children will die on the gallows. Your enemies will do well. You will grow old in sadness and regret. And you will die in suffering.
When she said the last words, she reached into a sack on the ground beside her. She pulled out a live cockerel. Suddenly there was a knife in her hand. With one quick cut, she cut off the bird's head. Blood came from the neck. She threw the bird at the priest with the black hair. It did not reach him. But the blood fell on him, and also on the monk and the knight beside him. The three men turned away in disgust. Still, blood touched their faces and marked their clothes. The girl turned and ran. The crowd moved apart for her and then closed again behind her. For a short time there was noise and confusion everywhere. At last the sheriff called his soldiers and told them in anger to catch her. They pushed through the crowd. They moved men, women, and children out of their way. But the girl disappeared very quickly. The sheriff knew they would not find her. He turned away in anger. The knight, the monk, and the priest did not see the girl run away. They were still looking at the gallows. The sheriff looked in the same direction. The dead thief was hanging from the rope. His young face was pale and turning blue. Under his slowly moving body, a chicken without a head was still moving in a small circle on the bloodstained snow. Part 1, 1135 to 1136. Chapter 1. In a broad valley, at the foot of a sloping hillside, beside a clear bubbling stream, Tom was building a house. In a wide valley, near a gentle hill and a clear stream, Tom was building a house. The walls were already 3 feet high and were getting higher each day. 2 masons worked in the warm sun. Their tools made soft scraping and tapping sounds. A laborer carried heavy stone blocks and worked hard. Tom's son Alfred was making mortar. He counted aloud as he put sand on a wooden board. Next to Tom, a carpenter worked at a bench. He carefully shaped a piece of beech wood with his tool. Alfred was 14 years old. He was tall like his father. Tom was taller than most men. Alfred was only a little shorter, and he was still growing. They looked very similar. Both had light brown hair and green eyes with small brown marks. Many people said they were handsome. The biggest difference was Tom's beard. Tom had a thick, curly brown beard. Alfred only had soft, light hair on his face. Tom remembered when Alfred's hair was that same light color. Now Alfred was becoming a man. Tom wished his son would think more about the building work. Alfred needed to learn many things if he wanted to be a mason like his father. But Alfred often looked bored. He did not understand the ideas behind building. When the house was finished, it would be the finest home in the area. The lower floor would be large and used for storage. It would have a curved stone ceiling so fire could not easily destroy it. The main hall, where the family lived, would be above. People would reach it by stairs on the outside wall. Because it was high, it would be safer and easier to protect. There would also be a chimney beside the hall wall. The chimney would carry the smoke away from the fire. This was a new and bold idea. Tom had seen only one house with a chimney before, but he thought it was a very good idea. He wanted to build one like it. At one end of the house, above the hall, there would be a small bedroom. Now the daughters of earls wanted their own rooms. They did not want to sleep in the hall with the men, the servant girls, and the hunting dogs. The kitchen would stand in a different building. Sooner or later, every kitchen caught fire. So people built kitchens far from the house. Then they had to accept that the food might not stay very warm. Tom was shaping the doorway of the house. The sides of the door would be round like columns. This would make the house look special. A noble young couple would live there. He looked at a wooden pattern that showed the right shape. He placed his iron tool at an angle against the stone. Then he hit it gently with a big wooden hammer. Small pieces of stone fell away. The edge became more round. He did it again. It was smooth enough for a cathedral. He had once worked on a cathedral in Exeter. At first, he treated it like any other job. The master builder told him his work was not good enough. Tom felt angry. He believed he worked more carefully than most masons. Later, he understood something important. The walls of a cathedral must not only be good, they must be perfect. The building was for God. It was also very large. If a wall leaned a little, or was not level, the whole building could become weak. Tom stopped feeling angry. Instead, he became very interested. The great size of the building and the careful work in every small part amazed him. He began to see how wonderful his craft was. From the master in Exeter, he learned about proportion. He learned that numbers had special meaning. He learned simple rules to find the right width of a wall. He learned how to measure the angle of steps in a spiral staircase. These ideas excited him. He was surprised that many masons did not understand these things. After some time, Tom became the master builder's right-hand man. Then he began to see that the master also had weaknesses. The man was a very good craftsman, but he was not good at organizing work. He did not understand how to get the right amount of stone for the masons. He did not know how to make sure the blacksmith made enough tools. He had trouble planning the burning of lime and bringing sand for the mortar. He also had to cut trees for the carpenters. And he needed enough money from the cathedral leaders to pay for everything. All this confused him. If Tom had stayed in Exeter until the master builder died, he might have become the new master. But the church leaders had no more money. Part of the problem was the master's bad planning. So the workers had to leave and look for jobs in other places. Tom was offered a job in Exeter. He could work for the city leader and repair the city walls. He could also make them stronger. It would have been a job for his whole life, if nothing bad happened. But Tom refused the job. He wanted to build another cathedral. His wife, Agnes, never understood this choice. They could have lived in a good stone house. They could have had servants and their own stables. There would have been meat on the table every day. Agnes never forgave Tom for saying no to that life. She could not understand why building a cathedral was so important to him. He loved planning the work. He enjoyed solving the hard building problems. He liked making careful calculations. He was excited by the great height of the walls. And he loved the beauty and size of the finished church. After he had built one cathedral, he could not be happy with smaller work. That was 10 years ago. Since then, they had not stayed long in one place. Sometimes Tom designed a new meeting hall for a monastery. Sometimes he worked on a castle for a year or two. Sometimes he built a townhouse for a rich merchant. When he saved a little money, he took his wife and children on the road again. He always searched for another cathedral to build. He looked up from his workbench and saw Agnes at the edge of the building site. She held a basket of food in one hand. With the other hand, she balanced a large jug of beer on her hip. It was the middle of the day. Tom looked at her with love. She was not beautiful in a soft way, but her face showed strength. She had a wide forehead and large brown eyes. Her nose was straight and her jaw was strong. Her dark hair was thick and rough. She parted it in the middle and tied it at the back. Agnes was the closest person to his heart. She poured beer for Tom and Alfred. They stood together for a short time. The two big men and the strong woman drank beer from wooden cups. Then the fourth person in the family came running from the wheat field. It was Martha. She was 7 years old and very pretty, like a yellow flower. But she had a space in her smile where 2 baby teeth were gone. The new teeth had not grown yet. She ran to Tom and kissed his dusty beard. Then she asked for a little of his beer. He held her thin body in his arms.
"Do not drink too much, or you will fall into a ditch," he said.
Martha walked in a circle and moved from side to side. She acted like she was drunk. The others laughed. They all sat down on the pile of wood. Agnes gave Tom a piece of wheat bread, a thick slice of boiled bacon, and a small onion. He bit the meat and began to peel the onion. Agnes gave food to the children and then started to eat her own meal. Tom thought for a moment. Maybe it was foolish to refuse the simple job in Exeter. Now he was looking for a place to build a cathedral. But he had always found a way to feed his family, even when he took risks. He took his knife from the pocket of his leather apron. He cut a piece of onion and ate it with bread. The onion tasted sweet but strong in his mouth. Agnes spoke quietly.
"I am going to have another baby."
Tom stopped eating and looked at her. He felt sudden joy inside him. He did not know what to say, so he smiled in a shy way. After a moment, Agnes turned a little red.
"It is not such a surprise," she said.
Tom put his arms around her.
Well, he said with a wide smile. "A baby to pull my beard. And I thought the next child would come from Alfred."
"Do not be too happy yet," Agnes said. "It is bad luck to give a name before the baby is born."
Tom nodded. Agnes had lost several babies before. One baby was born dead. Another little girl, Matilda, lived for only 2 years.
"I would like a boy," he said. "Alfred is big now. When will the baby come?"
"After Christmas," she answered.
Tom started to think about the work. The outside walls of the house would be ready before the first frost. Then they would cover the stone with straw to keep it safe during winter. In the cold months, the masons would cut stones for windows, arches, doors, and the fireplace. At the same time, the carpenter would make floorboards, doors, and shutters. Tom would build the wooden frames for the work upstairs. When spring came, they would build the stone ceiling under the hall. Then they would make the floor above it and put on the roof. This work would give the family food and money until Whitsun. By that time, the baby would be 6 months old. After that, they would leave and find new work.
"Good," he said with a happy smile. "This is good."
He ate another piece of onion.
I am too old to have more children, Agnes said. This must be my last baby.
Tom thought about her words. He did not know her exact age. Many women had children at her age. But it was true that older women had more pain. Their babies were often weaker. Maybe she was right. But he wondered how she could be sure she would not have another baby. Then he understood. The thought made him less happy.
I may find a good job in a town, he said, trying to make her feel better. Maybe at a cathedral or a palace. Then we could live in a big house with wooden floors. We could even have a maid to help you with the baby.
Her face became hard.
It may happen, she said quietly.
She did not like when he spoke about cathedrals. If Tom had not worked on a cathedral before, she might be living in a townhouse now. They might have saved money and hidden it under the fireplace. Then she would have nothing to fear. Tom turned his face away and took another piece of bacon. They should feel happy today, but they did not feel close to each other. He felt disappointed. He chewed the hard meat slowly. Then he heard a horse. He lifted his head and listened. The rider came through the trees from the road. He did not go through the village. He was taking a shorter way. Soon a young man came on a small horse. He stopped and got down. He looked like a squire, a young man who learns to be a knight.
Your lord is coming, he said.
Tom stood up.
You mean Lord Percy? He asked.
Percy Hamley was one of the most powerful men in the country. He owned this valley and many other lands. He was paying for the house.
His son, the squire said. Young William.
William, the son of Percy, would live in this house after his wedding. He was engaged to Lady Aliena, the daughter of the Earl of Shiring.
Yes, him, the squire said. And he is very angry.
Tom felt his heart grow heavy. Even in normal times, it was hard to work for the owner of a house. If the owner was angry, it was much worse.
Why is he angry? Tom asked.
His bride does not want to marry him, the squire said.
The Earl's daughter? Tom asked in surprise.
He suddenly felt afraid. A moment before, he was thinking his future was safe.
I thought this problem was finished.
So did we all, except Lady Aliena, it seems, the squire said. When she met him, she said she would never marry him. Not for anything in the world.
Tom frowned. He did not want to believe this.
But the boy is good looking, if I remember well.
As if that matters for her, Agnes said. If daughters of earls could marry anyone they like, we would all be ruled by singers and criminals.
She may change her mind, Tom said with hope.
She will change it if her mother beats her with a stick, Agnes said.
Her mother is dead, the squire said.
Agnes nodded. That explains why she does not understand life, she said. But why can her father not force her?
He once promised he would never make her marry a man she hates, the squire said.
That was a foolish promise, Tom said angrily.
How could a strong and powerful man let a young girl decide something so important? Her marriage could change army plans and family money. It could even change the building of this house.
She has a brother, the squire said, so her marriage is not so important.
Even so, Tom said.
The Earl is a hard man, the squire continued. He does not break a promise, even if he made it to a child. That is what people say.
Tom looked at the low stone walls of the house they were building. Cold fear touched him. He had not saved enough money for his family to live through the winter.
Maybe the young man will find another wife to live here, Tom said. He can choose from many girls in the county.
Alfred spoke in his weak young voice. By Christ, I think that is him.
They followed his eyes and looked across the field. A horse was running fast from the village. It moved at full speed. Dust and dirt rose into the air behind it. Alfred swore when he saw the horse. It was not only fast, it was also very big. Tom had seen horses like this before, but maybe Alfred had not. It was a war horse. It was as tall as a man's chin and very wide. These horses did not come from England. They came from other countries and cost a lot of money. Tom put the rest of his bread into his apron pocket. He looked across the field and covered his eyes from the sun. The horse had its ears back and its nose wide open. But its head was still high. Tom thought this meant the horse was not fully out of control. As it came closer, the rider leaned back and pulled hard on the reins. The big horse slowed a little. Now Tom felt the ground shake under his feet. The hooves hit the earth again and again. He looked around for Martha. He wanted to pick her up and move her to a safe place. Agnes thought the same, but Martha was not there.
In the wheat, Agnes said.
Tom already knew that. He walked fast across the site to the edge of the field. He looked at the tall wheat that moved in the wind. Fear filled his heart. He could not see the child. He did not know what else to do, so he decided to slow the horse himself. He stepped into its path. He walked toward it with his arms wide open. The horse saw him. It lifted its head to look. It slowed a little more. Then the rider pushed it forward again.
You stupid fool! Tom shouted.
But the rider could not hear him. At that moment, Martha came out of the wheat. She stepped into the path only a few steps in front of Tom. For 1 second, Tom could not move. He felt sick with fear. Then he jumped forward. He shouted and waved his arms. But the horse was a war horse. It was trained to run toward loud, shouting crowds. It did not stop or move away. Martha stood in the middle of the narrow path. She stared at the big horse. She did not move. For one short moment, Tom understood something terrible. He could not reach her before the horse did. He turned quickly to one side. His arm touched the tall wheat. At the last second, the horse turned to the other side. The rider's foot brushed Martha's soft hair. One heavy hoof hit the ground beside her bare foot. Then the horse ran past them. Dirt flew into the air and covered them. Tom grabbed Martha and lifted her into his arms. He held her close against his fast-beating heart. He stood still for a moment. He felt great relief. His arms and legs felt weak. He felt sick inside. Then strong anger rose inside him. He thought about the foolish young man on the huge war horse. Tom looked up with anger. Lord William was slowing the horse. He leaned back in the saddle. His feet were pushed forward in the stirrups. He pulled hard on the reins. The horse turned to avoid the building place. It shook its head. It jumped once in the air. But William did not fall. He made the horse move more slowly. First it ran fast. Then it ran more slowly. Then it walked. He guided it in a wide circle. Martha was crying. Tom gave her to Agnes. Then he waited for William. The young lord was tall and strong. He was about 20 years old. His hair was yellow. His eyes were narrow, and he often looked as if bright light hurt them. He wore a short black tunic and black hose. He had leather shoes with long straps up to his knees. He sat straight on the horse. He did not look afraid or upset. The foolish boy does not even understand what he has done, Tom thought with anger. I want to shake him. William stopped the horse near the pile of wood. He looked down at the builders. Who is in charge here? He asked. Tom wanted to say, if you hurt my little girl, I would kill you. But he did not speak. He pushed his anger down. It felt bad inside him. He walked to the horse and took its bridle.
I am the master builder, he said in a tight voice. My name is Tom.
This house is not needed anymore, William said. Send your men away.
Tom was afraid of these words. He knew this could happen. But he still hoped William was only angry now and might change his mind later. He tried to sound calm and friendly.
A lot of work is already finished, he said. Why throw it away? You will need this house one day.
Do not tell me how to manage my land, Tom Builder, William said. You are all dismissed. He pulled the reins, but Tom still held the bridle. Let go of my horse, William said in a hard voice.
Tom swallowed. Soon William would try to lift the horse's head. Tom put his hand in his apron pocket and took out a piece of bread. He showed it to the horse. The horse lowered its head and began to eat.
There is more we must talk about before you leave, my lord, Tom said calmly.
Let my horse go, or I will cut off your head, William said.
Tom looked straight at him and tried not to show fear. He was bigger than William, but that did not matter if the young lord took out his sword. Agnes spoke in a low, afraid voice.
Do what the Lord says, husband.
Everything became quiet. The other workers stood very still and watched. Tom knew it would be wise to agree and stay silent. But William had almost ridden over his little daughter. That thought made Tom angry. His heart beat fast, but he spoke.
You must pay us.
William pulled the reins of his horse. Tom held the bridle tight. The horse moved its head and looked for more food in Tom's apron pocket.
Ask my father for your pay, William said angrily.
Tom heard the carpenter speak in a shaking voice.
We will do that, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
Tom felt angry at him. He thought the carpenter was a coward, but Tom himself was shaking. Still, he forced himself to speak again.
If you want to send us away, you must pay us, he said. That is the custom. Your father's house is 2 days from here. When we arrive, he may not be there.
Men have died for less than this, William said.
His face turned red with anger. From the side of his eye, Tom saw the squire move his hand to his sword. Tom knew he should stop now and bow his head. But strong anger burned inside him. He was afraid, yet he could not let go of the bridle.
Pay us first, then kill me, he said. Maybe you will be punished for it, maybe not. But one day you will die. Then I will be in heaven, and you will be in hell.
The proud smile on William's face disappeared. His face became pale. Tom was surprised. Why was the young lord afraid? It was not likely that a lord would be punished for killing a worker. Was he afraid of hell? They looked at each other for a few moments. Tom watched with surprise and quiet relief. William's hard and angry look slowly changed. Now he looked worried and almost frightened. At last, William took a leather purse from his belt. He threw it to his squire.
Pay them, he said.
But Tom did not stop. When William pulled the reins again, the horse lifted its strong head and stepped to the side. Tom moved with the horse and still held the bridle.
A full week's pay when you send men away, he said. That is the custom.
Behind him, Agnes took a sharp breath. He knew she thought he was crazy to continue, but he did not stop. That is 6 pence for the labourer, 12 for the carpenter, and 12 for each mason, and 24 pence for me. That is 66 pence in total. He could count coins faster than anyone he knew. The squire looked at his master and waited.
Very well, William said angrily.
Tom let go of the horse and moved back. William turned the horse and kicked it hard. The horse jumped forward and ran onto the path through the wheat field. Tom sat down quickly on the pile of wood. He did not understand why he had acted like that. It was crazy to stand against Lord William. He felt lucky that he was still alive. The sound of the horse slowly became quiet in the distance. Then the squire poured the purse onto a wooden board. Silver coins fell out and shone in the sun. Tom felt strong and proud when he saw them. It was a dangerous thing to do, but it worked. He had won fair pay for himself and the men who worked with him.
Even lords must follow the rules, he said quietly to himself.
Agnes heard him.
I hope you will never need work from Lord William again, she said in a hard voice.
Tom smiled at her. He knew she spoke like that because she had been afraid.
Do not worry so much, he said. If you worry all the time, your milk will not be good when the baby comes.
I cannot feed anyone if you do not find work for the winter, she said.
Winter is still far away, Tom said.
They stayed in the village through the summer. Later, they saw that this choice was a big mistake. But at that time, it seemed like a good idea. Tom, Agnes, and Alfred could each earn 1 penny a day in the fields during harvest. When autumn came, they had to travel again. By then, they had a heavy bag of silver coins and a large, fat pig. They spent the first night under the porch of a small village church. On the second night, they stayed at a small country priory. The monks gave them food and a place to sleep. On the third day, they walked deep into Chute Forest. It was a very large forest with bushes and rough trees. They followed a narrow road that was only as wide as an ox cart. Tall oak trees stood on both sides, and the summer plants were starting to die. Tom carried his small tools in a bag. His hammers hung from his belt. He had his cloak in a bundle under his left arm. In his right hand, he held a long iron spike and used it like a walking stick. He felt happy to travel again. His next job could be at a great cathedral. He might become a master mason one day. He might stay in one place for the rest of his life. He wanted to build a church so beautiful that it would help him go to heaven. Agnes carried their few things inside a cooking pot. The pot was tied to her back. Alfred carried the tools they needed to build a new home. He had an axe, an adze, a saw, and a small hammer. He also carried a bradawl to make holes in leather and wood, and a spade. Martha was too small to carry much. She carried her bowl and her eating knife on her belt. Her winter cloak was tied to her back. She also had to drive the pig as they walked. They would sell the pig at a market later. Tom watched Agnes carefully as they moved through the long forest. She was more than halfway through her pregnancy. She carried the heavy child inside her and the heavy pot on her back. Still, she did not seem tired. Alfred was also strong and full of energy. He was at an age when boys have more energy than they need. Only Martha was getting tired. Her thin legs were good for running and playing, not for walking all day. She often fell behind. The others had to stop and wait for her and the pig. As Tom walked, he thought about the cathedral he wanted to build one day. He always started with the same picture in his mind. He imagined an arch. It was simple. 2 straight stones stood up. On top of them was a half circle. Then he imagined another arch, the same as the first one. In his mind, he pushed the 2 arches together and made one deep archway. Then he added one more. After that, he added many more. Soon there was a long row of arches joined together. They formed a tunnel. This was the basic shape of a building. It had a roof to stop the rain. It had 2 walls to hold the roof up. A church was like a tunnel, but with some changes. A tunnel is dark. So the first change was to add windows. If the wall was strong, it could have holes in it. The holes were round at the top. They had straight sides and a flat bottom. They had the same shape as the first arch. When arches, windows, and doors have the same shape, the building looks beautiful. Another important thing is order. Tom imagined 12 windows on each wall. They were all the same. They were placed at equal distances. He tried to picture the shapes above the windows. But he could not focus well. He had a strange feeling that someone was watching him. He told himself this idea was silly. Of course he was being watched. Many animals lived in the forest. Birds, foxes, cats, squirrels, rats, mice, and other small animals were all around. At midday they sat near a stream. They drank the clear water. They ate cold bacon. They also picked up small apples from the ground and ate them. In the afternoon, Martha became tired. At one time she was far behind them. She was about 100 yards away. Tom stopped and waited for her. As he waited, he remembered Alfred when he was that age. Alfred had been a lovely boy with golden hair. He was strong and brave. Tom felt both love and slight annoyance as he watched Martha. She was speaking to the pig and telling it to move faster. Suddenly, a person came out from the bushes just in front of her. What happened next was so fast that Tom could hardly understand it. The man who came out onto the road lifted a heavy club over his shoulder. Tom wanted to shout, but no sound came out. Before he could speak, the man hit Martha on the side of her head. Tom heard the hard sound of the club hitting her. She fell down at once and did not move. Tom began to run back toward them. His feet hit the hard ground as he ran. He tried to move faster, but it felt like a bad dream. He could see everything clearly, but he felt helpless. The attacker was clearly an outlaw. He was short and thick, and he wore a brown tunic. He had no shoes on his feet. For a short moment, he looked straight at Tom. Tom saw that the man's face was badly damaged. His lips were gone, and his mouth was always open in a strange shape. There were thick scars around it. The sight was shocking and hard to look at. For a second, Tom almost stopped in fear. Then he saw Martha lying on the ground and kept running. The outlaw turned his eyes away from Tom and looked at the pig. He quickly bent down and grabbed it. The pig moved and tried to escape, but the man held it tight under his arm. Then he ran into the thick bushes beside the road. He disappeared, taking the only valuable thing Tom's family owned. Tom dropped to his knees beside Martha. He put his large hand on her small chest. He felt her heart beating strong and steady. His great fear began to fade. But her eyes were closed. There was fresh red blood in her blonde hair. A moment later, Agnes knelt down beside him. She touched Martha's chest, then her wrist, and then her forehead. After that, she looked at Tom with serious eyes.
"She will live," she said in a tight voice. "Go and bring back the pig."
Tom quickly took the bag of tools from his shoulder and threw it on the ground. With his left hand, he pulled his big iron hammer from his belt. He still held his metal spike in his right hand. In front of him, he saw the broken bushes where the thief had run. From the forest, he heard the pig crying loudly. He pushed into the thick bushes. It was easy to follow the trail. The thief was a big man. He ran with the pig under his arm. As he ran, he knocked down flowers, bushes, and young trees. He left a wide path behind him. Tom ran after him. He felt very angry. He wanted to catch the man and hit him hard. He broke through thin birch trees. Then he ran down a hill. He crossed a wet, muddy place and came to a small path. There he stopped. The thief could have turned left or right. On the path, nothing showed which way he went. Tom stood still and listened. He heard the pig crying on the left side. Behind him, someone else was running through the forest. It was probably Alfred. Tom turned left and followed the sound. The path went down into a low place. Then it turned sharply and went up again. Now he could hear the pig very clearly. He ran up the hill. He was breathing hard. Years of breathing stone dust had made his lungs weak. Suddenly the path became flat. He saw the thief only 20 or 30 yards in front of him. The man was running very fast, as if something terrible was chasing him. Tom ran faster. He began to get closer. He knew he could catch the man if he did not stop. A man carrying a pig cannot run as fast as a man with empty arms. But his chest began to hurt badly. The thief was 15 yards away. Then 12. Tom lifted the spike high above his head like a spear. Just a little closer and he would throw it. 11 yards. 10. Before he threw the spike, he saw something from the side of his eye. A thin man in a green cap came out of the bushes near the path. It was too late to change direction. Someone pushed a heavy stick in front of him. He hit the stick and fell to the ground. He dropped the spike, but he still held the hammer. He rolled on the ground and lifted himself onto one knee. Now he saw there were two men. One wore the green cap. The other was bald and had a thick white beard. They ran toward Tom. He moved to the side and swung his hammer at the man in the green cap. The man tried to move away, but the heavy iron head hit his shoulder hard. The man cried out in pain and fell down. He held his arm and could not stand up. Tom did not have time to lift the hammer again. The bald man came very close to him. Tom pushed the iron head of the hammer toward the man's face. The blow cut his cheek. Both men stepped back and held their injuries. Tom saw they did not want to fight anymore. He turned around. The thief was still running along the path. Tom ran after him again. His chest hurt, but he did not stop. He ran only a short distance when he heard someone shout behind him. He knew the voice. It was Alfred. Tom stopped and looked back. Alfred was fighting the two men. He used his fists and his feet. He hit the man in the green hat on the head 3 or 4 times. Then he kicked the bald man on the legs. But the two men moved close to him. They came inside his reach, so he could not punch or kick hard enough. Tom stopped for a moment. He did not know what to do. Should he run after the pig or help his son? Then the bald man put his foot behind Alfred's leg and pushed him. The boy fell to the ground. At once the two men fell on him. They hit his face and body again and again. Tom ran back. He threw himself at the bald man and pushed him hard. The man flew into the bushes. Then Tom turned and swung his hammer at the man in the green hat. This man remembered the hammer from before. He was still using only one arm. He moved away from the first swing. Then he ran into the bushes before Tom could hit him again. Tom looked around. The bald man was running away down the path. He turned the other way. The man with the pig was gone. He took a deep breath and said an angry curse. That pig was half of all the money he had saved this summer. He sat down on the ground and breathed hard.
"We beat 3 of them," Alfred said with excitement.
Tom looked at his son.
"But they took our pig," he said.
His anger felt strong and bitter inside him. They had bought the pig in the spring. They bought it when they finally had enough small coins. All summer they gave it food so it would grow big and fat. A fat pig could sell for 60 pence. With some cabbages and a bag of grain, it could feed a family all winter. They could also make leather shoes and maybe a purse or two. Losing it was a disaster for them. Tom looked at Alfred with envy. Alfred had already rested after the chase and the fight. He stood there and waited, and he looked impatient. Tom thought about the past. When could I run so fast and not feel tired, he thought. When was my heart strong like that? It was 20 years ago. 20 years. It feels like yesterday. He stood up slowly. They walked back along the path. Tom put his arm around Alfred's wide shoulders. The boy was still shorter than his father by a small amount. But soon he would be as tall as him. He might even grow taller. I hope he becomes wiser too, Tom thought.
He said, "Any fool can start a fight. A wise man knows how to stay out of one."
Alfred looked at him without understanding. They left the path and walked across the wet ground. Then they began to climb the hill. They followed the marks the thief had made. They pushed through thin birch trees. Tom thought about Martha. Anger grew inside him again. The outlaw had hit her for no reason. She had not been a danger to him. Tom walked faster. Soon he and Alfred came out onto the road. Martha was still lying in the same place. She had not moved. Her eyes were closed. The blood in her hair was dry now. Agnes was kneeling next to her. Tom saw another woman there. A boy was with them too. He was surprised to see them. He suddenly understood why he had felt that someone was watching him earlier that day. The forest was full of people. He bent down and put his hand on Martha's chest again. She was breathing in a normal way.
"She will wake up soon," the strange woman said firmly. "Then she will be sick. After that, she will be fine."
Tom looked at the woman with interest. She was kneeling next to Martha. She looked quite young, maybe 12 years younger than Tom. She wore a short leather tunic. Her brown arms and legs were slim and strong. Her face was pretty. Her dark brown hair came to a point on her forehead. Tom felt a sudden strong desire. Then she looked up at him. He was surprised. Her eyes were deep and bright. They were a strange honeygold color. They made her face look almost magical. Tom felt sure she knew what he was thinking. He quickly looked away because he felt embarrassed. Then he saw Agnes looking at him. Agnes looked angry and unhappy.
Where is the pig? Agnes asked.
There were 2 more outlaws, Tom said.
We fought them, Alfred said. But the one with the pig escaped.
Agnes looked serious and hard. She did not say anything more.
We can move the girl into the shade, the strange woman said. We must be gentle.
She stood up. Tom saw that she was small. She was at least 1 foot shorter than him. He bent down and carefully lifted Martha. Her young body felt very light in his arms. He carried her a short distance along the road. There, under an old oak tree, he put her on the grass in the shade. She was still weak and did not move. Alfred was picking up the tools that lay on the road after the fight. The strange woman's boy was watching him. His eyes were wide and his mouth was open. He did not speak. He looked about 3 years younger than Alfred. Tom thought he was a strange-looking child. He did not have his mother's beauty. His skin was very pale. His hair was orange-red. His blue eyes pushed out a little. Tom thought the boy looked alert but not very clever. He looked like the kind of child who might die young or grow up and become the village fool. Alfred felt uncomfortable under the boy's stare. Then the child suddenly took the saw from Alfred's hand. He did not say anything. He looked at the saw as if it were something wonderful. Alfred felt angry at this rude action. He pulled the saw back. The boy let it go easily and did not care. The mother spoke.
Jack, behave yourself.
She looked embarrassed. Tom looked at her again. The boy did not look like her at all. Are you his mother? Tom asked.
Yes, my name is Ellen, she answered.
Where is your husband?
Dead.
Tom felt surprised. You are traveling alone? He asked. He could not believe it. The forest was dangerous even for a strong man like him. A woman alone could not live there easily.
We are not traveling, Ellen said. We live in the forest.
Tom felt shocked. You mean you are? He stopped because he did not want to insult her.
Outlaws, she said. Yes. Did you think all outlaws were like Faramond Openmouth, the man who stole your pig?
Yes, Tom said. But inside, he was thinking something different. He had never imagined that an outlaw could be a beautiful woman.
Unable to control his curiosity, he asked, "What was your crime?"
I spoke bad words to a priest, she said, and she looked away.
It did not sound like a big crime to Tom. Maybe the priest was very important. Maybe he was very sensitive. Or maybe Ellen did not want to tell the truth. Tom looked at Martha. After a short time, she opened her eyes. She looked confused and a little afraid. Agnes knelt next to her.
You are safe, she said. Everything is fine.
Martha sat up and was sick. Agnes held her until it stopped. Tom was surprised and impressed. What Ellen said before was true. She had said Martha would wake up. She had also said Martha would be fine. A strong feeling of relief filled him. He did not expect to feel so much. He thought, I cannot lose my little girl. He almost started to cry, but he stopped himself. He saw kindness in Ellen's eyes. Again, he felt that her light golden eyes could see his heart. He broke a small branch from an oak tree. He pulled off the leaves. Then he used them to clean Martha's face. She still looked very pale.
She needs to rest, Ellen said. Let her sleep for the time a man needs to walk 3 miles.
Tom looked at the sun. There was still a lot of daylight. He sat down and waited. Agnes held Martha in her arms and moved her slowly from side to side. Little Jack stopped looking around and began to look at Martha. He stared at her in a strange and empty way. Tom wanted to learn more about Ellen. He hoped she would tell her story. He did not want her to leave.
How did it all happen? He asked.
She looked into his eyes. Then she began to speak. Her father was a knight, she said. He was big and strong, and he often became angry. He wanted sons. He wanted boys who could ride horses with him and hunt in the forest. He wanted boys who could fight and laugh and drink with him late at night. But he had no sons. First he had Ellen. Then his wife died. He married again, but his second wife could not have children. After some time, he began to hate his second wife. At last, he sent her away. He was a hard man, but Ellen did not see him as cruel. She loved him very much. She also did not like her stepmother. When the second wife left, Ellen stayed with her father. She grew up in a house full of men. There were almost no women there. She cut her hair short. She carried a small knife. She did not play with small animals. She did not care for weak old dogs. When she was as old as Martha, she could spit on the ground like the men. She could eat the whole apple, even the hard middle part. She could kick a horse hard in the stomach so it would pull in its breath. Then she could pull the strap on the saddle tighter. She learned the bad names the men used. They called other men ugly names. They called women ugly names too. Ellen did not fully understand these words. She also did not care what they meant. As Tom listened to her in the soft air of the autumn day, he closed his eyes. He saw her in his mind as a thin girl with a dirty face. He imagined her sitting at a long table with her father and his rough friends. She drank strong beer with them. She burped and sang loud songs. The songs were about fights, stolen gold, horses, castles, and young women. At last she would fall asleep at the table. Her short hair would rest on the hardwood. If she could have stayed a child, her life would have been easier. But one day things began to change. The men started to look at her in a different way. Before, they laughed loudly when she said, "Move away or I will cut off your balls and give them to the pigs." Now they did not laugh so much. Some of them watched her when she took off her wool shirt at night. They looked at her when she lay down in her long linen underdress. When they went into the forest to relieve themselves, they turned their backs to her. Before, they had never done that. One day she saw her father talking quietly with the parish priest. This did not happen often. Both men looked at her many times, as if they were speaking about her. The next morning her father said, "Go with Henry and Everard and do what they tell you." Then he kissed her on the forehead. She felt confused. She thought, why is he acting so kind? She put a saddle on her grey horse. She did not choose the small gentle horse for ladies or a pony for children. She rode out with the two soldiers. They took her to a nunnery and left her there. She shouted angry and rude words as they rode away. She attacked the abbess with a knife. Then she walked all the way back to her father's house. Her father sent her back again. This time her hands and feet were tied. She was tied to the saddle of a donkey. At the nunnery they locked her in a punishment cell until the abbess was well again. The room was cold and wet. It was very dark. There was water to drink, but no food. When they opened the door, she walked home again. Her father sent her back once more. This time they beat her before they put her in the cell. In the end, they broke her strong will. She put on the clothes of a novice. She followed the rules. She learned the prayers. But in her heart she hated the nuns. She did not respect the saints. She did not believe what they said about God. Still, she learned many things. She learned to read and write. She became good at music, numbers, and drawing. She also learned Latin, in addition to French and English from her father's home. After some time, life in the convent was not so bad. It was a place with only women. It had its own rules and habits. She was already used to that kind of life. All the nuns had to do physical work. Soon Ellen was told to work with the horses. Before long, she was in charge of the stables. She did not care about being poor. It was hard for her to obey at first. But in time, she learned to obey. The third rule was about not loving a man. This rule did not worry her very much. But sometimes, to make the abbess angry, she would show one of the young nuns how to feel close to another person. Agnes stopped Ellen's story at that moment. She took Martha with her to look for a small stream. She wanted to wash the child's face and clean her dirty tunic. She also took Alfred for safety. She said she would stay close enough to hear the others. Jack stood up to go with them. Agnes told him in a firm voice to stay. He looked at her and then sat down again. Tom saw what she had done. She moved the children away so they would not hear the rest of the story. At the same time, she left Tom there to listen with Ellen. Ellen continued. One day, the abbess was traveling far from the convent. Her horse became lame on the road. Kingsbridge Priory was near that place. So the abbess borrowed a horse from the prior there. When she returned home, she told Ellen to take the borrowed horse back. Ellen also had to bring the lame horse home again. At the priory, in the stable near the old and broken Cathedral of Kingsbridge, Ellen met a young man. He looked sad and afraid. His body was loose and quick like a young dog, but his face showed fear, as if someone had been hard on him for a long time. When Ellen spoke to him, he did not understand her words. She tried to speak in Latin, but he was not a monk. Then she spoke in French. His face changed at once. He smiled with great happiness and answered her in French. Ellen never returned to the convent after that day. She went to live in the forest. At first she made a simple shelter from branches and leaves. Later she found a dry cave and lived there. She still remembered the skills her father had taught her. She could hunt deer and catch rabbits. She could shoot birds with a bow. She knew how to clean and cook the meat. She could also prepare the animal skins to make warm clothes. She ate wild fruit, nuts, and plants from the forest. If she needed other things, she had to take them in secret. She sometimes took salt, warm clothes, an axe, or a knife. The hardest time in her life was when Jack was born. Everything became more difficult then. Tom wanted to ask about the Frenchman. Was he Jack's father? If he was, when did he die? And how did he die? But he saw her face and understood she did not want to speak about that part. She looked like a person who did not change her mind easily. So he said nothing and kept his questions inside. By that time, her father was dead. His group of men had gone their own ways. She had no family and no friends in the world. When Jack was ready to be born, she made a big fire at the entrance of her cave. The fire burned all night. She kept food and water near her. She also kept her bow, arrows, and knives to protect herself from wolves and wild dogs. She even had a thick red cloak. She had taken it from a bishop. She wanted to wrap the baby in it. But she was not ready for the strong pain and the deep fear of having a child alone. For a long time, she thought she would die. Still, the baby was born healthy and strong. She lived. For the next 11 years, Ellen and Jack lived a simple and careful life. The forest gave them what they needed. They picked apples and nuts. They hunted deer and dried or salted the meat for winter. They were careful to save enough food for the cold months. Ellen often thought about the world. She believed that without kings, lords, bishops, and sheriffs, people could live like this. She thought everyone could be happy in such a simple life. Tom asked her about the other outlaws in the forest. He spoke about men like Faram and Open Mouth. He wondered what she would do if they came at night. What if they tried to hurt her? The thought made his body react, even though he had never forced a woman, not even his wife. She told him that the other outlaws were afraid of her. She looked at him with her light, shining eyes. He understood the reason. They believed she was a witch. As for honest travelers in the forest, it was different. Some of them knew they could rob or hurt an outlaw and not be punished. From such people, Ellen hid. Why had she not hidden from Tom? She had seen a hurt child and wanted to help him. She was a mother too. She had taught Jack everything she knew from her father's house about weapons and hunting. Then she taught him what she learned from the nuns. He learned to read and write. He learned music and numbers. He learned French and Latin. He learned how to draw. She also told him Bible stories. In the long winter nights, she shared stories, poems, and songs from the Frenchman who once lived with them. That man knew more stories than anyone she had met. Tom did not believe that Jack could read and write. Tom could write his own name. He could also write a few simple words like pence and yards and bushels. Agnes could write more because her father was a priest. But she wrote slowly and with great effort. When she wrote, she pushed her tongue out in concentration. Alfred could not write at all. He could hardly read his own name. Martha could not even do that. Was it possible that this strange boy knew more than all of Tom's family? Ellen asked Jack to write something. The boy made a smooth place in the dirt and wrote letters with a stick. Tom saw the first word. It was Alfred. He could not read the other words. He felt foolish. Then Ellen read the words aloud.
Alfred is bigger than Jack.
The boy quickly drew two people in the dirt. One was big and one was small. The drawing was simple but strong. The big one had wide shoulders and a dull face. The small one was thin and smiling. Tom was good at drawing himself. He felt surprised by the power of the simple picture in the dust. Still, the child seemed foolish. Ellen said she had started to see this too. She knew what Tom was thinking. Jack had never played with other children. He had almost never met other people. He only knew his mother. Because of this, he was growing up like a wild animal. He had knowledge, but he did not know how to act with people. That was why he stayed quiet. That was why he stared at others. That was why he grabbed things. When she said this, she looked weak for the first time. Her strong and proud manner disappeared. Tom saw that she was worried and almost without hope. For Jack's future, she needed to live again among other people. But she did not know how to do it. If she had been a man, she might have asked a lord for land to farm. She might even have lied. She could have said she had returned from a long religious journey to Jerusalem or Santiago. There were a few women who worked as farmers, but they were always widows with grown sons. No lord gave land to a woman who had only one small child. No one wanted to hire her for work in the town or in the fields. She also had no home. Simple jobs did not give a place to live. In many ways, she did not exist in the eyes of others. Tom felt sorry for her. She had given everything she could to her child, but it was still not enough. He could not see any way to help her. She was beautiful, clever, and strong. Even so, her life seemed clear to him. She would spend her days hiding in the forest with her strange son. Agnes, Martha, and Alfred came back. Tom looked at Martha with worry, but she seemed fine. She looked as if nothing worse had happened than someone washing her face. For some time, Tom had been thinking about Ellen and her troubles. Now he remembered his own problems. He had no job. Someone had taken his pig. The afternoon was almost over. Tom started to gather the few things they still had.
Where are you going? Ellen asked.
To Winchester, Tom said. There is a castle there. There is a palace and some monasteries. And there is a cathedral.
Salisbury is closer, Ellen said. When I was there before, they were building the cathedral again. They were making it bigger.
Tom felt sudden hope. This was what he wanted. If he could work on building a cathedral, he believed he could one day become a master builder.
Which way is Salisbury? He asked eagerly.
Go back the way you came, for 3 or 4 miles, she said. Do you remember a place where the road splits, and you went left?
Yes, near a dirty pond, Tom answered.
That is the place. The road on the right goes to Salisbury.
They said goodbye and left. Agnes did not like Ellen, but she still spoke kindly.
Thank you for helping me care for Martha, she said.
Ellen smiled. She looked sad as they walked away. After a few minutes, Tom turned and looked back. Ellen was still there. She stood in the road with her legs apart. She covered her eyes with her hand to see better. The strange boy stood next to her. Tom lifted his hand and waved. She waved back.
She is an interesting woman, he said to Agnes.
Agnes did not answer.
Alfred said, that boy was strange.
They walked toward the low autumn sun. Tom thought about Salisbury. He had never been there before. He felt excited. His big dream was to build a new cathedral from the beginning. But that almost never happened. Most of the time, builders repaired old churches or made them bigger. Sometimes they rebuilt only part of a building. That would still be good for him. He hoped one day he could build something from his own plans.
Martha spoke. Why did the man hit me? She asked.
He wanted to steal our pig, Agnes said.
He should get his own pig, Martha said.
She sounded angry. It was as if she only now understood that the man had done something wrong. Tom thought about Ellen. If she had a skill, her life would be easier. A stone worker, a carpenter, a weaver, or a leather worker could find work in a town. There were a few women with skills, but most of them were wives or widows of skilled men.
What she needs, Tom said, is a husband.
Agnes answered quickly. She cannot have mine.
The day they lost the pig was also the last warm day. That night they slept in a barn. In the morning, the sky was dark grey like metal. A cold wind blew. Strong rain came with it. They took off their thick wool cloaks and put them on again. They tied them tight under their chins and pulled the hoods low to keep the rain off their faces. Then they started walking. They looked dark and quiet in the heavy rain. Their wooden shoes hit the wet ground and splashed in the mud. Tom thought about Salisbury Cathedral. He wondered what it would look like. A cathedral was a church, like other churches. It was the church where the bishop had his seat. But in real life, cathedrals were very different from small churches. They were bigger and richer. They were also more beautiful and more detailed. Most cathedrals were not simple long buildings. They were built with one tall middle part and two lower parts on the sides. The tall middle part was called the nave. The two side parts were called aisles. Between the nave and the aisles, there were long rows of pillars. Arches joined the pillars together. This made a wide open space inside. People walked in the aisles during special church marches. These events could be very grand in a cathedral. Small chapels were often built along the sides. Each chapel was for a different saint. People gave money to these chapels. This helped the cathedral grow rich. Cathedrals were the most expensive buildings in the world. They cost much more than castles or palaces. They also had to bring in money to stay open. Salisbury was nearer than Tom expected. In the middle of the morning, they walked over a small hill. The road went down in a long curve in front of them. Across the wet fields, they saw the town. It stood on a hill and looked like a boat on flat water. Rain covered many of the details, but Tom could see several tall towers above the town walls. There were 4 or 5 of them. They rose high into the grey sky. When he saw so much stone building, he felt better. A cold wind blew across the flat land. It made their faces and hands feel very cold. They walked toward the east gate of the town. At the bottom of the hill, 4 roads met. Some houses stood there outside the walls. Other travelers joined them on the road. The people bent their heads and shoulders against the rain. All of them moved toward the safety of the town walls. On the hill near the gate, they reached an ox cart. The cart carried heavy stones. For Tom, this was a very good sign. The driver stood behind the simple wooden cart. He pushed it with his shoulder. 2 oxen pulled in front. Slowly, they moved up the hill. Tom saw a good chance to be friendly. He called Alfred to him. Together they went behind the cart and pushed with all their strength. The huge wooden wheels rolled onto a wooden bridge that crossed a very wide dry moat. The ditch was deep and wide. Men had moved a lot of earth to dig it and to build the town wall. Tom thought it must have taken hundreds of workers. It was an even bigger job than digging the base for a cathedral. The bridge shook and made loud noises under the heavy cart and the two strong animals that pulled it. Soon the road became flat, and the cart moved more easily as they came near the gate. The driver sat up straight, and Tom and Alfred did the same.
"Thank you," the driver said kindly. Tom asked, "What is the stone for?" "For the new cathedral." "New?" Tom said. "I heard they were only making the old one bigger." The driver nodded. "That was the plan 10 years ago. But now most of it is new."
Tom felt pleased when he heard this.
"Who is the master builder?" he asked. "John of Shaftesbury," the driver answered. "But Bishop Roger helps with the designs."
That was normal. Bishops often wanted to control the work. A master builder often had to calm their big ideas and make them more possible. But John of Shaftesbury would be the one who gave jobs to workers. The driver looked at Tom's bag of tools. "Are you a mason?" he asked.
"Yes. I am looking for work." "You may find work," the driver said. "If not at the cathedral, then maybe at the castle." "Who rules the castle?" Tom asked. "The same man. Roger is both bishop and castellan."
Of course, Tom thought. He had heard about the powerful Roger of Salisbury. He had been close to the king for many years. They passed through the gate and entered the town. The place was very full of houses, people, and animals. It felt as if the town could break its round walls and fall into the moat. The wooden houses stood very close together. They pushed against each other for space, like a crowd watching a hanging. Every small piece of land was used for something. Where two houses stood with a small alley between them, someone had built a tiny house in that space. It had no windows because the door covered almost the whole front. If a place was too small for even a thin house, there was a small stall there that sold ale, bread, or apples. If the space was even smaller, people used it for a stable, a pig house, a pile of waste, or a big barrel of water. The town was very noisy. The rain did not stop the loud sounds. Craftsmen worked in their shops. Sellers shouted to sell their goods. People greeted each other, argued about prices, and sometimes fought. Horses neighed and dogs barked. Martha raised her voice over the noise.
"What is that bad smell?" she asked.
Tom smiled. She had not been in a town for 2 years.
"That is the smell of many people," he said.
The street was only a little wider than the ox cart. The driver did not let the oxen stop because he was afraid they would not move again. He hit them lightly to keep them walking. The oxen pushed forward through the crowd and did not stop for anyone. They pushed past a knight on a big horse. They moved by a forest guard with a bow. They passed a heavy monk on a small horse. There were soldiers, beggars, housewives, and women selling their bodies. All of them had to move out of the way. The cart came up behind an old shepherd. He was trying to keep his small group of sheep together. Tom understood that it must be market day. As the cart went past, one sheep ran through the open door of an alehouse. Soon all the sheep ran inside. They cried loudly and ran in fear. They knocked over tables, stools, and cups of ale. The ground was full of mud and rubbish. Tom knew a lot about how rain falls on roofs. He understood how wide a gutter must be to carry water away. He saw that all the rain from this part of the town ran down into this street. In a strong storm, he thought, people would need a boat to cross the road. When they came near the castle at the top of the hill, the street became wider. Here the houses were made of stone. Some of them needed a little repair. These houses belonged to craftsmen and traders. Their shops and storage rooms were on the ground floor. They lived upstairs. Tom looked carefully at the goods for sale. He could see that this town was rich. Everyone needed knives and cooking pots. But only rich people bought fine shawls with patterns, decorated belts, and silver clips. In front of the castle, the driver turned the oxen to the right. Tom and his family followed behind the cart. The street turned in a wide curve around the castle walls. They went through another gate and left the loud town behind. Soon they walked into a busy place that was full of noise but also order. They were inside the walled area of the cathedral. This place filled the whole northwest part of the round town. Tom stopped and looked around him. The sight, the sounds, and even the smells made him feel happy, like on a bright sunny day. They came in behind a cart full of stone. At the same time, 2 empty carts were going out. Along the side walls of the church stood small sheds. Inside them, masons worked on large stone blocks. They used iron tools and big wooden hammers. They shaped the stones into many parts for the church. Some stones would become bases. Some would become columns. Others would form arches, windows, and walls. In the middle of the open space stood the smithy. It was far from the other buildings. Through the open door, they could see the fire shining inside. The sound of hammer on metal rang across the yard. The smith was making new tools for the masons. Their old tools were worn out from hard work. To many people, the place looked wild and confused. But Tom saw something different. He saw a large and careful system. He wanted very much to lead it. He understood every man's job. He could see at once how much of the church was finished. They were working on the east front of the building. There was scaffolding across that side, about 25 or 30 feet high. The masons stood inside the porch. They waited for the rain to stop. But their helpers did not rest. The laborers carried heavy stones on their shoulders. They went up and down the ladders again and again. Higher up, on the wooden roof frame, plumbers were working. They moved slowly and carefully like small insects. They fixed sheets of lead to the wood. They also put in pipes and gutters for rainwater. Tom saw with sadness that the building was almost done. If he got work here, it would last only a few years. That was not enough time for him to become master mason. It was certainly not enough to become master builder. Even so, he would accept the job if they offered it. Winter was coming soon. His family could have lived through winter without work if they still had their pig. But they did not have the pig anymore. So Tom had to find work. They followed the cart across the yard to the place where the stones were piled. The oxen lowered their heads with relief and drank from the water trough. The carter called to a mason who was walking past.
"Where is the master builder?" he asked.
"He is in the castle," the mason answered.
The carter nodded and looked at Tom.
"You will find him in the bishop's palace, I think."
"Thank you," Tom said.
"You are welcome," the carter replied.
Tom left the churchyard. Agnes and the children walked behind him. They went back through the busy and narrow streets. Many people filled the roads. Soon they came to the front of the castle. There was another dry ditch around it. There was also a second high earth wall around the main building. They crossed the drawbridge. Near the gate, inside a small guard room, a strong man sat on a stool. He wore a leather tunic and had a sword. He looked out at the rain. Tom spoke to him.
"Good day. My name is Tom Builder. I want to see the master builder, John of Shaftesbury."
"He is with the bishop," the guard said in a calm voice.
Tom and his family went inside. Like many castles, this one had many different buildings inside a high earth wall. The open yard in the middle was very large. It was about 100 yards across. Across from the gate stood the great keep. It was the strongest part of the castle. People used it for safety in times of attack. It rose high above the walls so guards could see far away. On the left side, there were many low wooden buildings. There was a long stable. There was a kitchen and a bakery. There were also several storehouses. In the center of the yard, there was a well. On the right side stood a large stone house. It took up most of the north side of the yard. This was clearly the bishop's palace. It was built in the same style as the new cathedral. The doors and windows were small and round at the top. The house had 2 floors. It was new. Builders were still working on one corner. They were building a tower there. Even though it was raining, many people moved around the yard. Some went in and out of buildings. Others hurried through the rain from one place to another. There were soldiers, priests, workers, traders, and servants from the palace. Tom saw many open doors in the palace, even though it was raining. He did not know what to do next. If the master builder was with the bishop, maybe he should not disturb them. But a bishop was not a king. Tom was a free man. He was a mason with honest work to do, not a poor farmer with a complaint. He decided to be brave. He left Agnes and Martha behind. With Alfred, he walked across the wet and muddy yard to the palace. They went in through the closest door. Inside, they stood in a small chapel. The ceiling was high and curved. At the far end, there was a window above the altar. Near the door, a priest sat at a tall desk. He was writing quickly on animal skin. He looked up when they entered.
"Where is Master John?" Tom asked.
"In the vestry," the priest answered. He moved his head toward a door in the side wall.
Tom did not ask for permission to enter. He knew that if he acted like he belonged there, he would not have to wait. He walked across the chapel in a few quick steps. Then he went into the vestry. The vestry was small and square. Many candles gave light to the room. Most of the floor was covered by a low box filled with sand. The fine sand was flat and smooth. 2 men were inside. They looked at Tom for a short moment. Then they looked back at the sand. The bishop was an old man with a thin, wrinkled face. His black eyes were bright and sharp. He held a pointed stick and drew lines in the sand. The master builder stood beside him. He wore a leather apron. He watched the bishop quietly. His face showed patience, but he did not fully agree. Tom waited in silence. He felt very nervous. He wanted to make a good impression. He needed to be polite but not weak. He wanted to show his skills but not seem proud. From his own work, he knew that a master liked workers who listened and worked well. Bishop Roger was drawing a building with 2 floors. It had large windows on 3 sides. He drew carefully and made straight lines and clear corners. First he drew the plan. Then he drew the side of the building. Tom looked at it and understood that this building could not stand. The bishop finished the drawing and said, "There."
John looked at Tom. "What is it?" he asked.
Tom thought John wanted his opinion about the drawing.
"You cannot make windows that big in a lower room," he said.
The bishop looked angry.
"It is a writing room, not a lower room," he said.
"It will still fall down," Tom answered.
John nodded. "He is right," he said.
"But they need light to write," the bishop said.
John moved his shoulders and looked at Tom. "Who are you?" he asked.
"My name is Tom. I am a mason," he said.
"I can see that. Why are you here?" John asked.
"I am looking for work."
Tom waited for the answer.
John shook his head at once. "I cannot give you work."
Tom felt very sad. He wanted to turn and leave. But he stayed and listened.
"We have been building here for 10 years, John said. Most of the masons live in this town. Now the work is almost finished. I already have more men than I need."
Tom knew there was no hope.
But he asked, "And the palace?"
"It is the same," John said. "I use my extra men there. If not for this work and the bishop's other castles, I would already send some men away."
Tom gave a small nod. He tried to sound calm.
"Do you know about work somewhere else?" he asked.
"Earlier this year they were building at the monastery in Shaftesbury," John said. "Maybe they are still building there. It is 1 day away from here."
"Thank you," Tom said.
He turned and started to leave.
"I am sorry," John called. "You look like a good worker."
Tom walked out and did not answer. He felt very disappointed. He had hoped too much, too soon. There was nothing strange about someone saying no to him. But he was happy when he thought he might work on a cathedral again. Now he might have to build a long town wall that was all the same. Or he might work on an ugly house for a silversmith. He stood up straight as he walked across the castle yard. Agnes was waiting there with Martha. He never showed Agnes when he felt sad. He always tried to look calm and strong. He wanted her to think everything was fine. He wanted her to believe he could solve any problem. If there was no work here, there would be work in the next town, or the next one. He knew Agnes well. If she saw that he was worried, she would ask him to stop traveling. She would want him to live in one town and stay there. He did not want that. He only wanted to stay in a town where they were building a cathedral.
"There is no work for me here," he said to Agnes. "Let us go to another town."
She looked very sad. There is a cathedral and a palace being built, she said. You would think they need one more mason.
"Both buildings are almost finished," Tom explained. "They already have too many workers."
The family walked over the drawbridge and went back into the busy streets. They had come into Salisbury through the east gate. Now they would leave through the west gate. That road led to Shaftesbury. Tom turned right and led them through a part of the town they had not seen before. He stopped in front of a stone house. The house was in very bad condition. The mortar between the stones was weak. Now it was breaking and falling out. Cold weather had entered the holes and cracked some stones. If the house stayed like this for another winter, the damage would be worse. Tom decided to tell the owner about the problem. The door on the ground floor was a wide stone arch. The wooden door was open. A craftsman sat in the doorway. He held a hammer in his right hand. In his left hand he held a small sharp tool. He was cutting a detailed pattern into a wooden saddle on the bench in front of him. Behind him Tom saw piles of wood and leather. A young boy was sweeping wood pieces from the floor.
Tom said, "Good day, Master Saddler."
The saddler looked up. He decided Tom looked like a man who could make his own saddle. He gave a short nod.
"I am a builder," Tom said. "I see your house needs my help."
Why? The saddler asked.
"Your mortar is falling apart. Your stones are breaking. Your house may not stand through another winter."
The saddler shook his head.
There are many stone workers in this town. Why should I hire a stranger?
"Very well," Tom said.
He turned to leave.
"God be with you."
I hope so, the saddler replied.
He was rude, Agnes said quietly as they walked away.
The street led them to the market. The ground was wet and full of mud. Farmers from nearby villages stood there. They sold extra meat, grain, milk, and eggs. They bought things they could not make. They needed pots, metal tools, ropes, and salt. Markets were usually bright and loud. People often argued in a friendly way about prices. Sellers joked with the people at the next stall. Children bought small sweet cakes. Sometimes a musician played music. Sometimes performers did tricks. There were women in bright clothes who waited for men. There might also be an old soldier who told stories about faraway lands and great battles. When people made a good deal, they often celebrated. They spent their extra money on strong beer. By midday the market was usually noisy and wild. Some people lost their coins in dice games. Then fights began. But this morning was different. It was raining. The harvest had already been sold or stored. The market was quiet. Wet farmers spoke little as they made their deals. Cold sellers waited at their stalls. Everyone wanted to go home to a warm fire. Tom and his family walked through the sad crowd. They did not stop when a sausage seller called to them. They ignored a man who offered to sharpen knives. They were almost at the other side of the market. Then Tom saw his pig. He felt so surprised that he could not believe it at first.
Then Agnes hissed, "Tom, look."
He knew at once that she had seen it too. He was sure about it. He knew that pig as well as he knew Alfred or Martha. A large man was holding the pig in a strong and skilled way. The man had a red face and a big body. He looked like someone who eats a lot of meat. He was clearly a butcher. Tom and Agnes stood in front of him and stared. They blocked his way, so he had to stop.
Well, he said.
He looked confused and wanted to pass.
That is our pig, she said with excitement.
It is, Tom said, looking straight at the butcher.
For a short moment, the man looked nervous. Tom understood that the butcher knew the pig was stolen.
But the man said, I paid 50 pence for it. Now it is my pig.
Whoever you paid, the pig was not his to sell, Tom said. That is why it was cheap. Who did you buy it from?
A farmer, the butcher answered.
Do you know him?
No. Listen, I work as butcher for the soldiers. I cannot ask every farmer to bring 12 men to promise the animal is really his.
The butcher turned as if to leave. Tom caught his arm and stopped him. For a moment, the man looked angry. Then he understood something. If he fought, he would have to drop the pig. If someone from Tom's family picked it up, the pig would be with them. Then the butcher would have to prove it was his. So he stayed calm.
If you want to accuse me, go to the sheriff, he said.
Tom thought about that for a moment. Then he decided not to. He had no proof.
What did the man look like? Tom asked. The man who sold you my pig.
Like any other man, he said.
Did he cover his mouth?
Now that I think about it, yes, he did.
He was an outlaw, Tom said with anger. He was hiding his cut mouth. I suppose you did not think of that.
It is raining hard, the butcher said. Everyone covers their face in this weather.
Just tell me when he left you, Tom said.
A few minutes ago.
Which way did he go?
Maybe to an alehouse.
To spend my money, Tom said with disgust. Go away. One day someone may steal from you. Then you will wish people did not buy cheap things without asking questions.
The butcher looked angry. He seemed ready to answer back. But then he changed his mind and walked away. Agnes looked at Tom.
Why did you let him go? She asked.
People here know him, but they do not know me, Tom said. If I fight him, they will blame me. And the pig does not have my name on it. How can I prove it is mine?
But all our savings, Agnes said.
We may still get the money back, Tom said. Be quiet and let me think.
He was still angry after speaking to the butcher. It made him feel a little better to speak sharply to Agnes. Somewhere in this town there is a man with no lips and 50 silver pennies in his pocket. All we have to do is find him and take the money from him.
Right, said Agnes firmly. You walk back the way we came. Go as far as the cathedral close. I will walk forward and come to the cathedral from the other side. Then we will return by the next street, and then the next. If he is not in the street, he is in an alehouse. When you see him, stay near him and send Martha to find me. I will take Alfred. Try not to let the outlaw see you. Do not worry, Agnes said firmly. I want that money. I need it to feed my children.
Tom touched her arm and smiled.
You are brave, Agnes, he said.
She looked into his eyes for a moment. Then she stood on her toes and kissed him. The kiss was short but strong. After that, she turned and walked back across the marketplace with Martha. Tom watched her until he could not see her anymore. He felt worried about her, even though she was brave. Then he walked the other way with Alfred. The thief believed he was safe. When he stole the pig, Tom was going to Winchester. The thief went the other way, to Salisbury, to sell the pig. But the outlaw woman, Ellen, told Tom that people were rebuilding Salisbury Cathedral. So Tom changed his plan. By chance, he came close to the thief again. The thief thought he would never see Tom again. Because of this, Tom could catch him by surprise. Tom walked slowly along the muddy street. He tried to look relaxed. He looked inside open doors as he passed. He did not want people to notice him. This could end in a fight, and he did not want people to remember him. Most houses were small and simple. They were made of wood, mud, and straw. There was straw on the floor. A fire burned in the middle of the room. There were only a few simple pieces of furniture. If a place had a barrel and some benches, it was an alehouse. If there was a bed in the corner with a curtain, a woman sold her body there. If many people stood around one table and made noise, they were playing dice. One woman with red lips showed her chest to him. Tom shook his head and walked past her quickly. He was curious about the idea of being with a stranger and paying for it. It would happen in the daytime. But he had never done such a thing in his life. He thought again about Ellen, the outlaw woman. There was something interesting about her. She was very attractive, but her deep and strong eyes made him feel nervous. An invitation from a prostitute made Tom feel unhappy for a short time, but he was still thinking about Ellen. He suddenly wanted to run back into the forest, find her, and hold her. He walked to the cathedral yard, but he did not see the outlaw. He watched the workers fixing sheets of lead onto the wooden roof over the main part of the church. They had not started to cover the lower roofs on the sides yet. Because of this, he could still see the half arches that supported the building. These arches joined the outer wall of the side aisle to the tall wall of the main church. They helped hold up the heavy top part of the church. Alfred looked confused and unhappy. Tom gave a quiet sigh. Then he saw Agnes walking from the other side of the yard. He stopped thinking about the church and thought again about the thief. Agnes wore a hood, so he could not see her face. But he knew her by the way she walked, with her chin forward and strong steps. Big workers moved aside to let her pass. Tom thought that if she met the outlaw and they fought, they would be almost equal.
"Did you see him?" she asked.
Tom hoped the thief had not left the town. He thought the man would not leave without spending some of his coins. Money was useless in the forest.
Agnes seemed to think the same. "He is somewhere here," she said. "Let us keep looking."
Tom and Alfred walked back across the yard and went out through the gate. The rain was now going through their cloaks. For a moment, Tom thought about sitting by a fire in an alehouse. He imagined a pot of beer and a bowl of hot beef soup. Then he remembered how hard he had worked to buy the pig. He saw again the man with no lips lifting his club toward Martha's head. Anger filled him and made him feel warm.
Tom showed them to Alfred. Without these supports, the wall of the main church would bend out, he said. The heavy stone roof inside would push it. Look at the half arches. They stand in a line with the thick supports in the side wall. They also stand in a line with the big pillars inside. And the windows on the side match the arches inside. Strong parts stand with strong parts. Weak parts stand with weak parts. No, Tom answered. You did not see him either. We will walk back through different streets, Tom said. Then we will meet again in the marketplace.
It was hard to search the town in a clear way. The streets had no plan. They went in many directions. People built houses where they wanted. There were sharp turns and many small dead-end streets. Only one street was straight. It went from the east gate to the castle bridge. At first, Tom had walked near the castle walls. Now he moved farther out. He walked toward the town wall, then back inside again. This area was poorer. The houses were old and broken. The alehouses were loud. Old women waited outside for men. The land here was lower than the center of town. Dirty water from the rich streets ran down and stopped near the walls. It was the same with people. In this place there were many sick people and beggars. There were hungry children and women with bruises. Some men were drunk and could not stand well. But Tom did not see the man with no lips. Twice he saw a man with the right body shape. He went closer each time. Both men had normal faces. At last he reached the market square. Agnes was there. She waited with no patience. Her body was stiff, and her eyes shone with excitement.
I found him, she said in a low voice.
Tom felt excited, but also afraid.
Where? He asked.
He went into a cookshop near the east gate.
Show me, he said.
They walked around the castle to the bridge. Then they went down the straight street to the east gate. After that, they turned into small narrow streets under the town wall. Soon Tom saw the cookshop. It was not a real house. It was only a roof on 4 wooden posts. It stood against the town wall. At the back, a big fire burned. A sheep turned on a long stick over the fire. A large pot boiled beside it. It was around midday. The small place was full of people. Most of them were men. The smell of meat made Tom feel very hungry. He looked carefully at the crowd. He was afraid the outlaw had already gone. But he saw the man at once. The man sat on a stool a little away from the others. He ate stew from a bowl with a spoon. He held his scarf over his mouth to hide his face. Tom turned away far so the man would not see his face. Now he needed to think about what to do. He felt so angry that he wanted to hit the outlaw and take back his purse. But there were many people around him. They would not let him leave without questions. He would have to explain everything. Not only to the people in the street, but also to the sheriff. Tom knew the law was on his side. The thief was an outlaw and had no one to speak for him. Tom was known as a good man and a mason. But to prove all this would take time. It might take many days or even weeks. The sheriff might be away in another part of the county. And if there was a fight, Tom could still be blamed for disturbing the king's peace. No. It was better to meet the thief alone. The man could not stay in town for the night. He had no home there. He could not get a room without showing that he was a respectable man. So he had to leave before the gates closed at night. There were only 2 gates in the town.
He will probably leave the same way he came, Tom said to Agnes. I will wait outside the east gate. Let Alfred watch the west gate. You stay in town and watch the thief. Keep Martha with you, but do not let the thief see her. If you need to send a message to me or Alfred, send Martha.
All right, Agnes said shortly.
Alfred asked, what should I do if he comes out through my gate?
He sounded excited.
Nothing, Tom said firmly. Watch which road he takes. Then wait. Martha will come to get me. We will follow him together.
Alfred looked unhappy.
You must do what I say, Tom continued. I do not want to lose my son as well as my pig.
Alfred nodded, though he did not look pleased.
We must separate now, Tom said. If we stand close together, he may think we are planning something. Go.
Tom left at once and did not look back. He trusted Agnes to follow the plan. He walked quickly to the east gate and went out of the town. Then he crossed the old wooden bridge where he had pushed the ox cart that morning. In front of him was the Winchester Road. It went east in a straight line over the hills and valleys. It looked like a long carpet on the land. On his left was the portway. This was the road Tom had used to come to Salisbury. The thief had probably used it too. The portway went up a hill and then disappeared from sight. The thief would almost certainly take the portway. Tom walked down the hill and past the small group of houses at the crossroads. Then he turned onto the portway. He needed to hide. He walked along the road and looked for a good place to stay out of sight. He walked about 200 yards, but he did not find a good spot. When he looked back, he understood something. He had come too far. He could no longer see the faces of the people at the crossroads. If the man with no lips came and chose the Winchester Road, Tom would not know. He looked around again at the land. There were ditches on both sides of the road. In dry weather, he could have hidden in them. But today they were full of water. Behind each ditch, the land rose into a small hill. In the field on the south side, a few cows were eating the short grass. One cow was lying near the top of the field. It was close to the road and partly hidden by the small hill. Tom sighed and walked back. He jumped over the ditch and kicked the cow. The cow stood up and moved away. Tom lay down in the warm and dry place where the cow had been. He pulled his hood over his face and prepared to wait. He wished he had bought some bread before he left the town. He felt nervous and a little afraid. The outlaw was smaller than him, but he moved quickly. He was also very violent, as Tom had seen when the man hit Martha and stole the pig. Tom was a little afraid that someone might hurt him. But he was more worried about his money. He hoped Agnes and Martha were safe. He knew Agnes was strong and careful. If the outlaw saw her, what could he really do? He would only be careful and watch her. From the ground, Tom could see the tall towers of the cathedral. He wished he had time to go inside. He wanted to see how the builders made the great stone supports. In many churches, these supports were big round pillars. From the top of each pillar, several arches began. 2 arches went to the sides and joined the next pillars. Another arch went across the side passage. Tom did not like this design. He felt it looked wrong. An arch did not look good when it started from the top of a round pillar. When he built his own cathedral, he would do it differently. Each support would be made of several thin shafts together. From each shaft, 1 arch would rise. This would look clear and balanced. He also thought about the decoration. Many builders carved simple shapes in the stone. They made lines and diamond patterns. This was not very hard to do. But Tom liked to carve leaves and plants. These shapes made the stone look softer. They brought a little of nature into the hard walls. He stayed there and imagined his perfect cathedral. He thought about it for many hours. In the middle of the afternoon, he saw a small figure on the bridge. He saw light hair moving in the sun. It was Martha. She skipped across the bridge and walked between the houses. At the crossing, she stopped for a moment. Then she chose the right road. Tom watched her come closer. He saw her face change as she started to worry. She did not know where he was. When she came near him, he called in a soft voice.
Martha.
She gave a small cry. Then she saw him and smiled. She ran to him and jumped over the ditch.
Mummy sent you this, she said. She took something from under her cloak.
It was a warm meat pie.
By the cross, your mother is a good woman, Tom said.
He took a big bite. It was made with beef and onions, and it tasted very good. Martha sat down on the grass next to Tom.
This is what happened to the man who stole our pig, she said.
She made a small face and tried hard to remember her words. She looked so sweet that Tom forgot to breathe for a moment.
He came out of the cookshop and met a lady with a painted face, she said. He went to her house. We waited outside.
Tom felt angry. The outlaw was using their money to pay a bad woman.
Go on, he said.
He did not stay long in her house, Martha said. When he came out, he went to an alehouse. He is there now. He does not drink much, but he plays dice.
I hope he wins, Tom said in a hard voice. Is that all?
Yes, that is all.
Are you hungry? He asked.
I ate a bun.
Did you tell Alfred all this?
Not yet. I will go to him next.
Tell him he must try to stay dry.
Try to stay dry, she repeated. Should I say that before or after I tell him about the man who stole our pig?
It did not really matter.
After, Tom said, because she wanted a clear answer. He smiled at her. You are a clever girl. Now go.
I like this game, she said. She waved her hand and left. She jumped lightly over the ditch and ran back toward the town.
Tom watched her. He felt love for her, but he also felt anger. He and Agnes had worked very hard to earn money to feed their children. Now that money was gone. He was ready to fight to get it back. Maybe the outlaw was ready to fight too. An outlaw lived outside the law. Such men often used violence. This might not be the first time Faramond Openmouth had faced someone he had hurt. He was a dangerous man. The light of the day began to fade early. Wet autumn afternoons often became dark very fast. Tom began to worry. He was not sure he would know the thief in the rain. Evening came slowly. Fewer people moved on the road to and from the town. Most visitors had already left. They wanted to reach their villages before it became dark. Small lights appeared in the high houses of the town. Candles and lanterns shone in the poor houses outside the town too. Tom felt less hopeful. He thought the thief might stay in town for the night. Maybe the thief had bad friends there. Maybe they would give him a place to sleep, even if they knew he was an outlaw. Perhaps. Then Tom saw a man with a scarf over his mouth. The man was walking across the wooden bridge. 2 other men were near him. Suddenly Tom had a thought. Maybe the thief's 2 partners had come to Salisbury with him. One man was bald. The other wore a green hat. Tom had not seen them in town. But maybe the 3 men had gone different ways for a time. Now they could be meeting again to travel home together. Tom swore quietly. He did not think he could fight 3 men at the same time. As they came closer, the group split apart. Tom felt relief. The 3 men were not together. The first 2 men were a father and his son. They were poor farmers. They had dark eyes close together and long noses. They turned and took the road called the Portway. The man with the scarf walked behind them. Tom watched the way he walked. The man did not look drunk. Tom felt disappointed about that. Tom looked back toward the town. He saw 2 people step onto the bridge. It was Agnes and Martha. Tom felt upset. He had not expected them to be there when he faced the thief. But then he understood something. He had never told them to stay away. He became tense when he saw them coming up the road toward him. Tom was a very big man. Most people were afraid to fight him. But outlaws were often desperate, and a fight with them could be dangerous. The 2 peasants walked past him. They were a little happy and talked about horses. Tom took his iron hammer from his belt. He held it tightly in his right hand. He hated thieves. They did no work and took food from honest people. He would not feel bad if he hit this man with his hammer. The thief walked more slowly when he came closer. It was as if he felt that something was wrong. Tom waited until the man was 4 or 5 meters away. It was too close for the man to run back. It was too far for him to run past. Then Tom rolled down the bank. He jumped across the ditch and stood in front of the man. The man stopped at once and looked at him.
"What is this?" he asked nervously.
He does not know me, Tom thought.
You stole my pig yesterday, Tom said. You sold it to a butcher today.
I never.
Do not deny it, Tom said. Give me the money you got for it. Then I will not hurt you.
For a moment, Tom thought the thief would give him the money. The man stopped and seemed unsure. Tom felt almost disappointed when nothing happened. Then the thief suddenly turned and ran. He ran straight into Agnes. He was not running very fast, so he did not knock her down. She was also a strong woman. They moved from side to side for a moment, like a slow and clumsy dance. Then the thief understood that she was blocking him on purpose. He pushed her away. As he passed her, she put out her leg. Her foot went between his legs, and they both fell to the ground. Tom ran to her very fast. He was very afraid. The thief was on top of her and tried to stand up. One knee was on her back. Tom caught the man by his collar and pulled him away from her. He dragged him to the side of the road before the man could stand well. Then Tom pushed him down into the ditch. Agnes stood up slowly. Martha ran to her side.
Are you all right? Tom asked quickly.
Yes, Agnes answered.
2 peasants on the road had stopped. They turned around and looked at them. They did not understand what was happening. The thief was on his knees in the ditch.
He is an outlaw, Agnes called to the peasants. He stole our pig.
The peasants said nothing. They only watched and waited. Tom looked at the thief again.
Give me my money and I will let you go, he said.
The man suddenly jumped out of the ditch. He had a knife in his hand. He moved very fast. He tried to attack Tom. Agnes screamed. Tom moved quickly to the side. The knife passed close to his face. He felt sharp pain on his jaw. Tom stepped back and swung his hammer. The thief moved back at the same time. The knife and the hammer cut through the evening air but did not hit anything. For a short moment, both men stood still. They faced each other and breathed hard. Tom's cheek hurt. He saw that they were equal in strength. Tom was bigger, but the thief had a knife. A knife was more dangerous than a mason's hammer. Tom felt cold fear inside him. He understood that he could die. For a moment, he could not breathe. Then he noticed a quick movement from the side of his eye. The thief saw it too. He looked quickly at Agnes. At that moment, a stone flew from her hand toward him. The thief bent his head to avoid it. Tom moved very fast because he was afraid for his life. He swung his hammer at the thief's lowered head. The hammer hit him just as the man lifted his head again. The iron head of the hammer struck his forehead near the hair. Tom did not use all his strength in that quick hit. The thief moved back and almost fell, but he stayed on his feet. Tom struck him again. This time the blow was stronger. He lifted the hammer high above his head and aimed carefully. The thief looked confused and tried to see clearly. Tom thought about Martha. Then he brought the hammer down with all his strength. The thief fell to the ground and did not move. Tom was still full of fear and tension. He did not feel relief. He knelt beside the thief and searched his body.
"Where is his purse?" he said. "Where is his purse?"
The man's body was heavy and hard to turn. At last, Tom put him flat on his back and opened his cloak. There was a large leather purse hanging from his belt. Tom opened the clasp. Inside there was a soft wool bag with a string at the top. He took it out. It was very light.
"It is empty," Tom said. "He must have another one."
He pulled the cloak away from the man and touched it carefully all over. There were no hidden pockets and no hard objects. He took off the boots and looked inside them. There was nothing there. He took his eating knife from his belt and cut the bottoms of the boots. There was still nothing. He felt angry and pushed the knife inside the neck of the thief's wool shirt. He cut the shirt down to the bottom. There was no money belt. The thief lay on the muddy road with only his stockings on. The two peasants looked at Tom as if he was crazy. Tom turned to Agnes and spoke in anger.
"He has no money."
He must have lost it all playing dice, she said in a hard voice.
"I hope he burns in hell," Tom said.
Agnes bent down and put her hand on the thief's chest. "He is there now," she said quietly. "You have killed him."
For by Christmas they were starving. Winter came early that year. The cold was hard and strong, and it did not show any mercy. There were still apples on the trees when the first frost came over the fields. People said it was only a short cold time. They thought it would pass quickly, but it did not. In some villages, the farmers were late to plough their fields. The ground became hard like stone. Their ploughs broke on the frozen earth. The peasants quickly killed their pigs and put salt on the meat for winter. The lords also killed many of their cows. In winter, the land cannot feed as many animals as in summer. But the cold did not stop. The grass died. Some animals that were still alive also died from hunger. The wolves became very hungry. At dusk, they came into the villages. They took thin chickens and weak children. At building sites across the country, workers saw the frost and hurried. They covered new walls with straw and animal waste to keep them warm. The mortar in the walls was still wet. If it froze, it would break and crack. No one could work with mortar again until spring. Some masons worked only in summer. They went back to their home villages. There, people called them wrights instead of masons. During winter, they made ploughs, saddles, harnesses, carts, shovels, and doors. They made many useful things with hammers, chisels, and saws. Other masons stayed at the building sites. They lived in small wooden huts. All day, while there was light, they cut stones into careful shapes. Because the frost came early, some work finished too soon. The peasants were hungry and poor. The bishops, lords, and castle owners had less money than they hoped. As winter continued, some masons lost their jobs. Tom and his family walked from Salisbury to Shaftesbury. Then they went to Sherborne, Wells, Bath, Bristol, Gloucester, Oxford, Wallingford, and Windsor. At every place, fires burned inside the workers' huts. In churchyards and near castle walls, people could hear the sound of iron hitting stone. Master builders made small models of arches and roofs. They worked with careful hands and wore gloves without fingers. Some masters were impatient and rude. Others looked at Tom's thin children and his wife, who was going to have a baby. They spoke kindly but with sadness. Yet they all said the same words.
There is no work for you here.
When they could, the family stayed at monasteries. Travelers could get a simple meal and a place to sleep there, but they could stay only one night. When blackberries grew on the bushes, they ate them for many days. They lived like birds in the wild. In the forest, Agnes made a fire under an iron pot. She cooked porridge in it. Still, many times they had to buy bread from bakers. They bought salted fish from fish sellers. Sometimes they ate in alehouses or small cookshops. That cost more money than cooking for themselves. Slowly, their money became less and less. Martha was always thin, but now she was even thinner. Alfred kept growing taller. He was like a plant growing in poor soil. His body became long and thin. Agnes did not eat much. But the baby inside her needed food. Tom saw that she was often very hungry. Sometimes he told her, "You must eat more."
You must eat more.
Then she listened to him. She also thought about the baby, so she ate a little more. Still, she did not look strong and healthy. In her other pregnancies, her face was round and pink. Now her face was thin. Her belly was big, but the rest of her body looked weak. She looked like a hungry child. Since they left Salisbury, they had walked in a wide circle. At the end of the year, they were back in the great forest that lay between Windsor and Southampton. They were going to Winchester. Tom had sold his tools for building. Most of that money was gone. Only a few pennies were left. When he found work again, he would need to borrow tools. Or he would need to borrow money to buy them. If he did not find work in Winchester, he did not know what to do. He had brothers in his old town in the north. But the journey there would take many weeks. They would die of hunger before they arrived. Agnes had no brothers or sisters. She was an only child. Her parents were dead. There was no farm work in the middle of winter. Maybe Agnes could earn a few pennies in Winchester. She could work in the kitchen of a rich house. But she could not walk on the roads much longer. The baby would come soon. Winchester was still 3 days away. And they were hungry now. There were no more blackberries. They could not see a monastery nearby. Agnes had no oats left in her cooking pot. She carried the pot on her back. The night before, they had traded a knife for food. They got 1 loaf of rye bread. They also got 4 bowls of soup without meat. A poor family let them sleep by the fire in their small house. Since then, they had not seen a village. Late in the afternoon, Tom saw smoke above the trees. They walked toward it. There they found the house of a forest guard. He worked for the king and watched the forest. The guard gave them a sack of turnips. In return, Tom gave him his small axe. They walked 3 more miles. Then Agnes said she was too tired to continue. Tom felt surprised. In all their years together, she had never said she was too tired to do something. She sat down under a big horse-chestnut tree near the road. Tom used an old wooden shovel to dig a small hole for a fire. It was one of the few tools they still had, and no one wanted to buy it. The children picked up small sticks. Tom lit the fire. Then he took the cooking pot and went to look for a stream. He came back with very cold water. He put the pot near the fire. Agnes cut some turnips into pieces. Martha picked up the brown nuts that had fallen from the tree. Agnes showed her how to open them and crush the soft inside. They used it to make the soup thicker. Tom told Alfred to bring more wood for the fire. Then Tom took a stick and walked through the forest. He moved the dead leaves on the ground. He hoped to find a sleeping hedgehog or squirrel for the soup. But he found nothing. He went back and sat next to Agnes. Night came slowly, and the soup cooked over the fire.
"Do we have any salt?" he asked.
She shook her head.
"You have eaten porridge without salt for weeks," she said. Did you not see that?
No, he said.
When you are very hungry, food tastes good anyway.
Then we are lucky, Tom said. We have much hunger.
Suddenly he felt very tired. The problems of the last 4 months felt too heavy. He could not stay strong anymore.
What went wrong, Agnes? He asked in a quiet voice.
Everything, she answered. You had no work last winter. You found a job in the spring. Then the Earl's daughter stopped her wedding. Lord William stopped building the house. We decided to stay and work for the harvest. That was a mistake.
It would have been easier to find building work in summer, Tom said. It was much harder in autumn.
And winter came early, she said. Even then, we could still live. But then someone stole our pig.
Tom nodded slowly.
My only comfort is this, he said. The man who stole it will suffer in hell.
I hope so, she said softly.
Do you not believe it? He asked.
Priests do not know everything, she said. My father was a priest. You remember that?
Tom remembered it well. One wall of her father's church had fallen down. It could not be fixed. Tom was hired to build a new wall. Priests were not allowed to marry. But her father had a housekeeper. The housekeeper had a daughter. Everyone in the village knew that the priest was the girl's father. Agnes had never been very beautiful. But her young skin had been fresh and bright. She had been full of life and strength. She often talked to Tom while he worked. Sometimes the wind pressed her dress against her body. Tom could see the shape of her body through the cloth. He could see even her stomach shape, almost as if she had no clothes. One night she came to the small hut where he slept. She put her hand over his mouth so he would not speak. Then she took off her dress and stood in the moonlight. He saw her body clearly. He held her in his arms, and they loved each other.
We were both virgins, he said aloud.
Agnes knew what he was thinking about. She smiled for a moment. Then her face became sad again.
It feels like a very long time ago, she said.
Can we eat now? Martha asked.
The smell of the soup made Tom very hungry. His stomach made a noise. He put his bowl into the hot pot and took some soup. There were a few pieces of turnip in the thin water. He touched a piece with the back of his knife. It was still a little hard inside. But he did not want the family to wait. He gave a bowl to each child. Then he carried one to Agnes. She looked pale and quiet. She blew on the soup to make it cooler. Then she drank it slowly. The children finished their soup fast. They asked for more. Tom pulled the pot away from the fire. He used his cloak so he would not burn his hands. He poured the rest of the soup into the children's bowls. When he came back to Agnes, she looked at him.
What about you? She asked.
I will eat tomorrow, he said.
She was too tired to speak more. Tom and Alfred made the fire bigger. They brought enough wood for the night. Then everyone lay down on the leaves. They wrapped themselves in their cloaks and tried to sleep. Tom slept lightly. When Agnes made a low sound of pain, he woke at once.
What is it? He whispered.
She gave another low cry. Her face was very white and her eyes were closed.
After a moment she said, "The baby is coming."
Tom felt his heart stop for a second. Not here, he thought. Not here on the cold ground in the deep forest.
But it is not time yet, he said. It is too early.
He tried to speak in a calm voice.
Did your water break? He asked.
It happened soon after we left the verderer's hut, Agnes said, breathing hard. She did not open her eyes.
Tom remembered how she had run into the bushes quickly, like she needed to be alone.
And the pains? He asked.
They started then, she said.
It was like her to say nothing about it. Alfred and Martha were awake now. Alfred looked at them.
What is happening? He asked.
The baby is coming, Tom said.
Martha began to cry. Tom looked at her with worry.
Can you walk back to the verger's hut? He asked Agnes. There is a roof there. You can lie on straw. Maybe someone can help.
Agnes shook her head. The baby has moved down already, she said.
Then it will happen soon, Tom said.
They were in a very empty part of the forest. They had not seen a village since the morning. The verderer had told them they would not see one the next day either. So they could not find a woman to help with the birth. Tom understood he must help the baby come. They were outside in the cold. Only the children were there to help him. If something went wrong, he had no medicine. He did not know what to do. This is my fault, Tom thought. I made her pregnant, and I brought her into this poor life. She believed I would take care of her. Now she is having our baby outside in the cold winter. He had always hated men who had children and then left them with no food. Now he felt like one of those men. He was full of shame.
I am so tired, Agnes said. I do not think I can have this baby now. I want to rest.
Her face shone in the firelight. There was a thin layer of sweat on her skin. Tom knew he had to stay calm. He needed to be strong for Agnes.
I will help you, he said.
He knew there was nothing strange about what would happen. He had seen several babies born before. Usually women helped with birth. They understood how the mother felt. That helped them give better care. But a man could do it too if he had to. First, he must make her comfortable. Then he must see how close the baby was to coming. After that, he must get ready in a careful way. Then he must keep her calm while they waited.
How do you feel? He asked.
I am cold, she answered.
Come closer to the fire, he said.
He took off his cloak. He put it on the ground about 1 yard from the fire. Agnes tried to stand up. Tom lifted her without trouble and put her down on his cloak. He knelt next to her. She wore a wool tunic under her cloak. The tunic had buttons down the front. He opened 2 buttons and put his hands inside. Agnes took in a quick breath.
Does it hurt? He asked with worry.
No, she said with a small smile. Your hands are cold.
He touched her round belly. It felt higher and more pointed than last night. Last night they had slept together on straw in a poor farmer's small house. Tom pressed a little more and tried to feel the baby inside. He felt one end of the baby under Agnes's navel. But he could not feel the other end.
I can feel the baby's bottom, he said. But I cannot feel the head.
It is coming out now, she said.
He closed her tunic and covered her well with the cloak. He knew he must get ready very fast. He looked at the children. Martha was breathing loudly and rubbing her nose. Alfred looked very afraid. It was better to give them work to do.
Alfred, take the cooking pot to the stream, he said. Wash it well and bring it back with clean water. Martha, find some reeds and make 2 pieces of string. Make them long enough to wear around the neck. Hurry now. You will have a new brother or sister before morning.
The children ran off to do their work. Tom took his eating knife and a small hard stone. He started to make the blade sharp. Agnes cried out again. Tom put the knife down and held her hand. He had sat with her like this before. He was there when Alfred was born. Then Matilda was born, but she died after 2 years. After that came Martha. There was also a baby boy who was born dead. Tom wanted to name him Harold, but he never told anyone. Each time before, someone helped them. Agnes's mother helped when Alfred was born. A village midwife helped with Matilda and Harold. The lady of the manor herself helped when Martha was born. Now there was no one. Tom had to help Agnes alone. He felt very worried, but he did not show it. He wanted her to feel calm and safe. The pain passed, and Agnes relaxed. Tom spoke gently.
"Do you remember when Martha was born and Lady Isabella helped us?" he asked.
Agnes smiled.
You were building a chapel for the Lord, she said. You asked her to send her maid to bring the midwife from the village.
And she said, "That old woman drinks too much. I would not let her help even dogs give birth," Tom said. Then she took us to her own room. Lord Robert had to wait until Martha was born before he could sleep.
She was a good woman, Agnes said softly.
"There are not many ladies like her," Tom replied.
Alfred came back with a pot of cold water. Tom put it near the fire, but not too close. He wanted the water to become warm, not hot. Agnes reached into her cloak. She took out a small linen bag with clean cloths inside. She had prepared them before. Martha returned with many reeds in her hands. She sat down and began to make them into thin strings.
"What do you need the strings for?" she asked.
"It is for something very important," Tom said. "You will see. Make them strong."
Alfred looked nervous and unsure.
"Go and get more wood," Tom told him. "We need a bigger fire."
The boy left quickly, happy to have work to do. Agnes's face grew tight with pain. She pushed hard to bring the baby out. A low sound came from her throat, like wood moving in strong wind. Tom saw how much strength this cost her. She was using the last of her energy. He wished he could take the pain for her. He wanted to carry the weight so she could rest. After some time, the pain became weaker. Tom let out a long breath. Agnes seemed to fall into light sleep. Alfred came back with many sticks in his arms. Agnes suddenly opened her eyes.
I am so cold, she said.
"Alfred, make the fire bigger," Tom said quickly. "Martha, lie next to your mother and keep her warm."
The children did as he said. They looked afraid. Agnes put her arms around Martha and held her close. She was shaking. Tom felt sick with fear. The fire burned strongly, but the air was getting colder. Maybe it was too cold for a newborn baby. The baby might breathe the cold air and die. Sometimes women gave birth outside. It often happened during harvest time. Everyone worked hard then, even the women. The weather was warm, and the ground was dry and soft. But this was winter. The air was icy. Tom had never heard of a woman giving birth outside in winter. Agnes pushed herself up on her elbows. She moved her legs wider apart.
"What is happening?" Tom asked in fear.
She was pushing too hard to answer him.
"Alfred, kneel behind your mother," Tom said quickly. "Let her lean on you."
When Alfred was ready, Tom opened Agnes's cloak and unfastened her dress. He knelt between her legs and looked carefully. The opening for the baby was starting to open a little.
"It will not be long now, my darling," he said quietly.
He tried not to sound afraid. Agnes relaxed again. She closed her eyes and leaned her weight on Alfred. The opening became smaller for a moment. The forest was very quiet. Only the big fire made small cracking sounds. Tom remembered Ellen, the outlaw woman. She had given birth alone in the forest. That must have been very frightening. She once said she was afraid a wolf would come and take her baby. People said the wolves were brave this year. But Tom thought they would not attack for people together. Agnes became tense again. New sweat ran down her face. Tom felt cold fear inside. He watched the opening grow wider. In the firelight, he saw black wet hair. The baby's head was coming. He wanted to pray, but there was no time. Agnes breathed in short, fast breaths. The opening stretched very wide. Then the head came out, facing down. Tom saw the small ears and the neck. He still did not know if the baby was healthy.
"The head is out," he said.
Agnes already knew because she could feel it. She relaxed again. Slowly the baby turned. Now Tom could see the closed eyes and mouth. The face was wet with blood and birth fluids.
Oh, look at his little face, Martha cried.
Agnes heard her and gave a small smile. Then she pushed again. Tom bent forward and held the small head with one hand. The shoulders came out, first one and then the other. Then the rest of the body came quickly. Tom held the baby as the tiny legs slipped out into the cold air. Agnes's body began to close again around the blue cord from the baby's belly. Tom lifted the baby and looked at him with worry. There was much blood. For a moment he thought something was very wrong. Then he saw there was no injury. He looked between the baby's legs. It was a boy.
It looks horrible, Martha said.
He is perfect, Tom said. A perfect boy.
He felt weak with relief. The baby opened his mouth and cried. Tom looked at Agnes. Their eyes met. They both smiled.
Martha, bring me a bowl of water from the pot, he said.
He held the baby close to his chest. She quickly stood up.
Where are the cloths, Agnes?
Agnes pointed to a linen bag near her shoulder. Alfred gave it to Tom. Tears ran down Alfred's face. He had never seen a baby born before. Tom put a cloth into the warm water. He gently cleaned the baby's face. Agnes opened her tunic at the front. Tom placed the baby in her arms. The baby was still crying. The blue cord between mother and child stopped moving. It became white and dry.
Give me the strings you made, Tom said to Martha. Now you will see why we need them.
She gave him 2 long reed strings. He tied them tightly around the cord in 2 places. Then he cut the cord between the knots with his knife. Tom sat back. They had done it. The hardest part was over. The baby was safe. He felt proud. Agnes moved the baby to her breast. The baby found her nipple. He stopped crying and began to drink.
How does he know to do that?
It is a mystery, Tom said. Bring your mother some fresh water.
He gave her the bowl.
Oh yes, Agnes said.
Now she felt very thirsty. Martha brought water, and Agnes drank it all.
That was wonderful, she said. Thank you.
She looked down at her baby.
You are a good man, she said softly. I love you.
Tears came into Tom's eyes. He smiled and then looked down. Agnes was still bleeding a lot. The dry cord lay in blood on Tom's cloak between her legs. He looked up again. The baby had fallen asleep. Agnes pulled her cloak over him. Then she closed her eyes. After a short time, Martha spoke.
Are you waiting for something?
The afterbirth, Tom said.
What is that?
You will see.
Mother and baby slept for a short time. Then Agnes opened her eyes again. Her body became tight. The afterbirth came out. Tom picked it up and looked at it. It looked like a piece of meat on a table. When he looked closer, he thought a small part was missing. It looked a little torn. But he had never looked at one so closely before. He thought maybe it always looked like this. It must always break away from the mother's body. He put it into the fire. It smelled bad as it burned. But if he threw it outside, foxes or even a wolf might come. Agnes was still losing blood. Tom remembered that there was always some blood after the birth. But he did not remember so much. He understood that the danger was not over. For a moment, he felt weak. He was very tired and had not eaten enough. Then he forced himself to stay strong.
You are still bleeding a little, he said, trying to sound calm.
It will stop soon, she said. Cover me.
Tom closed her dress and pulled her cloak over her legs.
Alfred said, Can I rest now?
He was still kneeling behind Agnes and holding her up. Tom thought the boy must feel numb after staying in one place so long.
I will take your place, Tom said.
He thought Agnes would feel better if she stayed half sitting. Also, someone behind her would keep her back warm and block the wind. Tom moved behind her, and Alfred moved away. Alfred made a small sound of pain as he stretched his legs. Tom put his arms around Agnes and the baby.
How do you feel? He asked.
Just tired.
The baby began to cry. Agnes moved him to her breast. He found the milk and began to drink. As he drank, she seemed to fall asleep. Tom felt worried. It was normal to be tired. But Agnes seemed too quiet and too weak. The baby slept again. After some time, the other children also slept. Martha lay close to Agnes. Alfred lay down on the other side of the fire. Tom held Agnes and touched her gently. From time to time, he kissed her head. Her body became more and more relaxed as she slept deeply. Maybe sleep was good for her, he thought. He touched her face. Her skin felt cold and wet, even though he tried to keep her warm. He put his hand inside her cloak and touched the baby's chest. The baby was warm. His heart beat strong and fast. Tom smiled. This was a strong baby. He would live. Agnes moved a little.
Tom, she said softly.
Yes.
Do you remember the night I came to you in your small house? You were working on my father's church.
Of course, he said gently. How could I forget?
I never felt sorry that I gave myself to you. Not even for one moment. When I think about that night, I feel happy.
He smiled. That made him glad.
Me too, he said. I am happy you came to me.
She slept again for a short time. Then she spoke once more.
I hope you build your cathedral, she said.
He felt surprised.
I thought you did not want me to build it.
I was wrong, she said quietly. You deserve something beautiful.
He did not understand her words.
Build a beautiful cathedral for me, she said.
She was not speaking clearly now. He felt relieved when she slept again. This time her body became very loose. Her head fell to one side. Tom had to hold the baby so he would not slip from her chest. They stayed like that for a long time. At last the baby woke and began to cry. Agnes did not move. The crying woke Alfred. He turned over and looked at his little brother. Tom shook Agnes gently.
Wake up, he said. The baby wants milk.
Father, Alfred said in a frightened voice. Look at her face.
Tom felt a deep fear inside. She had lost too much blood.
Agnes, he cried. Wake up.
There was no answer. She was not awake. He stood up and moved her slowly until she lay flat on the ground. Her face was very white. He was afraid, but he opened the cloak around her legs. There was blood on her clothes and on the ground. Alfred took a sharp breath and turned his head away.
Tom spoke very softly. Christ Jesus, save us.
The baby's crying woke Martha. She saw the blood and began to scream. Tom picked her up and hit her face once. She stopped at once.
Do not scream, he said calmly.
Then he put her down. Alfred looked at him.
Is Mother dying? He asked.
Tom put his hand on Agnes's chest, under her left breast. He felt nothing. There was no heartbeat. He pressed harder. Her skin was still warm. Her body touched his hand. But she was not breathing. Her heart was not beating. A cold feeling filled Tom's body. It was like a heavy fog inside him. She was gone. He looked at her face. How could she not be alive? He wanted her to move. He wanted her to open her eyes and breathe. He kept his hand on her chest. Sometimes a heart can start again, people say. but she had lost too much blood.
He looked at Alfred. Mother is dead, he whispered.
Alfred stared at him without words. Martha began to cry again. The new baby was crying too. I must care for them, Tom thought. I must be strong. But inside he wanted to cry loudly. He wanted to hold her body and remember her when she was young and happy. He wanted to shout at God. Instead, he made his heart hard. He had to stay calm for the children. No tears came to his eyes. He thought, what must I do now? First, I must dig a grave. I must dig a deep hole. I must put her in it so animals cannot touch her. Then I must pray for her soul. Oh, Agnes, why did you leave me? The baby was still crying. His eyes were closed tight. His mouth opened and closed again and again. He needed milk. Agnes's breasts were full of milk. Tom thought for a moment. Then he moved the baby to her breast. The baby found the nipple and began to drink. Tom pulled the cloak closer around him. Martha was watching with wide eyes. Her thumb was in her mouth. Tom spoke to her gently.
Can you hold the baby here so he does not fall?
She nodded. She knelt beside her mother and held the baby carefully. Tom picked up the spade. Agnes had chosen this place to rest. She had sat under the chestnut tree. This would be her grave. He swallowed and fought the wish to sit down and cry. He marked a long shape on the ground, a few steps from the tree, where there were no big roots. Then he began to dig. The work helped him. When he pushed the spade into the hard earth and lifted the soil, his mind felt empty. He could stay calm. He and Alfred took turns. The hard work gave Alfred some comfort too. They worked fast and did not stop. The air was very cold, but soon they were both sweating.
After some time Alfred said, "Is it deep enough?"
Tom saw that the hole was almost as deep as he was tall. He did not want to stop digging. But he nodded.
Yes, it is enough, he said quietly. He climbed out.
Morning light was in the sky now. Martha sat near the fire with the baby and moved him gently in her arms. Tom went to Agnes and knelt beside her. He wrapped the cloak tightly around her body but left her face open. Then he lifted her in his arms. He carried her to the grave and laid her down beside it. After that he climbed into the hole. He lifted her down and placed her gently on the earth. For a long time he knelt beside her. He kissed her lips once, very softly. Then he closed her eyes. He climbed out of the grave.
Come here, children, he said.
Alfred and Martha came and stood next to him. Martha held the baby. Tom put one arm around each child. They all looked down into the grave.
Tom said, "Say, God bless Mother."
They both said, "God bless Mother."
Martha was crying hard. There were tears in Alfred's eyes. Tom held them close and swallowed his own tears. Then he let them go and picked up the spade. Martha cried out when he threw the first earth into the grave. Alfred held his sister. Tom continued to shovel. He could not throw earth on her face first. He covered her feet, then her legs and body. He made a small hill of earth over her. The soil slowly covered her neck. Then it covered her mouth. At last her face was gone from sight. He filled the grave quickly. When it was finished, he stood and looked at the mound of earth.
Goodbye, my dear, he whispered. You were a good wife. I love you.
With great effort, he turned away. His cloak was still on the ground where Agnes had lain to give birth. The bottom part was wet and stiff with dried blood. He took his knife and cut the cloak in two. He threw the bloody part into the fire. Martha still held the baby.
Give him to me, Tom said.
She looked at him with fear in her eyes. He wrapped the baby in the clean half of the cloak. Then he placed him on the grave. The baby began to cry. Tom looked at the children. They stared at him without speaking.
We have no milk, he said. We cannot keep the baby alive. He must stay here with his mother.
But he will die, Martha cried.
Yes, Tom said quietly. Whatever we do, He will die.
He wished the baby would stop crying. He picked up their few things and put them into the cooking pot. Then he tied the pot to his back, as Agnes always did.
Let's go, he said.
Martha started to cry. Alfred's face was white. They walked down the road in the cold grey morning. After some time, they could no longer hear the baby crying. There was no reason to stay at the grave. The children could not sleep there. It would not help anyone to stay all night. It was better to keep moving. Tom walked quickly. Now his mind was free, and he could not stop his thoughts. There was nothing to do but walk. There were no plans to make and no work to do. He saw only the dark forest and the moving shadows in the torchlight. He thought about Agnes and followed his memories. Sometimes he smiled. Then he wanted to tell her what he remembered. But he remembered that she was dead, and the pain hit him again. He felt confused, as if something strange had happened. But he knew that women often died when they gave birth. Men were often left alone. Still, his loss felt like a deep wound. He had heard that if a man lost his toes, he could not stand well. He would fall again and again until he learned to walk in a new way. Tom felt like that. It was as if part of him was gone forever. He could not accept it. He tried not to think of her. But he remembered how she looked before she died. Only a few hours ago she was alive. Now she was gone. He saw her face as she pushed to give birth. He remembered her proud smile when she saw her baby boy. He heard her words again.
I hope you build your cathedral, she had said. Then she said, build a beautiful cathedral for me. She spoke as if she knew she would die.
As he walked, he thought more about the baby. The child lay on the fresh grave, wrapped in half a cloak. Maybe he was still alive. Unless a fox had already found him. Before morning, he would die. He would cry for some time. Then he would close his eyes. As the cold came, his life would slowly end in his sleep. Unless a fox found him first. Tom could do nothing for the baby. The child needed milk. There was none. There were no villages nearby. He could not find a woman to feed the baby. There were no sheep, goats, or cows. Tom had only turnips. They would kill the baby as surely as a fox. As the night passed, Tom felt worse and worse about leaving the child. He knew that poor families sometimes left babies to die. Sometimes even a priest said nothing. But Tom did not think he was that kind of man. He should have carried the baby until he died. Then he should have buried him. It would not change anything. But it would have been right. Slowly, the sky grew light. It was morning. Tom stopped walking. The children stopped too and looked at him. They waited. Nothing felt normal anymore.
I should not have left the baby, Tom said.
But we cannot feed him, Alfred answered. He will die anyway.
Still, I should not have left him, Tom said.
Let us go back, Martha said.
Tom did not move. If he went back, he must admit he was wrong. But he knew the truth. He had done wrong. He turned around.
All right, he said. We will go back.
Now all the dangers he had tried not to think about felt real and close. Maybe a fox had smelled the baby and taken him away. Maybe a wolf had come. Wild boars were also dangerous, even if they did not eat meat. And what about owls? An owl could not carry a baby away, but it could hurt him. He began to walk faster. His head felt light because he was very tired and hungry. Martha had to run to stay near him, but she said nothing. He was afraid of what he might see when he came back to the grave. Wild animals do not show mercy. They know when a creature is weak. He did not know how long they had been walking. He had lost the feeling of time. The forest looked strange, even though he had just walked through it. He searched for the place where the grave was. The fire could not be out yet. They had made it big and strong. He looked carefully at the trees, trying to find the special leaves of the horse chestnut. They passed a small path that he did not remember. For a moment he felt afraid that he had already passed the grave without seeing it. Then he noticed a weak orange light in the distance. His heart seemed to stop for a moment. He walked faster and looked hard. Yes, it was fire. He started to run. He heard Martha cry out, afraid he was leaving her.
We are there, he shouted.
He heard the 2 children running behind him. He reached the horse-chestnut tree, and his heart beat hard in his chest. The fire was still burning brightly. The pile of wood was there. The ground where Agnes had died was still dark with blood. The grave was there, a small hill of fresh earth. She lay under it. But on top of the grave there was nothing. Tom looked around widely. His mind felt confused. There was no sign of the baby. Tears filled his eyes. Even the half-cloak around the baby was gone. But the grave was not disturbed. There were no animal tracks in the soft earth. There was no blood. There were no marks that showed an animal had pulled the baby away. Tom felt his sight grow unclear. It was hard to think. Now he knew he had made a terrible mistake by leaving the baby alive. If he knew the baby was dead, he could rest. But the child might still be alive. Maybe he was close by. Tom decided to walk around the area and search.
Where are you going? Alfred asked.
We must look for the baby, Tom said.
He walked around the edge of the clearing. He looked under bushes and small trees. He still felt weak and dizzy. He saw nothing. There was no sign of which way a wolf might have taken the baby. Now he felt sure it was a wolf. Its home might be nearby.
We must go farther out, he told the children.
He led them in a wider circle. They moved away from the fire and pushed through bushes and low plants. His thoughts were not clear, but he kept his mind on one thing. He had to find the baby. He did not feel sadness now. He felt strong and angry inside. Deep in his mind he knew this was his fault. He moved through the forest, looking at the ground. Every few steps he stopped and listened for the clear cry of a newborn child. But when they stood still, the forest was quiet. He lost the feeling of time again. At first his wide circles brought him back to the road sometimes. Later he noticed that they had not crossed the road for a long time. At one moment he wondered why they had not seen the forest keeper's cottage. Slowly he understood that he might be lost. Maybe he was no longer walking around the grave. Maybe he was just moving through the forest without direction. But that did not matter, as long as he kept searching.
Father, Alfred said.
Tom looked at him, annoyed that his thoughts were broken. Alfred was carrying Martha on his back. She seemed to be asleep.
What? Tom said.
Can we rest? Alfred asked.
Tom stopped. He did not want to rest, but Alfred looked ready to fall.
All right, he said, but only for a short time.
They were standing on a slope. There might be water at the bottom. He felt very thirsty. Tom took Martha from Alfred and walked carefully down the slope. He held her gently in his arms. At the bottom he found a small clear stream. Ice lay along its edges. He placed Martha on the ground near the water. She did not wake up. He and Alfred knelt and drank the cold water from their hands. Then Alfred lay down beside Martha and closed his eyes. Tom looked around. He was in a clearing covered with fallen leaves. Low strong oak trees stood around it. Their bare branches touched each other above his head. Tom walked across the clearing. He wanted to look for the baby behind the trees. But when he reached the other side, his legs became weak. He had to sit down suddenly. It was morning now. There was full daylight, but a white mist covered the ground. The air felt cold, like the middle of the night. He was shaking and could not stop. He saw that he wore only his undertunic. He tried to remember his cloak, but he did not know where it was. The mist grew thicker, or maybe his eyes were not working well. He could not see the children on the other side of the clearing anymore. He wanted to stand and go to them, but his legs felt weak and strange. After some time, the sun came through the clouds. Soon after that, the angel arrived. She walked across the clearing from the east. She wore a long winter cloak of almost white wool. He watched her come closer. He felt no surprise and no fear. His face showed no feeling. He looked at her the same way he looked at the big oak trees around him. Her face was soft and oval. Dark hair framed her face. The cloak covered her feet, so it seemed like she moved over the dead leaves without touching them. She stopped in front of him. Her light golden eyes looked deep into him, as if she understood his pain. She seemed familiar to him. He thought he might have seen her picture in a church. Then she opened her cloak. Under it, she wore no clothes. She had the body of a young woman, maybe in her middle 20s. Her skin was pale. Her body was natural and real. She went down on one knee in front of him. He sat by the oak tree with his legs crossed. She leaned forward and kissed his mouth. He felt too empty inside to be surprised. Gently, she pushed him back until he lay flat on the ground. Then she opened her cloak and lay on top of him. Her bare body pressed against him. He felt her warmth through his undertunic. After a short time, he stopped shaking. She held his bearded face in her hands and kissed him again. She kissed him with deep need, like a person drinking water after a long dry day. Then she moved her hands down his arms to his wrists. She lifted his hands and placed them on her breasts. He held them without thinking. They felt soft under his fingers. In a small, distant part of his mind, he thought he might be dead. He knew heaven should not be like this. But he did not care. He had not been thinking clearly for many hours. Now even his last clear thoughts disappeared. He let his body lead him. He lifted himself and pressed closer to her. Her warmth gave him strength. She kissed him again and opened her mouth. Their kiss grew deeper. He answered her with the same need. After a moment, she pulled back. She raised her body from his. He watched her with unclear eyes. She pushed up his undertunic to his waist. Then she moved over him and lowered herself slowly. She looked into his eyes as she came closer. Their bodies touched. She paused for one short moment. Then they joined together. The feeling filled him with strong pleasure. She moved gently, smiling at him and kissing his face. After some time, she closed her eyes and breathed faster. He saw that she was losing control. He watched her with deep feeling. She made soft cries as she moved faster. Her joy touched him deeply. He felt pain and happiness at the same time. He did not know if he wanted to cry or shout. Then a strong wave of pleasure passed through them both again and again. At last their passion ended. She fell softly onto his chest. They stayed like that for a long time. Her warm body made him warm inside. Slowly he drifted into a light sleep. It did not feel like true sleep. It felt more like a dream. When he opened his eyes again, his mind was clear. He looked at the young woman lying on him. At once he understood she was not an angel. She was Ellen, the outlaw woman he had met in this part of the forest on the day the pig was stolen. She felt him move and opened her eyes. She looked at him with both love and worry. Suddenly he thought about his children. He gently moved Ellen off him and sat up. Alfred and Martha lay on the leaves. They were wrapped in their cloaks. The sun shone on their sleeping faces. Then the memories of the night returned to him. Horror filled his heart. He remembered that Agnes was dead, and the baby, his son, was gone. He covered his face with his hands. Ellen made a strange whistle with two different notes. He lifted his head. A figure came out of the forest. Tom saw Ellen's son, Jack. The boy had very pale skin and bright orange hair. His blue eyes were clear and sharp like a bird's eyes. Tom stood up and fixed his clothes. Ellen also stood and closed her cloak around her body. The boy was holding something in his hands. He walked to Tom and showed it to him. Tom knew it at once. It was half of his cloak. He had used that cloak to wrap his baby. He had left the baby on Agnes's grave. Tom looked at the cloth. Then he looked at the boy. After that, he looked at Ellen. He did not understand what was happening.
Ellen took his hands. She looked straight into his eyes. Your baby is alive, she said.
Tom was afraid to believe her. It felt too wonderful. It felt too happy for this world.
He cannot be alive, he said.
He is alive, she answered.
Hope began to grow inside him.
Is it true? He asked. Is it really true?
She nodded her head. It is true. I will take you to him.
Tom saw that she meant every word. Suddenly he felt great relief and joy. The feeling was strong and warm inside him. He fell down on his knees. At last, he began to cry. The tears came quickly and would not stop.
Jack heard the baby cry, Alan explained. He was walking to the river. There is a place north of here where you can hit ducks with stones if you are good. He did not know what to do. So he ran home to get me. When we came back, we saw a priest. He was riding a small horse. He was carrying the baby.
I must find him, Tom said.
Do not be afraid, Alan said. I know where he went. He turned off the main path near the grave. That small path goes to a little monastery. It is hidden in the forest.
The baby needs milk, Tom said.
The monks have goats, she answered.
Thank God, Tom said.
I will take you there after you eat something, she said. Then she looked worried. But do not tell your children about the monastery yet.
Tom looked across the open space. Alfred and Martha were still asleep. Jack had moved closer to them. He was watching them quietly.
Why not? Tom asked.
I am not sure, she said slowly.
She shook her head.
I just think it may be better to wait.
But your son will tell them.
He saw the priest, but I do not think he understands the rest.
All right, Tom said quietly. If I had known you were near us, maybe you could have saved my Agnes.
Ellen shook her head, and her dark hair moved around her face.
There was nothing more you could do. You kept her warm. When a woman bleeds inside, one of two things happens. It stops, and she lives. Or it does not stop, and she dies.
Tears filled Tom's eyes.
I am sorry, Ellen said softly.
Tom nodded but could not speak.
But we must care for the living, she said. You need hot food and a new coat.
She stood up. They woke the children. Tom told them the baby was alive. He said Ellen and Jack had seen a priest carrying him. He explained that he and Ellen would look for the priest later. First, Ellen would give them food. The children listened quietly. Nothing surprised them anymore. Tom also felt confused. Life was moving too fast. He could not understand everything that was happening. It felt like riding a horse that runs too fast. Everything changes in a moment. There is no time to think. You can only hold on and try not to fall. Agnes had given birth outside in the cold night. The baby was born strong and healthy. For a short time, everything seemed fine. Then Agnes began to bleed. She died in Tom's arms. Tom felt as if he lost his mind. The baby was left to die. They tried to find him, but they could not. Then Ellen appeared. Tom thought she was like an angel. They came together in a strange and dreamlike moment. After that, she told him the baby was alive and safe. Tom wondered if life would ever slow down. Would he ever have time to think about all this pain? They began to walk. Tom had always believed that outlaws lived in dirty places. But Ellen was clean and strong. He started to wonder what her home would be like. She led them through the forest in a winding way. There was no path. She did not stop or hesitate. She stepped over small streams. She bent under low branches. They crossed frozen wet ground. They moved through thick bushes. They climbed over a huge fallen tree. At last she walked into a thick wall of thorn bushes. She seemed to disappear. Tom followed her. He saw there was a small hidden path inside the bushes. He went in after her. The branches closed above his head. It became dark around him. He stood still for a moment. Slowly his eyes grew used to the dark. Then he understood that he was inside a cave. The air inside was warm. In front of him, a fire burned on flat stones. The smoke went straight up through a hole in the rock. Animal skins hung on the walls beside him. There was a wolf skin and a deer skin. They were fixed with wooden pegs. A large piece of smoked meat hung from the roof. He saw a wooden box filled with small apples. There were simple candles on stone shelves. Dry reeds covered the ground. Near the fire stood a cooking pot. It was like the pots in other homes. From the smell, it held a thick soup of vegetables, bones, and herbs. Tom was very surprised. This home was more comfortable than many poor farmers' homes. Behind the fire were 2 beds made of deer skin. They were filled with reeds. On each bed lay a rolled wolf fur. Ellen and Jack slept there. The fire stood between their beds and the cave entrance. At the back of the cave was a large group of weapons and hunting tools. There was a bow and some arrows. There were nets and traps for rabbits. Several sharp knives lay together. There was a strong wooden spear with a hard, burned tip. And among all these tools were 3 books. Tom stared at them in shock. He had never seen books in a house. Books belonged in church, not in a cave. Jack picked up a wooden bowl. He filled it with soup from the pot. Then he began to drink. Alfred and Martha watched him with hungry eyes.
Jack, when we have guests, we give them food first, she said.
Why?
Because it is kind, she answered. Give the children some soup.
Jack was not sure, but he did what his mother said. Ellen gave some soup to Tom. He sat on the floor and drank it. It had a strong meat taste and made his body warm. Ellen put a fur over his shoulders. After he drank the liquid, he took the vegetables and pieces of meat from the pot with his fingers. He had not eaten meat for many weeks. It tasted like duck. Jack had probably killed it with stones and his sling. They ate until the pot was empty. Then Alfred and Martha lay down on the dry grass on the floor. Before they slept, Tom told them that he and Ellen would go to find the priest. Ellen said Jack would stay and look after them until their parents came back. The 2 tired children nodded and closed their eyes. Tom and Ellen went outside. Tom wore the fur around his shoulders to stay warm. When they left the thick bushes, Ellen stopped. She turned to Tom and pulled his head down to her. Then she kissed him on the mouth.
I love you, she said strongly. I loved you from the first moment I saw you. I always wanted a man who was strong and kind. I thought a man like that did not exist. Then I saw you. I wanted you. But I could see you loved your wife. I was very jealous of her. I am sorry she died. I truly am. I can see the pain in your eyes. You have many tears inside you. It hurts me to see you so sad. But now she is gone. I want you to be mine.
Tom did not know what to say. It was hard to believe that a woman so beautiful and capable could love him from the first sight. It was even harder to understand his own feelings. He was broken by Agnes's death. Ellen was right. He felt the tears waiting behind his eyes. But he also wanted Ellen very much. Her warm body and her golden eyes made him feel strong desire. He felt bad because he wanted her so soon after Agnes was buried. He looked at her. She seemed to see everything inside him.
Do not say anything, she said softly. You do not need to feel ashamed. I know you loved her. She knew it too. I could see it. You still love her. Of course you do. You always will.
She had told him to say nothing. He had no words anyway. This unusual woman left him silent. She made everything feel calm. Because she understood his heart, he felt lighter. He felt he had nothing to hide. He let out a long breath.
That is better, she said.
She took his hand. Together they walked away from the cave. They moved through the wild forest for almost a mile. Then they reached the road. As they walked, Tom often looked at Ellen's face. When he first met her, he thought she was not truly beautiful because her eyes were strange. Now he did not understand that thought. Her eyes now seemed perfect to him. They showed who she really was. To him, she now looked completely beautiful. He could not understand why she wanted to be with him. They walked 3 or 4 miles. Tom was still tired, but the soup had given him strength. Even though he trusted Ellen, he wanted to see the baby himself. When they saw the monastery through the trees, Ellen stopped.
"Let us not show ourselves to the monks at first," she said.
Tom felt confused. "Why?" he asked.
"You left a baby there," she said. "Some people may call that murder. Let us watch the place from the forest first. We must see what kind of men they are."
Tom did not think he would be punished, because he had no choice at the time. But it was wise to be careful. He nodded and followed Ellen into the bushes. Soon they were lying at the edge of a small open space. It was a very small monastery. Tom had built monasteries before. He thought this one was what people called a cell. It was a small branch of a larger priory or abbey. There were only 2 stone buildings. One was the chapel. The other was the sleeping house. The rest were made of wood and clay. There was a kitchen, stables, a barn, and some small farm buildings. The place looked clean and tidy. It seemed the monks worked on the land as much as they prayed. There were only a few people outside.
"Most of the monks are working," Ellen said quietly. "They are building a barn at the top of the hill.
She looked up at the sky.
They will come back around noon for dinner."
Tom looked across the open space. On the right side, behind a small group of tied goats, he saw 2 people.
"Look," he said and pointed.
As they watched, he noticed more.
"The man who is sitting is a priest, and
he is holding something on his knees."
let us go closer."
They walked through the trees and stayed near the edge of the clearing. Then they came out near the goats. Tom felt very nervous when he saw the priest sitting on a stool. There was a baby on the priest's knees. The baby was his son. Tom felt something heavy in his throat. It was true. The baby was alive. He wanted to run to the priest and hold him with joy. A young monk stood beside the priest. Tom looked carefully. The young monk put a cloth into a bucket of milk. It was goat's milk. Then he placed the wet corner of the cloth into the baby's mouth. It was a clever way to feed him.
"Well," Tom said with worry, "I must go and tell them the truth. Then I will take my son back."
Ellen looked straight at him.
"Think for a moment, Tom," she said. "What will you do after that?"
Tom did not understand her meaning.
"I will ask the monks for milk," he said. "They can see that I am poor. They give help to poor people."
"And then," she asked.
"I hope they will give me enough milk for 3 days," he said. "That will keep him alive until I reach Winchester."
"And after that," she asked again. "How will you feed the baby then?"
"I will look for work," he said.
"You have looked for work since the end of summer," she said.
That was the last time she had seen him. She sounded a little angry, and Tom did not know why.
"You have no money and no tools," she continued. "What will happen to the baby if you find no work in Winchester?"
"I do not know," Tom said.
He felt hurt because she spoke so hard to him.
"What should I do?" he asked. "Should I live like you? I cannot hunt ducks with stones. I am a mason."
"You could leave the baby here," she said.
Tom felt shocked.
"Leave him," he said. "I have only just found him."
"You would know he is warm and has food," she said.
You will not need to carry him while you look for work. When you find a job, you can come back and take the child, she said. Tom did not like this idea at all.
"I am not sure," he said. What will the monks think if I leave the baby?
They already know you left him before, she said with impatience. It only matters if you tell them now or later.
Do monks know how to care for a baby?
They know as much as you do, she answered.
I do not think so.
They have already found a way to feed a newborn who can only drink milk.
Tom slowly understood she was right. He wanted very much to hold the small child in his arms. But he knew the monks could care for the baby better than he could. He had no food. He had no money. He did not know if he would find work.
Leave him again, he said sadly. I think I must.
He stayed where he was. He looked across the open space at the small baby sitting in the priest's arms. The child had dark hair like Agnes. Tom had decided, but he still could not turn away. Then a large group of monks came from the other side of the clearing. There were 15 or 20 of them. They carried axes and saws. Tom and Ellen were in danger of being seen. They quickly moved back into the bushes. Now Tom could not see the baby anymore. They moved quietly through the trees. When they reached the road, they began to run. They ran 300 or 400 yards, holding hands. After that, Tom was very tired. They were far enough away to be safe. They left the road and found a place to rest where no one could see them. They sat on a grassy bank with soft sunlight around them. Ellen lay on her back and breathed hard. Her cheeks were red, and she smiled at him. Her robe had opened at the neck. He could see her throat and part of her breast. He suddenly felt a strong wish to see her body again. This wish was stronger than his feeling of guilt. He bent down to kiss her. Then he stopped, because she was so beautiful to look at. When he spoke, he had not planned the words. He surprised himself.
Ellen, he said, will you be my wife?
Chapter 2. Peter of Wareham was a born troublemaker. Peter of Wareham often caused problems. He had been moved from the main monastery at Kingsbridge to the small house in the forest. It was clear that the prior at Kingsbridge had wanted him to leave. Peter was tall and thin, and he was in his late 20s. He was very intelligent. He often spoke in a proud and sharp way. He was almost always angry about something he believed was wrong. When he first came, he worked in the fields. He worked very fast. Then he said the other monks were lazy, but most of them worked as hard as he did. In time, the younger monks even made him tired. After that, he looked for another fault to accuse them of. He chose to speak about eating too much. He began to eat only half of his bread. He did not eat any meat. During the day he drank water from streams. He mixed water with his beer. He refused to drink wine. He spoke harshly to a strong young monk who asked for more porridge. He made a boy cry because the boy had drunk someone else's wine as a joke. As Prior Philip walked back from the hill to the monastery at dinner time, he thought about this. The monks did not look like men who ate too much. The young ones were thin and strong. The older men were brown from the sun and had hard bodies. None of them looked soft or fat. Philip believed monks should be thin. When monks are fat, poor people may feel anger and jealousy toward God's servants. Peter had spoken about this as if he were confessing a sin. That was typical of him. This morning, during a rest, they had sat on cut trees. They ate dry bread and drank beer.
I have been guilty of eating too much, Peter had said. I have broken the rule of Saint Benedict. The rule says monks must not eat meat or drink wine.
He looked at the others with his head high. His dark eyes shone with pride. At last he looked at Philip.
Everyone here has done the same sin, he finished.
Philip felt sad about Peter. Peter truly wanted to serve God. He was intelligent and strong in his purpose. But he always needed to feel special. He wanted others to notice him. Because of this, he often caused trouble. He could be very difficult. Still, Philip loved him like the others. Philip could see that under the pride and anger, Peter was unhappy. Deep inside, he did not believe that anyone truly cared for him. Philip had answered him calmly. This gives us a chance to remember what St. Benedict said about this. He said, "Peter, do you remember his exact words?" Peter replied, "He says that everyone except the sick should not eat meat. And he also says that wine is not for monks." Philip nodded. He thought Peter did not know the rule very well.
"Almost right, Peter," he said. "The saint did not speak about all meat. He spoke about the meat of animals with 4 legs. He also made exceptions. Not only for the sick, but also for the weak." What did he mean by the weak? In our small community, we believe that men who work very hard in the fields may need some beef sometimes. They need it to stay strong.
Peter listened in angry silence. His forehead was tight, and his thick black eyebrows were pulled together over his large nose. His face showed quiet anger. Philip continued.
"About wine, the saint says, we read that wine is not the drink of monks at all. When he says we read, it shows he is not fully against it. He also says that 1 pint of wine a day is enough. And he warns us not to drink too much. So it is clear that he does not ask monks to stop drinking wine completely."
But he says we must be careful and simple in everything, Peter said.
"And you think we are not careful and simple here?" Philip asked.
"Yes, I think that," Peter answered loudly.
Philip said, "The saint also says, let those who receive the gift of abstinence from God know that they will receive their reward. If you believe the food here is too much, you can eat less." But remember something else the saint says. He quotes St. Paul in the first letter to the Corinthians. St. Paul says, each person has his own gift from God. One has one gift, and another has a different gift. Then the saint says, because of this, we cannot decide the same amount of food for everyone without doubt. Please remember that, Peter, when you fast and think about the sin of eating too much.
They returned to their work. Peter looked like a man who felt he was suffering for a cause. Philip knew Peter would not stay quiet for long. Monks promised 3 things: to live without personal wealth, to stay unmarried, and to obey. For Peter, obedience was the hardest promise. There were ways to deal with monks who did not obey. They could be kept alone in a room. They could live only on bread and water. They could be beaten. In the end, they could be sent away from the monastery. Philip usually did not fear to use punishment. If a monk tested his authority, he acted. Many people thought he was strict. But in truth, he did not like to punish anyone. Punishment brought trouble into the brotherhood. It made everyone unhappy. With Peter, punishment would not help. It would only make him more proud and more angry. Philip needed to find a way to guide Peter and also make his heart softer. It would be difficult. But Philip thought that if life were always easy, men would not need God's help. They came to the open space in the forest where the monastery stood. As they crossed the clearing, Philip saw Brother John waving at them from the goat pen. Brother John was called Johnny Eightpence. He was not very clever. Philip wondered why he was so excited this time. Next to Johnny stood a priest. The priest looked a little familiar. Philip walked quickly toward him. The priest was short and strong. He was about 25 years old. He had short black hair and bright blue eyes. His eyes were lively and intelligent. When Philip looked at him, it felt like looking at himself in a mirror. With a sudden shock, he understood. The priest was his younger brother Francis. And Francis was holding a newborn baby. Philip did not know what surprised him more, Francis or the baby. The other monks gathered around them. Francis stood up and gave the baby to Johnny. Then Philip hugged him.
"What are you doing here?" Philip asked happily. "And why are you holding a baby?"
"I will tell you later why I am here," Francis said. "About the baby, I found him alone in the forest. He was lying near a big fire."
Francis stopped speaking.
"And then?" Philip asked.
Francis lifted his shoulders.
"I cannot tell you more," he said. "That is all I know. I wanted to arrive here last night, but I could not. So I slept in a forest guard's hut. I left early this morning. I was riding along the road when I heard a baby crying. A moment later, I saw him.
I picked it up and brought it here. That is the whole story. Philip looked with surprise at the small bundle in Johnny's arms. Slowly, he reached out and lifted a corner of the blanket. He saw a small pink face with many lines on it. The mouth was open, and there were no teeth. The head was round and almost bald. It looked like a very old monk, but tiny. Philip opened the blanket a little more. He saw thin shoulders and small arms that moved in the air. The little hands were closed tight. He looked at the short piece of cord on the baby's stomach. It did not look nice. Philip wondered if this was normal. It looked like a small cut that was healing. He thought it was better not to touch it. He pulled the blanket down a little more. "A boy," he said, and gave a small, embarrassed cough. Then he covered the baby again. One of the young monks laughed quietly. Philip suddenly felt lost. What am I going to do with this baby? He thought. How can I feed him? The baby began to cry. The sound touched Philip deeply, like a song he loved. He is hungry, he said. At the back of his mind, he thought, how do I know that?
One monk said, "We cannot feed him."
Philip almost said, why not? Then he understood. There were no women anywhere near them. But Johnny had already found a way. He sat down on a stool with the baby on his lap. In his hand, he held a towel. One corner was twisted into a small rope shape. He put the corner into a bucket of milk. The cloth soaked up some milk. Then he gently put the cloth into the baby's mouth. The baby opened his mouth and sucked on the wet cloth. Then he swallowed. Philip felt very happy. That was clever, Johnny, he said with surprise.
Johnny smiled. I have done this before, he said proudly. When a young goat lost its mother before it was ready to drink alone, I fed it like this.
All the monks watched closely. Johnny put the cloth into the milk again and again. Each time, he touched it to the baby's lips. Some of the monks opened their own mouths without thinking. Philip saw this and felt amused. It was a slow way to feed a baby, but he thought feeding babies was probably always slow. Peter of Wareham had been quiet for a while. He had been watching the baby like the others. For a short time, he forgot to criticize. Now he remembered himself.
It would be easier to find the child's mother, Peter said.
Francis spoke calmly. I do not think so, he said. The mother is probably not married. She may have done something wrong. I think she is young. Perhaps she hid her pregnancy. When the time came, she went into the forest. Maybe she made a fire and gave birth alone. Then she left the baby there and went back home. She will make sure no one finds her.
The baby fell asleep. Without thinking, Philip took him from Johnny. He held the baby against his chest and supported him with one hand. Slowly, he rocked him. The poor child, he said softly. The poor, poor child. A strong wish to protect the baby filled his heart. He felt warm inside. When he looked up, the monks were staring at him. They looked surprised. They had never seen him show gentle feelings before. In the monastery, no one touched others with affection. They probably thought he could not be tender. Now they saw that he could.
Peter spoke again. We must take the child to Winchester, he said. We can try to find a woman to care for him.
If someone else had said this, Philip might have agreed. But it was Peter who spoke. Philip answered quickly, and from that moment his life changed. We are not giving him to another woman, he said firmly. This child is a gift from God. He looked at all of them. The monks stared at him with wide eyes. They waited for his next words. We will care for him ourselves, Philip continued. We will feed him and teach him. We will raise him to love God. When he becomes a man, he will be a monk. Then we will give him back to God. No one spoke. They were shocked.
Then Peter said angrily, That is impossible. Monks cannot raise a baby.
Philip looked at his brother. They both smiled, remembering the past. When Philip spoke again, his voice was heavy with old memories. Impossible, he said. No, Peter. I am sure it can be done. My brother believes it too. We know this from our own lives. Don't we, Francis? Philip later thought about the day when everything changed. On that day, his father came home hurt. Philip saw him first. His father was riding slowly up the narrow path to their small village in the mountains of North Wales. Philip was 6 years old. He ran to meet his father, as he always did. But this time his father did not lift him up onto the horse. He sat low in the saddle and moved very slowly. He held the reins in his right hand. His left arm hung down and did not move. His face was white. There was blood on his clothes. Philip felt curious and afraid. He had never seen his father look weak before.
Fetch your mother, his father said.
They helped him into the house. Mam cut his shirt open. Philip felt shocked. He could not believe his careful mother was cutting good clothes. That surprised him even more than the blood.
Don't worry about me now, Da said.
His voice was soft and weak. No one listened to him. This was strange because people always obeyed him.
Leave me and go to the monastery, he said. The English will be here soon.
There was a church and monastery at the top of the hill. Philip did not understand why they should go there. It was not Sunday. Mam looked at him.
If you lose more blood, you will not go anywhere, she said.
Auntie Gwen said she would tell the others. She ran outside. Years later, Philip understood something important. At that moment, everyone forgot about him and his 4-year-old brother, Francis. No one took them to the monastery. People were thinking about their own children. They believed Philip and Francis were safe with their parents. But their father was losing blood. Their mother was trying to help him. So when the English soldiers came, all 4 of them were still inside the house. Philip had never seen anything like what happened next. 2 soldiers kicked the door open and rushed inside the small house. In other times, they might not have looked so frightening. They were big and rough young men. They were the kind who laughed at old women and fought outside drinking houses. But now they looked wild and dangerous. They had just come from a battle. They had heard men cry out. They had seen friends die. They had been very afraid. Now they were full of anger. They wanted to hurt someone. This feeling showed clearly on their faces. They moved fast. But Philip later felt that everything happened slowly. He remembered every step. Both men wore light armor. They had short shirts made of metal rings. They wore leather helmets with iron bands. Each man held a sword. One man was ugly. He had a large bent nose and one eye that did not look straight. His teeth showed in a hard smile. The other man had a thick beard. It was covered with blood. He did not seem hurt. They looked around the room quickly. They saw Philip and Francis and did not care about them. They saw Mam. Then they looked at Da. They reached him before anyone could stop them. Mam had been tying cloth around Da's arm. She stood up and faced the soldiers. Her eyes were bright with fear and courage. Da forced himself to stand. With his good hand, he grabbed his sword. Philip cried out in fear. The ugly soldier lifted his sword. He hit Mam on the head with the handle. She fell to the side. He did not stab her. He did not want to stop while Da was still alive. Philip did not understand this at the time. He only ran to his mother. He still believed she could protect him. Mam moved slowly and looked confused. The soldier stepped past her and raised his sword again. Philip held tightly to his mother's skirt. He could not stop looking at his father. Da pulled his sword out and held it up to protect himself. The soldier struck down. The 2 swords hit each other with a loud sound. Like many small boys, Philip believed his father could not be beaten. In that moment, he learned this was not true. Da was weak from losing blood. When the swords hit, his arm fell down. The soldier quickly lifted his sword again and struck once more. The blade cut into DA's neck where it met his shoulder. Philip screamed. He saw the sharp steel cut into his father. The soldier pulled back his arm. Then he pushed the sword forward into DA's body. Paralyzed with fear, Philip looked up at his mother. Their eyes met. At that moment, the man with the beard hit her hard. She fell to the floor next to Philip. Blood ran from her head. The bearded man changed the way he held his sword. He turned it down and held it with both hands. Then he lifted it high. He pushed it down with force. The blade went into his mother's chest. It went in very deep. Philip thought it went through her body and into the ground. She did not move. Philip looked around for his father. He saw his father fall forward onto the other man's sword. Blood came from his mouth. The ugly man pulled at the sword. Philip's father moved with it. The man shouted in anger and turned the sword inside him. Then he pulled it out. Philip's father fell to the floor. He put his hands on his stomach. Philip saw things he did not understand. He felt sick and confused. He had always thought the inside of a body was solid. Now he saw it was not. The attacker lifted his sword again. He pushed it down into Philip's father. Then it was quiet. The two English soldiers looked at each other. Philip saw relief on their faces. Then they looked at him and Francis. One man nodded. The other moved his shoulders. Philip understood they would kill him and his brother next. He thought about the pain. Fear filled him so much he felt his head would break. The man with blood in his beard bent down and grabbed Francis by one leg. He lifted the little boy upside down. Francis cried for his mother. He did not know she was dead. The ugly man pulled his sword from Philip's father. He moved his arm back to strike Francis. Before he could move, a strong voice shouted. Both men stopped. The screaming ended. Philip understood that he had been the one screaming. He looked at the door. Abbot Peter stood there. He wore a simple robe. Anger shone in his eyes. He held a wooden cross in his hand like a weapon. Later, in his nightmares, Philip would remember this moment. He would wake up crying in the dark. Then he would think of the abbot standing there. He would remember how the shouting stopped. Slowly, he would feel calm again. Abbot Peter spoke once more. Philip did not understand the words. The monk spoke English. But Philip understood the meaning. The two soldiers looked ashamed. The bearded man put Francis down gently. Still speaking, the abbot walked into the room. The soldiers stepped back. They looked almost afraid of him. They had swords and armor. He had only a robe and a cross. The abbot turned his back on them. Then he bent down near Philip. His voice was calm.
"What is your name?" he asked.
Philip.
"Yes, I remember," the abbot said. "And your brother's name?"
Francis.
"That is right." The abbot looked at the two bodies on the floor. "That is your mam, isn't it?"
Yes, Philip said. Panic rose inside him. He pointed to his father. "And that is my DA."
"I know," the monk said softly. "You must stop screaming. You must answer my questions. Do you understand that they are dead?"
"I don't know," Philip said sadly. He knew what it meant when animals died. But this was his mam and DA.
Abbot Peter spoke in a gentle voice. "It is like going to sleep."
"But their eyes are open." Philip cried.
"Hush. We will close them."
"Yes," Philip said. He felt that this was important.
The abbot stood up. He took Philip's hand and Francis's hand. He led them across the room to their father's body. He knelt down. He held Philip's right hand.
"I will show you," he said.
He moved Philip's hand toward his father's face. Suddenly Philip felt afraid. His father looked pale and strange. Philip pulled his hand back. He looked at Abbot Peter with fear. No one ever disobeyed the abbot. But the abbot was not angry.
"Come," he said gently.
He took Philip's hand again. This time Philip did not pull away. The monk guided Philip's finger to his father's eyelid. They pulled it down together. The eye closed.
The abbot let go of Philip's hand. "Now close the other eye," he said.
Unaided now, Philip reached out and touched his father's eyelid. He gently closed it. After that, he felt a little calmer.
Abbot Peter said, "Shall we close your mam's eyes too?"
"Yes," Philip answered.
They knelt beside her body. The abbot wiped the blood from her face with his sleeve.
Philip said, "What about Francis?"
"Maybe he should help too," the abbot said.
"Do what I did, Francis," Philip said to his brother. "Close Mam's eyes, like I closed DA's. Then she can sleep."
Are they asleep? Francis asked.
"No, but it is like sleeping," Philip said. "So her eyes should be closed."
All right, Francis said. Without fear, he reached out his small hand and carefully closed his mother's eyes.
Then the abbot lifted both boys, one in each arm. He did not look again at the soldiers. He carried the boys out of the house and up the steep path to the monastery. In the monastery kitchen, he gave them food. To keep them busy, he asked them to help the cook make supper for the monks. The next day, he took them to see their parents. The bodies were washed and dressed. The cuts were cleaned and covered as much as possible. They lay in coffins next to each other in the church. Some of their relatives were there too. Not all the villagers had reached the monastery before the army came.
Abbot Peter took the boys to the funeral. He made sure they watched as the two coffins were lowered into one grave.
Philip began to cry. Francis cried too. Someone told them to be quiet.
But Abbot Peter said, "Let them cry."
Only after this did he speak about the future. The boys needed to understand that their parents were gone and would not return. Among their relatives, no family was complete. In every family, either the father or the mother had died. There was no one who could care for the boys. There were two choices. They could be given, or even sold, to a farmer. The farmer would make them work very hard until they were old and strong enough to run away. Or they could be given to God. Sometimes young boys entered a monastery. Most were about 11 years old. The youngest were about 5, because monks could not care for babies. Some boys had lost both parents. Some had lost only one. Some came because their parents had too many sons. Usually, the family gave the monastery a large gift with the child. It could be a farm, a church, or even a village. If the family was very poor, the gift was not required. Philip's father had owned a small hill farm. So the boys were not poor without anything.
Abbot Peter suggested that the monastery should take both the boys and the farm. The relatives agreed. The Prince of Gwynedd, Gruffydd ap Cynan, also agreed to it. He had been defeated for a time by King Henry's army, but he was still prince. That army had killed Philip's father.
Abbot Peter knew much about sorrow, but he was not ready for what happened to Philip. After about a year, the boys seemed calmer. They had become used to life in the monastery. Then Philip began to feel a strong and deep anger. Life on the hill was not cruel. There was food and clothing. In winter there was a fire in the sleeping room. The monks even showed some kindness. The rules were strict and the prayers were long, but life was stable. Still, Philip acted as if he were in prison. He did not obey orders. He tried to weaken the authority of the monks. He stole food. He broke eggs. He let horses run free. He laughed at sick people. He spoke badly to older monks. There was only one thing he did not do. He did not show disrespect in church. Because of this, the abbot forgave the rest. In time, Philip changed. One Christmas, he thought about the past year. He understood that he had not spent one night in the punishment cell. There was no single reason for his change. He became interested in his lessons. He loved learning about music and numbers. He liked the clear rules of Latin verbs. They made sense to him. He also helped the cellarer. This monk had to find everything the monastery needed, from sandals to seeds. The work caught Philip's interest. He admired Brother John. John was young, strong, and handsome. He seemed wise and kind. Philip looked up to him. Maybe he wanted to be like John. Maybe it came from his own heart. Maybe it was both. Slowly, Philip began to find comfort in the daily prayers and services. The life of the monastery filled his thoughts. The sound of holy music stayed in his ears. And so he moved into his teenage years with order in his mind and calm in his heart. In their studies, Philip and Francis were much better than other boys of their age. They thought this was only because they lived in a monastery. They believed they had more lessons and more time to learn. They did not know they were special. Later, they began to teach many of the younger boys in the small school. They also stopped learning from the old novice master. Instead, they studied with the abbot himself. Still, they believed they were ahead only because they had started young. When Philip thought about his youth, he remembered a short happy time. It lasted a year, maybe less. It was after he stopped fighting against the rules, and before strong desires troubled him. After that came a hard time. He had many impure thoughts. At night he sometimes woke in shame. He felt very embarrassed when he spoke about this with his confessor, who was the abbot. He did many penances. He punished his body with small whips to control himself. These desires did not fully leave him, but later they became weaker. They troubled him only sometimes, when he had nothing to do. They were like an old wound that hurts again on a cold day. Francis went through this struggle a little later. He did not speak to Philip about it. But Philip felt that Francis did not fight so strongly. It seemed that Francis accepted his failures too easily. Still, both of them learned to live with these strong feelings. They understood that such passions were the biggest danger in monastic life. Philip worked closely with the cellarer. Francis worked for the prior, who was the abbot's helper. When the cellarer died, Philip was 21 years old. Even though he was young, he took the cellarer's place. When Francis turned 21, the abbot wanted to give him a new position. He planned to make him sub-prior. This plan caused a serious problem. Francis asked not to receive this duty. Then he made another request. He asked to leave the monastery. He wanted to become a priest. He wished to serve God outside the monastery. Philip was shocked and upset. He had never imagined that one of them would leave. The idea felt strange and frightening to him. After much worry and prayer, it happened. Francis left the monastery. Soon he became chaplain to the Earl of Gloucester. Before this, Philip had seen his future in a simple way. He thought he would stay a monk all his life. He would live quietly and obey the rules. Perhaps, when he was old, he might become abbot. He hoped to follow the good example of Peter. Now he began to question this. Maybe God wanted something different for him. He remembered a story from the Bible about servants who must use their gifts well. God did not want his servants only to keep what they had. He wanted them to make it grow. Philip felt afraid but spoke to Abbot Peter about these thoughts. He knew the abbot might think he was proud. The abbot surprised him. "I have waited for you to understand this," he said. "Of course God has other plans for you. You were born near a monastery. You lost your parents when you were 6. Monks raised you. You became cellarer at 21. God does not guide a man so carefully if he plans for him to stay all his life in a small monastery on a lonely hill. There is not enough work for you here. You must leave." Philip felt shocked. Then he suddenly asked a question. If this monastery is not important, he asked, why did God send you here? Abbot Peter smiled. "Maybe he sent me here to care for you," he said. Later that year, the abbot traveled to Canterbury to meet the archbishop. When he returned, he spoke to Philip again. "I have given you to the prior of Kingsbridge," he said. Philip felt afraid. Kingsbridge Priory was one of the largest and most important monasteries in the country. Its church was also a cathedral. A bishop sat there. The bishop was officially the head of the monastery, but in daily life, the prior ruled it. Prior James is an old friend, Abbot Peter said. In recent years he has become sad and tired. I do not know why. Kingsbridge needs young energy. James has problems with one of his small houses in the forest. It is a small religious house called a cell. He needs a man he can trust. That man must lead the cell and help it return to a good and holy life. So I will be prior of this cell? Philip asked in surprise. The abbot nodded. Yes, he said. If we are right and God has much work for you, then he will help you solve the problems there. And if we are wrong? Philip asked. You can return here and work again as my cellarer, the abbot said. But we are not wrong, my son. You will see. His goodbyes were full of tears. He had lived there for 17 years. The monks were his family. They felt closer to him than his parents, who had been killed when he was young. He knew he would probably never see the monks again. This made him very sad. At first, Kingsbridge made him feel small. The monastery had high walls and was bigger than many villages. The cathedral was huge and dark inside. The prior's house looked like a small palace. After some time, he became used to the size. Then he began to see problems. Abbot Peter had told him that the place had lost its spirit. Now Philip understood what he meant. The church needed many repairs. The monks said their prayers too fast. They often broke the rule of silence. There were too many servants. There were more servants than monks. Philip stopped feeling amazed. He became angry instead. He wanted to grab Prior James and shake him. He wanted to say, "How can you let this happen?
How can you rush your prayers to God? Why do the young monks play dice? Why do monks keep pet dogs? Why do you live in comfort with many servants while God's church is falling apart?"
But he did not say these words. He had a short and formal meeting with Prior James. James was tall and thin. He stood with bent shoulders. He looked like a man carrying many worries. After that, Philip spoke with the sub-prior, Remigius. At the start, Philip said carefully that maybe the priory needed some changes. He thought Remigius would agree, but Remigius looked at him in a cold way. His face seemed to say, "Who do you think you are?" Then he changed the subject. Remigius explained that the small house of St. John in the forest had started 3 years ago. It had land and property. By now, it should have been able to live without help. But it still needed food and supplies from Kingsbridge. There were other problems too. A deacon had once stayed there for a night. He said the services were not done well. Some travelers said they were robbed by monks in that area. There were also bad rumors about the behavior of some brothers. Remigius did not give clear details. He either did not know them or did not want to say them. This showed Philip that the priory was not managed well. Philip left the meeting shaking with anger. A monastery should honor God. If it did not do this, it had no purpose. Kingsbridge Priory was worse than useless. It brought shame because of its laziness. But Philip could not change everything. The best he could do was improve one small house in the forest. During the 2-day ride to the forest, he thought about what he had heard. He prayed and planned what to do. He decided to be careful at first. Usually, monks chose their own prior. But a small house like this was different. The main prior could simply choose the leader. Philip had not been elected. This meant the monks might not welcome him. He needed to move slowly. First, he had to understand the problems. Then he could decide how to fix them. He also had to win the trust of the monks. Some of them were older than he was. They might not like taking orders from him. When he had enough information and respect, he would act strongly. Things did not happen in this careful way. On the second day, the light was fading. Philip stopped his pony at the edge of a clearing. He looked at his new home. There was only one stone building. It was the chapel. The other buildings were made of wood. They looked old and weak. Philip did not like this. Work done by monks should last a long time. This was true for small buildings and big churches. He saw more signs of poor care. There were no fences. Hay was falling out of the barn door. A pile of waste stood next to the fish pond. His face became tight with anger. He said to himself, "Be calm." At first, he saw no one. This was normal. It was time for evening prayers. Most of the monks should be in the chapel. He touched the pony lightly and crossed the clearing. He rode to a small hut that looked like a stable. A young man with straw in his hair looked out. His face showed surprise.
"What is your name?" Philip asked.
Then he added, after a short pause, "My son."
"They call me Johnny Eightpence," the young man said.
Philip got off his pony and gave him the reins.
"Johnny Eightpence, take off the saddle," he said.
"Yes, father."
The boy hung the reins over a rail and started to walk away.
"Where are you going?" Philip asked sharply.
"I will tell the brothers that a stranger is here."
"You must learn to obey, Johnny," Philip said firmly. "Take off the saddle. I will tell the brothers that I am here."
"Yes, father."
Looking afraid, Johnny bent down and began to work. Philip looked around him. In the middle of the open space stood a long building like a big hall. Near it was a small round house. Smoke came out from a hole in its roof. That must be the kitchen. He wanted to see what they would eat for supper. In very strict monasteries, the monks ate only one meal each day at noon. But this place did not look very strict. They would have a small meal after evening prayer. Maybe bread and cheese, or some salted fish. Perhaps a bowl of barley soup with herbs. As he walked toward the kitchen, he smelled roasting meat. The smell was strong and good. He stopped and frowned. Then he went inside. 2 monks and a boy sat near the fire in the center of the room. One monk gave a jug to the other. The second monk drank from it. The boy turned a long stick over the fire. A small pig was cooking on it. When Philip stepped into the light, they looked at him with surprise. He did not speak. He took the jug from one monk and smelled it.
Then he asked, "Why are you drinking wine?"
"Because it makes me happy, stranger," the monk said. "Have some. Drink a lot."
It was clear they did not know he was the new prior. It was also clear they were not afraid of being reported. Philip wanted to hit the man with the jug. But he took a deep breath and spoke calmly.
"Poor families give us food and drink," he said. "They do this for God, not to make us happy. You will not drink more wine tonight."
He turned and walked away with the jug.
Behind him, he heard the monk say, "Who do you think you are?"
Philip did not answer. They would learn soon. He left the jug on the ground outside the kitchen. Then he walked across the open space toward the chapel. He opened and closed his fists and tried to calm down.
"Do not act too fast," he told himself. "Be careful. Take time."
He stopped in the small porch of the chapel for a moment. He breathed slowly. Then he pushed the heavy oak door and went in quietly. About 12 monks and a few young novices stood in uneven lines with their backs to him. In front of them stood the sacrist. He read from an open book. He spoke very fast. The monks answered in a low voice without care. 3 candles of different lengths burned on a dirty cloth on the altar. At the back, 2 young monks were talking. They did not pay attention to the service. They spoke in an excited way. When Philip came close, one of them said something funny. The other laughed loudly. His laugh covered the words of the sacrist. This was too much for Philip. He forgot about being quiet.
He opened his mouth and shouted, "Be silent."
The laughter stopped at once. The sacrist stopped reading. The chapel became quiet. All the monks turned and looked at Philip. He stepped forward and caught the monk who had laughed by the ear. The monk was about his age and taller. He was too surprised to fight back. Philip pulled his head down.
"On your knees," Philip shouted.
For a moment, the monk looked ready to fight. But he knew he was wrong. Philip pulled his ear harder. The young man slowly knelt down.
All of you, Philip said firmly. On your knees.
They had promised to obey. Even if they had been careless before, they still remembered this promise. Half of the monks and all the novices knelt down.
You have broken your vows, Philip said. You have shown no respect. All of you are guilty.
He looked into their faces.
Your repentance begins now.
Slowly, one after another, they knelt. Soon only the sacrist was still standing. He was a heavy man with sleepy eyes. He looked about 20 years older than Philip. Philip walked toward him between the kneeling monks.
Give me the book, he said.
The sacrist looked back at him in anger. He did not speak.
Philip put his hand on the large book. The sacrist held it tighter. Philip stopped for a moment. For 2 days he had decided to move slowly and carefully. Now he stood here with dust still on his clothes. He was arguing with a man he did not know.
Give me the book and kneel down, he said again.
A small smile appeared on the sacrist's face. Who are you? He asked.
He said. Philip waited again before he spoke. They could see he was a monk from his long robe and the way his hair was cut. From the way he acted, they also understood that he had some power here. But they did not know if he was above the sacrist. He only needed to say, I am your new prior. Yet he did not want to say it. At that moment, he felt it was very important to win by his strong faith and character. The sacrist saw that Philip was not sure. He used this moment to challenge him.
Please tell us, he said in a polite but mocking voice. Who tells us to kneel in front of him?
Suddenly, Philip's doubt disappeared. He thought, God is with me. Why should I be afraid? He took a deep breath. Then he shouted so loudly that his voice filled the whole stone church.
It is God who tells you to kneel before him, he said loudly.
The sacrist did not look as sure as before. Philip moved quickly and took the book from him. Now the sacrist had no control. At last, and not happily, he knelt down. Philip tried not to show that he felt relieved. He looked at all of them.
I am your new prior.
He made them stay on their knees while he read the service. It lasted a long time. He made them say the answers again and again until they spoke together as one voice. After that, he led them out of the chapel in silence. They crossed the open ground and went to the dining hall. He sent the roast pork back to the kitchen. He ordered bread and weak beer instead. He chose one monk to read aloud while the others ate. When the meal was over, he took them, still in silence, to the sleeping room. He told them to bring his bed from the small house where the prior usually slept. He would sleep in the same room as the other monks. This was the easiest way to stop bad behavior. On the first night, he did not sleep. He sat with a candle and prayed quietly. At midnight, he woke the monks for the night service. He moved quickly through the prayers. He wanted them to see that he was not completely cruel. The monks went back to bed. Philip stayed awake. At sunrise, before the others rose, he went outside. He walked around and thought about the work for the day. One field had been cleared from the forest not long ago. In the middle of it stood a huge tree stump. It had once been a very large oak. Seeing it gave him an idea. After the morning prayer and breakfast, he took all the monks to the field. They carried ropes and axes. They worked all morning to pull out the great stump. Half of them pulled on the ropes. The others cut at the roots with axes. They all shouted "Heave" together as they worked. At last, the stump came out of the ground. Philip gave them beer and bread. He also gave each man a piece of the pork he had refused them the night before. This did not solve every problem, but it was a start. From the beginning, he refused to ask the main priory for anything except grain for bread and candles for the chapel. The monks understood that they would eat meat only if they raised or caught it themselves. Soon they took great care of their animals. They also became good at catching birds. Before, they had liked long hours in chapel because it saved them from work. Now they were happy when Philip shortened the prayers. They wanted more time in the fields. After 2 years, they could live on what they produced. 2 years later, they sent meat and game to Kingsbridge Priory. They also made cheese from goat's milk. People thought this cheese was special. The small house grew strong. The services were done well. The brothers were healthy and content. Philip would have been satisfied. But the main priory at Kingsbridge was getting worse each year. It should have been one of the greatest religious places in the kingdom. It should have been full of life. Scholars from other lands should have visited its library. Powerful lords should have asked advice from its prior. Pilgrims from many places should have come to its holy places. Rich guests should have spoken well of its welcome. Poor people should have known it for its kindness. Instead, the church building was falling apart. Many of the monks' buildings stood empty. The priory owed money to lenders. Philip went to Kingsbridge at least once every year. Each time he returned angry. The wealth had been given by faithful people. Hard-working monks had increased it. Now it was being wasted without care. Part of the trouble was its position. Kingsbridge was only a small village. The road that passed through it did not lead to any important place. After the time of King William, most cathedrals moved to large towns. Kingsbridge had not changed. Still, Philip did not think this was the worst problem. A busy monastery with a great church could become like a town by itself. The true problem was old Prior James. He was slow and weak in his work. The priory had no strong direction. It moved without purpose and achieved nothing. Philip knew, with sadness, that Kingsbridge would continue to fall while Prior James lived. They wrapped the baby in clean cloth. They placed him in a large bread basket to use as a bed. After drinking goat's milk, the small child slept. Philip asked Johnny Eightpence to watch him. Johnny was not very clever, but he was gentle with small and weak creatures. Philip strongly wanted to know why Francis had come. During dinner, he tried to ask in small ways. Francis did not answer. Philip held back his questions. After dinner, it was time for study. They had no real cloister here. The monks could sit near the chapel door and read. They could also walk slowly around the open ground. Sometimes they went into the kitchen to warm themselves by the fire. This was allowed. Philip and Francis walked together along the edge of the clearing. They walked side by side, as they had done before in Wales. Then Francis began to speak.
King Henry has always treated the church as part of his rule, he said. He gives orders to bishops. He makes them pay taxes. He does not allow the Pope to use his full authority.
I know, Philip said. So what?
King Henry is dead.
Philip stopped walking. He did not expect this news. Francis continued.
He died in his hunting house at Lyons-la-Forêt in Normandy. He ate lampreys before he died. He loved that food, but it often made him sick.
When did this happen? Philip asked.
Today is the first day of the year. So he died exactly 1 month ago.
Philip felt very shocked. Henry had been king since before Philip was born. Philip had never seen a king die before. He knew this could bring trouble and maybe war.
What will happen now? He asked with worry.
They began to walk again. Francis spoke in a serious voice.
The problem is this. The king's son died many years ago in a ship accident. You may remember it.
I remember, Philip said.
He was 12 years old at that time. It was the first big event in the country that he understood. Before that, he only knew life inside the monastery. The king's son died when a ship called the White Ship sank near Cherbourg. Abbot Peter told Philip about it. The abbot was afraid there would be war and chaos after the prince died. But King Henry stayed strong. There was no war. Life for Philip and Francis stayed calm.
The king had many other children, Francis said. He had at least 20. My own lord, Earl Robert of Gloucester, is one of them. But they were all born outside marriage. Because of this, they cannot take the throne. The king had only one other true child from marriage. She was a girl named Maud. A child born outside marriage cannot become king. And many people think a woman ruler is almost as bad.
Did King Henry choose someone to follow him? Philip asked.
Yes. He chose Maud. She has a son, and his name is also Henry. The old king really wanted his grandson to be king one day. But the boy is not yet 3 years old. So the king made the barons promise loyalty to Maud.
Philip felt confused.
If the king chose Maud, and the barons already promised to be loyal to her.
What's the problem?
Life in the royal court is not simple, Francis said. Maud is married to Geoffrey of Anjou. Anjou and Normandy have been enemies for many years. The Norman rulers do not like the Angevins. The old king hoped that the Anglo-Norman barons would give England and Normandy to an Angevin. That was very hopeful of him. It did not matter that they had made an oath.
Philip felt confused by his younger brother's clever and bold way of speaking about the most powerful men in the country. How do you know all this? He asked.
The barons met at Le Neubourg to decide what to do, Francis said. My lord, Earl Robert, was there. I went with him to write his letters.
Philip looked at his brother with interest. His life was very different from Francis's life. Then he remembered something. Earl Robert is the old king's oldest son, isn't he? He asked.
Yes, Francis said. He is very ambitious. But he agrees with most people. He believes that a man born outside marriage must win his kingdom by force. He cannot simply inherit it. Who else could be king? Philip asked. King Henry had 3 nephews, Francis said. They were the sons of his sister. The oldest is Theobald of Blois. Then there is Stephen. The dead king loved Stephen very much. He gave him large lands here in England. The youngest brother is Henry. You know him as the Bishop of Winchester. The barons first chose Theobald because he was the oldest. You probably think that is fair.
Francis looked at Philip and smiled. It sounds fair to me, Philip said with a small smile. So Theobald is our new king. Francis shook his head.
He believed he would be king. But younger sons can move quickly when they see a chance.
They reached the edge of the clearing and turned back.
While Theobald was kindly accepting the barons' support, Francis continued. Stephen crossed the sea to England. He hurried to Winchester. With help from his young brother Henry, the bishop, he took control of the castle. Most important of all, he took the royal treasury.
Philip almost said that Stephen must be the new king. But he stopped himself. He had been wrong about Maud. He had also been wrong about Theobald. Francis continued speaking.
Stephen needed one more thing to make his victory safe. He needed the support of the church. He had to be crowned at Westminster by the archbishop. Until that happened, he was not truly king.
But that should be easy, Philip said. His brother Henry is one of the most important church leaders in the country. He is Bishop of Winchester and Abbot of Glastonbury. He is very rich and almost as powerful as the Archbishop of Canterbury. And if Bishop Henry did not want to support him, why did he help him take Winchester?
Francis nodded. I must say that Bishop Henry worked very well during this crisis, he said. He did not help Stephen because he loved him as a brother.
Then why did he help him?
A few minutes ago, I told you how the late King Henry treated the church like it was only part of his kingdom, Francis said. Bishop Henry wants the new king, whoever he is, to treat the church better. Before he promised support, he made Stephen swear an important oath. Stephen had to promise that he would protect the rights and freedoms of the church.
Philip was impressed. From the first day of his rule, Stephen's relationship with the church was clear. It was based on the church's rules. But there was something even more important. The church had to crown a king. Before this time, it could not give conditions to the king. Now that had changed. In the future, a king might not come to power without first making an agreement with the church. This could be very important for us, Philip said.
Stephen may break his promises, Francis said. But you are right. He will never be as hard with the church as Henry was. But there is another danger, 2 barons were very angry about what Stephen did. One of them was Bartholomew, the Earl of Shiring.
I have heard of him, Philip said. Shiring is only 1 day from here. People say Bartholomew is a very religious man.
Maybe he is, Francis said. I only know that he is proud and very strict. He will not break his promise of loyalty to Maud. He refuses to change sides, even though Stephen offered him forgiveness.
And who is the other angry baron?
My own Robert of Gloucester, Francis answered. I told you that he is ambitious.
His mind is full of one painful thought. He thinks that if he was a true son, he would be king now. He wants his half-sister to become queen. He believes she will depend on him for advice. He thinks he will rule through her, even if he is not king in name.
Is he going to act on this?
I am afraid he will, Francis said quietly, even though no one was close to them. Robert and Bartholomew, with Maud and her husband, are planning a rebellion. They want to remove Stephen and make Maud queen.
Philip stopped.
That would destroy everything the Bishop of Winchester has worked for. He held his brother's arm. But Francis.
I know what you are thinking, Francis said.
His confident look disappeared. Now he looked worried and afraid.
If Earl Robert knew I told you this, he would kill me. He trusts me fully. But my first loyalty is to the church. It must be.
But what can you do?
I thought about going to the new king and telling him everything. The 2 earls would say it is not true. I would die for treason. But the rebellion would fail, and I would go to heaven.
Philip shook his head.
We are taught that we should not try to become martyrs, he said.
And I believe God still has work for me here, Francis said. I have an important place in the house of a great lord. If I stay and work hard, I can rise higher. Then I can help protect the rights of the church and support the law.
Is there any other way? Francis looked straight into Philip's eyes.
That is why I am here, he said.
Philip felt cold fear inside him. Francis wanted him to take part in this matter. There was no other reason to tell such a terrible secret. Francis continued.
I cannot go against the rebellion, but you can.
Philip whispered, Jesus Christ and all the saints, protect me.
If people find the plan here in the south, no one will suspect the Gloucester family, Francis said. No one knows I am here. No one even knows you are my brother. You can think of a good reason for how you learned this. You might say you saw soldiers gathering. Or you can say someone from Earl Bartholomew's house told the priest during confession, and the priest told you.
Philip pulled his cloak tightly around his body. He was shaking. The air felt colder now. This was very dangerous. They were speaking about royal politics. Such matters often led to death, even for men who understood them well. For someone like Philip, it was foolish to get involved. But the risk was great in another way. Philip could not watch a rebellion rise against a king chosen by the church. He had a chance to stop it. It would be risky for him. For Francis, it would mean certain death if he spoke out. Philip took a deep breath. What is the rebels' plan? He asked.
Earl Bartholomew is riding back to Shiring now, Francis said. From there, he will send messages to his supporters across the south of England. Earl Robert will come to Gloucester a day or 2 later. He will gather his men in the West Country. Then Brian Fitzcount, who controls Wallingford Castle, will shut the castle gates. After that, all of southwest England will be in rebel hands. There will be no battle.
Then it is almost too late. Philip said.
Not yet, Francis replied. We still have about a week. But you must move fast.
Philip felt heavy inside. He understood that he had almost decided to do it. I do not know who to tell, he said. Normally, I would speak to the Earl. But this time, he is the guilty one. The sheriff is likely on his side. We must find someone who is clearly on our side.
The prior of Kingsbridge.
My prior is old and very tired. He will probably do nothing.
There must be someone else.
There is the bishop. Philip had never spoken to the bishop of Kingsbridge. But he was sure the bishop would meet him and listen. The bishop would support Stephen because the church had chosen Stephen. He was also strong and important enough to take action.
Francis said, "Where does the bishop live?"
It is a day and a half from here.
You should leave today.
Yes, Philip said with a heavy heart.
Francis looked sorry. I wish someone else could go.
So do I, Philip said. So do I. Philip called the monks into the small chapel. He told them that the king had died. We must pray for a peaceful change and for a new king who loves the church more than King Henry did, he said. He did not tell them that he now held the key to this peaceful change. There is other news, he said. I must visit our main house at Kingsbridge. I have to leave at once. The sub-prior would lead the prayers. The cellarer would manage the farm. But neither of them was strong enough to deal with Peter of Wareham. Philip feared that if he stayed away too long, Peter would cause serious trouble. He worried there might be no monastery left when he came back. Philip had tried to find a way to control Peter without hurting his pride. He had not found a good way. Now there was no time. He had to do what he could. Today we spoke about eating too much, he said after a short pause. We should thank Brother Peter. He reminded us that when God gives us a good farm and wealth, it is not for us to become fat and comfortable. It is for God's glory. We must share our riches with the poor. Until now, we have not done this. Here in the forest, there are no poor people near us. Brother Peter has reminded us that we must go out and find the poor and help them. The monks looked surprised. They thought the talk about eating too much was finished. Peter looked unsure. He liked being important again. But he was careful. He did not know what Philip was planning. I have decided, Philip continued, that each week we will give 1 penny to the poor for every monk in our house. If this means we eat a little less, we will be glad. God will reward us in heaven. More important, we must use our money in a good way. If you give a poor man a penny to buy bread for his family, he may not buy bread. He may go to the alehouse and drink too much. Then he may go home and hurt his wife. In that case, your gift does not help her. It is better to give him bread. It is even better to give bread to his children. Giving help to the poor is a holy duty. We must do it carefully, just like we care for the sick or teach the young. Because of this, many monasteries choose 1 man to give help to the poor. He is called the almoner. We will do the same. Philip looked around the room. Everyone was awake and listening. Peter looked pleased. He seemed sure that he had won something. No one knew what Philip would say next. The work of the almoner is not easy. He must walk to the nearby towns and villages. Often he must travel to Winchester. There he will meet the poorest people. They are dirty and often unkind. Sometimes they are angry and cruel. He must pray for them when they speak against God. He must visit them when they are sick. He must forgive them if they try to cheat him or steal from him. He needs strength, humility, and great patience. He will be away from our monastery many days. He will miss the comfort of living here with us. Philip looked at the monks again. Now they felt nervous. None of them wanted this work. Philip let his eyes rest on Peter of Wareham. Peter understood at once. His face lost its happy look. It was Peter who told us that we were not doing enough in this matter, Philip said slowly. So I have decided that Peter will have the honor of being our almoner. You can begin today. Peter's face became dark with anger. You will be away too often to make trouble, Philip thought. And when you live among the poor people of Winchester, you may learn not to speak badly about simple living. But Peter saw this only as a punishment. He looked at Philip with deep hate in his eyes. For a moment, Philip felt afraid. He looked away and spoke to the others. When a king dies, there is always danger and fear, he said. Pray for me while I am away. 2. At noon on the second day of his journey, Prior Philip was only a few miles from the bishop's palace. As he came closer, his stomach felt weak and uneasy. He had made up a story to explain how he learned about the planned rebellion. But the bishop might not believe him. If the bishop believed him, he might ask for proof. There was another worry. Philip had not thought about it until after he left Francis. It was possible, though not likely, that the bishop himself was part of the rebellion. He might support the Earl of Shiring. Some bishops cared more about their own power than about the church. The bishop might hurt Philip to make him tell where he got his information. He had no right to do that. But he also had no right to plan against the king. Philip remembered the pictures of hell he had seen. In those pictures, people were punished in terrible ways. Such pictures were based on what sometimes happened in the prisons of powerful men. Philip did not feel strong enough to die for his faith. He saw a group of people walking on the road ahead. At first he wanted to slow down and avoid them. He was alone. Some men attacked travelers and stole from them. But then he saw that 2 of them were children, and 1 was a woman. A family was usually safe. He rode faster to reach them. As he came nearer, he saw them clearly. There was a tall man and a small woman. A young man walked with them, almost as tall as the older man. 2 children followed close behind. They were clearly very poor. They carried no bags with good things inside. Their clothes were old and torn. The man had large bones, but he was very thin. He looked as if he had not eaten enough for a long time. When he saw Philip, he looked careful and unsure. He pulled the children closer and spoke to them softly. At first Philip thought he was about 50 years old. Now he saw that the man was probably in his 30s. But worry had marked his face.
The woman spoke first. "Hello, monk."
Philip looked at her with surprise. It was not usual for a wife to speak before her husband, and it was more polite to say brother or father to a monk. She was about 10 years younger than the man. Her eyes were deep and light gold in color. They were unusual and strong. Philip felt that she was not a simple woman.
"Good day, Father," the man said, as if he wanted to correct her words.
"God bless you," Philip said, slowing his horse. "Who are you?"
"My name is Tom. I am a master builder. I am looking for work."
"And you are not finding any work, I think," Philip said.
"That is true," Tom answered.
Philip nodded. This story was not new to him. Builders often moved from place to find work. Sometimes they found nothing. This could happen because of bad luck or because no one was building houses. When this happened, they stayed at monasteries. If they had earned money before, they gave a gift when they left. But if they had been on the road for a long time, they had nothing to give. It was not always easy for monks to welcome both rich and poor men in the same warm way. This builder clearly had no money, but his wife looked healthy and strong. Philip spoke. "Well, I have food in my bag, and it is time to eat," he said. "Helping others is a holy duty. If you and your family eat with me, I will do a good deed and also have company."
"That is kind of you," Tom said.
He looked at his wife. She lifted her shoulders a little, then nodded.
Tom quickly said, "We accept your kindness." "Thank you."
"Thank God, not me," Philip said.
The woman spoke. "Thank the peasants who gave the food."
Philip thought she was sharp and clever, but he said nothing. They stopped in a small open place. Philip's pony ate the dry winter grass. Philip was secretly glad to wait there. He did not want to arrive too soon at the palace. He was afraid of his meeting with the bishop. The builder said he was also going to the bishop's palace. He hoped the bishop needed repairs or maybe a new building. While they talked, Philip quietly watched the family. The woman looked too young to be the mother of the older boy. The older boy was big and strong, but he moved in a clumsy way. He did not look very clever. The second boy was small and strange. His hair was orange. His skin was very white. His bright blue eyes stood out. He stared at things in a deep and quiet way. Sometimes he looked lost in thought. Then suddenly he looked at you with eyes that seemed older than his age. Philip found him almost as strange as his mother. The third child was a girl about 6 years old. She cried now and then. Her father watched her all the time. From time to time, he touched her gently to comfort her. He did not speak to her, but it was clear he loved her very much. Once he touched his wife too. When their eyes met, Philip saw strong desire between them. The woman told the children to find big leaves. They would use them as plates. Philip opened his bags.
Tom asked, "Where is your monastery, Father?"
"It is in the forest, 1 day from here, to the west," Philip said. The woman looked up quickly. Tom raised his eyebrows. "Do you know it?" Philip asked.
Tom seemed uneasy. "We must have passed near it when we came from Salisbury," he said.
"Yes, you would have passed near it," Philip said. "But it is far from the main road. You would not see it unless you knew where it was and went there."
"I understand," Tom said. But he looked distracted.
Suddenly Philip had a thought. "Tell me something," he said. "Did you see a woman on the road? She would be very young and alone. And she would be expecting a baby."
"No," Tom said. His voice sounded calm, but Philip felt he cared very much. "Why do you ask?"
Philip smiled. "I will tell you," he said. "Yesterday morning we found a baby in the forest. He was brought to my monastery. It is a boy. I think he was less than 1 day old. He must have been born that night. So his mother was in this area at the same time as you."
"We did not see anyone," Tom said again. "What did you do with the baby?"
"We gave him goat's milk," Philip said. "He is doing well." Both of them looked at Philip very carefully. He thought this story would touch anyone's heart. After a short silence, Tom spoke.
"And are you looking for the mother?"
"Oh, no," Philip said. "My question was simple. If I met her, I would give the baby back to her. But it is clear she does not want the child. She will hide and make sure no one can find her."
"Then what will happen to the boy?" she asked.
"We will raise him at the monastery," he said. "He will grow up as a child of God. That is how I grew up. My brother too. Our parents died when we were young. After that, the abbot became our father. The monks were our family. We had food and warm clothes. We learned to read and write."
"And you both became monks," the woman said.
There was a little irony in her voice. It was as if she thought the monastery helped children only for its own good. Philip was happy to correct her. "No. My brother left the order." The children came back. They did not find any big leaves. It was winter, so it was hard to find them. They would eat without plates. Philip gave them bread and cheese. They ate very fast, like they had not eaten for days. "We make this cheese at my monastery," he said. "Many people like it fresh, like this. But it is even better after some time." The children were too hungry to listen. They finished the bread and cheese very quickly. Philip had 3 pairs. He took them from his bag and gave them to Tom. Tom gave 1 pair to each child. Philip stood up. "I will pray that you find work," he said.
"If you remember, Father, please speak to the bishop about me," he said. "You know we are in need. You have seen that we are honest people."
"I will," Philip answered. Tom held the horse while Philip got on.
"You are a good man, Father," he said.
Philip saw tears in Tom's eyes. This surprised him. "God be with you," Philip said. Tom kept holding the horse for a moment.
"The baby you told us about," he said softly. "He did not want the children to hear. The baby who was left alone. Did you give him a name yet?"
Yes. We call him Jonathan. The name means a gift from God.
"Jonathan. I like that," Tom said.
He let the horse go. Philip looked at him for a short time. Then he kicked his horse and rode away. The Bishop of Kingsbridge did not live in Kingsbridge. His home was in a green valley on a hill that faced the south. It was one full day away from the cold stone cathedral and the quiet monks. He liked this place better. If he stayed near the church, he would have to spend too much time there. He also had other work. He had to collect money, make legal decisions, and visit the royal court. The monks were also happy. When the bishop was far away, he did not disturb them. On the afternoon when Philip arrived, the air was very cold. It felt like snow would fall soon. A strong wind blew across the valley. Grey clouds hung low over the large house on the hill. It was not a castle, but it was safe and strong. The trees had been cut down for a long space around it. A tall wooden fence stood around the house. Outside the fence was a deep ditch for rainwater. A guard stood at the gate. He looked untidy, but he carried a heavy sword. The house was made of stone and had the shape of the letter E. The ground floor was a strong storage room. Its walls were thick. There were several heavy doors but no windows. One door was open. Philip saw barrels and sacks inside. The other doors were shut and locked with chains. Philip wondered what was behind them. If the bishop kept prisoners, they would stay there. One short part of the E shape was a stairway outside. It led to the rooms above. The large middle part was the main hall. The two smaller parts at the ends were likely a chapel and a bedroom. Small windows with wooden covers looked out at the land. Inside the fence there was a stone kitchen and a bakehouse. There were also wooden stables and a barn. All the buildings were in good condition. Philip thought this was bad news for Tom Builder. Several fine horses stood in the stable. There were even 2 strong war horses. A few armed men stood around with nothing to do. Maybe the bishop had guests. Philip gave his horse to a stable boy. Then he walked up the stairs. He felt uneasy. The place felt more like a soldier's home than a church house. He did not see poor people waiting for help. There were no mothers with babies to bless. This world was new to him. He also carried a dangerous secret. He felt afraid. Maybe I will stay here for a long time, he thought. I wish Francis had not come to me. At the top of the stairs, he stopped. These thoughts are not good, he told himself. I have a chance to serve God and the church. But I only think about my own safety. Many men face danger every day. Some fight in battles. Some travel by sea. Some go on long pilgrimages. Even a monk must sometimes feel fear. He took a deep breath. Then he went inside. The hall was dark and full of smoke. Philip quickly shut the door to keep out the cold air. He looked into the dim room. A large fire burned on the far side. The fire and the small windows gave the only light. Near the fire sat several men. Some wore church clothes. Others wore rich but old clothes of small landowners. They were speaking quietly and seriously. Their chairs stood in no clear order. But they all looked at one priest who sat in the center. He sat like a spider in the middle of a web. He was thin. His long legs were spread apart. His long arms rested on the chair. He looked ready to jump up at any moment. His hair was long and black. His face was pale, and his nose was sharp. He wore black clothes. He looked handsome but also dangerous. He was not the bishop. A steward stood up from a seat near the door.
"Good day, Father. Who do you want to see?" he asked.
At the same time, a dog near the fire lifted its head and made a low sound. The man in black looked up quickly. He saw Philip. He raised his hand, and the others stopped talking at once.
"What is it?" he asked in a sharp voice.
"Good day," Philip said politely. "I have come to see the bishop."
"He is not here," the priest said.
Philip felt his heart fall. He had been afraid of this meeting. but now he felt disappointed. What would he do with his terrible secret? When will he return? Philip asked.
We do not know. Why do you want to see him?
The priest spoke shortly. Philip felt hurt by his tone. It is God's work, Philip said firmly. Who are you? The priest lifted his eyebrows. He seemed surprised that Philip spoke this way. The other men became very quiet. They looked as if they were waiting for trouble. After a short pause, the priest spoke calmly.
I am the bishop's archdeacon. My name is Walaran Bigod.
Philip thought it was a strong name for a priest. My name is Philip, he said. I am the prior of the monastery of St. John in the forest. It's a cell of Kingsbridge Priory. Philip was surprised. He could not understand why an archdeacon would know his name. He was only a small churchman, but his position was enough to change Walaran's face. The annoyed look disappeared. He made a sign to a man sitting on a bench near the wall. The man wore old clothes and quickly stood up to serve. Philip went closer to the fire. Walaran spoke quietly to the other men in the room. They stood up and began to leave. Philip sat and warmed his hands. He watched Walaran walk to the door with his guests. Philip wondered what they were talking about. He also wondered why the meeting did not end with a prayer. The servant gave him a wooden cup. Philip drank the hot wine. It was warm and spicy. He thought about what to do next. If the bishop was not there, who could help him? He thought about going to Earl Bartholomew and asking him to stop his rebellion. The idea was foolish. The Earl would likely lock him in prison. Then he thought about the sheriff. The sheriff was the king's officer in the county, but no one knew which side the sheriff would support. It was still not clear who would become king. Still, Philip thought he might have to take that risk. He wanted to go back to his quiet monastery life. There his biggest problem had been Peter of Wareham. Walaran's guests left. The door closed, and the sound of horses faded away. Walaran came back to the fire and sat in a large chair. Philip was worried and did not want to talk, but he knew he must be polite.
I have heard of you, said Walaran. You are Philip of Gwynedd. Come to the fire, Walaran said. Have some hot wine to warm yourself. It was almost finished, Walaran replied. These meetings always last too long. We were talking about land leases of the church. It is the kind of problem that could be solved quickly, if people would decide. I hear you have done good work in that small cell in the forest. The bishop is also the abbot of Kingsbridge, Walaran said. So he must care about it. Yes, Walaran answered. I wish God would help Kingsbridge Priory in the same way, he said. He is sick, Walaran said. He does not care about God. He is proud and greedy. He takes bribes. But most sheriffs are like that. Why do you ask? I am close to the bishop, Walaran said with a small smile. If I can help you, I will. If you think any longer, he said, I will believe that you do not trust me.
I hope I did not stop your meeting, he said. I am surprised you know about it, Philip said. God has helped us, Philip said. How is Prior James? Philip asked. What kind of man is the sheriff of Shiring? He asked. If I cannot speak to the bishop, I may need to speak to the sheriff, Philip said.
Or he has an archdeacon who learns everything, Philip thought. They were speaking Norman French. It was the language of government and important men. But Philip noticed something strange in Walaran's speech. He spoke like someone who learned English as a child. Philip understood that Walaran was not born a Norman lord. He was a local man who had risen by his own work. Philip felt a small connection to him. So Philip was not the only one worried about Kingsbridge. Walaran probably knew more than he did. Philip felt sad. That meant Prior James could not help with Earl Bartholomew's rebellion. Philip would have to go to Shiring and speak to the sheriff himself. He thought that Walaran probably knew all the important people in the county. Walaran lifted his shoulders. He held out his hands in a friendly way. Philip had felt calmer for a moment. Now he felt nervous again. Could he trust Archdeacon Walaran? The archdeacon looked calm, but Philip felt he was very curious. He probably wanted to know why Philip had come. But that did not mean he was a bad man. He seemed wise and careful. Was he strong enough to stop the rebellion? If he could not do it himself, Maybe he could find the bishop. There was one good thing about speaking to Walaran. The bishop might demand to know where Philip got his information. But Walaran did not have the power to demand that. He would have to accept whatever story Philip gave him. Walaran smiled again. Philip felt that he understood Walaran. Walaran was young, educated, and clever, like him. He was not born into a rich family. Philip thought Walaran cared a little too much about the world. But he knew this was normal for a priest who spent time with lords and ladies. A monk lived a quiet life, away from such people. Philip believed Walaran truly loved God. He thought Walaran would choose what was best for the church. Philip stood at an important moment. Until now, only he and Francis knew the secret. If he told another person, things could change quickly. He took a deep breath.
3 days ago, an injured man came to my monastery in the forest, he said.
He prayed quietly for forgiveness because he was not telling the truth.
He was a soldier on a strong, fast horse. He fell not far from the monastery. He was riding very fast when he fell. His arm was broken, and his ribs were badly hurt. We fixed his arm, but we could not help his ribs. He coughed blood, and that was a bad sign.
While he spoke, Philip watched Walaran's face. The priest looked calm and only a little interested.
I told him to confess his sins, Philip continued. He might die. He told me a secret.
Philip stopped for a moment. He was not sure how much Walaran knew about the news in the country.
You know that Stephen of Blois says he is the King of England, Philip said. The church supports him.
Walaran nodded. He was crowned at Westminster 3 days before Christmas, he said.
Already? Philip asked.
Francis had not known this.
What was the secret? Walaran asked. His voice showed a little impatience.
Philip decided to speak clearly.
Before he died, the soldier told me that his master, Bartholomew, Earl of Shiring, was working with Robert of Gloucester, he said. They wanted to start a rebellion against Stephen.
Philip held his breath and watched Walaran.
Walaran's pale face became even whiter. He leaned forward in his chair. Do you believe him? He asked quickly.
A man who is dying usually tells the truth to a priest, Philip answered.
Maybe he only repeated a rumor, Walaran said. Perhaps people in the Earl's house were talking.
Philip did not expect doubt. He spoke quickly.
No, he said. He was a messenger from Earl Bartholomew. He was going to call the Earl's men to meet in Hampshire.
Walaran looked closely at Philip.
Did he carry a written message? He asked.
No.
Did he have a seal or any sign from the Earl?
Nothing, Philip said.
He began to feel nervous.
I think the men he was going to meet knew him well. They trusted him as the Earl's messenger.
What was his name? Walaran asked.
Francis, Philip said without thinking.
At once, he felt he had made a mistake.
Only Francis? Walaran asked.
He felt his story was starting to fall apart under Walaran's questions.
He did not tell me his other name, Philip said.
His weapons and armor may help us know who he was.
He had no armor, Philip said quickly. We buried his weapons with him. Monks do not use swords. We can dig them up if we must. But they were simple and plain. I do not think they will tell you anything.
He needed to stop Walaran from asking more about this.
What do you think we should do?
Walaran looked serious.
It is hard to act without proof. The men you accuse can just say it is not true. Then the person who makes the charge is in danger.
He did not say more, but Philip understood his meaning. If the story was wrong, Philip would suffer.
Have you told anyone else? Walaran asked.
Philip shook his head.
Where will you go when you leave here?
To Kingsbridge. I needed a reason to leave my cell. So I said I would visit the priory. Now I must go there, so my lie becomes true.
Do not speak about this to anyone there.
I will not.
Philip had not planned to tell anyone. Still, he wondered why Walaran cared so much. Maybe he wanted all the credit if he stopped the plot. He was an ambitious man. That was good for Philip.
Leave this matter with me.
Walaran's voice became cold again. Philip saw that his friendly manner could change very fast.
You will go to Kingsbridge Priory now, and you will forget about the sheriff.
Yes.
Philip felt relief. The heavy fear inside him became lighter. No one would throw him into a dark prison. No one would question him with pain. No one would call him a traitor. He had given the problem to another man, and that man seemed ready to carry it. Philip stood and walked to the window. It was the middle of the afternoon. There was still much light in the sky. He wanted to leave this place and leave the secret behind.
If I go now, I can walk 8 or 10 miles before night, he said.
Walaran did not ask him to stay.
That will bring you to the village of Basingbourne. You will find a bed there. If you leave early in the morning, you can reach Kingsbridge by midday.
Yes.
Philip turned away from the window and looked at Walaran. The archdeacon was looking into the fire. He was thinking deeply. Philip watched him for a short time. Walaran did not speak about his thoughts. Philip wanted to know what he was thinking.
I will leave now, he said.
Walaran came back to himself and smiled again. He stood up.
All right, he said.
He walked with Philip to the door. Then he went down the stairs with him to the yard. A stable boy brought Philip's horse and put the saddle on it. Walaran could have said goodbye and gone back inside. But he stayed there. Philip thought he wanted to be sure that he went to Kingsbridge, not to Shiring. Philip got on his horse. He felt happier than before. He was ready to say goodbye when he saw Tom Builder coming through the gate with his family behind him. Philip spoke to Walaran.
This man is a builder I met on the road, he said. He seems honest. He has had a hard life. If you need repairs, he can help you.
Walaran did not answer. He was looking at the family as they crossed the yard. His calm face was gone. His mouth was open. His eyes were wide. He looked shocked.
What is wrong? Philip asked with worry.
That woman, Walaran said softly.
Philip looked at her.
She is very beautiful, he said. He understood it clearly for the first time. But a priest should not look at women in that way. Look away, Archdeacon.
Philip saw Kingsbridge around noon the next day, just as Archdeacon Walaran had said. He came out from a hill with many trees and looked over the land. The fields were frozen and empty. There were only a few bare trees with no leaves. No people were outside because it was deep winter and there was no farm work to do. A few miles away, Kingsbridge Cathedral stood on a small hill. It was large and heavy, like a stone tomb on a grave hill. Philip rode down into a low place in the road, and the cathedral disappeared from sight. His quiet pony walked slowly over the hard, frozen ground. Philip thought about Archdeacon Walaran. Walaran was calm and sure of himself. He seemed strong and clever. Because of this, Philip felt young and not very experienced, even though they were almost the same age. Walaran had controlled the whole meeting with ease. He had sent his guests away in a polite way. He had listened carefully to Philip's story. He had quickly seen that there was no clear proof. He had understood that they could not learn more from it. Then he had sent Philip away at once. Now Philip understood something. Walaran had not promised to take any action. Philip smiled in a tired way when he saw how easily Walaran had guided him. Walaran had not even said he would tell the bishop about the matter. Still, Philip felt sure that Walaran would use the information in some way. Walaran was ambitious, and Philip could see it clearly. Philip even thought that Walaran might feel a little thankful to him. Philip respected Walaran, so he was very curious about one small weakness. Walaran had reacted strongly to Tom Builder's wife. To Philip, the woman had seemed quietly dangerous. Walaran seemed to desire her, and that could also be dangerous. But Philip felt there was something more. Walaran must have known her before. He had said, "I thought she was dead." It sounded like they had done something wrong together in the past. Walaran had looked guilty. He had made sure Philip left quickly, so Philip could not ask more questions. Even this secret did not greatly change Philip's opinion of him. Walaran was a priest, not a monk. For monks, chastity was always a strict rule. For priests, it was not always enforced. Some bishops had women in their lives. Many parish priests lived with women who kept house for them. Like the rule against bad thoughts, the rule of celibacy was very hard to follow. If God refused to forgive priests who desired women, very few priests would enter heaven. Kingsbridge came into view again when Philip rode up the next hill. The great church stood over the land with its round arches and small deep windows. The village was small under the power of the monastery. At the front of the church were two short towers. One tower had fallen in a storm for years before. It had not been rebuilt. The front of the church looked incomplete and sad. This sight always made Philip angry. A pile of broken stone still lay near the entrance. It showed that the priory had grown weak and careless. The monastery buildings stood close to the church. They were built from the same pale stone. They stood in groups, like men whispering around a king. Outside the low wall of the priory were small poor houses. They were made of wood and mud, with straw roofs. Peasants lived there. They worked in the fields around the village. Servants of the monks also lived there. A narrow river ran quickly along one side of the village. It brought fresh water to the monastery. Philip began to feel sick as he crossed the river on an old wooden bridge. Kingsbridge Priory brought shame to God's church and to the monastic life. But Philip could do nothing to change it. His anger and helplessness made his stomach hurt. The priory owned the bridge and asked people to pay to cross it. As the wood made loud sounds under Philip and his horse, an old monk came out from a small shelter on the other side. He walked forward to move a willow branch that blocked the bridge. He saw Philip and waved. Philip noticed that the monk was walking with difficulty.
"What is wrong with your foot, Brother Paul?" he asked.
"Just a chilblain," Brother Paul answered. "It will feel better when spring comes."
He wore only sandals on his feet, Philip saw. Paul was strong for his age, but he was too old to stand outside all day in this cold weather. "You should have a fire," Philip said.
"It would help me," Paul said. "But Brother Remigius says a fire costs more money than we earn from the bridge."
"How much do we take?" Philip asked.
"We take 1 penny for a horse and a farthing for a man," Paul answered.
"Do many people cross the bridge?"
"Yes, many people."
"Then why can we not pay for a fire?"
"The monks do not pay," Paul said. "The priory workers do not pay. The villagers do not pay. So only a knight or a traveling worker pays, maybe once every few days. On holy days, many people come to the cathedral. Then we collect many farthings."
"It seems to me we could guard the bridge only on holy days," Philip said. "Then you could have a fire with that money." Paul looked worried.
"Please do not tell Remigius I said anything," he said. "If he thinks I complain, he will be angry."
"Do not worry," Philip said. He moved his horse forward so Paul could not see his face. This kind of thing made him very angry. Paul had given his whole life to God and to the monastery. Now, in his old age, he had to stand in the cold to save a few small coins. This was not only cruel. It was also foolish. An old man like Paul could do useful work. He could raise chickens or do some other task. The priory would earn more money than from a few farthings. But the prior of Kingsbridge was old and slow. He did not see this. Remigius, the sub-prior, seemed the same. Philip thought it was a serious sin to waste the people and goods given to God. He still felt angry as he rode his pony between the small huts toward the priory gate. The priory stood inside a large four-sided wall, with the church in the center. The buildings were placed with care. To the north and west of the church were the public and working areas. To the south and east were the quiet and holy places. The gate was at the northwest corner. It stood open. A young monk in the gatehouse waved as Philip rode in. Inside the gate, against the west wall, stood the stable. It was a strong wooden building. It was better built than some houses outside the wall. 2 stable workers sat on straw inside. They were not monks. They worked for the priory. They stood up slowly, as if they did not want more work. The sharp smell inside hurt Philip's nose. The stalls were dirty. It looked as if no one had cleaned them for many weeks. Philip did not want to ignore this today. He gave one man the reins and spoke clearly. "Before you put my pony in a stall, clean one stall well and add fresh straw," he said. "Then clean the other stalls too. If the floor stays wet, the horses will get sick feet. You have enough time to keep this place clean." The men looked unhappy. So Philip added, "Do as I say. If you do not, I will see that you lose a day's pay." He started to leave, then remembered something. "There is a cheese in my saddlebag," he said. "Take it to the kitchen and give it to Brother Milius." He left without waiting for an answer. The priory had 60 workers to serve 45 monks. Philip thought this was too many. When people do not have enough work, they become lazy. Then they do even their small tasks badly. This was clear with the stable workers. It was another sign that Prior James did not manage things well. Philip walked along the west wall of the priory yard. He passed the guest house and looked inside to see if visitors were staying there. The large room was cold and empty. Dead leaves from last year lay across the doorway. He turned left and walked across the wide grass area between the guest house and the church. The guest house sometimes held people who were not religious, and even women. He came to the west end of the church, which was the public entrance. Broken stones from the fallen tower still lay where they had crashed down. They made a large pile, higher than a man. Like most churches, Kingsbridge Cathedral was built in the shape of a cross. The west door opened into the nave. The nave was the long main part of the church. The 2 arms of the cross were called transepts. They stood on each side of the altar, one to the north and one to the south. Past this crossing was the east end, called the chancel. This area was mostly for the monks. At the far east end stood the tomb of Saint Adolphus. Sometimes pilgrims still came to visit it. Philip walked into the main part of the church and looked at the long line of round arches and huge columns. The sight made him feel even more sad. The building was dark and wet inside. It was in worse condition than the last time he saw it. The small windows in the side aisles were deep inside the very thick walls. They looked like long narrow tunnels. High above, larger windows let in some light. The light showed the wooden ceiling with its painted pictures. The colors were fading. The pictures of apostles and saints were slowly disappearing into the background. Cold air came in through the windows because there was no glass. There was also a weak smell of old cloth that had begun to rot. From the far end of the church, Philip heard the high mass. The priest spoke Latin in a slow singing voice. Other voices answered him in chant. Philip walked slowly down the nave. The floor was only earth. In the corners, green moss grew where few people walked. The big stone columns had carved shapes on them. Long ago they were painted and covered with gold. Now only small pieces of gold leaf remained. There were stains where the paint had once been. The mortar between the stones was breaking and falling out. Small piles of dust lay near the walls. Anger rose inside him again. People came here to feel the greatness of God. But simple peasants judged by what they saw. When they saw this broken church, they would think God did not care. They might believe he did not notice their prayers or their sins. The peasants worked hard to pay for this church. It was wrong that they had this falling building in return. Philip knelt in front of the altar. He stayed there for a moment. He knew anger was not right in a place of prayer. After he felt calmer, he stood up and walked on. The east part of the church was divided into 2 sections. Near the center was the choir, where the monks sat and stood during services. Behind it was the sanctuary with the tomb of the saint. Philip walked behind the altar to take a place in the choir. Then he suddenly stopped. There was a coffin there. He stared at it in surprise. No one had told him that a monk had died. But he had only spoken to 3 people. Paul was old and often forgot things. The 2 stable hands had not spoken much. Philip went closer to the coffin. He wanted to see who it was. He looked inside, and his heart jumped. It was Prior James. Philip stared with his mouth open. Everything would change now. There would be a new prior. There would be new hope. He quickly felt ashamed of this thought. It was not right to feel happy about the death of an old brother, even if he had weaknesses. Philip made his face calm and serious. He looked carefully at the dead man. Prior James had white hair and a thin face. He had always walked with a bent back. In life he often looked tired and worried. Now his face was peaceful. He did not look troubled anymore. Philip knelt beside the coffin and whispered a prayer. He wondered if the old man had carried a secret trouble in his heart. Maybe he had a sin he never confessed. Maybe he regretted loving a woman. Maybe he had done something wrong to an innocent person. Whatever it was, he would not speak of it now. That would wait for the day of judgment. Even while he prayed, Philip's thoughts turned to the future. Prior James had been weak and unsure. Under him, the monastery had grown tired and careless. Now someone new would lead. The new prior could make the lazy servants work. He could repair the broken church. He could use the monastery's land and money well. The priory could become strong and do good things. Philip felt too excited to stay still. He stood up and walked lightly to the choir. He took an empty place at the back. The service was led by Andrew of York, the sacrist. Andrew was a red-faced man who became angry easily. He was one of the senior officers of the monastery. He was responsible for everything holy. He took care of the services, the books, and the sacred objects. He also looked after the vestments and the church building. Under him worked a cantor who guided the music. There was also a treasurer who cared for the gold and silver cups and candles. Only the prior and the sub-prior, Remigius, had authority over Andrew. Remigius was a close friend of Andrew. Andrew read the service in his usual sharp voice. He sounded as if he was holding back anger. Philip's mind was full of thoughts. After a while, he noticed that something was wrong. The service was not calm and orderly. A group of younger monks were making a disturbance. There was noise, talking, and laughing in the church. Philip saw that some young monks were making fun of the old novice master. The old man had fallen asleep in his seat. Most of the young monks had once been students under him. He had often punished them before. They still felt angry about it. They were throwing small balls of dirt at him. Each time a ball hit his face, he moved a little but did not wake up. Andrew did not see any of this. Philip looked around for the circuiter, the monk who kept order. The circuiter was far away on the other side of the church. He was talking with another monk. He was not watching the service or the young men. Philip watched for a short time. He did not like this kind of behavior. One young monk seemed to lead the others. He was about 21 years old. He was good-looking and had a playful smile. Philip saw him put the tip of his eating knife into a burning candle. Then he threw hot wax at the old monk's bald head. When the hot wax touched his skin, the old monk cried out and woke up. The young monks began to laugh loudly. Philip sighed and left his place. He walked behind the young leader. He caught him by the ear and pulled him out of the church into the south transept. Andrew looked up from his book and frowned at Philip. He had not seen the trouble. When they were far enough from the others, Philip let go of the young man's ear. "Name?" he asked.
William Bovis.
"And what made you behave like that during High Mass?" William looked unhappy.
"I was tired of the service," he said.
Philip did not feel sorry for monks who complained. "Tired," he said, a little louder. "What have you done today?"
William answered in a strong voice. "I went to Matins and Lords in the night. Then prime before breakfast. After that, Terce, chapter Mass, study, and now High Mass.
Did you eat?
I had breakfast.
And you will eat dinner later?
Yes.
Philip looked at him. Most young men your age work very hard in the fields from sunrise to sunset, he said. They work to earn their food, and they still give some of their bread to you. Do you know why?
Yes, William said, looking at the ground and moving his feet.
Tell me.
They give it because they want the monks to sing the services for them.
That is right. Hard-working farmers give you bread and meat. They give you a strong stone dormitory and a fire in winter. And you say you are too tired to sit quietly at High Mass for them.
I'm sorry, brother.
Philip looked at him for a moment. The young man was not truly bad. The real problem was that the leaders allowed this foolish behavior in the church. Philip spoke more gently. If the services make you tired, why did you become a monk?
I am my father's fifth son.
Philip nodded. And your father gave land to the priory so we would take you?
Yes, a farm.
This was common. A man with many sons would give one son to the church. He would also give land to support that son. In this way, many men became monks even if they did not truly want this life. Philip said, if you moved to another place, maybe to a farm or to my small cell of St. John in the forest, you would work more outside. There would be less time in church. Do you think that would help you take part in the services in a better way? William's face became bright.
Yes, brother, I think it would.
I thought so. I will see what I can do. But do not be too excited. You may need to wait for a new prior. You will have to ask him.
Thank you, brother.
The service ended. The monks began to leave the church in a line. Philip put a finger to his lips to stop the talk. As the monks walked through the south transept, Philip and William joined them. They went out into the cloisters near the south side of the church. There the line ended and the monks went their own ways. Philip turned toward the kitchen, but the sacrist stepped in front of him. He stood with his feet apart and his hands on his hips.
Brother Philip, he said.
Brother Andrew, what do you mean by stopping the High Mass? Philip said.
He thought, what is wrong with him? Philip was very surprised.
Stopping the service, he said. The boy was behaving badly.
I can deal with bad behavior in my own service, Andrew said in a loud voice.
The monks were walking away, but they stopped. They stayed close to listen. Philip did not understand why Andrew was so angry. Sometimes young monks had to be corrected during the service. There was no rule that only the sacrist could do this.
But you did not see what happened, Philip said.
Maybe I saw it, Andrew answered. Maybe I decided to deal with it later.
Philip was sure Andrew had not seen anything.
What did you see? He asked.
Do not question me, Andrew shouted.
His red face turned dark.
You may be the prior of a small place in the forest, Andrew said. But I have been sacrist here for 12 years. I will lead the cathedral service as I think is right. I do not need help from someone half my age.
Philip began to wonder if he had made a mistake. Why else was Andrew so angry? But something else was more important. The other monks were watching. This fight was not good for them to see. It had to stop. Philip forced himself to stay calm. He lowered his head.
You are right, brother, he said quietly. I am sorry.
Andrew was ready to continue the argument. He did not like that Philip stopped so quickly.
Do not let it happen again, Andrew said coldly.
Philip said nothing. He knew Andrew wanted the last word. If he spoke again, Andrew would answer again. So Philip looked down at the floor. He bit his tongue and stayed silent. Andrew stared at him for a few moments. At last the sacrist turned and walked away with his head high. The other monks looked at Philip. Philip felt upset because Andrew had shamed him. But he accepted it, because a monk must not be proud. Without speaking, he left the cloister. The monks lived on the south side of the square. The sleeping room was in the southeast corner. The dining hall was in the southwest corner. Philip walked west. He passed through the dining hall and came out near the guest house and the stables. In the southwest corner was the kitchen yard. The dining hall, the kitchen, and the bakehouse and brewery stood around it on 3 sides. A cart full of turnips waited in the yard. The vegetables were piled high and ready to be carried inside. Philip climbed the steps and went into the kitchen. The air hit him at once. It was hot and heavy. The strong smell of cooking fish filled the room. There was loud noise from metal pans and people shouting. 3 cooks worked quickly. Their faces were red from the heat. 6 or 7 young helpers moved around them. At each end of the room stood a huge fireplace. Both fires burned strongly. At each fire, many fish cooked on long sticks. A sweaty boy turned each stick again and again. The smell of fish made Philip hungry. Large iron pots hung over the flames. Carrots boiled inside them. 2 young men stood at a wooden table. They cut long loaves of white bread into thick pieces. The bread slices would be used as plates for the food. 1 monk watched over everything. He was Brother Milius, the kitchener. He was about the same age as Philip. He sat on a high stool. He looked calm and happy, even with all the noise. To him, everything seemed in good order. He smiled at Philip.
"Thank you for the cheese," he said.
"Ah, yes," Philip answered. He had almost forgotten about the cheese because so much had happened. "It is made only from the milk of this morning. You will taste a small difference."
"My mouth is already ready for it," Milius said. "But you look sad. Is something wrong?"
"It is nothing," Philip said. "I had some hard words with Andrew." He moved his hand in a small way, as if to push the thought away. There were always some stones in the kitchen fire. They stayed there to become very hot. The monks used them to heat a little water or soup very fast. He took long metal tongs and pulled a hot stone from the fire. Milius opened a cupboard and took out an old piece of leather. It was once part of an apron. Philip put the hot stone in the middle of the leather. He lifted the corners carefully because it was very hot. Philip waved and left the kitchen. He crossed the yard and walked to the gate. On his left, near the west wall, stood the mill. Many years ago, the monks had made a channel from the river to the mill pond. The water came from the river and turned the mill wheel. Then it moved through an underground channel. It went to the brewery and the kitchen. It also went to the fountain in the cloister, where the monks washed their hands before meals. After that, it flowed to the latrine near the dormitory. At the end, it turned south and went back to the river. One of the early priors had planned this very well. Outside the stable, Philip saw a pile of dirty straw. The workers were cleaning the stalls, just as he had told them to do. He went through the gate and walked into the village. He moved between the small wooden houses and went toward the bridge. As he walked, he thought about young William Bovis. Was it wrong to speak to him so strongly? Was he too proud? After a moment, Philip decided he was right. It would have been wrong to ignore the trouble during the church service. He reached the bridge and looked into Paul's small shelter.
"May I take a hot stone from your fire?"
"Of course." Philip said, "Brother Paul is on the bridge. He has a sore place on his foot from the cold. Remigius will not give him a fire. Here. Wrap the stone in this," he said.
"Thank you."
"Be quick," Milius said. "Dinner is ready."
"Put your feet near this," he said as he gave him the hot stone in the leather. "When it is not so hot, take off the leather. Then put your feet on the stone. It will stay warm until evening."
Brother Paul felt very thankful. He took off his sandals and put his feet on the bundle at once.
"I can feel the pain going away already," he said.
"If you put the stone back in the kitchen fire tonight, it will be hot again in the morning," Philip said.
"Brother Milius will not be angry?" Paul asked nervously.
I promise he will not.
You are very kind to me, Brother Philip.
It is nothing, Philip said. He left before Paul could thank him again. It was only a hot stone. He walked back to the priory. In the cloister, he washed his hands in the stone basin on the south side. Then he went into the refectory. One monk was reading from a book at a tall stand. The monks were supposed to eat in silence, except for the reading. But the sound of more than 40 men eating made a low noise in the room. Some monks were also whispering, even though it was against the rule. Philip sat down in an empty place at one of the long tables. The monk next to him was eating with great pleasure. He looked at Philip and spoke quietly.
We have fresh fish today.
Philip nodded. He had seen the fish in the kitchen. His stomach made a hungry sound.
We hear you have fresh fish every day in your house in the forest, the monk said. There was envy in his voice.
Philip shook his head. Every second day we eat chicken, he whispered.
The monk looked even more jealous. Here we have salted fish 6 days a week.
A servant put a thick piece of bread in front of Philip. Then he placed a fish on top of it. The fish smelled good because of Brother Milius's herbs. Philip's mouth filled with water when he saw the fish. He was ready to cut it with his knife and start eating. Suddenly, a monk at the far end of the table stood up and pointed at him. It was the circuiter, the monk who watched over discipline. Philip thought, what is wrong now? The circuiter had the right to speak, even when others had to stay silent.
Brother Philip, he said.
The other monk stopped eating. The hall became very quiet. Philip held his knife above the fish and looked up. He waited to hear the problem.
The rule says late brothers do not get dinner, the circuiter said.
Philip let out a quiet breath. This day was going badly for him. He put down his knife. He gave the wooden plate and the fish back to the servant. Then he bowed his head and listened to the reading. After dinner, there was a short rest time. Philip went to the storeroom under the kitchen. He wanted to speak to Cuthbert Whitehead, the cellarer. The storeroom was large and dark. It had thick, short pillars and very small windows. The air was dry. It smelled of hops and honey. There were also smells of old apples, dried herbs, cheese, and vinegar. Brother Cuthbert was often there. His work did not give him much time for church services. He did not seem to mind this. He was clever and practical. He did not care much about the spiritual life. The cellarer's work was different from the sacrist's work. Cuthbert had to take care of all the monks' daily needs. He collected food from the monastery's farms. He also went to the market. There he bought things the monks and workers could not make or grow. This job needed careful planning and good thinking. Cuthbert did not work alone. Milius the kitchener prepared the meals. There was also a chamberlain. He looked after the monks' clothes. Both men worked under Cuthbert's direction. 3 other officials were also under him, but they worked more freely. One was the guest master. Another was the infirmary. He cared for the old and sick monks in another building. The third was the almoner. Even with help, Cuthbert's work was very hard. He kept all the numbers and plans in his head. He said it was wrong to waste parchment and ink. Philip thought Cuthbert might not read or write very well. Cuthbert's hair had been white since he was young, so people called him Whitehead. Now he was over 60. He was bald, and the only white hair he had grew thick from his ears and nose. Philip had once been a cellarer in another monastery, so he understood Cuthbert's work and his problems. He did not get angry when Cuthbert complained. Because of this, Cuthbert liked Philip. When Cuthbert heard that Philip had missed his dinner, he took 6 pears from a barrel. The pears were a little dry, but they were sweet. Philip ate them with thanks. At the same time, Cuthbert spoke angrily about the monastery's money.
I do not understand how the priory can have debts, Philip said with fruit in his mouth.
It should not have debts, Cuthbert said. We have more land than before. We also collect money from more churches than before.
Then why are we not rich?
You know how things work here, Cuthbert said. The monastery's land is divided between different officers. The sacrist has his land. I have mine. The novice master, the guest master, the infirmary, and the almoner each have some land too. The rest belongs to the prior. Each man uses the money from his land to do his duties.
What is wrong with that? Philip asked.
Cuthbert sighed. All this land needs good care. For example, we may rent land to a farmer for money. We should not only choose the man who offers the most money. We must choose a good farmer. We must also watch his work. If we do not, the land becomes too wet. The soil becomes weak. Then the farmer cannot pay. He gives the land back to us in bad condition. Or think about a grange. Our workers farm there, and monks manage it. If no one visits except to take the food it makes, the monks become lazy. The workers may steal. Each year the farm makes less and less food. Even a church needs care. We should not only take the tithe money. We must choose a good priest. He should know Latin and live a holy life. If not, the people stop caring about the church. They marry and have children without a blessing. They die without prayer. They also give less tithe money.
The officers should take better care of their land, Philip said as he finished the last pair.
Cuthbert poured some wine from a barrel into a cup. They should, he said. But they think about other things. And what does the novice master know about farming? Why should the infirmary know how to manage land? A strong prior can make them careful with money. But we had a weak prior for 13 years. Now we have no money to repair the cathedral. We eat salted fish 6 days a week. Almost no new boys come to join us. And the guest house is empty. Philip drank his wine and said nothing. He felt angry and sad about this waste of God's gifts. He wanted to find the man who caused this trouble and make him understand. But that man was dead and lay in a coffin behind the altar. Still, there was a little hope.
Soon we will have a new prior, Philip said. He must change things.
Cuthbert looked at him in a strange way. Remigius? Change things? Philip did not understand.
Remigius will not be the new prior, will he?
It is very possible, Cuthbert said. Philip felt shocked.
But he is no better than Prior James. Why would the brothers choose him?
They do not trust strangers, Cuthbert said. So they will not vote for someone new. It must be one of us. And Remigius is the sub-prior. He is the most senior monk here.
There is no rule that we must choose the oldest monk, Philip said. We could choose another officer. We could choose you.
Cuthbert nodded. I have already been asked. I said no.
But why?
I am getting old, Philip. The work I do now is already hard for me. I can only do it because I know it so well. If I have more responsibility, it will be too much. I do not have the strength to take a weak monastery and change it. In the end, I would be no better than Remigius. Philip could not accept this.
There are other men. The sacrist. The circuiter. The novice master.
The novice master is old and even more tired than I am. The guest master eats too much and drinks too much. The sacrist and the circuiter have promised to vote for Remigius. I do not know why. But I can guess. Remigius has likely promised to make the sacrist sub-prior. He has likely promised to make the circuiter the new sacrist. That is their reward for helping him. Philip leaned back on the sacks of flour where he was sitting.
So Remigius will win the election, he said.
Cuthbert did not answer at once. He walked across the storeroom. There, he had placed a wooden tub with live eels inside. Next to it was a bucket of clean water. Beside that stood a barrel that was partly filled with salt water. "Help me," he said. He took a knife. He picked up an eel from the tub. He hit its head on the stone floor. Then he cut it open with the knife. He gave the fish to Philip. It was still moving a little. "Wash it in the bucket. Then put it in the barrel," he said. "We will eat these during Lent. They will help control our hunger." Philip washed the eel carefully in the bucket. Then he threw it into the salt water. Cuthbert prepared another eel. "There is one more possibility," he said. "There is a man who could be a good prior and change the monastery. His rank is lower than the sub-prior, but it is the same level as the sacrist or the cellarer." Philip put the eel into the bucket.
"Who?" he asked.
"You."
"Me?"
Philip was so surprised that he dropped the eel on the floor. It was true that he had a rank in the priory, but he never thought he was equal to the sacrist and the others. They were all much older than he was.
"I am too young."
"Think about it," Cuthbert said. "You have lived in monasteries all your life. You became a cellarer when you were 21. You have been prior of a small monastery for 4 or 5 years. And you improved it. Everyone can see that God is guiding you." Philip picked up the eel and put it into the barrel of salt water.
"God guides us all," he said.
He felt shocked by Cuthbert's idea. He wanted a strong and active new prior for Kingsbridge. But he had never thought about taking the job himself.
"It is true that I would be a better prior than Remigius," he said slowly.
Cuthbert looked pleased. "If you have a fault, Philip, it's your innocence." Philip did not believe he was innocent.
"What do you mean?" he asked.
"You do not expect bad reasons in people," Cuthbert said. "Most of us do. For example, everyone in the monastery thinks you want to become prior. They believe you came here to ask for their support."
Philip felt angry.
"Why do they think that?" he asked.
"Try to see yourself through the eyes of a suspicious man," Cuthbert said. "You arrived only a few days after Prior James died. It looks as if someone here sent you a secret message."
"But how could they think I planned that?" Philip asked.
"They do not know," Cuthbert answered. "But they think you are more clever than they are."
He went on cutting the eels on the table.
"And look at what you did today. You came in and told them to clean the stables. You stopped the foolish behavior during High Mass. You spoke about moving young William Bovis to another house, and everyone knows only a prior can move monks. You showed that Remigius was wrong when you carried a hot stone to Brother Paul on the bridge. And you brought a fine cheese to the kitchen. After dinner, we all ate a small piece. No one said where it came from, but we all knew it was from St. John in the forest."
Philip felt ashamed. He had not meant to cause trouble.
"Anyone could have done those things," he said.
"A senior monk might do one of them," Cuthbert said. "But no one else would do all of them. You came in and took control. You have already started to change the place. Of course, Remigius's friends are fighting back. That is why Andrew the sacrist shouted at you in the cloisters."
"So that is why," Philip said. "I did not understand his anger."
He washed an eel slowly.
"And when the circuiter told me not to eat dinner, was that for the same reason?" he asked.
"Yes," Cuthbert said. "It was a way to shame you in front of the others. But I think it did not work. They had no good reason to blame you, and you accepted both punishments calmly. You even looked holy."
"I did not do it to look holy," Philip said.
"Neither did the saints," Cuthbert replied. "There is the bell for nones. You should go. After the service, it is study hour. The brothers may speak in the cloisters then. Many of them will want to talk with you."
"Wait," Philip said with worry. "Just because they think I want to be prior does not mean I will stand for election."
The idea of an election frightened him. He was not sure he wanted to leave his quiet cell in the forest. Kingsbridge Priory had many serious problems.
I need time to think, he said.
I know, Cuthbert answered.
He stood straight and looked at Philip.
When you think, remember this. Too much pride is a common sin. But too much humility can also stop God's will.
Philip nodded. I will remember. Thank you.
He left the storeroom and walked quickly to the cloisters. His thoughts were confused as he joined the other monks and went into the church. He felt strong excitement when he thought about becoming prior of Kingsbridge. For many years, he had been upset about the poor way the priory was managed. Now he might have the chance to make things better himself. Then doubt came to him. Was he truly able to do it? It was not enough to see problems and give orders. He would need to convince people. He would need to care for land and buildings. He would need to find money. The work required a wise and careful mind. The responsibility would be heavy. As always, the quiet of the church helped him feel calm. After what happened this morning, the monks were quiet and serious. As he listened to the well-known words of the service and said the answers as he had done for many years, his mind became clear again. He asked himself, "Do I want to be the prior of Kingsbridge?" The answer came at once. Yes. He wanted to take care of the old church. He wanted to fix it and paint it again. He wanted to fill it with the singing of 100 monks and the voices of 1,000 people saying the Lord's Prayer. For this reason alone, he wanted the position. There was also the land and property of the monastery. It needed new order and new life. It needed to become strong and useful again. He wanted to see many small boys learning to read and write in a corner of the cloister. He wanted the guest house to be full of light and warmth. He wanted barons and bishops to come and visit. He hoped they would give valuable gifts to the priory before they left. He wanted a special room for a library. He wanted to fill it with wise and beautiful books. Yes, he truly wanted to be the prior of Kingsbridge. He asked himself another question. Are there other reasons? When I see myself as prior and making these changes for God, is there pride in my heart? Yes, there is. In the quiet and holy church, he could not lie to himself. He wanted to serve God, but he also liked the idea of his own success. He liked the thought of giving orders that no one could change. He imagined himself making decisions and giving justice. He saw himself giving advice and support. He saw himself giving punishments and forgiveness as he thought right. He imagined people saying, "Philip of Gwynedd changed that place. It was a shame before he came. Now look at it." But I would be good, he thought. God gave me a clever mind to manage land and the skill to lead men. I have shown what I can do as cellarer in Gwynedd and as prior of St. John in the forest. When I lead a house, the monks live well and feel content. In my priory, the old men stay warm in winter. The young men have enough work, so they do not feel bored or angry. I care for the people under me. But Gwynedd and St. John in the forest were much easier than Kingsbridge Priory. Gwynedd was already in good order. The forest cell had problems when I arrived, but it was very small. It was easy to guide and control. Kingsbridge is different. To change it will be the great work of my life. It may take many weeks just to learn what it owns. I must learn how much land it has and where the land is. I must see what grows there. There may be forests, fields for animals, or fields of wheat. I must take control of lands that are far from each other. I must find the problems and fix them. Then I must bring all the parts together and make one strong house. This work may take many years. At the forest cell, I only had to guide about 12 young men. They worked hard in the fields and prayed in church. Philip thought, my reasons are not perfect. Maybe I want this too much. Maybe I am not good enough. Perhaps I should refuse to stand for the position. If I refuse, I will not fall into the sin of pride. But then he remembered what Cuthbert had said.
A man can also stop God's will by being too humble.
Philip asked himself, what does God want? Does God want Remigius? Remigius is not as able as I am. His reasons are probably no better than mine. Is there another man who wants the position? Not at present. Until God shows another way, I must choose between me and Remigius. It is clear that Remigius would lead the monastery as he did when Prior James was sick. He would be lazy and careless. The monastery would grow weaker. And what about me? I am proud, and I have not yet proved my skills. But I want to change the monastery. If God gives me strength, I will succeed. The service was ending. Philip spoke quietly to God in his heart.
All right, he said. I will accept nomination. I will fight with all my strength to win the election. If you do not want me, for a reason I do not know, then you must stop me.
Philip had lived in monasteries for 22 years. The priors before had served for a long time. Because of that, he had never seen an election. An election was a special moment in monastery life. When the brothers voted, they did not have to obey anyone. For a short time, they were all equal. Long ago, if the old stories were true, the monks had been equal in everything. A group of men left the normal world. They wanted to escape desire and comfort. They built a holy place far from towns and cities. They took poor land and made it useful. They cut down trees and dried wet ground. They worked the fields and built their church together. In those days, they truly lived like brothers. The prior was only the first among them. They promised to follow the rule of Saint Benedict. They did not promise to obey powerful church leaders. Now, only one part of that old equality remained. The monks still chose the prior and the abbot by election. Some monks felt uneasy about this power. They wanted someone to tell them how to vote. Some said the older monks should decide in a small group. Other monks used this power badly. They acted rude and proud. Some asked for special gifts if they gave their support. Most of the brothers only wanted to choose the right man. They felt worried about making a mistake. That afternoon, Philip walked in the cloisters. He spoke with many monks. Sometimes he talked to one man. Sometimes he spoke to small groups. He told them openly that he wanted to be prior. He said he believed he could do the work better than Remigius, even though he was young. He answered their questions. Most of the questions were about food and drink rations. He ended each talk with the same words.
If each of us makes the choice with care and with prayer, God will bless the result.
It was a wise thing to say. He also believed it in his heart. The next morning, Milius the kitchener spoke while they ate breakfast.
We are winning, he said.
Philip and Milius ate horse bread and drank weak beer. Around them, the kitchen workers were lighting the fires. Philip bit a piece of the dark bread and drank some beer to make it softer. Milius was a clever and lively young man. He worked closely with Cuthbert and respected Philip. He had straight dark hair and a small, neat face. Like Cuthbert, he liked to serve God by doing useful work. He did not care much for long church services. Philip did not fully trust Milius's hope.
Why do you think we are winning? He asked.
All the men on Cuthbert's side support you, Milius answered. The chamberlain, the infirmary, the novice master, and I are with you. We know you manage supplies well. Right now, food and supplies are our biggest problem.
He continued.
Many of the other monks will also vote for you. They think you will manage the priory's money better. If you do that, life will be more comfortable. The food will also be better.
Philip frowned.
I do not want to trick anyone, he said. My first duty would be to repair the church. I also want to improve the services. That is more important than better food.
Of course, Milius said quickly. They understand that. That is why the guest master and one or two others will vote for Remigius. They want an easy life and fewer rules.
He went on.
The rest who support him are his close friends. They hope for special favors if he becomes prior. The sacrist, the circuiter, the treasurer, and others like them. The cantor is a friend of the sacrist. But I think he could support us. especially if you promise to choose a librarian.
Philip nodded. The cantor led the music. He felt it was too much work to care for the books as well.
It is a good idea, Philip said. We need a librarian. We must build a larger collection of books.
Milius stood up from his stool. He began to sharpen a kitchen knife. He always needed to keep his hands busy, Philip thought.
There are 44 monks who can vote, Milius said. Before, there were 45, but one had died. I think 18 are with us. 10 are with Remigius. That leaves 16 who have not decided. We need 23 votes to win. So we must win 5 more men.
When you say it like that, it sounds simple, Philip said. How much time do we have?
I do not know, Milius answered. The brothers call the election. If we do it too soon, the bishop may not accept our choice. If we wait too long, he can order us to begin. He can also choose his own candidate. Right now, he may not even know that the old prior is dead.
So we may have to wait a long time, Philip said.
Yes, Milius replied. And when we are sure we have enough votes, you must go back to your cell. You must stay there until the election is over.
Philip looked surprised.
Why? He asked.
Because when people see too much of a man, they begin to respect him less, Milius said. He lifted the sharp knife in his hand as he spoke.
Forgive me if I sound rude, but you asked me. Right now, people see you in a special way. To the younger monks, you seem holy and far away. You changed that small cell and made it strong and able to live on its own. You are strict, but you give the monks good food. You are a natural leader, but you can bow your head and accept correction like a new novice. You know the Holy Scriptures well. And you make the best cheese in the country.
And you make it bigger than it is.
Not by much.
I cannot believe people think about me like that. It does not feel normal.
Yes, it is not normal, Milius said with a small shrug. And it will not stay this way when they know you better. If you lived here, you would lose that special image. They would see you clean your teeth and scratch yourself. They would hear you snore at night. They would see you when you are in a bad mood, or when someone hurts your pride, or when you have a headache. We do not want them to see that. Let them watch Remigius make mistakes every day. Then your image will stay bright and perfect in their minds.
I do not like this, Philip said in a worried voice. It feels false.
There is nothing false about it, Milius said. It shows how well you would serve God and the monastery as prior. And it shows how badly Remigius would lead.
Philip shook his head.
I will not act like an angel. I will not stay here. I must return to the forest anyway. But we must speak honestly to the brothers. We ask them to choose a man who is not perfect. He will need their help and their prayers.
Then tell them that, Milius said with excitement. It is perfect. They will like it.
Philip thought that Milius would never change. So he spoke about something else.
What do you think about the brothers who still cannot decide?
They are careful and traditional, Milius said at once. They see Remigius as older. They think he will change less. They know him well. Right now, he is almost in charge.
Philip nodded.
And they look at me with doubt, like I am a strange dog that might bite.
The bell rang for chapter. Milius drank the last of his beer.
They will attack you in some way, Philip. I do not know how. But they will try to show you as young and without experience. They will say you act too quickly and cannot be trusted. You must stay calm and careful. Let me and Cuthbert speak for you.
Philip began to feel afraid. This was a new way to think. Now he had to watch every action. He had to think how others would see and judge it. He spoke with slight disapproval.
Usually, I only think about how God sees my actions.
I know, Milius said quickly. But it is not wrong to help simple people understand you in the right way.
Philip frowned. Milius sounded very reasonable. They left the kitchen and walked through the eating hall to the cloisters. Philip felt very worried. Attack? What did that mean? Would they tell lies about him? How should he act? If people said false things about him, he would feel angry. Should he hide his anger and look calm and serious? If he stayed too calm, would the brothers think the lies were true? He decided to act like himself. He would only be a little more serious and careful. The chapter house was a small round room. It stood next to the east side of the cloisters. Inside, benches stood in circles around the room. There was no fire, and the room felt cold after the warm kitchen. Light came through tall windows high in the walls. No one could see outside. The only thing to look at was the other monks. Philip looked at them. Almost everyone from the monastery was there. They were young and old, from 17 to 70. Some were tall and some were short. Some had dark hair and some had fair hair. All wore rough wool robes that were not colored. They had simple leather sandals on their feet. The guest master was there. He had a round stomach and a red nose. These showed that he liked food and drink too much. Philip thought this might be forgiven if he ever had guests. The chamberlain was there too. He made the monks change their robes and shave at Christmas and at Whitsun. He also told them to wash at that time, but it was not required. Near the far wall stood the oldest brother. He was thin and calm. His hair was still grey, not white. He did not speak often, but when he spoke, people listened. Philip thought this man should perhaps be prior, but he was too modest and did not put himself forward. Brother Simon was there. He looked around in a secret way and moved his hands all the time. He often confessed to sins of impurity. Milius once whispered to Philip that maybe Brother Simon enjoyed the confession more than the sin. William Bovis was there, and he behaved well. Brother Paul was there and walked almost without a limp. Cuthbert Whitehead looked calm and sure of himself. John Small, the small treasurer, was there. Pierre was there too. He was the circuiter. He had a hard face and thin lips. Yesterday, he had refused to give Philip dinner. As Philip looked at them, he saw that they were all watching him. He felt embarrassed and lowered his eyes. Then Remigius came in with Andrew, the sacrist. They sat down near John Small and Pierre. So Philip thought they were not trying to hide anything. They were clearly a group with their own side. The chapter meeting began with a reading about Saint Simeon Stylites. It was his feast day. He was a holy man who lived for many years on top of a tall pillar. He lived there alone. He gave up comfort and food. No one could doubt that he could suffer for his faith. But Philip had always wondered about him. He asked himself if the people who came to see Simeon truly wanted to grow closer to God. Maybe they only came to look at a strange man. After the prayers, someone read a chapter from the book of St. Benedict. The meeting and the small building both took their names from this daily reading. Remigius stood up to read. He held the book and waited for a moment. Philip looked at his face carefully. For the first time, he looked at him as an enemy. Remigius moved and spoke in a quick and confident way. He looked capable and strong. But Philip saw more when he watched closely. Remigius's blue eyes moved quickly from side to side. He looked nervous. His mouth opened and closed before he began to speak. His hands closed into fists and then opened again, even though the rest of his body was still. The power he had did not come from kindness. It came from pride and anger. He often spoke down to others. Philip wondered why Remigius had chosen to read the chapter himself. A moment later he understood.
The first step of humility is quick obedience, Remigius read.
He had chosen chapter 5. It was about obedience. He wanted to remind everyone that he was their leader. He wanted them to remember their place. It was a quiet way to threaten them. Remigius was clever.
They do not live as they wish, he continued. They do not follow their own desires. They follow the command of another person. They live in the monastery and want to be ruled by an abbot. Without doubt, they follow the words of our Lord. He said, I did not come to do my own will, but the will of the one who sent me.
Remigius was making his position clear. He was saying that he stood for true authority. After the reading came the necrology. Today all the prayers were for Prior James. The last part of the meeting was the most active. They talked about monastery business. They confessed their mistakes. They also spoke about the wrong actions of others. Remigius began.
There was a problem during High Mass yesterday.
Philip felt almost calm. Now he knew the attack was coming. He was not sure he had done the right thing, but he knew why he had done it. He was ready to explain himself. Remigius continued.
I was not there. I was in the prior's house. There was urgent business, but the sacrist told me what happened.
Cuthbert Whitehead interrupted him.
Do not blame yourself for that, Brother Remigius, he said in a gentle voice. We all know that monastery work should not be more important than High Mass, but our dear prior has died. You now have many duties. Some of these duties are new for you. I am sure we all agree that you do not need to do penance.
Philip thought Cuthbert was very clever. Remigius had not tried to confess any fault. But now it sounded as if he had. Cuthbert had forgiven him before he asked for forgiveness. So everyone now felt that Remigius had made a mistake. If Philip was found guilty, it would only make him equal to Remigius. Cuthbert had also suggested that Remigius could not manage the prior's work well. With only a few kind words, he had weakened Remigius's power. Remigius looked very angry. Philip felt a strong feeling of victory inside him. Andrew Sacrist looked at Cuthbert with anger.
I am sure none of us want to criticize our respected sub-prior, he said. The problem I mentioned was caused by Brother Philip. He is visiting us from the cell of St. John in the forest. Philip took young William Bovis from his place in the choir. He pulled him to the south transept. There he spoke to him strongly while I was leading the service.
Remigius made his face look sad and serious.
We can all agree that Philip should have waited until the end of the service, he said.
Philip looked at the faces of the other monks. They did not show clear support or clear disagreement. They watched like people at a contest. For them, it was only interesting to see who would win. Philip wanted to speak. He wanted to say that if he had waited, the bad behavior would have continued during the whole service. But he remembered Milius's advice. So he stayed quiet. Then Milius spoke for him.
I also missed High Mass, he said. This often happens to me, because High Mass is just before dinner. So maybe you can tell me, Brother Andrew, what was happening in the choir before Brother Philip acted? Was everything calm and proper?
There was some small trouble among the young monks, the sacrist said in an unhappy voice. I plan to speak to them later.
It is normal that you do not remember every detail, Milius said kindly. You were thinking about the service. But we have a circuiter. His duty is to watch for bad behavior. Tell us, Brother Pierre, what did you see?
The circuiter looked angry. I saw what the sacrist has already said.
It seems we must ask Brother Philip for the details, Milius said.
Philip understood what Milius was doing. He had shown that neither the sacrist nor the circuiter really saw what happened. Philip respected Milius for this. But he did not like this kind of contest. Choosing a prior was not a game. It was about finding God's will. He waited. Milius looked at him as if to say, "This is your moment." But Philip was stubborn. He did not like when someone pushed him into something he felt was not right. He looked at Milius and said, "It was as my brothers have said." Milius's face changed. He looked shocked. He opened his mouth, but he had no words. Philip felt sorry. He thought, I will explain to him later, unless he is too angry. Remigius was ready to continue his attack. Then another voice spoke.
I want to confess.
Everyone turned to look. It was William Bovis. He stood up and looked ashamed.
I was throwing small balls of mud at the novice master and laughing, he said quietly. Brother Philip made me feel ashamed. I asked God to forgive me. I asked the brothers to give me a punishment.
He sat down quickly. Before Remigius could speak, another young monk stood up.
I have something to confess. I did the same. Please give me a punishment.
He sat down. Then another monk stood up. Then another. Then another. The truth was clear. Philip had tried to avoid speaking, but now everyone knew. He felt happy inside. Milius tried hard not to smile. Now it was clear that the young monks had caused real trouble. The sacrist and the circuiter had not noticed. Remigius was very unhappy. He gave the guilty monks a punishment. For 1 week, they must stay silent. They could not speak. No one could speak to them. This punishment was harder than it sounded. Philip had once suffered the same thing. Even one day felt heavy and lonely. A whole week felt terrible. Remigius was angry because he had lost. After the confessions, he had to punish the young monks. By punishing them, he showed that Philip had been right. His plan to attack Philip had failed. Philip felt proud, even if he also felt a little guilty. But Remigius's shame was not finished. Cuthbert spoke again.
There was another problem we must discuss, he said. It happened in the cloister after High Mass.
Philip felt surprised. He did not know what would come next.
Brother Andrew spoke to Brother Philip and accused him of bad behavior, Cuthbert said.
Philip thought, everyone knows that already.
Cuthbert continued. We all know that accusations should be made here, in chapter. There are good reasons for this rule. When we wait until the next morning, people are calmer. We can speak without anger. And the whole community can think together and give wise advice.
But I am sorry to say that Andrew did not follow this wise rule. He caused trouble in the cloisters. He disturbed everyone and spoke in an angry way. If the leaders ignored this behavior, it would be unfair to the younger brothers who had been punished before. Philip felt happy. The plan was hard, but it was clever. No one had really talked about whether Philip was right to take William out of the choir during the service. Each time someone tried to talk about it, the meeting turned into a discussion about the person who made the complaint. Philip thought this was fair. Andrew had not been honest in his complaint. Now Cuthbert and Milius had made Remigius, Andrew, and Pierre look foolish. Andrew's red face became dark with anger. Remigius looked almost afraid. Philip was glad because they deserved this. But he began to worry. Maybe this was going too far. It is not proper for younger brothers to talk about punishing older ones, he said. Let the sub-prior deal with this matter in private. Philip looked around. The monks seemed pleased with his words. He understood that he had won even more support. It seemed that the meeting was finished. Most of the brothers now supported Philip. He felt sure that he had convinced many who were not certain before. Then Remigius spoke again.
There is another matter I must speak about, he said.
Philip looked at his face. Remigius seemed desperate. Andrew and Pierre also looked surprised. This was not planned. Philip wondered if Remigius would now ask for the job openly.
Most of you know that the bishop can suggest names for us to consider, Remigius began. He can also refuse to accept our choice. This can cause problems between the bishop and the monastery. Some older brothers have seen this before. In the end, the bishop cannot force us to take his man. We also cannot force him to accept ours. When there is a fight like this, both sides must talk and find an agreement. In that case, much depends on how strong and united we are. Especially how united we are.
Philip felt uneasy. Remigius was calm again. He spoke with control and pride. Philip did not know what he would say next. His feeling of victory disappeared.
The reason I speak about this today is that I have learned two important things, Remigius continued. First, there may be more than one candidate from among us here.
Philip thought this was no surprise.
Second, the bishop will also choose a candidate.
The room became very quiet. This was bad news for everyone.
Someone asked, "Do you know who the bishop wants?"
Yes, Remigius said.
At that moment, Philip felt sure he was lying.
The bishop's choice is Brother Osbert of Newbury.
A few monks gasped. They were shocked. They all knew Osbert. He had once worked at Kingsbridge as circuiter. He was the bishop's son, though not born in marriage. He did not take his religious life seriously. He saw the church as a way to live an easy and comfortable life. He did not truly follow his vows. He only pretended to do so. He trusted his father to protect him from trouble. The idea of Osbert as prior frightened them. Even Remigius's friends did not like it. Only the guest master and a few bad brothers might support Osbert, because they hoped for loose rules and easy living. Remigius continued speaking.
If we choose two candidates, brothers, the bishop may say that we are divided, he said. He may say we cannot decide together. Then he may decide for us and tell us to accept his man. If we want to stop Osbert, we should put forward only one name. And we should choose someone strong, not someone young or without experience.
Many monks nodded. Philip felt crushed. A moment before, he had felt sure he would win. Now that hope was gone. The monks now looked at Remigius as the safe choice. He seemed like the man who could keep them united and stop Osbert. Philip still believed that Remigius was lying about Osbert. But it did not matter. The monks were afraid. They would support Remigius. That would mean more bad years for Kingsbridge Priory. Before anyone could speak, Remigius ended the meeting.
Let us leave now, he said. Let us think and pray about this while we do God's work today.
He stood up and walked out. Andrew, Pierre, and John Small followed him. They looked confused but pleased. As soon as they were gone, the other monks began to talk loudly.
"I did not know Remigius could do something like that," he said.
"He is lying," Philip said with anger. "I am sure of it." Cuthbert joined them and heard Philip's words.
"Does it really matter if he is lying?" he asked.
"The threat is enough," he said.
"The truth will come out in the end," Philip said.
"Not always," Milius replied. "If the bishop does not choose Osbert, Remigius will say the bishop was afraid. He will say the bishop was scared of a fight with all of us together."
"I am not ready to give up," Philip said.
"What else can we do?" Milius asked.
"We must learn the truth," Philip said.
"We cannot," Milius said.
Philip tried hard to think. He felt very upset and tired of this problem.
"Why do we not just ask?" he said.
"Ask? What do you mean?"
"Ask the bishop what he plans to do."
"How?"
"We can send a message to the bishop's palace," Philip said.
He looked at Cuthbert.
Cuthbert thought for a moment. "Yes, I send messengers often. I can send one to the palace."
"And ask the bishop what he plans?" Milius asked.
Philip looked worried. That was the difficulty.
Cuthbert agreed. "The bishop will not tell us," he said.
Suddenly Philip had an idea. His face became bright, and he hit his hand with his fist in excitement.
"No," he said. "The bishop will not tell us, but his archdeacon will."
That night Philip dreamed about Jonathan, the baby who had no parents. In his dream, the baby lay at the door of the chapel at St. John in the forest. Philip was inside the chapel, reading the morning prayer. Then a wolf came out of the trees. It moved slowly across the field. It was going toward the baby. Philip was afraid to move. He did not want to disturb the service. He was afraid Remigius and Andrew would be angry with him. They were in the chapel in his dream, though in real life they had never been there. He decided to shout. He tried to call out, but no sound came from his mouth. At last he tried so hard that he woke up. He lay in the dark and shook with fear. Around him, the monks were sleeping and breathing quietly. Slowly he understood that the wolf was not real. Since he came to Kingsbridge, he had not thought much about the baby. He wondered what he would do if he became prior. Everything would change then. A baby in a small monastery in the forest was not important, even if it was unusual. But the same baby at Kingsbridge Priory would make people talk. Still, what was wrong with that? It was not a sin if people talked. If he were prior, he could choose what to do. He could bring Johnny Eightpence to Kingsbridge to care for the child. The idea made him very happy.
That is what I will do, he thought.
Then he remembered he might not become prior at all. He stayed awake until morning. He felt nervous and impatient. There was nothing more he could do now. It was useless to speak to the monks. They were all afraid of Osbert. Some had even come to Philip and said they were sorry he had lost. As if the vote was already finished. He wanted to call them weak and afraid. But he did not. He only smiled and said they might still be surprised. Still, his own hope was not strong. Archdeacon Walleran might not be at the bishop's palace. Or he might be there but not want to tell Philip the bishop's plans. Or he might have his own secret plans. At dawn Philip rose with the other monks. He went to the church for the first prayer of the day. After that, he walked toward the dining room to eat breakfast. But Milius stopped him. With a quiet sign, he asked Philip to come to the kitchen. Philip followed at once. He felt tense and worried. The messenger must be back. That was very fast. He must have received an answer at once and started the return journey yesterday afternoon. Even so, he had traveled quickly. Philip did not know a horse in their stable that could go so fast. But what was the answer? Inside the kitchen, the messenger was not there. The archdeacon himself was waiting. It was Walleran Bigod. Philip looked at him in surprise. The tall, thin archdeacon sat on a small stool. He looked like a black bird on a tree. The end of his long nose was red from the cold. He held a cup of hot wine and warmed his thin hands around it.
It is kind of you to come, Philip said quickly.
I am glad you wrote to me, Walleran said in a calm voice.
Is it true? Philip asked. Will the bishop choose Osbert?
Walleran lifted his hand to stop him.
I will answer that, he said.
Cuthbert is telling me about what happened yesterday. Philip hid his disappointment. This was not a clear answer. He looked carefully at Walleran's face and tried to understand his thoughts. Walleran had his own plans, but Philip could not see what they were. Cuthbert was sitting by the fire. Philip had not noticed him before. He was putting hard bread into his beer to make it soft for his old teeth. Now he continued to speak about yesterday's meeting. Philip moved in his chair and felt nervous. He tried to guess what Walleran was planning. He took a small piece of bread, but he was too worried to eat it. He drank some weak beer so his hands would not stay empty.
And so, Cuthbert said at last, we thought our only hope was to learn what the bishop truly wants. Philip knows you, so we believed you would listen to him. That is why we sent you the message.
Philip spoke with impatience.
Will you now tell us what we need to know?
Yes, I will, Walleran said. He put down his wine and did not drink it. The bishop wants his son to become the prior of Kingsbridge.
Philip felt his heart grow heavy.
So Remigius was telling the truth.
Walleran continued. But the bishop does not want to fight with the monks.
Philip frowned. This was almost what Remigius had said before, but something still felt wrong.
You did not travel all this way only to tell us that, Philip said.
Walleran looked at Philip with respect. Philip knew he was right.
No, Walleran said. The bishop asked me to see what the monks are thinking. He has given me the power to choose a name for him. I even carry the bishop's seal with me. I can write a letter and seal it to make the choice official. I speak with his full authority.
Philip stayed quiet for a moment. Walleran could choose the new prior and seal the letter himself. That meant the bishop trusted him completely. Walleran now spoke in the bishop's name. Philip took a deep breath.
Do you believe what Cuthbert said? If Osbert is chosen, will it cause the fight the bishop wants to avoid?
Yes, I understand that, Walaran said.
Then you will not choose Osbert.
No.
Philip felt tight inside, as if he might break. The monks were afraid of Osbert. If his name was removed, they would happily vote for any man Walaran chose. Now Walaran had the power to decide.
Then who will you choose? Philip asked.
Walaran answered, you, or Remigius.
Philip began, Remigius does not have the skill to lead the priory.
I know his skills, and I know yours, Walaran said. He raised his thin white hand to stop Philip. I know which of you would be the better prior. He paused for a moment. But there is another matter.
Philip felt confused. What else could be important, except who would be the best leader? He looked at the others. Milius looked confused. Old Cuthbert had a small smile, as if he understood something. Walaran spoke calmly.
Like you, I want strong and able men in important church jobs, he said. It is better to choose men who can work well, even if they are young. We should not give these jobs only to old men who have served for many years.
Yes, of course, Philip said with impatience.
He did not understand why Walaran was saying this.
We all want that. The four of us should work together for this goal.
Milius shook his head.
I do not understand what you mean, he said.
I understand, Cuthbert said quietly.
Walaran gave Cuthbert a small, thin smile. Then he looked back at Philip.
I will speak clearly, he said. The bishop is old. One day he will die. Then we must choose a new bishop, just as today we must choose a new prior. The monks of Kingsbridge have the right to choose the new bishop. The Bishop of Kingsbridge is also the abbot of this priory.
Philip frowned. This did not seem important. They were choosing a prior now, not a bishop. But Walaran continued.
The monks cannot choose anyone they want, he said. The archbishop and the king will also have their opinions. But in the end, the monks make the choice official. When that time comes, you three will have strong influence.
Cuthbert nodded slowly, as if his idea was correct. Now Philip began to understand. Walaran finished his thought.
You want me to help you become prior of Kingsbridge. I want you to help me become bishop.
Now Philip understood.
He looked at Walaran and said nothing.
It was very simple. The archdeacon wanted an agreement. Philip felt shocked. It was not exactly the same as buying a church position with money. That sin was called simony. But this offer felt too much like business. He tried to think about it calmly. If he accepted, he would become prior. His heart began to beat faster when he thought about it. He did not want to argue about something that could give him the priory. If this plan worked, Walaran would probably become bishop one day. Philip wondered if Walaran would be a good bishop. He thought Walaran would do the job well. Walaran did not seem to have any serious bad habits. He had a practical way of serving God. Philip knew that he was also practical in the same way. Still, Philip felt that Walaran could be hard and strict. Philip was not like that. But he also believed that Walaran truly wanted to protect the church and help it grow. Philip then thought about other possible candidates. Who else could become bishop after the old bishop died? Osbert was one possibility. Sometimes church positions passed from father to son. This happened even though priests were not supposed to have children. Osbert would be a bigger problem as bishop than as prior. Philip thought it was better to support Walaran than let Osbert take the position. Even a worse man than Walaran would be better than Osbert. He tried to think of other names. He could not guess who else might want the job. The bishop might live for many more years. Cuthbert looked at Walaran.
We cannot promise that you will win the election, he said.
I understand, Walaran said. I only ask for your nomination. In return, I will give you my nomination.
Cuthbert nodded slowly.
I agree, he said in a serious voice.
So do I, Milius said.
The archdeacon and the two monks looked at Philip. He did not answer at once. He felt unsure inside. He knew this was not the right way to choose a bishop, but the priory was very close to him now. It did not seem right to trade one holy job for another. It was not like selling horses in a market. But if he said no, Remigius might become prior and Osbert might become bishop. That thought troubled him. Still, his careful thoughts did not matter much now. His wish to become prior was strong inside him. He felt he could not say no. He remembered his prayer from yesterday. He had told God he would fight for this position. Now he looked up again and prayed silently.
If you do not want this to happen, stop me from speaking. Make my tongue still. Stop my mouth. Do not let me breathe. Do not let me say the words.
Then he looked at Walaran.
I accept, he said.
The prior's bed was very large. It was 3 times wider than any bed Philip had ever used. The wooden base was high, almost as high as a man's waist. On top was a soft feather mattress. There were curtains around it to keep out cold air. On the curtains, a kind woman had sewn pictures from the Bible. Philip looked at the bed with worry. He already thought it was too much that the prior had his own bedroom. Philip had never had a room only for himself. Tonight would be the first time he slept alone. The big bed felt like too much comfort. He thought about bringing a simple straw mattress from the dormitory. He could move this large bed to the infirmary. There it could help a sick monk rest more easily. But the bed was not only for him. When an important guest came, such as a bishop, a lord, or even a king, that person would sleep in this room. The prior would then sleep somewhere else. So Philip could not remove the bed.
You will sleep well tonight, Walaran Bigot said. There was a little envy in his voice.
I think so, Philip said, but he was not fully sure.
Everything happened very fast. Walaran wrote a letter in the kitchen. In the letter, he ordered the monks to choose a new prior at once. He wrote Philip's name as the man he wanted. He signed the bishop's name and used the bishop's seal. Then the 4 men went into the chapter house. When Remigius saw them, he understood that he had lost. Walaran read the letter aloud. When he said Philip's name, the monks cheered. Remigius was clever enough not to ask for a formal vote. He accepted defeat. Philip became the new prior. Philip led the rest of the meeting, but he felt confused and not fully aware. After the meeting, he walked across the grass to the prior's house. The house stood in the southeast corner of the priory. It was near the wall. He went inside to live there. When he saw the bed, he understood that his life had changed forever. He was not the same as before. Now he was different from the other monks. He had authority and special rights. But he also had great responsibility. He alone had to make sure the small community of 45 monks stayed alive and strong. If they did not have enough food, it would be his fault. If they became bad men, he would be to blame. If they brought shame to God's church, God would ask Philip why. He reminded himself that he had wanted this heavy duty. Now he had to carry it. His first task as prior was to lead the monks to church for the High Mass. Today was Epiphany, the 12th day of Christmas. It was a special holy day. All the villagers would come to the service. People from nearby villages would also arrive. A large and strong cathedral, with many good monks and beautiful services, could bring 1,000 people or even more. Even dreary. Most of the local lords and ladies came to Kingsbridge. The church service was also a social event. They could meet neighbors and speak about business. Before the service began, Philip wanted to talk to Walaran. Now they were alone at last.
About the information I gave you, Philip began. It was about the Earl of Shiring.
Walaran nodded.
I remember, he said. It may be even more important than the question of who will be prior or bishop. Earl Bartholomew is already in England. They expect him at shiring tomorrow.
Philip looked worried.
What are you going to do? He asked.
I will use Sir Percy Hamley, Walaran said. I hope he will be at the service today.
I have heard his name, Philip said. But I have never seen him.
Look for a fat lord with an ugly wife and a handsome son, Walaran said. You cannot miss the wife. She is very unpleasant to look at.
Why do you think they will support King Stephen against Earl Bartholomew? Philip asked.
They hate the Earl very much, Walaran answered.
Why?
The son, William, was going to marry the Earl's daughter, Walaran said. But she did not like him. The marriage was stopped. The Hamley family felt ashamed. They still feel angry about it. They will take any chance to hurt Earl Bartholomew.
Philip nodded. He felt satisfied. He was happy that this problem was no longer his duty. He already had too much to manage. Running Kingsbridge Priory was a big task. Walaran could deal with the outside world. They left the prior's house and walked to the cloister. The monks were waiting there. Philip stood at the front of the line. Then the procession began to move. It felt good when he walked into the church. The monks were singing behind him. He liked this moment more than he expected. He told himself that his new position gave him power to do good things. That was why he felt so deeply happy. He wished Abbot Peter from Gwynedd could see him now. The old man would feel proud. Philip led the monks to the choir stalls. At an important service like this, the bishop often led the prayers. Today the service would be led by the bishop's deputy, Archdeacon Walaran. As Walaran began to speak, Philip looked at the people in the church. He searched for the family Walaran had told him about. About 150 people stood in the nave. The rich people wore heavy winter cloaks and leather shoes. The poor farmers wore rough jackets and boots made of felt or wooden shoes. Philip quickly saw the Hamley family. They stood near the front, close to the altar. He noticed the woman first. Walaran had told the truth. She looked very unpleasant. She wore a hood, but Philip could see most of her face. Her skin had many large sores. She touched her face again and again in a nervous way. Next to her stood a large man, about 40 years old. Philip knew this must be Percy. His clothes showed that he was rich and powerful. But he was not one of the greatest lords in the land. Their son stood against one of the big stone columns. He was tall and strong. His hair was very yellow, and his eyes were narrow and proud. If he had married into an earl's family, the Hamleys would have become true nobles of the kingdom. They would no longer be only important people of the county. It was easy to understand why they were angry about the stopped wedding. Philip turned his thoughts back to the service. Walaran was moving through it too quickly. Philip did not like that. Again, he wondered if he had made a mistake. He had agreed to support Walaran as the next bishop when the present bishop died. Walaran worked hard and cared about his duties. But he did not seem to think worship was very important. For him, the wealth and power of the church were tools for something else. But for Philip, the true goal was to save souls. In the end, Philip told himself not to worry too much. The decision was already made, and the bishop might live for another 20 years. If that happened, Walaran's dream would not come true soon. The people in the church were noisy. Most of them did not know the answers to the prayers. Only priests and monks were expected to speak, except for the simple prayers and the amens. Some people stood quietly and listened with respect. Others walked around, greeted friends, and talked. They are simple people, Philip thought. We must do something to keep their attention. The service was almost finished. Archdeacon Walaran stood up and spoke to everyone.
Most of you know that the good prior of Kingsbridge has died, he said. His body is here in the church with us. We will bury him in the priory graveyard today after dinner. The bishop and the monks have chosen a new prior. It is Brother Philip of Gwynedd. He led us into church this morning.
Walaran stopped speaking. Philip stood up to lead the procession out of the church. Then Walaran spoke again.
I have another sad announcement, he said.
Philip felt surprised. He quickly sat down again.
I have just received a message, Walaran said.
Philip knew this was not true. Walaran had received no message. They had been together all morning. What was the clever archdeacon planning now?
The message tells me about a loss, Walaran said. It will make us all very sad.
He stopped again. Someone had died. But who was it? Walaran must have known before he arrived. He had kept it secret. Now he wanted people to think he had just heard the news. Why was he doing this? Philip could think of only one reason. If he was right, Walaran was more ambitious and less honest than he had believed. Had Walaran tricked them all? Was Philip only a small piece in Walaran's plan? Walaran's next words showed that Philip was right. Dearly beloved, he said in a serious voice, the Bishop of Kingsbridge is dead. Chapter 3 That bitch will be there, said William's mother. I'm sure she will.
William looked at the large front of Kingsbridge Cathedral. He felt fear and also hope in his heart. If Lady Aliena came to the Epiphany service, it would be very embarrassing for them. Still, his heart beat faster when he thought about seeing her again. They rode along the road to Kingsbridge. William and his father were on strong war horses. His mother rode a beautiful fast horse. 3 knights and 3 grooms followed behind them. They looked powerful and dangerous, and William liked that. The peasants on the road moved away quickly from their horses, but his mother was very angry.
Everyone knows, she said through her teeth. Even these poor farmers know. They make jokes about us. They say, when is a bride not a bride? When the groom is Wilhamlee. I had a man beaten for saying that, but it did not help. I want to catch that girl. I would punish her and leave her for the birds.
William wished she would stop talking. The family felt shame, and mother said it was his fault. He did not want to think about it again. They rode over the old wooden bridge to Kingsbridge village. The bridge shook under the horses. Then they went up the main street to the priory. About 20 or 30 horses stood in the graveyard near the church, but none were as fine as the Hamley horses. They stopped at the stable and gave their horses to the priory grooms. Then they walked across the green together. William and his father walked on each side of his mother. The knights came behind them, and the grooms walked last. People moved out of their way. But William saw them touch each other and point. He felt sure they were whispering about the broken wedding. He looked at his mother. Her face was dark with anger. She was thinking the same thing. They went into the church. William did not like churches. They were cold and dark, even on a good day. There was always a bad smell in the corners and under the arches. Churches also made him think about hell. He was afraid of hell. He looked at the people inside. At first he could not see faces clearly because it was dark. After a short time, his eyes grew used to it. He did not see Aliena. They walked slowly up the aisle. Maybe she was not here. He felt relief, but also disappointment. Then he saw her. His heart stopped for a moment. She stood near the front on the south side. A knight he did not know stood with her. Men-at-arms and ladies stood around her. Her back was toward him, but he knew her dark, curly hair at once. As he looked at her, she turned her head. He saw her soft cheek and straight, proud nose. Her eyes were very dark, almost black. She looked at him. He stopped breathing. Her eyes grew wider when she saw him. He wanted to look away, as if he had not seen her. But he could not stop looking. He wanted her to smile at him, even a small polite smile. He moved his head a little in greeting. Her face became hard. She turned away and looked to the front. William felt pain inside. He felt like a dog that someone had pushed away. He wanted to hide where no one could see him. He looked to the sides. He wondered if anyone had seen them look at each other. As they walked farther up the aisle, He saw people looking from him to Aliena and back again. They touched each other and whispered. He stared straight ahead. He did not want to meet anyone's eyes. He forced himself to keep his head high. How did she do this to us? He thought. His family was proud and important in southern England. Now she made them feel small. The thought made him very angry. He wanted to take out his sword and fight someone. The sheriff of Shiring came to greet William's father. They shook hands. People looked away and searched for something else to talk about. But William was still full of anger. Young noblemen went to Aliena one after another. They bowed to her. She smiled at them. The service began. William wondered how everything had gone so wrong. Earl Bartholomew had a son to take his title and land. So his daughter was useful only for marriage and alliances. Aliena was 16 years old and not married. She did not want to become a nun. People thought she would be happy to marry a strong nobleman of 19. Her father could have married her to a sick man of 40, or even an old baron of 60.
Once the families made the agreement, William and his parents spoke about it to everyone. They told people in all the nearby counties. They were proud of the marriage plan. Everyone thought the meeting between William and Aliena was only a simple step. They believed the marriage was already decided. Only Aliena did not see it that way. William and Aliena were not strangers. He remembered her from childhood. She had a small nose and a playful face. Her hair was short and never tidy. She was strong and liked to give orders. She was brave and quick to argue. When the children played, she chose the games. She decided who would be on each team. If the children argued, she ended the fight. She also kept the score. William had strange feelings about her. He watched her with interest, but he also felt angry. He did not like how she controlled everything. Sometimes he stopped her games by starting a fight. For a short time, everyone looked at him. But soon she took control again. Then he felt confused and defeated. He felt pushed away and angry. Yet he still felt drawn to her. He felt the same way now. After her mother died, Aliena traveled often with her father. William did not see her much during those years. Still, he saw her enough to notice she was becoming very beautiful. He was happy when he heard she would be his wife. He believed she had to marry him even if she did not like him. He went to meet her and planned to act kindly. He wanted the path to marriage to be easy. She had never been with a man. William had been with women before. Some of the girls he knew were almost as pretty as Aliena. But none of them came from a family as important as hers. From his experience, many girls liked his fine clothes and strong horses. They liked that he spent money easily on sweet wine and pretty ribbons. When he was alone with them in a barn, they usually let him hold and kiss them in the end. With most girls, he acted calm and a little distant at first. He let them think he did not care much. But when he stood alone with Aliena, he forgot this plan. She wore a bright blue silk dress. It was loose and soft. Still, he could only think about her body under the dress. He thought about how, soon, she would be his wife. When he arrived, she was reading a book. He thought this was strange for a woman who was not a nun. To stop thinking about her body, he asked about the book.
"What is it?" he asked.
"It is called The Romance of Alexander," she answered. "It tells the story of a king named Alexander the Great. He travels to lands in the east. In those lands, jewels grow on vines like grapes. There are also plants that can speak."
William did not understand why anyone would waste time on such silly things, but he did not say this to her. He spoke about his horses and his dogs. He talked about his success in hunting, wrestling, and fighting in tournaments. He thought she would be impressed, but she did not look very interested. Then he told her about the new house his father was building for them. He explained how he wanted the house to be managed. He thought this would help her when she became the lady of his home. After some time, he felt she was not really listening. He did not know why. He sat very close to her. He wanted to hold her and touch her. He wanted to know if she was as beautiful as he believed. But she moved away from him. She crossed her arms and legs. She looked cold and unfriendly. At last, he gave up. He told himself that soon she would be his wife, and then he could do as he wished. While they were together, she did not show how upset she really was.
I do not think we are right for each other.
He thought she was only being shy.
He smiled and said she would be a very good wife for him.
He did not know that after he left, she ran to her father. She said she would not marry William. She said nothing could change her mind. She said she would rather live in a convent. She said they could force her to stand at the church, but she would not say the marriage words. William was very angry when he heard this. He called her bad names in his thoughts. But he did not feel the deep hate his mother felt when she spoke about Aliena. He did not want to hurt Aliena. He wanted to lie close to her and kiss her. The Epiphany church service ended with news that the bishop had died. William hoped people would now talk about this instead of the broken marriage. The monks walked out in a line. People began to speak in excited voices as they moved toward the doors. Many of them worked on the bishop's land. Some were his tenants. Some worked for him. Everyone wanted to know who would become the next bishop. They wondered if the new bishop would change things. When a powerful lord died, life could become uncertain for many people. William walked behind his parents through the long center part of the church. He was surprised to see Archdeacon Walleran coming toward them. Walleran moved quickly through the crowd. People stepped aside when they saw him. They looked nervous. He did not speak to the peasants, but he spoke quietly to some of the nobles. When he reached the Hamley family, he greeted William's father. He did not look at William.
Such a shame about the marriage, he said.
William felt his face grow hot. Did the man think this was polite? His mother did not want to talk about it either.
I do not hold anger in my heart, she said, though this was not true.
Walleran did not answer her words.
I have heard something about Earl Bartholomew, he said. It may interest you.
He lowered his voice so others could not hear. William had to listen very carefully.
It seems the Earl will not break the promise he made to the dead king.
Bartholomew has always been proud and stubborn.
Walleran looked unhappy. He wanted them to listen.
Bartholomew and Earl Robert of Gloucester will not accept King Stephen, he said. You know the church and the barons have chosen Stephen.
William wondered why an archdeacon was speaking about this political problem. His father seemed to think the same.
But the earls cannot change anything, father said.
Listen, she said quietly.
I hear they plan to rise against the king and make Maud queen.
William was shocked. Had the archdeacon truly said this here in the cathedral? A man could be punished very badly for speaking about rebellion. Father looked surprised too.
Robert of Gloucester is Maud's half-brother, she said. It makes sense.
William did not understand how she could stay so calm. The news was serious and dangerous. But his mother was clever. She was often right about important matters.
If someone could stop Earl Bartholomew and end this plan before it begins, that person would earn great thanks from King Stephen and from the church.
Is that so? Father said slowly.
He sounded confused. Mother nodded as if she understood everything.
Bartholomew will return home tomorrow, Walleran added.
As he spoke, he looked up and noticed someone watching him.
I thought you would be interested in this news, he said.
Then he walked away and spoke to another person. William watched him. Was that all he wanted to say? William's parents moved forward. He followed them through the large stone door and out into the fresh air. The three of them said nothing. In the last 5 weeks, William had heard many people talk about who would be king. It seemed clear when Stephen became king at Westminster Abbey 3 days before Christmas. But now, if Walleran was right, everything was unsure again. William did not understand why Walleran told this news to the Hamley family. They walked across the grass toward the stables. When they were far from the people near the church door, and no one could hear them, Father spoke in an excited voice.
What good luck, he said. The man who shamed our family is now accused of treason.
William did not understand why this was good luck. But Mother agreed and nodded.
Father continued. We can arrest him with our swords, he said. Then we can hang him from a tree.
William had not thought of this before. Now he understood quickly. If Bartholomew was a traitor, they could kill him without trouble.
We can take our revenge, William said. And the king will reward us instead of punishing us.
Their family name would be respected again.
You stupid fools, Mother said sharply. You have no sense. So you want to hang Bartholomew from a tree. Do you know what will happen then?
William and Father stayed quiet. When Mother was angry like this, it was better not to answer.
She went on. Robert of Gloucester will say there was no plot. He will stand beside King Stephen and promise loyalty. Then you too will be called murderers. And you will be the ones who hang.
William felt cold fear. The idea of hanging frightened him deeply. He often had bad dreams about it. Still, he knew Mother was right. The king might say no one would dare to rise against him. He would not care about losing 2 men if it made him look strong.
Father spoke again. You are right, he said. We will tie him up and take him alive to the king in Winchester. There we will accuse him and ask for our reward.
Mother looked at him with scorn.
Why do you never think? She said.
She was tense. William could see she was excited too, but in a different way from Father.
Do you think Archdeacon Waleran does not want to take a traitor to the king himself? She asked. Do you think he does not want the reward? He wants very much to become Bishop of Kingsbridge. So why did he let you make the arrest? Why did he meet us in church like it was an accident? Why was his talk so short and unclear?
She stopped for a moment. It sounded like she was waiting for an answer. But William and Father knew she did not really want one. William remembered that priests were not supposed to be near blood or killing. For a moment he thought maybe that was why Waleran did not want to arrest Bartholomew himself. But then he understood that Waleran was not afraid of such things.
I will tell you why, Mother said. He is not sure that Bartholomew is truly a traitor. The information he has may be wrong. I do not know where he got it. Maybe he heard drunk men talking. Maybe he caught part of a message and understood it badly. Maybe he spoke to a spy who cannot be trusted. In any case, he does not want to take the risk. He will not openly accuse Earl Bartholomew. If the charge is false, Waleran himself will be called a liar.
He wants someone else to take the risk and do the hard work for him. When it is finished, if there is treason, he will step forward and take some of the credit. But if Bartholomew is innocent, Waleran will say he never told us anything today. When she explained it like that, it was clear. Without her, William and his father would have walked into Waleran's trap. They would have worked for him and taken all the danger. Their mother was very clever in politics.
Father said, Do you mean we should forget this?
Of course not, she said. Her eyes shone with anger. This is still our chance to destroy the people who shamed us.
A groom stood near her horse and held the reins. She took them and sent him away with a small wave. But she did not get on the horse at once. She stood next to it and gently touched its neck. Then she spoke in a quiet voice.
We need proof of this plan, she said. We need something no one can deny after we speak. We must get this proof in secret. No one must know what we are looking for. When we have it, we will arrest Earl Bartholomew and take him to the king. When he sees the proof, he will admit the truth and ask for mercy. Then we will ask for our reward.
And we will say that Waleran did not help us, Father added.
Mother shook her head. No, Let him share the success and take his reward. Then he will allow us. That can only help us.
But how will we find proof of this plan? Father asked.
He sounded worried.
We must find a way to look inside Bartholomew's castle, Mother said, and she frowned. It will not be easy. No one will believe we are just visiting as friends. Everyone knows we hate him.
Suddenly William had an idea.
I could go, he said.
His parents looked surprised.
Mother said, you would cause less suspicion than your father. But why would you go?
William had already thought about that.
I could go to see Aliena, he said. His heart beat fast when he said her name. I could ask her to change her mind. She does not really know me. When we met, she judged me too quickly.
I could be a good husband for her. Maybe I only need to try harder to win her. He gave a hard smile. He did not want them to know that he truly meant his words.
It sounds like a good excuse, Mother said. She looked closely at William. By Christ, maybe the boy has some of his mother's brains after all.
For the first time in many months, William felt hopeful when he left for Earl's Castle the day after Epiphany. The morning was bright and very cold. The north wind hurt his ears. The frozen grass made a sharp sound under his horse's feet. He wore a grey cloak made from fine cloth from Flanders. It had soft rabbit fur around the edges. Under it he wore a red tunic. Walter rode with him. When William was 12, Walter had taught him how to fight. He showed him how to ride, hunt, use a sword, and wrestle. Now Walter was his groom, friend, and guard. He was as tall as William but wider and very strong. He looked like a heavy barrel. He was 9 or 10 years older than William. He was still young enough to drink and chase women, but he was old enough to stop William when he did something foolish. Walter was William's closest friend. William felt strangely excited about seeing Aliena again. He knew she would likely refuse him and make him feel ashamed. Still, he wanted to see her. When he had seen her in Kingsbridge Cathedral and looked into her dark eyes, his strong feelings had returned. He wanted to speak with her. He wanted to stand close to her. He wanted to see her thick curls move when she talked. He wanted to watch her body move under her dress. At the same time, the chance for revenge made his hate stronger. He felt tense and excited. Maybe now he could remove the shame that he and his family had suffered. He wished he knew more clearly what he was searching for. He believed he would learn if Walaran's story was true. If the castle was preparing for war, there would be signs. There would be many horses. Men would clean weapons. Food would be stored in large amounts. Of course, they might hide these actions. They could say they were preparing for a journey. They would try to fool anyone who watched. Still, believing in a secret plan was not the same as proving it. William did not know what would count as real proof. He decided to watch carefully and hope he would see something important. It was not a strong plan. He felt a small but constant fear that his chance for revenge might slip away. As he came closer to the castle, he grew nervous. He wondered if they might refuse to let him enter. For a moment he felt real fear. Then he told himself this was unlikely. The castle was open to many people. If the Earl closed it to local nobles, everyone would suspect trouble. Earl Bartholomew lived a few miles from the town of Shiring. The sheriff lived in Shiring Castle, so the Earl had his own castle outside the town. A small village had grown around its walls. People called this place Earl's Castle. William had been there before, but this time he looked at it like a man planning an attack. There was a wide and deep moat around it. The moat looked like the number 8. The top circle was smaller than the bottom one. The earth from the moat was piled inside the 2 circles to make high walls. At the bottom of the 8 shape there was a bridge across the moat. There was also an opening in the earth wall. This was the only way in. To reach the upper circle, a person had to pass through the lower one. Then he had to cross another bridge over the moat between the 2 circles. The upper circle was the safest and most private part. As William and Walter rode across the open fields, they saw much movement. 2 armed men crossed the bridge quickly and rode in different directions. For other riders crossed before William. Then William and Walter followed them into the castle. William noticed that the last part of the bridge could be pulled up into the large stone gatehouse. Stone towers stood at spaces around the earth wall. From these towers, archers could protect every part of the wall. William understood that attacking this castle from the front would be long and very hard. The Hamley family did not have enough men to be sure they would win. This thought made him feel unhappy. Today the castle was open and busy. William told the guard his name at the gatehouse. The guard let him enter at once. Inside the lower circle were many buildings. The high earth walls protected them from the outside world. There were stables, kitchens, workshops, a tall privy tower, and a chapel. There was a feeling of excitement in the air. Grooms, young fighters, servants, and maids moved quickly. They spoke loudly and called greetings to one another. William saw many people running around and laughing. They moved in and out of the yard and spoke loudly. Someone who did not know the place might think this was normal because the master had come home. But William felt something was different. He left Walter with the horses at the stable. Then he walked across the yard to the other side. There was a bridge over the moat. The bridge led to the upper circle of the castle. After he crossed the bridge, a guard stopped him at another gatehouse. The guard asked why he had come.
"I have come to see Lady Aliena," William said.
The guard did not know him. He looked at William's fine cloak and red tunic. He thought William was a young man who wanted to marry her.
"You may find a young lady in a great hall," the guard said with a small smile.
In the middle of the upper circle stood a large square stone building. It was 3 floors high and had thick walls. This was the keep. The bottom floor was used to store food and goods. Above it was the great hall. People reached it by a wooden staircase outside. The staircase could be pulled up into the building in time of danger. On the top floor was the Earl's bedroom. If enemies came, he would make his final defense there. The castle was built to stop attackers. Now William studied it carefully. He wanted to know how to get inside if he had to fight it one day. Even if soldiers entered the lower circle, they still had to cross another bridge and pass another gatehouse. After that, they would have to attack the strong keep. They would need a way to reach the upper floor, maybe by building their own stairs. Then they would still have to fight again to reach the Earl's bedroom. William understood that the only way to take this castle was by surprise. He began to think about how he might enter it secretly. He walked up the wooden stairs and went into the hall. The room was full of people. The Earl was not there. In the far left corner stood the staircase to the bedroom above. 15 or 20 knights and soldiers sat at the bottom of the stairs. They spoke quietly together. This was strange. Knights and soldiers were not equal. Knights owned land and lived on rent from it. Soldiers were paid each day for their service. They usually stayed in separate groups. They only came together when war was near. William recognized some faces. Gilbert Catface was there, an older fighter with a rough beard. He was over 40 but still strong. Ralph of Lyme was there too. He spent more money on clothes than on finding a wife. Today he wore a blue cloak with red silk inside. Jack Fitzguillaume was also present. He was already a knight, though he was almost the same age as William. There were others William had seen before. He nodded to them. They hardly noticed him. They knew him, but he was young and not important. William turned and looked across the hall. At once he saw Aliena. She looked very different from the day before. Yesterday she wore fine silk and wool for the church. She had rings, ribbons, and pointed boots. Today she wore a short tunic like a poor girl or a child. She had no shoes. She sat on a bench and looked at a game board with pieces of different colors. As William watched, she pulled up her tunic a little and crossed her legs. Her knees showed. She made a small face because she was thinking hard. Yesterday she had seemed proud and confident. Today she looked young and unprotected. William wanted her even more. He felt ashamed that this girl had made him suffer so much. He wished he could show her that he was stronger than she was. The feeling was close to desire. She was playing with a boy who looked about 3 years younger. He seemed restless and did not enjoy the game. William saw that the boy looked like Aliena. He had the same short nose and short hair. This must be her younger brother Richard, the future Earl. William moved closer. Richard looked up at him for a moment, then looked back at the board. Aliena did not look up. She was thinking about her next move. The board was made of painted wood and shaped like a cross. It had squares of different colors. The pieces were white and black and looked like ivory. The game was similar to a common game William knew. It was likely a gift from Normandy, brought by their father. William did not care much about the game. He watched Aliena. When she leaned forward, the neck of her tunic opened slightly. He could see the top of her chest. She was as beautiful as he had imagined. His mouth felt dry.
Richard moved one of the pieces.
No, you cannot do that, Aliena said.
The boy looked upset. Why not? He asked.
Because it is against the rules, stupid, she said.
Aliena became angry.
I do not like the rules, Richard said in an angry voice.
You must follow the rules, she said.
Why must I?
You just must. That is the reason.
Well, I will not, he said.
He pushed the board off the bench onto the floor. The small pieces fell and rolled away. Very fast, Aliena hit his face with her hand. He cried out. His face hurt, and he felt ashamed.
You, he began.
He stopped for a moment.
You are evil, he shouted.
He turned and ran away. After a few steps, he ran into William.
Do not let the priest hear you call your sister bad names, he said.
William caught him by one arm and lifted him into the air. Richard moved and tried to get free.
You are hurting me. Let me go.
William held him a little longer. Richard stopped fighting and began to cry. Then William put him down. The boy ran away in tears. Aliena looked at William. She forgot about her game. She looked confused and serious.
Why are you here? She said in a calm voice.
She sounded older than her years. William sat on the bench. He felt pleased with himself because he had controlled Richard.
I came to see you, he said.
She looked careful and unsure.
Why?
William moved so he could see the staircase. A man about 40 years old was coming down into the hall. He wore a round cap and a short tunic made of fine cloth. He looked like an important servant. The man made a sign with his hand, and a knight and another soldier went up the stairs together.
I want to talk to you, he said.
About what?
About you and me.
You do not know me, she said, and William felt she did not believe him.
You do not know me, William said.
His voice was strong, but inside he felt worried. He saw he was losing control of the talk. He had planned to speak politely first and then talk about the real problem. But she was very direct. So he spoke too quickly.
You judged me too fast. I do not know what I did when we met before. Maybe I did something wrong. But you decided too quickly.
She turned her eyes away and thought before she answered. Behind her, William saw a knight and a soldier come down the stairs. They walked out of the door with serious faces. Soon after that, a man in church clothes came from upstairs. He was likely the Earl's secretary. He made a sign with his hand. 2 knights stood up and went upstairs. One was Ralph of Lyme, and the red inside of his cloak showed as he walked. The other was an older man with no hair on his head. It was clear that the men in the hall were meeting the Earl one by one in his room. William wondered why.
After all this time, Aliena said, she tried to hide her feelings. Maybe she was angry. Or maybe she wanted to laugh. After all the trouble and the anger and the talk in the town, now you say I was wrong, just when people are starting to forget it.
When she said it like that, William saw it sounded strange.
It is not finished, he said quickly. People still talk about it. My mother is still very angry. My father is ashamed to go out in public. It is not over for us.
This is about your family's honor, is it not? She asked.
There was something sharp in her voice, but William did not pay attention. He had just understood something. The Earl was sending messages through these knights and soldiers.
Family honor, he said, thinking about this. Yes.
I know I should think about honor and family ties and all that, Aliena said. But marriage is not only about that. She was quiet for a moment, then she made a choice. Maybe I should tell you about my mother. She did not love my father. My father is not a bad man. He is a great man, and I love him. But he is very serious and very strict. He never understood her. She was happy and full of life. She liked to laugh and tell stories and listen to music. Father made her sad.
There were tears in her eyes, but William was thinking about the knights.
That is why she died, Aliena said softly. She died because she could not be happy. I know it. And my father knows it too. That is why he promised me I would never have to marry a man I do not like. Do you understand now?
William was not truly listening. Those messages were not simple messages. They were orders. The Earl was telling his friends to prepare for war. And the men who carried the messages were proof. He saw that Aliena was looking at him closely.
Marry a man you do not like, he said slowly. You do not like me.
Her eyes shone with anger.
You do not listen, she said. You only think about yourself. You do not care about anyone else's feelings. Last time you came here, what did you do? You talked about yourself all the time. You did not ask me one question.
She was shouting now. When she stopped, William saw that the men on the other side of the room were quiet. They were listening. He felt ashamed.
Speak more quietly, he said.
She did not listen to him.
You want to know why I do not like you? Fine, I will tell you. I do not like you because you have no good manners. I do not like you because you can hardly read. I do not like you because you only care about your dogs and your horses and yourself.
Gilbert Catface and Jack Fitzguillaume started to laugh loudly. William felt his face grow hot. Those men were not important. They were only knights. But they were laughing at him, the son of Lord Percy Hamley. He stood up.
Enough, he said quickly.
He tried to stop Aliena. It did not help.
I do not like you because you are selfish and stupid, she shouted.
Now all the knights were laughing.
I dislike you. I hate you. I do not want to see you. And that is why I will not marry you.
The knights cheered and clapped. William felt small inside. Their laughter made him feel weak and helpless, like a child. When he was a child, he was often afraid. He turned away from Aliena. He tried to keep his face calm and hide his feelings. He walked across the room as fast as he could without running. The laughter became louder behind him. At last he reached the door and pulled it open. He almost fell as he went out. He closed the door hard behind him and ran down the stairs. He could hardly breathe because of shame. The sound of their laughter followed him across the muddy yard to the gate. The road from Earl's Castle to Shiang met a larger road after about a mile. At that place, a traveller could turn north to Gloucester and the Welsh border. Or he could turn south to Winchester and the sea. William and Walter turned south. William's pain changed into anger. He was too angry to speak. He wanted to hurt Aliena. He wanted to punish the knights. He imagined pushing his sword into their laughing mouths. He thought about hurting them badly. Then he remembered a plan to take revenge on at least one of them. If it worked, he would also get the proof he needed. This thought made him feel a little better. First, he had to catch one of them. When the road entered the woods, William got off his horse and began to walk. He led the horse by the reins. Walter followed and said nothing. He knew William was angry. William found a narrow part of the path and stopped. He turned to Walter.
"Who is better with a knife, you or me?" he asked.
In close fighting, I am better, Walter answered carefully. But you throw a knife more straight, my lord.
They always called him Lord when he was angry.
"Can you make a running horse fall?" William asked.
Yes, with a strong pole, Walter said.
"Then find a small tree," William said. "Pull it up and cut it. Make a strong pole."
Walter went into the trees. William led the two horses deeper into the woods. He tied them in a small open place far from the road. He took off the saddles. He removed some straps and cords. There was enough rope to tie a man's hands and feet. The plan was simple. There was no time to make it better. He could only hope it would work. As he walked back to the road, he found a thick piece of dry oak wood on the ground. It was hard and heavy. He picked it up to use as a club.
Walter was waiting with the pole.
William chose a place behind a large beech tree close to the path. "This is where you will hide," he said. "Do not push the pole out too early. The horse may jump over it. But do not wait too long. You cannot trip the back legs. Push it between the front legs. Try to press the end into the ground so the horse cannot move it away."
Walter nodded. I have seen this before, he said.
William walked about 30 yards back toward Earl's castle. His job was to make the horse run fast. Then it would not be able to avoid the pole. He hid near the road. Sooner or later, one of Earl Bartholomew's messengers would pass. William hoped it would be soon. He was nervous about the plan. He wanted it to finish quickly. Those knights did not know he was watching them, he thought. They were laughing at him, but they did not understand. This thought made him calmer. Soon one of them would learn the truth. Then he would be sorry for laughing. He would beg for mercy. And William would not forgive him. He had other thoughts that made him feel better. If his plan worked, it could destroy Earl Bartholomew and bring power back to the Hamley family. Then the people who laughed at him after the broken wedding would be afraid. Some of them would suffer more than fear. If Bartholomew fell, his daughter Aliena would fall too. That was the best part for William. Her proud face and cold way of speaking would change when her father was hanged as a traitor. If she wanted fine clothes and sweet food after that, she would need to marry William. He imagined her as quiet and sorry. She would bring him warm food from the kitchen. She would look up at him with her big dark eyes. She would want to make him happy. She would wait for him to touch her. Then he heard horses on the hard winter road. The sound broke his thoughts. He took out his knife and felt its weight in his hand. The blade was sharp on both sides at the tip. He stood straight and pressed his back against the tree that hid him. He held the knife by the blade and waited. He tried not to breathe. He felt nervous. He was afraid he might throw the knife badly. The horse might not fall. The rider might hurt Walter with one lucky blow. Then William would have to fight alone. As the horses came closer, something felt wrong. He saw Walter looking at him through the bushes with worry on his face. Walter heard it too. Then William understood. There was more than one horse. He had to choose quickly. Should they attack two men? That would be almost a fair fight. He decided to let them pass. They would wait for one rider alone. He felt disappointed, but this was the safest choice. He moved his hand to show Walter to stop. Walter nodded and hid again. Soon two horses appeared. William saw red silk. It was Ralph of Lyme. Next to him rode a bald man. They passed by and disappeared down the road. William felt both annoyed and pleased. Now he knew the Earl was sending these men out with messages. But he worried that the Earl might always send two together. That would be wise. Most people traveled in groups for safety. On the other hand, the Earl had many messages and only a few men. He might think it was a waste to send 2 knights for 1 message. Also, knights were strong fighters. An outlaw would gain little from fighting one. A knight did not carry much to steal. His sword was hard to sell. His horse could be hurt in a fight. In the forest, a knight was safer than most men. William scratched his head with the handle of his knife. It could happen either way. He sat down to wait. The forest was quiet. A weak winter sun came through the trees for a short time and then disappeared. William felt hungry. It was past the time for dinner. A deer walked across the path not far away. She did not know a hungry man was watching her. William began to feel restless. If 2 riders came again, he decided he would attack. It was dangerous, but he had surprise on his side. He also had Walter, who fought well. It might be his last chance. He knew he could die. He was afraid. But death in a fight felt better than living with shame. At least it would be an honorable end. Then he had another thought. What if Aliena came alone on a white pony? She would fall from the horse and land on the ground. She would be hurt and frightened. William would hold her down so she could not move. She would feel deep shame. He stayed with that idea for a while. He imagined her fear when she saw she could not escape. Then he heard hoofbeats again. This time there was only 1 horse. He stood up quickly and took out his knife. He pressed his back against the tree and listened. It was a strong and fast horse. It was not a heavy war horse. It carried 1 man without armor. The horse moved at a steady pace and did not sound tired. William looked at Walter and nodded. This was the one. This was the proof he wanted. He raised his right arm and held the knife by the tip. Far away, his own horse made a soft sound. The noise moved clearly through the quiet forest. The coming horse heard it and slowed down.
Its rider said, "Whoa."
William made the horse move more slowly. He felt angry and spoke a curse under his breath. Now the rider would be careful. That would make the plan harder. He wished he had moved his own horse farther away. It was too late now. He could not tell how far the other horse was. It was walking. Everything was going badly. He wanted to look from behind the tree, but he did not. He listened carefully and held his breath. Then he heard the horse make a loud sound very close to him. A moment later, it came into view, only a yard away. The horse saw him just after he saw it. It jumped in fear. The rider made a surprised sound. William cursed again. He knew at once the horse might turn and run the wrong way. He moved quickly behind the tree and came out on the other side. Now he stood behind the horse with his arm raised. For a moment he saw the rider. The man had a beard and a hard face. It was Gilbert Catface. Gilbert pulled hard on the reins. William threw his knife. The throw was perfect. The knife hit the back of the horse and went into the flesh. The horse gave a sudden jump, like a man who feels a shock. Before Gilbert could act, the horse ran in fear. It raced forward at full speed. It ran straight toward Walter's hiding place. William ran after it. The horse reached Walter's place very fast. Gilbert did not try to guide the horse. He was only trying to stay on its back. They came level with Walter. William thought, "Now, Walter." Walter moved at the right moment. William did not see the long pole come out from behind the tree. He only saw the horse's front legs fall. It looked as if all the strength left them at once. Then the back legs moved forward and hit the front legs. All the legs became mixed together. The horse's head went down. Its back legs went up. Then it fell hard to the ground. Gilbert flew through the air. William ran toward him but had to stop because of the fallen horse. Gilbert landed well. He rolled and went onto his knees. For a moment William feared he would run away. Then Walter ran out from the bushes. He jumped through the air and hit Gilbert from behind. Gilbert fell flat. Both men struck the ground hard. They got up at the same time. William felt fear when he saw a knife in Gilbert's hand. Gilbert was clever and quick. William jumped over the fallen horse. He swung his oak club at Gilbert as Gilbert lifted his knife. The club hit the side of Gilbert's head. Gilbert moved back but did not fall. He stood up again. William was angry that the man was so strong. He pulled back the club to hit him again. But Gilbert was faster. He pushed forward with the knife. William wore fine clothes because he planned to visit a lady, not to fight. The sharp knife cut through his good cloak. But he jumped back in time and was not hurt. Gilbert kept moving toward him. William could not use the club well. Each time Gilbert moved forward, William stepped back. William never had enough time to prepare his next hit. Gilbert came closer and closer. Suddenly William felt real fear. He thought he might die. Then Walter came up behind Gilbert. Walter kicked his legs. Gilbert fell to the ground. William felt weak with relief. For a moment he truly believed he would die. He thanked God for Walter. Gilbert tried to rise. Walter kicked him in the face. William hit him twice with the club to make sure he stayed down. After that, Gilbert did not move. They turned him onto his stomach. Walter sat on his head to hold him still. William tied his hands behind his back. Then William pulled off Gilbert's long black boots. He tied his bare ankles together with a strong leather strap. William stood up. He smiled at Walter. Walter smiled back. They felt glad that this strong old fighter was now tied up safely. The next step was to make Gilbert speak the truth. Gilbert was starting to wake. Walter turned him onto his back. When Gilbert saw William, he showed that he knew him. First he looked surprised. Then he looked afraid. William felt pleased. He thought Gilbert was already sorry for laughing before. Soon he would be even more sorry. Gilbert's horse was standing again. This surprised William. The animal had moved a short distance away. Now it stood there, breathing fast. It jumped each time the wind moved the trees. William's knife had fallen out of the horse's back. William picked up the knife. Walter went to catch the horse. William listened for other riders. Another messenger could arrive at any time. If that happened, they would have to hide Gilbert and keep him quiet. But no one came. Walter caught the horse without much trouble. They lifted Gilbert and placed him across the horse's back. Then they led the horse through the forest. They went to the place where William had left their own horses. The other horses became nervous when they smelled blood from the wound on Gilbert's horse. So William tied that horse a short distance away. He looked around and searched for a good tree. He found an elm tree with a strong branch about 8 or 9 feet above the ground. He showed it to Walter.
"I want to hang Gilbert from this branch," he said.
Walter smiled in a cruel way.
"What will you do to him, my lord?" he asked.
"You will see," William said.
Gilbert's hard face turned white with fear. William put a rope under Gilbert's arms and tied it behind his back. Then he threw the rope over the branch.
"Lift him," he said to Walter.
Walter pulled Gilbert up. Gilbert moved his body and slipped from Walter's hands. He fell to the ground. Walter picked up William's club and hit Gilbert on the head until he felt weak and confused. Then Walter lifted him again. William wrapped the loose end of the rope over the branch many times and pulled it tight. Walter let go. Gilbert hung from the branch, and his feet were about a yard above the ground.
"Bring some wood," William said.
They put the wood under Gilbert. William made a fire with a spark from a stone. After a short time, the flames began to grow. The heat woke Gilbert from his confused state. When he understood what was happening, he began to cry in fear.
"Please," he said. "Please let me down. I am sorry I laughed at you. Please show mercy."
William said nothing. Gilbert's begging gave him some pleasure, but this was not his real goal. When the heat touched Gilbert's bare toes, he bent his knees to pull his feet away from the fire. Sweat ran down his face. His clothes became hot, and there was a light smell of burning cloth. William thought it was time to ask questions.
"Why did you go to the castle today?" he asked.
Gilbert looked at him with wide eyes.
"I went to show respect," he answered. "Does it matter?"
"Why did you go to show respect?"
"The Earl has just come back from Normandy."
"Did he call you there?"
"No."
William thought this could be true. Questioning a man was harder than he expected. He thought for a moment.
What did the Earl say when you went to his room?
He welcomed me and thanked me for coming to greet him, Gilbert said.
William watched his face but could not read it clearly.
What else?
He asked about my family and my village.
Nothing more?
Nothing. Why do you care what he said?
What did he say about King Stephen and the Empress Maud?
Nothing, I tell you.
Gilbert could not keep his knees bent any longer. His feet dropped back into the flames. After a second, he screamed. His body shook in pain. The movement lifted his feet out of the fire for a moment. He understood that he could move his body to make the pain less. He began to swing from side to side. But each time he swung, he passed through the flames and cried out again. William wondered again if Gilbert was telling the truth. There was no way to be sure. Soon Gilbert might suffer so much that he would say anything just to stop the pain. William knew he must not show too clearly what answer he wanted. He felt worried. He had not known that hurting a man for answers could be so difficult. He spoke in a calm and normal voice.
Where are you going now? He asked.
Gilbert screamed in pain and anger.
What does it matter?
Where are you going?
Home.
The man was losing his strength. William knew the place where he lived. It was north of here. Gilbert had been going the wrong way. Where are you going? William asked again.
What do you want from me?
I know when you are lying, William said. Just tell me the truth. He heard Walter make a quiet sound of approval. William thought, I am getting better at this. Where are you going? He asked for the fourth time. Gilbert was too tired to lift himself anymore. He cried out in pain and stopped above the fire. He bent his legs to pull his feet away from the flames. But the fire was high now and touched his knees. William smelled something. The smell was familiar, but it also made him feel sick. After a moment, he understood. It was the smell of burned skin. It was like the smell of cooked meat at dinner. The skin on Gilbert's legs and feet was dark and broken. The hair on his legs turned black. Drops from his body fell into the fire and made a sharp sound. William watched him. He could not look away. Each time Gilbert cried out, William felt a strong feeling inside. He had the power to hurt a man. This power made him feel pleased. It felt a little like the times when he caught a girl alone. When no one could hear her, he held her down. He lifted her skirts and knew no one could stop him. That feeling of control was the same. Almost slowly, William asked again, Where are you going?
Gilbert spoke in a weak voice that sounded like a quiet scream. To Sherborne.
Why?
Cut me down, for the love of Christ Jesus, and I will tell you everything.
William felt that he was close to winning. It gave him deep pleasure. But he wanted to be sure. He turned to Walter. Pull his feet out of the fire. Walter grabbed Gilbert's tunic and pulled him. His legs moved away from the flames. Now, William said,
Earl Bartholomew has 50 knights in and around Sherborne, Gilbert cried. I must gather them and bring them to Earl's castle.
William smiled. His guesses were correct. And what will the Earl do with these knights?
He did not say.
William looked at Walter. Let his feet touch the fire again.
No, Gilbert screamed. I will tell you.
Walter paused. Quickly, William said firmly.
They will fight for the Empress Maud against Stephen, Gilbert said at last.
That was the proof William wanted. He enjoyed his success. When I ask you this in front of my father, will you say the same?
Yes, yes. And when my father asks you in front of the king, will you still tell the truth?
Yes.
Swear by the cross.
I swear by the cross. I will tell the truth.
Amen, William said.
Then he pushed dirt over the fire until it went out. They tied Gilbert to William's saddle. They held the knight's horse with a rope and walked slowly along the road. The knight could hardly sit straight on the horse. William did not want him to die. A dead man was useless. So he tried not to hurt him too much. When they came to a stream, William poured cold water over the knight's burned feet. Gilbert cried out loudly, but the cold water probably helped him. William felt very proud, but he also felt angry inside. He had never killed a man. Part of him wanted to kill Gilbert. Hurting a man and not killing him did not feel enough. The thought made him feel restless. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted a woman. Maybe when he returned home. But no, there would be no time. He had to tell his parents everything. They would make Gilbert repeat his words in front of a priest. Maybe other people would listen too. After that, they had to plan how to catch Earl Bartholomew. They must act the next day, before the Earl gathered too many soldiers. But William still did not know how to take the castle quietly. He did not want a long siege. He felt annoyed when he thought it might be a long time before he even saw a pretty woman again. Then he saw people on the road ahead. 5 people were walking toward him. One was a dark-haired woman, about 25 years old. She was not a young girl, but she was still young. As she came closer, William looked at her carefully. She was very beautiful. Her dark brown hair came down over her forehead in a sharp line. Her eyes were deep and golden. She had a slim body and smooth brown skin from the sun.
Stay back, William said to Walter. Keep the knight behind you while I speak to them.
The group stopped and looked at him with fear. They were clearly a family. There was a tall man, likely the husband. A young man stood beside him, almost fully grown but without a beard. 2 small children stood close together. The tall man looked familiar. William suddenly remembered him.
Do I know you? He asked.
I know you, the man said. And I know your horse. You and your horse almost killed my daughter.
William began to remember. His horse had not touched the child, but it had come very close.
You were building my house, William said. When I sent you away, you asked for payment. You almost threatened me.
The man did not deny it. He looked angry but said nothing.
You are not so brave now, William said with a cold smile.
The whole family looked thin and hungry. It was a good day to deal with people who had angered him.
Are you hungry? He asked.
Yes, we are hungry, the builder said in a hard voice.
William looked again at the woman. She stood straight with her chin up. She looked at him without fear. He already felt strong desire because of Aliena. Now he wanted this woman. He thought she would fight him. That idea pleased him.
You are not married to this girl, are you? William asked the builder. I remember your wife. She was not pretty.
Pain showed on the builder's face.
My wife is dead, he said.
And you have not married this one in church, William said. You have no money for a priest.
Behind him, Walter coughed. The horses moved and shook their heads.
Maybe I give you money for food, William said, trying to tempt him.
I will accept it with thanks, the man said.
But it was clear he hated speaking this way.
I do not mean a gift, William said. I will buy your woman.
I am not for sale, boy.
Her voice was full of scorn. William felt angry. He thought, I will show you I am a man. He turned back to the builder.
I will give you £1 of silver for her.
She is not for sale.
William grew more angry. It made him furious that a hungry man refused so much money.
You are a fool, he said. If you do not take the money, I will kill you and take her by force in front of your children.
The builder moved his arm under his cloak. William thought he must have a weapon there. The man was very tall and thin, but he looked strong enough to fight to protect his woman. The woman pushed her cloak back and put her hand on a long dagger at her belt. The older boy was big too, and he could also cause trouble.
Walter spoke in a low voice that was easy to hear. "My lord, we do not have time for this."
William nodded, but he was not happy. He needed to take Gilbert back to the Hamley house. This matter was more important than fighting over a woman. He would have to accept it.
He looked at the small family. There were 5 of them, thin and hungry. Still, they were ready to fight 2 strong men on horses with swords. He could not understand them. "All right then, you can starve," he said. He kicked his horse and rode away. Soon they were out of sight.
2. When they were a mile or so from the place where they had encountered William Hamley, Ellen said, "Can we slow down now?"
Tom saw that he had been walking very fast. He had been afraid. For a moment, it seemed that he and Alfred would have to fight 2 armed men on horses. Tom did not even have a weapon. He had reached under his cloak for his mason's hammer. Then he remembered he had sold it weeks ago for a sack of oats. He still felt bad about that. He did not know why William had decided to leave. But he wanted to be far away in case the young lord changed his mind. Tom had tried to find work at the bishop's palace in Kingsbridge. He had tried many other places too. No one needed him. There was a stone quarry near Shiring. A quarry gave work in winter as well as in summer. Building work usually stopped in winter. Quarry work paid less and needed less skill. Tom did not care anymore. He only wanted food for his family. The quarry belonged to Earl Bartholomew. Tom had heard that the Earl was at his castle a few miles west of the town. Now that Ellen was with him, Tom felt even more worried. She had chosen him because she loved him. She had not thought carefully about the future. She did not fully understand how hard it was for him to find work. She had not truly faced the idea that they might not live through the winter. Tom had not told her how bad things could be. He wanted her to stay with him. But he knew a mother would always choose her child first. He was afraid Ellen might leave him one day. They had been together for 1 week. It was 7 hard days and 7 happy nights. Every morning Tom woke up feeling hopeful. Later in the day, he grew hungry. The children became tired. Ellen often became quiet and sad. Some days they found food. Once, they met a monk who gave them cheese. On other days, they ate small pieces of dried deer meat that Ellen had saved. It was tough and hard to chew, but it was better than nothing. At night they lay down in the cold. They held each other to stay warm. After some time, they began to kiss and touch gently. At first, Tom wanted to hurry, but Ellen asked him to go slowly. She wanted to kiss and hold him for a long time. He followed her wish and felt happy. He touched her body in new ways and learned what she liked. Sometimes they laughed quietly under their cloaks. Other nights they felt calm and close. One night they slept in a guest room at a monastery. The children were very tired and slept deeply. That night Ellen told him clearly what she wanted. She showed him how to please her with his hands. Tom did as she asked. He felt surprised but full of strong feeling. Afterward, they slept deeply. The fear and anger of the day were gone. Now it was midday. Tom thought William Hamley was far away. He decided they could rest. They had no food except the dried meat. But that morning they had asked for help at a lonely farm. A woman there had given them some bread. She also gave them ale in a large wooden bottle without a lid. She told them to keep the bottle. Ellen had saved half of the ale for the midday meal. Tom sat on a wide old tree stump. Ellen sat beside him. She took a long drink of ale and gave the bottle to him.
"Do you want some meat too?" she asked.
He shook his head and drank a little ale. He wanted to drink it all, but he left some for the children. "Keep the meat," he said. "We may get food at the castle tonight."
Alfred took the bottle and drank the rest.
Jack looked very unhappy.
Martha began to cry.
Alfred gave a strange small smile.
Ellen looked at Tom. After a short time she said, "You should not let Alfred do that."
Tom moved his shoulders.
"He is bigger than the others," he said. He needs more food.
He always gets more, Ellen said. The little ones need food too.
It is a waste of time to stop children when they fight, Tom said.
Ellen spoke in a hard voice.
So Alfred can push the younger children and you do nothing.
He does not push them, Tom said. Children fight all the time.
She shook her head.
I do not understand you. You are kind in every other way. But when it is about Alfred, you cannot see the truth.
Tom felt she made it bigger than it was. He did not want to make her angry.
Then give the little one some meat, he said.
Ellen opened her bag. She still looked angry. She cut a piece of dry meat for Martha and another for Jack. Alfred held out his hand. Ellen did not look at him. Tom thought she should give Alfred some too. There was nothing wrong with the boy. Ellen did not understand him. Alfred was big and strong, and Tom felt proud of him. He ate a lot and became angry quickly. Many boys his age were like that. They sat down for a short rest. Then they began to walk again. Jack and Martha went in front of the others. They still chewed the hard meat. The two children liked each other. Martha was 6 years old. Jack was about 11 or 12. Martha thought Jack was very interesting. Jack liked having another child to play with. It was sad that Alfred did not like Jack. Tom did not understand this. Jack was younger and smaller. Tom thought Alfred would not care about him. But that was not true. Alfred was stronger, but Jack was clever. Tom decided not to worry. They were only boys. He had bigger problems in his mind. Sometimes he asked himself if he would ever find work again. Maybe they would walk on the roads every day until they died one by one. One child might be found cold on a winter morning. Another might become too weak from illness. Ellen might meet a bad man on the road and never return. Tom himself might grow thinner and weaker each day. One morning he might not be able to stand. He might lie on the forest ground and slowly lose his strength. Before that, Ellen would leave him. She would go back to her cave. There was still a barrel of apples and a sack of nuts there. That food was enough for 2 people until spring. It was not enough for 5. If she left, Tom would feel very sad. He began to think about the baby. The monks had named him Jonathan. Tom liked that name. One monk said it meant a gift from God. Tom remembered the baby as he was born. He was red, small, and had no hair. But a week had passed. A week was long for a newborn child. The baby would already be bigger. His eyes would open more. Now he would notice the world around him. A loud sound would make him jump. A soft song would calm him. When he needed to burp, the corners of his mouth would lift. The monks might think he was smiling. Tom hoped the monks were taking good care of him. The monk with the cheese had seemed kind and able. In any case, they could care for the baby better than Tom. Tom had no home and no money. If he ever became the master of a big building project and earned good pay, he would give money to that monastery. They came out of the forest. Soon they could see the castle. Tom felt hope rise inside him. But he pushed the feeling down. For many months he had been disappointed. He had learned that strong hope often brought strong pain later. They walked toward the castle across empty fields. Martha and Jack found a small bird on the ground. Everyone stopped. It was a tiny wren. They almost did not see it. Martha bent down. The bird jumped away, but it could not fly. She caught it and held it carefully in her hands.
It is shaking, she said. I can feel it. It must be afraid.
The bird did not try to escape again. It sat quietly in her hands. Its bright eyes looked at the people around it.
I think its wing is broken, Jack said.
Let me see, Alfred said. He took the bird from Martha.
We can take care of it, Martha said. Maybe it will get better.
No, it will not, Alfred said. With a quick movement, he twisted the bird's neck.
Oh, please, Ellen said.
Martha began to cry again.
Alfred laughed and dropped the bird on the ground.
Jack picked it up. It is dead, he said.
What is wrong with you, Alfred? Ellen asked.
There is nothing wrong with him, Tom said. The bird was going to die.
He walked forward, and the others went after him. Ellen was angry with Alfred again, and this made Tom feel upset. He did not understand why she was so angry about a small bird. Tom remembered being 14 years old. At that age, he had the body of a man but the thoughts of a boy. Life felt hard and confusing then. Ellen had once told him, when it is about Alfred, you do not see clearly. Tom thought she did not understand him. The wooden bridge over the moat was weak and old. It shook a little as they walked. Tom thought the Earl may like it that way. If enemies came, the bridge could fall easily. That would help protect the castle. The outer walls were made of earth, and there were stone towers along them. In front of them stood a stone gatehouse. It looked like two towers joined together at the top. Tom saw a lot of stone there. This was not a castle made only of wood and mud. He thought about work. Maybe tomorrow he could start working again. He remembered holding good tools in his hands. He remembered cutting stone and making it smooth. He remembered the dry stone dust in his nose. Maybe tomorrow night he would eat food he had earned. That would be better than begging. As they moved closer, Tom looked carefully at the stonework. The top of the gatehouse was in bad shape. Some large stones were missing. In some places, the wall at the top was flat. He also saw loose stones in the arch above the gate. Two guards stood at the gate. They looked awake and ready. Maybe they thought trouble was coming. One guard asked Tom why he was there.
I am a stonemason, Tom said. I hope to find work in the Earl's quarry.
Look for the Earl's steward, the guard said. His name is Matthew. You will probably find him in the Great Hall.
Thank you, Tom said. What kind of man is he?
The guard smiled at the other guard.
He is not much of a man, he said.
Both guards laughed. Tom did not understand the joke. He thought he would soon learn what it meant. He walked inside, and Ellen and the children followed. Most of the buildings inside the walls were made of wood. Some stood on low stone bases. One building was made fully of stone. Tom thought it was the chapel. As they crossed the open yard, he saw more damage. The towers around the walls had loose stones and broken tops. They crossed another moat and came to a second gate. Tom told the guard he was looking for Matthew the steward. Then they entered the upper yard and walked toward the large square stone keep. At ground level, there was a wooden door. It opened into a storage room under the hall. They climbed wooden steps to reach the great hall. When Tom entered, he quickly saw the steward and the Earl. He knew who they were from their clothes. Earl Bartholomew wore a long tunic with wide sleeves. There was fine stitching at the edges. Matthew wore a shorter tunic like Tom's, but the cloth was softer. He also wore a small round cap. They stood near the fire. The Earl was sitting, and Matthew was standing beside him. Tom walked closer but stayed far enough away so he would not interrupt. The Earl was tall and more than 50 years old. He had white hair and a pale, thin face. He did not look kind. Matthew was younger. The way he stood reminded Tom of the guard's joke. He stood in a soft and careful way. Tom was not sure what to think about him. There were other people in the hall. No one looked at Tom. He waited. Sometimes he felt hopeful. Then he felt afraid again. The Earl and the steward kept talking. It felt like a very long time. At last, they finished. Matthew bowed to the Earl and stepped away. Tom moved forward. His heart was beating fast.
Are you Matthew? He asked.
Yes, Matthew answered.
My name is Tom. I am a master mason. I do good work. My children are very hungry. I heard you have a quarry.
He waited for the answer.
We have a quarry, Matthew said. But I do not think we need more workers.
He looked back at the Earl. The Earl gave a small shake of his head.
No, Matthew said. We cannot hire you.
Tom tried again.
I can repair parts of the castle, he said.
We have a right who does that work, Matthew answered.
A right could do many kinds of building work. Most were trained as carpenters.
I am a mason, Tom said. I build strong stone walls.
Matthew looked annoyed because Tom kept speaking. He seemed ready to speak sharply. Then he looked at the children. His face became softer.
I would like to give you work, he said quietly. But we do not need you.
Tom nodded. He knew he should accept the steward's words in a humble way. He should look poor and tired, and ask for food and a bed for one night. But Ellen was with him. He was afraid she might leave him. So he tried once more. He spoke loudly so the Earl could hear.
I just hope you are not planning to fight soon.
The words had a stronger effect than he expected. Matthew jumped a little. The Earl stood up quickly.
Why do you say that? He asked sharply.
Tom saw that his words had touched something important.
Because your castle walls are not strong, he said.
In what way? The Earl asked. Be clear, man.
Tom took a deep breath. The Earl sounded angry, but he was listening. Tom knew this was his only chance.
In the gatehouse, the mortar between the stones is broken in some places, he said. This makes space for a crowbar. An enemy could push out a stone. When there is a hole, it is easy to pull down part of the wall. Also, he continued quickly, before anyone could stop him, your battlements are damaged. In some places they are flat. Your archers and knights would not be safe from attack.
I know what battlements are for, the Earl said in an angry voice. Is there anything else?
Yes, Tom answered. The keep has a lower room with a wooden door. If I attacked this castle, I would go through that door. I would start a fire in the storeroom.
And if you were the Earl, what would you do to stop that?
I would keep stones ready, Tom said. They should be cut and shaped. I would also keep sand and lime for mortar. And I would have a mason ready to close that doorway in times of danger.
Earl Bartholomew looked at Tom for a long moment. His light blue eyes were narrow. There was a line on his white forehead. Tom could not understand his face. Was the Earl angry because Tom had spoken badly about the castle? It was hard to know how a lord would react. Most times, it was safer to stay quiet and let them make mistakes. But Tom was in great need. At last the Earl made a decision. He turned to Matthew.
Hire this man, he said.
Hooray, she shouted.
The Earl turned away and spoke to a knight near him. Matthew smiled at Tom.
Have you eaten today? He asked.
Tom swallowed. He felt so happy that his eyes were wet.
No, we have not.
I will take you to the kitchen, Matthew said.
Eagerly, they followed the steward out of the hall and over the bridge to the lower yard. The kitchen was a big wooden building with a low stone wall at the bottom. Matthew told them to wait outside. A sweet smell came from inside. Someone was baking pastries. Tom's stomach made a loud noise. His mouth filled with water. After a short time, Matthew came back with a large pot of ale. He gave it to Tom.
They will bring bread and cold bacon soon, he said.
Then he left them. Tom took a drink and gave the pot to Ellen. She gave some to Martha, then she drank and passed it to Jack. Before Jack could drink, Alfred tried to grab the pot. Jack turned away and held it out of Alfred's reach. Tom did not want another fight between the children. Everything was going well at last. He was ready to step in, even though he usually let children solve their own problems. But Jack turned back and quietly gave the pot to Alfred. Alfred lifted the pot and began to drink. Tom had only taken one swallow. He thought the pot would come back to him. But Alfred looked ready to drink it all. Then something strange happened. When Alfred tipped the pot to drink the last drops, something small and soft fell onto his face.
Alfred shouted in fear and dropped the pot.
He brushed the furry thing from his face and jumped back.
"What is it?" he screamed.
The thing fell to the ground. He stared at it, his face white and shaking with disgust. They all looked down. It was a dead wren. Tom looked at Ellen. Then they both looked at Jack. Jack had taken the pot from Ellen. He had turned his back for a moment, as if he wanted to avoid Alfred. Then he had given the pot to Alfred very easily. Now he stood still. He looked at Alfred with a small, pleased smile on his clever young face. Jack knew he would pay for this. Alfred would hurt him later. When no one was watching, Alfred might hit him in the stomach. He liked to hit there. It hurt a lot, but it left no mark. Jack had seen him do it to Martha many times. Still, it was worth a hard hit just to see the shock and fear on Alfred's face when the dead bird fell into his drink. Alfred hated Jack. This feeling was new for Jack. His mother had always loved him. No one else had strong feelings about him before. There was no clear reason for Alfred's hate. He treated Martha in the same way. He pinched her, pulled her hair, and made her fall. He enjoyed ruining things she liked. Jack's mother saw this and felt angry about it. But Alfred's father thought it was normal. He was a kind man and loved Martha very much. The whole thing was strange to Jack, but also interesting. Everything felt interesting. Jack had never had such an exciting time in his life. Alfred was a problem. Jack was often hungry. He also felt sad because his mother gave more attention to Tom than to him. Still, he felt amazed every day by new and strange things. The castle was another wonder. He had heard stories about castles. In the long winter nights in the forest, his mother taught him long French poems about knights and magicians. Many of these poems were very long. Castles were important places in those stories. They were safe places and full of love and adventure. Because he had never seen one, Jack thought a castle was only a little bigger than his cave. The real castle surprised him. It was huge. There were many buildings and many people. Everyone was busy. Some put shoes on horses. Some carried water. Others fed chickens or baked bread. Many people carried things all the time. They carried straw for the floors and wood for the fires. They carried bags of flour, cloth, swords, saddles, and metal clothes for soldiers. Tom told Jack that men had dug the moat and built the wall. Dozens of men worked together to do it. Jack believed him. But he could not imagine how they did such big work. At the end of the afternoon, it became too dark to work. All the busy people went into the great hall of the keep. They lit small lights and made the fire bigger. The dogs came in from the cold. Some men and women took wooden boards and supports from the side of the room. They built tables in the shape of a T. They put chairs at the top and benches along the sides. Jack had never seen so many people work together before. He noticed that they liked it. They smiled and laughed as they lifted the heavy boards.
They called out, "Hup!" to me. Slowly, put it down.
Jack felt jealous of their friendship. He wondered if he could be part of something like that one day. After some time, everyone sat down on the benches. One servant from the castle gave out large wooden bowls and wooden spoons. He counted loudly as he handed them to each person. Then he walked around again and put a thick piece of old brown bread into each bowl. Another servant carried wooden cups and filled them with ale from big jugs. Jack, Martha, and Alfred sat together at the end of the long table. Each of them received a cup of ale, so there was no reason to argue. Jack lifted his cup, but his mother touched his arm and told him to wait. When all the ale was ready, the hall became quiet. Jack watched closely, as he always did, waiting to see what would happen. Soon Earl Bartholomew appeared at the top of the stairs that led from his room. He walked down into the hall. Behind him came Matthew Stewart and 3 or 4 other well-dressed men. A boy followed them. With them was the most beautiful person Jack had ever seen. Jack could not tell if she was a girl or a young woman. She wore a white dress. The sleeves were wide and long, and they moved softly on the floor behind her as she walked down the stairs. Her hair was full of dark curls around her face. Her eyes were very dark. Jack remembered the songs about a lovely princess who lived in a castle. Now he understood those songs. He could see why knights cried when a princess died. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, Jack saw that she was not much older than him. She was only a few years older, but she held her head high and walked to the top of the table with pride. She sat down next to Earl Bartholomew.
Who is she? Jack whispered.
She must be the Earl's daughter, Martha answered softly.
What is her name?
Martha moved her shoulders. She did not know. A girl with a dirty face sat on Jack's other side.
Her name is Aliena, the girl said. She is wonderful.
The Earl lifted his cup to Aliena. Then he looked slowly around the table and drank. That was the sign everyone waited for. All the others raised their cups and drank too. Servants brought the evening meal in large pots with hot steam. The Earl was served first. Then his daughter, the boy, and the men at the top of the table received their food. After that, everyone else took food for themselves. It was salty fish in a strong sauce. Jack filled his bowl and ate everything. Then he ate the bread at the bottom, wet with the soup. While he ate, he watched Aliena all the time. He looked at the careful way she lifted small pieces of fish with her knife. He watched her put the food gently into her white teeth. He listened to her strong voice when she called the servants and gave orders. The servants seemed to like her. They came fast when she called. They smiled when she spoke. They quickly did what she asked. The young men at the table looked at her often. Some tried to show how clever or strong they were when she looked at them. But she paid more attention to the older men near her father. She made sure they had enough bread and wine. She asked them questions and listened carefully to their answers. Jack wondered how it would feel if a beautiful princess spoke to you. He imagined her looking at you with her big dark eyes while you answered. After supper, there was music. 2 men and 1 woman played music with sheep bells, a drum, and pipes made from animal and bird bones. The Earl closed his eyes and seemed far away while he listened. Jack did not like the sad and strange music. He liked the happy songs his mother sang. The other people in the hall did not seem happy with the music either. They moved in their seats and made small noises. When the music stopped, many people looked pleased. Jack hoped to go closer to Aliena, but she left the room after the music and walked up the stairs. He understood that she must have her own room at the top of the tower. The children and some adults played chess and other games to pass the time. Other people worked with their hands. They made belts, caps, socks, gloves, bowls, whistles, dice, shovels, and horsewhips. Jack played chess many times and won every game. One soldier became angry because he lost to a child. After that, Jack's mother told him to stop playing. He walked around the hall and listened to different talks. Some people spoke seriously about fields, animals, bishops, and kings. Others teased each other, spoke proudly about themselves, and told funny stories. Jack found all of it interesting. Later, the small lights burned low. The Earl went to his room. About 60 or 70 other people lay down on the straw floor. They wrapped their cloaks around themselves and went to sleep. As usual, his mother and Tom lay down together under Tom's large cloak. She held him the way she once held Jack when he was small. Jack watched them and felt jealous. He heard them speaking quietly. His mother gave a soft, private laugh. After some time, their bodies moved together under the cloak. The first time Jack saw this, he felt very worried. He thought something bad might be happening. But they kissed each other while they moved. Sometimes his mother made a low sound. He understood that she felt pleasure, not pain. He did not want to ask her about it. He was not sure why. Now he saw another man and woman doing the same thing near the fire. He decided this must be normal. It was just another mystery of the world. Soon after that thought, he fell asleep. The children woke up early in the morning, but they could not eat breakfast yet. First there had to be Mass. Mass could not begin until the Earl woke up. so they had to wait. A servant who woke early told the children to bring firewood for the day. Cold morning air came through the open door. Slowly the adults began to wake. When the children finished carrying the wood, they saw Aliena. She came down the stairs again, like the night before. But she looked different now. She wore a short tunic and soft boots. Her thick curls were tied back with a ribbon. Jack could see the soft line of her face, her small ears, and her white neck. Last night her big dark eyes looked serious and grown up. Now they shone with fun. She was smiling. The boy who sat with her and the earl the night before came behind her. He looked 1 or 2 years older than Jack. But he was not a grown man like Alfred. He looked with interest at Jack, Martha, and Alfred. The girl spoke first.
"Who are you?" she asked.
Alfred answered.
My father is the stonemason who will repair this castle, he said. I am Alfred. My sister is Martha. And this is Jack.
When she came closer, Jack smelled lavender. He felt surprised. How could a person smell like flowers?
"How old are you?" she asked Alfred.
14, he said.
Alfred was also very impressed by her, and Jack could see it. After a short time, Alfred suddenly asked, "How old are you?"
"I am 15. Do you want something to eat?"
Yes.
"Come with me."
They followed her out of the hall and walked down the steps. Alfred said, "But they do not give breakfast before Mass."
"They do what I tell them," Aliena said firmly.
She walked across the bridge to the lower yard. She told them to wait outside the kitchen and went inside alone. Martha spoke softly to Jack.
"Isn't she pretty?"
Jack nodded. He could not find words to speak.
After a few minutes, Aliena came back. She carried a pot of beer and a loaf of white bread. She broke the bread into large pieces and gave one to each of them. Then she passed the pot around so they could drink.
After some time, Martha asked shyly, "Where is your mother?"
"My mother died," Aliena said in a calm voice.
"Are you sad?" Martha asked.
"I was sad, but it was long ago," she answered. She moved her head toward the boy next to her. "Richard does not even remember her."
Jack understood that Richard was her brother.
"My mother is dead too," Martha said. Tears came into her eyes.
"When did she die?" Aliena asked.
"Last week."
Aliena did not look very sad when she saw Martha cry. Maybe she wanted to hide her own feelings. She suddenly asked, "Then who is the woman with you?"
That is my mother, Jack said quickly. He was happy to speak to her.
She looked at him carefully, as if she saw him for the first time. "Where is your father?" she asked.
I do not have one, he said. He felt excited because she was looking at him.
"Did he die too?"
No, Jack said. I never had a father.
For a moment, no one spoke. Then Aliena, Richard, and Alfred began to laugh. Jack did not understand. He looked at them with a confused face. They laughed even more. Jack began to feel ashamed. Why was it funny that he never had a father? Even Martha was smiling now, and she forgot her tears.
Alfred spoke in a mocking voice. If you did not have a father, where did you come from?
From my mother. All children come from their mothers, Jack said, confused. What do fathers do?
They laughed louder than before. Richard jumped up and down and pointed at Jack.
Alfred said to Aliena, "He does not know anything. We found him in the forest."
Jack's face became red with shame. He had been happy to talk to Aliena. Now she thought he was stupid, like a boy from the forest who knew nothing. The worst thing was that he did not know what he had said wrong. He wanted to cry, and this made him feel even worse. The bread felt hard in his throat, and he could not swallow it. He looked at Aliena. Her beautiful face was full of laughter. He could not bear it. He threw the bread on the ground and walked away. He did not care where he went. He walked until he reached the side of the castle wall. He climbed up the steep ground to the top. There he sat on the cold earth and looked out at the land. He felt sorry for himself. He was angry with Alfred and Richard. He was even angry with Martha and Aliena. Princesses had no hearts, he thought. The bell rang for Mass. Church services were another thing he did not understand. The priest spoke in a language that was not English and not French. They sang and talked to statues and pictures. They also spoke to someone no one could see. Jack's mother did not like to go to church if she could stay away. The people in the castle walked to the chapel. Jack moved over the top of the wall. He sat on the other side where no one could see him. Around the castle there were flat, empty fields. Far away there were trees. 2 visitors were walking across the open ground toward the castle. The sky was grey with low clouds. Jack thought it might snow. Then he saw 2 more visitors. These men were riding horses. They rode fast and passed the first 2 people. They crossed the wooden bridge and went to the gate. All 4 visitors had to wait until Mass finished. Everyone went to church except the guards. A voice close to him made Jack jump.
"So there you are," his mother said.
He turned to look at her. She saw at once that he was unhappy.
"What is the matter?" she asked.
He wanted her to hold him and make him feel safe. But he stayed hard and cold inside.
Did I have a father? He asked.
"Yes," she said. "Everyone has a father." She knelt next to him.
He turned his face away. He felt ashamed, and he thought it was her fault because she never told him about his father.
What happened to him? He asked.
"He died," she answered.
When I was small.
"He died before you were born."
Jack looked confused.
How can he be my father if he died before I was born? He asked.
She spoke gently. "A baby begins from a small seed from a man and a woman," she said. "The seed grows inside the woman. It grows into a baby in her body. When the baby is ready, it is born."
Jack was quiet for a moment. He thought about this. He felt this was connected to what adults did together at night.
Will Tom give you a seed? He asked.
"Maybe," she said.
Then you will have a new baby.
She nodded. "Yes. You may have a brother. Would you like that?"
I do not care, he said. Tom has already taken you away from me. A brother will not change anything.
She put her arm around him and held him close. "No one will take me away from you," she said softly.
That made him feel a little better. They sat together for some time.
Then she said, "It is cold here."
They stood up and climbed back over the castle wall. They ran down the bank into the yard. They did not see the 4 visitors anywhere. Maybe the visitors had gone into the chapel. As Jack and his mother walked across the bridge to the upper yard, Jack spoke.
What was my father's name?
"Jack, the same as you," she said. They called him Jack Sherberg.
This made him happy. He had the same name as his father.
So if there is another Jack, I can tell people I am Jack Jackson.
"You can try," she said. "But people do not always call you what you want."
He nodded. He felt calmer now. In his mind, he would be Jack Jackson. He did not feel so ashamed anymore. At least he knew about fathers. And he knew his father's name. Jack Sherberg. They came to the gatehouse of the upper yard. There were no guards there. His mother stopped and looked worried.
"I have a strange feeling that something is wrong," she said.
Her voice was steady, but Jack heard fear in it. Cold fear ran through him. He felt that something bad had happened. His mother walked into the small guardroom at the base of the tower. A moment later, Jack heard her make a small cry. He hurried in after her. She stood still, one hand over her mouth. She was staring at the floor. The guard lay on his back. His arms were loose at his sides. His throat was cut. There was fresh blood on the floor beside him. He was clearly dead. 3 William Hamley and his father left in the middle of the night. They rode with almost 100 knights and soldiers. Mother rode behind them at the back. The soldiers carried torches, and their faces were covered against the cold air. As they rode fast through the villages on the way to Earl's Castle, they must have frightened the people there. They reached the crossroads while it was still very dark. From there, they walked their horses. They wanted the horses to rest. They also wanted to make less noise. When the sky began to grow light, they hid in the woods across the fields from Earl Bartholomew's castle. William had not counted the exact number of soldiers in the castle. Mother was very angry with him about this. He tried to explain. Many of the men he saw were waiting for orders. Some other men could have arrived after he left, so the number would not be exact. Still, Father said it was better to count than not to count at all. William thought he had seen about 40 fighting men. If that number had not changed much, the Hamley family had more than twice as many soldiers. It was not enough to surround the castle for a long attack, but they had a plan to take it quickly. The problem was simple. The guards on the walls would see the army. Then they would close the gates before the soldiers arrived. They needed a way to keep the castle open long enough. The army had to come from the woods and reach the gate before it closed. Mother found the answer, of course.
"We need something to distract them," she said. She touched the sore on her chin as she spoke. "We must make them afraid. Then they will not see the army until it is too late. Maybe we can start a fire."
If a stranger comes in and starts a fire, they will notice that too.
It must be done quietly, William said.
"Of course," Mother said in an angry voice. "You must do it while they are at church."
Me?
William had said. He was now the leader of the first small group. The sky became light very slowly that morning. William felt nervous and could not wait. During the night, he had talked with his mother and father. They had made the plan better, but many things could still go wrong. The first group might fail to enter the castle. The guards might not trust them. They might be stopped before they could do anything. Even if the plan worked, there would be a fight. It would be William's first real battle. Some men would be hurt. Some men would die. He might die too. His stomach felt tight with fear. Aliena would be there. She would see if he lost, but she would also see if he won. He imagined running into her room with a sword in his hand. There would be blood on it. Then she would not laugh at him anymore. From the castle, he heard the bell for morning mass. William gave a small nod. 2 men left the group and walked across the fields toward the castle. They were Raymond and Ranulph. They were strong and serious men. They were older than William. William had chosen them himself. His father had let him decide. His father would lead the main attack later. William watched Raymond and Ranulph walk quickly over the frozen ground. Before they reached the castle, he looked at Walter. Then he touched his horse with his heel. He and Walter rode across the field at a slow run. The guards on the castle walls would see 2 small groups. One group was walking. The other group was riding. It looked normal for early morning. William planned the timing well. He and Walter passed Raymond and Ranulph about 100 yards from the castle. At the bridge, they got off their horses. William's heart beat very fast. If he failed now, the whole plan would fail. 2 guards stood at the gate. For a moment, William feared a trap. He imagined hidden soldiers jumping out and attacking him. But the guards only looked alert. They did not look worried. They were not wearing armor. William and Walter wore armor under their cloaks. William felt weak inside. His mouth was dry. One of the guards knew him.
"Hello, Lord William," the guard said with a smile. "Are you here to see a lady again?"
William said, "Oh, my God," in a weak voice.
"Oh, my God."
Then he pushed his dagger into the guard's body. He pushed it up hard. The man made a small sound and bent forward. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to shout. A shout would ruin everything. William felt afraid and did not know what to do. He pulled the dagger out and pushed it into the man's open mouth. He wanted to stop him from making a sound. Instead of a scream, dark blood came from the man's mouth. His eyes closed. William pulled the dagger out as the man fell to the ground. His horse moved away because of the sudden action. William caught the bridle and held it tight. He looked at Walter, who had taken the other guard. Walter had used his knife quickly and cleanly. His man fell without a sound. I must remember that, William thought. Next time I must be faster. Then a new thought came to him. I have killed a man. He saw that he was not afraid anymore. William gave his horse to Walter and ran up the narrow stairs to the tower. At the top was a room with the rope for the drawbridge. With his sword, he cut the thick rope. After 2 strong hits, it broke. He threw the loose end out of the window. It fell to the ground and slipped into the water with almost no sound. Now no one could pull up the drawbridge against his father's army. They had planned this the night before. Raymond and Ranulph came to the gatehouse as William ran down the stairs. Their first task was to damage the big wooden gates under the arch. These gates were strong and covered with iron. Each man took a wooden hammer and a chisel. They began to break the stone around the heavy iron hinges. The sound of hammer on chisel was dull but loud to William's ears. William quickly pulled the 2 dead guards into the guardroom. Everyone was at mass. There was a good chance no one would see the bodies for some time. He took his horse from Walter. Then the 2 men walked out from under the arch and crossed the yard toward the stable. William forced himself to walk in a calm way. He looked up at the guards on the towers. Did anyone see the rope fall into the water? Did they hear the hammering? Some guards looked down at William and Walter, but they did not seem worried. The hammering sound was already soft. It was likely the tower guards could not hear it. William felt some relief. The plan was working. They reached the stable and went inside. They put the reins of their horses loosely over a wooden bar, so the animals could run if needed. Then William took out a flint and made a spark. He lit the straw on the floor. The straw was dirty and a little wet, but it began to burn slowly. He started 3 more small fires. Walter did the same. They watched for a short time. The horses smelled the smoke and moved nervously. William stayed a little longer. The fire had started. So had the plan. He and Walter left the stable and went back into the open yard. At the gate, under the arch, Raymond and Ranulph were still working on the hinges. William and Walter turned toward the kitchen. It would look normal if they were going to get food. The yard was empty because everyone was at mass. William looked up at the walls. The guards were looking out at the fields, as they should. Still, William felt tense. At any moment, someone could come out of a building and stop them. Then they would have to fight in the open yard. If someone saw that, everything would fail. They walked past the kitchen and moved toward the bridge to the upper yard. As they passed the chapel, they heard the soft sound of the service inside. Earl Bartholomew was in there. He had no idea that an army was only a mile away. He did not know that 4 enemies were already inside his castle. He did not know that his stables were burning. Aliena was also in the chapel, praying on her knees. Soon she will kneel before me, William thought. His heart beat fast in his head. They reached the bridge and began to cross it. The first bridge was ready for their army. They had cut the rope and damaged the gate so the soldiers could enter. But the Earl could still run across this second bridge and hide in the upper yard. William's next task was to stop that. He needed to raise the drawbridge and block the way. Then the Earl would be trapped in the lower yard. They came to the second gatehouse.
"You are early," he said.
"We have been called to see the Earl."
He walked toward the guard, but the man stepped back. William did not want him to move too far. If the guard left the arch, the soldiers on the high walls could see them.
"The Earl is in the chapel," the guard said.
"We must wait."
William knew they had to kill this guard fast and without noise. But he did not know how to get close to him. He looked at Walter for help. Walter stood calm and said nothing.
"There is a fire in the keep," the guard said. "Go there and warm yourselves."
William waited too long. The guard started to look careful and unsure.
What are you waiting for? He asked with slight anger.
William tried to think of something to say.
Can we get some food? He asked at last.
Not before Mass, the guard answered. After that, they will serve breakfast in the keep.
Now William saw that Walter was slowly moving to one side. If the guard turned a little more, Walter could stand behind him. William walked the other way and past the guard.
I am not impressed by your Earl's welcome, he said.
The guard began to turn toward him.
We have come a long way.
At that moment Walter moved. He stepped behind the guard and grabbed him. With one hand he pulled the man's head back. With the other hand he cut the man's throat. William let out a quiet breath. It was over in a second. Before breakfast, they had already killed 3 men. William felt strong and excited. No one will laugh at me after today, he thought. Walter pulled the body into the guardroom. This gatehouse was built like the first one. There was a spiral staircase that went up to the room above. William climbed the stairs and Walter followed. William had not looked at this room the day before. He had not thought about it then. It would also have been hard to find a good reason to enter it. He believed there would be a big wheel to lift the drawbridge. But there was no wheel. There was only a rope around a wooden post. To lift the bridge, men had to pull the rope. William and Walter pulled together. The bridge did not move. It did not even make a sound. They needed 10 men for this job. For a short time William felt confused. The other bridge, near the castle door, had a big wheel. 2 men could lift that one. Then he understood. The outer bridge was lifted every night. This bridge was lifted only in danger. There was no use thinking about it. He had to decide what to do next. If he could not lift the bridge, he could at least close the gates. That would slow the Earl down. He ran down the stairs with Walter behind him. At the bottom, he stopped in shock. Not everyone was at Mass.
A woman and a small boy came out of the guardroom.
William slowed his step. He knew the woman at once. She was the builder's wife. Yesterday he had tried to buy her for £1. She looked at him with her sharp golden eyes. He did not try to pretend he was just a visitor. He knew she would not believe him. He had to stop her from shouting for help. The only way was to kill her quickly and quietly, as they had done before. She saw his plan in his face. She grabbed her child's hand and turned to run. William tried to catch her, but she was faster. She ran across the yard toward the keep. William and Walter ran after her. She moved lightly and quickly. They wore heavy armor and carried weapons. She reached the stairs that led to the great hall. As she ran up, she screamed. William looked up at the walls. The scream had reached at least 2 guards. It was over now. He stopped at the bottom of the steps and tried to catch his breath. Walter stopped beside him. 2 guards, then 3, then 4 ran down from the walls into the yard. The woman went inside the keep with her son. Now she did not matter. The guards were already coming. There was no reason to follow her. William and Walter pulled out their swords. They stood next to each other and prepared to fight.
The priest was holding the holy bread above the altar when Tom felt something was wrong with the horses. He heard loud neighing and heavy steps. It was much more noise than usual.
Then someone spoke over the priest's quiet Latin words.
I smell smoke.
Tom smelled it too. Soon everyone smelled it. Tom was taller than the others. If he stood on his toes, he could see out of the chapel window. He moved to the side and looked out. The stables were burning strongly.
Fire!
He said, but he could not finish his words because the other people were shouting.
Everyone ran to the door. They forgot the church service at once. Tom pulled Martha back because he was afraid she would fall in the crowd. He told Alfred to stay close to them. He wondered where Ellen and Jack were. Soon only Tom, the 2 children, and the angry priest were left in the chapel. Tom took Martha and Alfred outside. Some people were letting the horses go so the fire would not hurt them. Other people were pulling water from the well and throwing it on the fire. Tom looked for Ellen but did not see her. The horses ran around the yard in fear because of the fire and the noise. Their hooves hit the ground very hard. Tom listened carefully and frowned. The sound was too loud. It sounded like many more horses than they had. He suddenly felt very afraid.
"Stay here for a moment, Martha," he said. "Alfred, stay with her and do not move."
Then he ran up the steep hill to the top of the wall. The hill was hard to climb, and he had to slow down near the top. When he reached the top, he stopped and tried to catch his breath. Then he looked out over the fields. He was right to be afraid. His heart felt cold inside. An army of horsemen was riding fast across the fields toward the castle. There were about 80 or 100 men. It was a terrible sight. Tom saw their metal armor shine in the light. They held swords in their hands. The horses ran as fast as they could, and warm breath rose from their mouths. The riders bent low over their horses. They did not shout. There was only the loud sound of many hooves hitting the ground. Tom turned and looked back into the castle yard. Why did no one else hear the army? The thick walls made the sound softer. It mixed with the noise of people shouting and running. Why did the guards not see the army? They had left their places to fight the fire. Someone had planned this attack carefully. Now Tom had to warn everyone. But where was Ellen? He looked across the yard again as the army came closer. Thick white smoke from the burning stables covered much of the yard. He still could not see Ellen. Then he saw Earl Bartholomew near the well. The Earl was trying to tell people how to carry water to the fire. Tom ran down the hill and across the yard to the well. He caught the Earl by the shoulder and shouted in his ear so he could hear him.
"It is an attack."
"What?" the Earl asked.
"We are under attack."
The Earl was still thinking about the fire. Attacked? By who?
"Listen," Tom shouted. "There are many horses."
The Earl stopped and listened. Tom watched his face change when he understood. "You are right," the Earl said. He looked afraid. "Did you see them?"
"Yes."
"Who are they?" "No, that does not matter. How many horses?"
"About 100.
"Peter!" "Ralph!" the Earl shouted to his officers. "This fire is only to distract us. We are under attack." At first they did not understand. Then they listened. Soon they looked afraid too. "Tell the men to get their swords," the Earl shouted. "Quickly!" Then he turned to Tom. "Come with me, stonemason. You are strong. We must close the gates." He ran across the yard, and Tom ran after him. If they could close the gates and lift the drawbridge in time, they could stop 100 men. They reached the gatehouse. Through the large stone arch, they saw the army coming closer. It was less than a mile away now. The faster horses were in front. The slower ones followed behind. "Look at the gates," the Earl shouted. Tom looked and felt sick. The 2 large wooden gates were lying on the ground. The metal bands were still on them. The hinges had been cut out of the wall. Enemies had come earlier and broken them. Fear filled his stomach. He looked back into the yard again, searching for Ellen. He still could not see her. Where was she? Now anything could happen. He wanted to find her and keep her safe. The drawbridge. "Save yourself," said the Earl. Tom understood that the only way to keep Ellen safe was to stop the attackers from coming inside. The Earl ran up the narrow spiral stairs to the winding room, and Tom forced himself to follow. If they could lift the drawbridge, a few men could protect the gatehouse. When Tom reached the room, his heart fell. The rope was cut. They could not lift the drawbridge. Earl Bartholomew swore in anger. "The man who planned this is very clever," he said. Tom suddenly understood something. The person who broke the gates cut the rope, and started the fire was still inside the castle. He looked around in fear and wondered where the enemies were hiding. The Earl looked through a small window in the wall. "Oh God, they are almost here," he said. Then he ran down the stairs. Tom ran after him. At the gateway, several knights were quickly putting on their helmets and tying their swords to their belts. Earl Bartholomew began to give orders. "Ralph and John, take some loose horses and drive them across the bridge," he said. "Block the enemy. Richard, Peter, Robin, get some men and stand here." The gateway was narrow, so a few men could stop the attackers for a short time. "You, stonemason, take the servants and children across the bridge to the upper yard." Tom felt relief. Now he had a reason to look for Ellen. First he ran to the chapel. Alfred and Martha were still there. They looked very afraid.
"Go to the keep," Tom shouted. "If you see other women or children, tell them to come with you. The Earl gives this order. Run."
They ran at once. Tom looked around. Soon he would follow them. He did not want to be trapped in the lower yard. But first he wanted to finish the Earl's order. He ran to the stables. People were still throwing water on the fire.
"Leave the fire," he shouted. "The castle is under attack. Take your children to the keep."
Smoke went into his eyes and tears came. He wiped his eyes and ran to a small group of people who were watching the fire burn the stables. He told them the same message. Then he spoke to some stable hands who had caught the loose horses. Ellen was not there. The smoke made him cough. He could hardly breathe. He ran back across the yard to the bridge that led to the upper part of the castle. There he stopped for a moment and tried to breathe. He turned and looked back. Many people were crossing the bridge. He thought Ellen and Jack were already safe in the keep. But he was afraid he was wrong. At the lower gatehouse, he saw a tight group of knights fighting close together. Everywhere else there was only thick smoke. Suddenly Earl Bartholomew came to him. There was blood on his sword. Tears ran down his face because of the smoke. "Save yourself," he said. The Earl shouted at Tom. At that moment, the attackers broke through the lower gatehouse. They pushed the defending knights aside. Tom turned and ran across the bridge. About 20 of the Earl's men stood at the second gatehouse. They were ready to protect the upper yard. They moved to the sides to let Tom and the Earl pass. Then they closed their line again. Tom heard horses running fast on the wooden bridge behind him. The men at the gatehouse had no real chance now. Tom understood that the attack was well planned. But he did not think about that for long. He was afraid for Ellen and the children. Many armed men were coming toward them. He ran across the upper yard to the keep. Halfway up the wooden steps to the great hall, he looked back. The men at the second gatehouse were quickly defeated by the horsemen. Earl Bartholomew was just behind Tom on the steps. They only had time to enter the keep and lift the wooden stairs inside. Tom ran up the last steps and jumped into the hall. Then he saw that the attackers had made an even smarter plan. The first group of attackers had broken the gates. They had cut the rope of the drawbridge. They had set fire to the stables. They had also come to the keep. They were waiting inside to surprise anyone who came in. For hard-faced men in chainmail stood just inside the great hall. Several of the Earl's knights lay on the floor. Some were hurt. Some were dead. They had been attacked as soon as they entered. Tom looked at the leader of the attackers. He felt a shock when he saw William Hamley. Tom stared at him in surprise. William's eyes were wild and full of anger. Tom thought William would kill him. Before Tom could even feel fear, one of William's men grabbed his arm. The man pulled him inside and pushed him aside. So it was the Hamley family who were attacking Earl Bartholomew's castle. Tom did not understand why. All the servants and children were standing together on the far side of the hall. They looked very afraid. The attackers were only fighting the armed men. Tom looked around the hall. He saw Alfred, Martha, Ellen, and Jack together. They looked terrified but alive. They did not seem hurt. Tom felt deep relief. Before he could go to them, fighting began again at the doorway. Earl Bartholomew and 2 knights rushed inside. The waiting Hamley knights attacked them at once. One of the earl's men fell immediately. The other stood in front of the earl with his sword raised. More of the earl's knights came in behind him. Soon there was a close fight near the door. There was not enough space to use long swords. Men used knives and their hands. For a short time, it seemed that the earl's men might win. Then some of them turned around. They had to defend themselves from men coming from behind. The attacking army had entered the upper yard. They were climbing the steps and coming into the keep.
A loud voice shouted, "Hold!"
The men on both sides stepped back. They raised their weapons but stopped fighting.
The same voice called out, "Bartholomew of Shiring, will you surrender?"
Tom saw the earl turn and look out of the door. Knights moved aside so he could see clearly. "Hamley," the earl said quietly. Then he spoke louder. "Will you leave my family and servants unharmed?"
"Yes. Will you swear it?" "I swear it by the cross, if you surrender."
"I surrender," said Earl Bartholomew. A loud cheer came from outside. Tom turned away. Martha ran to him. He lifted her into his arms. Then he held Ellen close.
"We're safe," Ellen said with tears in her eyes. "All of us are safe."
Safe, Tom said. But we have nothing again.
William stopped cheering at once. He was Lord Percy's son. It was not right for him to shout like common soldiers. He made his face calm and proud. They had won. He had followed the plan. There had been problems, but it worked. The attack succeeded mostly because of his early work. He had lost count of how many men he had hurt or killed. He himself was still standing. Then he noticed something strange. There was a lot of blood on his face. He did not think he was badly hurt. He wiped his face. More blood came. It must be his own. He touched his face and then his head. Some of his hair was gone. When he touched his head, it burned with pain. He had not worn a helmet because he did not want to look suspicious. Now that he knew about the wound, it began to hurt more. He did not care. A wound showed bravery. His father came up the steps. He stood in front of Earl Bartholomew at the doorway. Bartholomew held out his sword with the handle first. It was a sign that he gave up.
Percy took the sword. His men cheered again.
When the noise became quiet, William heard Bartholomew speak. "Why have you done this?"
His father answered, "You made plans against the king."
Bartholomew was very surprised that father knew this. Everyone could see the shock on his face. William held his breath. He thought Bartholomew might confess in front of everyone because he had lost. But the earl stood straight and stayed calm.
"I will defend my honor in front of the king," he said. "Not here."
Father nodded. "As you wish," he said. "Tell your men to put down their weapons and leave the castle."
The earl spoke quietly to his knights. One by one, they walked to father and dropped their swords on the floor in front of him. William liked watching this. He felt proud of his father. Father spoke to one of his knights.
"Bring the loose horses to the stable," he said. "Send some men to take the weapons from the dead and the wounded."
The winners would take the weapons and horses. Bartholomew's knights would leave without weapons and walk home. The Hamley men would also take food and goods from the castle. They would load the horses with these goods. Then they would ride back to Hamley, their home village. Father called another knight.
"Separate the kitchen workers," he said. "Tell them to cook dinner. Send the other servants away."
After a battle, the men were hungry. There would be a big meal. They would eat and drink the earl's best food and wine before they left. Soon, the knights moved aside and made a path. Mother walked in. She looked small next to the strong soldiers. She took off the cloth that covered her face. Some men stepped back when they saw her face for the first time. They were always shocked by her scars. She looked at father.
A great victory, she said with satisfaction.
William wanted to say that he helped make it happen. He wanted her to know he did good work before the attack. He stayed quiet. But father spoke.
It was William who helped us enter the castle, he said.
Mother turned to William. He waited for her praise.
Did he? She said.
Yes, father answered. The boy did well.
Perhaps he did, she said.
William felt warm and happy inside. He smiled in a foolish way. Mother looked at Earl Bartholomew.
The Earl should bow to me, she said.
No, the Earl said.
Bring the daughter here.
William looked around. For a moment, he forgot about Aliena. Then he saw her. She stood with Matthew, the soft-voiced steward of the house. William went to her, took her arm, and led her to his mother. Matthew followed behind them.
Cut off her ears, she said.
Aliena screamed. William felt a strange excitement in his body.
Bartholomew's face became pale. You promised you would not hurt her if I surrendered, he said. You swore it.
Mother answered calmly, and our protection will be as complete as your surrender.
William thought that was clever. Bartholomew still looked proud and strong. William wondered who would do the act. Maybe Mother would choose him. The thought excited him.
Kneel, she said.
Slowly, the Earl went down on one knee. He lowered his head. William felt a little disappointed.
Look at this, she shouted to everyone. Never forget what happens to a man who insults the Hamley family.
She looked around with pride. William felt his heart grow big with pride too. The family honor was safe again. Mother turned away. Father spoke next.
Take him to his bedroom, he said. Guard him well.
Bartholomew stood up. Father looked at William.
Take the girl too, he said.
William held Aliena's arm very tightly. He liked to touch her. He wanted to take her upstairs to the bedroom. No one knew what he might do there. If he was alone with her, he thought he could do anything he wanted. He imagined pulling her clothes off and looking at her body. He kept thinking about it.
The Earl said, "Let Matthew Stewart come with us to protect my daughter."
William's father looked at Matthew.
He looks harmless, he said with a smile. All right.
William looked at Aliena's face. She was pale, but she looked even more beautiful when she was afraid. He liked seeing her weak and scared. He wanted to hurt her pride and see fear in her eyes. He moved his face close to hers.
I still want to marry you, he said quietly.
She pulled away.
Marry, she said loudly. I would rather die than marry you, you horrible, proud man.
The knight smiled. Some servants laughed quietly. William's face turned red.
Be quiet, Mother said to Aliena. You are not a great lady anymore. You are the daughter of a traitor. Soon you will be poor and hungry. You are not good enough for my son now. Go away and do not speak again.
His mother stepped forward and slapped Aliena. Bartholomew tried to protect his daughter, but the knights held him back. Aliena turned and walked away. William let go of her arm. She followed her father. As William watched her leave, he felt no joy. His wish for revenge did not feel good anymore. Jack thought she was very brave. She was like a princess in a poem. He watched her walk up the stairs with her head high. The room stayed quiet until she was gone. When she disappeared, the room felt dark and empty. Jack kept looking at the place where she had stood. One knight came forward.
Who is the cook? He asked.
The cook was afraid to speak. Another person pointed at him.
You will make dinner, the knight said. Take your helpers and go to the kitchen. The knight shouted, "All the rest of you, leave. Get out of the castle. Go now. Do not take anything that is not yours if you want to stay alive. We have already used our swords today, and we are not afraid to use them again. Move."
The cook chose 6 people from the crowd. Everyone walked to the door. Jack's mother took his hand. Tom held Martha's hand. Alfred stayed close to them. They wore only their cloaks. They had nothing except their clothes and their eating knives. With the others, they went down the steps. They crossed the bridge and the yard below. They passed through the gatehouse and stepped over the broken gates. They left the castle without stopping. When they reached the field on the other side of the moat, the fear inside them suddenly broke. They all started to talk at once. They spoke loudly about what had happened. Jack listened while he walked. Many people talked about how brave they had been. Jack knew he had not been brave. He had only run away. Aliena was the only brave one. When she entered the keep and saw that it was not safe but a trap, she took control. She told the servants and children to sit down and stay quiet. She told them to keep away from the fighting men. When the Hamley knights were rough with prisoners or lifted their swords against people without weapons, she shouted at them. She acted as if nothing could hurt her. His mother touched his hair.
"What are you thinking about?" she asked.
"I was thinking about the princess," Jack said.
"You mean Lady Aliena?"
"She is like a princess in a poem. She lives in a castle. But the knights are not good and kind like the poems say."
"That is true," Mother said in a serious voice.
"What will happen to her?"
She shook her head.
"I do not know."
"Her mother is dead."
"Then her life will be hard."
"I think so." Jack stopped for a moment. She laughed at me because I did not know about fathers. But I still liked her.
Mother put her arm around him.
"I am sorry I did not tell you about fathers."
He touched her hand to show he forgave her. They walked in silence. Sometimes a family left the road and crossed the fields. They went to the homes of friends or relatives. They hoped to get some food and think about what to do next. Most people stayed together until they reached a crossroads. There they separated. Some went north or south. Others continued straight to the market town of Shiring. Mother moved away from Jack and touched Tom's arm. He stopped.
"Where should we go?" she asked.
He looked surprised. He seemed to think they would just follow him. Jack had seen this look on Tom's face before. Mother often made him look that way. Maybe Tom's first wife had been different.
"We are going to Kingsbridge Priory," Tom said.
"Kingsbridge." Mother looked worried.
Jack did not understand why.
Tom did not see her worry. "Last night I heard there is a new prior," he said. "When a new man comes, he often wants to repair the church."
"The old prior is dead."
"Yes."
Mother looked calmer after that. Jack thought she must have known the old prior and not liked him. At last Tom heard the worry in her voice.
"Is there a problem with Kingsbridge?" he asked.
"I have been there before. It is more than 1 day away."
Jack knew the long walk was not the real reason she was worried. Tom did not know that.
"It is only a little farther," Tom said. "We can arrive by midday tomorrow."
"All right."
They continued walking. After some time Jack felt pain in his stomach. At first he did not understand it. He had not been hurt at the castle. Alfred had not hit him for 2 days. Then he understood. He was hungry again. Chapter 4. Kingsbridge Cathedral was not a pleasant sight. The building was low and heavy. It had thick walls and very small windows. It had been built long ago. At that time builders did not understand good shape and balance. Tom and other builders of his time knew more. They knew a straight wall could be strong without being very thick. They knew they could make large windows if the arch was a perfect half circle. From far away the church looked uneven. When Tom came closer, he saw the reason. One of the 2 towers at the west end had fallen down. He felt happy when he saw this. The new prior would probably want to build the tower again. Hope made him walk faster. He had once found work at Earl's Castle. Then his employer lost a battle and was taken prisoner. That had broken his heart. He felt he could not bear another disappointment. He looked at Ellen. He feared that one day she would think he could not find work. If that happened, she might leave him before they all starved. She smiled at him for a moment. Then she looked again at the great dark shape of the cathedral and frowned. She was often uneasy around priests and monks. Tom had noticed this before. He wondered if she felt bad because they were not married in the church. The area around the priory was busy and full of movement. Tom had seen quiet monasteries and busy ones. Kingsbridge was more active than most. It looked as if they were cleaning everything very early in the year. Near the stable, 2 monks brushed the horses. Another monk cleaned the harness. Young novices cleaned the stalls. More monks were sweeping and washing the guest house next to the stable. A cart full of straw stood outside. They were ready to spread it on the clean floor, but no one was working on the fallen tower. Tom studied the pile of stones. That was all that was left of the tower. The fall must have happened years ago. The broken edges of the stones were smooth from rain and frost. The old mortar had washed away. The pile of stones had slowly sunk into the soft ground. It was strange that they had not repaired it. Cathedrals were important buildings. The old prior must have been lazy or not skilled. Maybe he was both. Tom felt sure he had arrived at the right time. The monks were probably ready to rebuild the tower. He needed some good luck.
No one knows me here, Alan said.
When were you here? Tom asked.
13 years ago.
It is not strange that they forgot you, he said.
As they walked past the west side of the church, Tom opened one of the large wooden doors and looked inside. The main room was dark and cold. There were thick stone pillars and an old wooden roof. Some monks were painting the walls white with long brushes. Others were cleaning the hard dirt floor with brooms. The new prior was trying to make the church look better. Tom felt a little hope. He closed the door. Behind the church was the kitchen yard. A group of young novices stood around a long trough filled with dirty water. They were cleaning black soot and grease from pots and tools with sharp stones. Their hands were red and sore from the cold water. When they saw Ellen, they laughed in a shy way and turned their faces away. Tom asked a young novice where he could find the cellarer. In truth, he should have asked for the sacrist, because the church building was the sacrist's work. But cellarers were usually easier to speak with. In the end, the prior would decide everything. The novice showed him a low room under one of the buildings around the yard. Tom went through an open door, and Ellen and the children came in after him. They stopped near the door and looked into the dim room. This building was newer and stronger than the church. Tom saw this at once. The air was dry, and there was no bad smell. Instead, there was the smell of stored food. The smell made Tom's stomach hurt because he had not eaten for 2 days. As his eyes grew used to the dark, he saw a stone floor, short thick pillars, and a curved stone ceiling. Soon he noticed a tall, bald man taking salt from a barrel and putting it into a pot with a spoon.
Are you the cellarer? Tom asked.
The man lifted his hand for silence. Tom saw that he was counting. They all waited quietly.
At last the man said, 219, 300. He put the spoon down.
Tom said, I am Tom. I am a master builder. I would like to rebuild your northwest tower.
I am Cuthbert, called Whitehead, the man replied. I am the cellarer. I would like to see the tower rebuilt. But we must ask Prior Philip. You know we have a new prior.
Yes.
Tom thought Cuthbert seemed friendly and easy to talk to.
And the new prior wants to improve the monastery, Tom said.
Cuthbert nodded. Yes. But he does not want to spend money. Did you see that monks are doing all the work? He will not hire workers. He says we already have too many servants.
This was bad news for Tom.
How do the monks feel about that? He asked carefully.
Cuthbert laughed. His old face folded into deep lines. You speak in a careful way, Tom Builder. You think monks do not usually work so hard. The new prior does not force anyone. But he reads the rule of Saint Benedict in a special way. Those who work with their hands may eat red meat and drink wine. Those who only study and pray must eat salt fish and drink weak beer. He has good reasons for this, and he can explain them for a long time. But the result is simple. Many monks choose the hard work, especially the young ones.
Cuthbert did not seem angry. He only looked amused.
Tom said, monks cannot build stone walls, even if they eat well.
As he spoke, he heard a baby cry. The sound touched his heart. For a moment he did not understand why there was a baby in a monastery.
We will ask the prior, Cuthbert was saying.
But Tom was not listening. The cry was close now. It sounded like a very small baby, maybe only 1 or 2 weeks old. Tom looked at Ellen. She looked surprised too. A shadow appeared in the doorway. Tom felt his throat tighten. A monk walked in, holding a baby. Tom looked at the baby's face. It was his child. Tom swallowed. The baby's face was red. His small fists were tight. His mouth was open, and he had no teeth. He was not crying from pain. He was only hungry. His cry was strong and healthy. Tom felt weak with relief when he saw that his son looked well. The monk who carried the baby was a cheerful young man of about 20. His hair was messy, and he had a wide, simple smile. Unlike the other monks, he did not seem nervous near a woman. He smiled at everyone and spoke to Cuthbert.
Jonathan needs more milk.
Tom wanted to take the baby in his arms. He tried to keep his face calm so no one would see his feelings. He looked quickly at the children. They only knew that a traveling priest had found an abandoned baby. They did not know that the priest had brought the baby to this small monastery. Now they only looked curious. They did not understand that this was the same baby they had left behind. Cuthbert took a ladle and a small jug. He filled the jug with milk from a bucket.
Ellen said to the young monk, "May I hold the baby?"
She held out her arms, and the monk gave the baby to her. Tom felt jealous of her. He wanted to hold the small, warm child close to his heart. Ellen moved the baby slowly in her arms, and the child was quiet for a short time. Cuthbert looked up.
"Ah," he said. "Johnny Eightpence is a good helper, but he does not have a woman's touch."
Ellen smiled at the boy.
Why do they call you Johnny Eightpence? She asked.
Cuthbert answered.
Because he is only 8 pence to the shilling, he said.
He tapped the side of his head to show that Johnny was not very clever.
But he understands the needs of quiet, weak creatures better than we do. It is all part of God's plan, he added.
Ellen moved closer to Tom. She held the baby out to him. She knew he wanted to hold the child. He looked at her with deep thanks and took the baby in his large hands. He could feel the baby's heart beating through the blanket. The cloth was soft and fine. He wondered where the monks had found such good wool. He held the child to his chest and moved him gently. He was not as good as Ellen, and soon the baby began to cry again. Tom did not mind. The loud cry made him happy because it showed the child was strong and healthy. Even though it was painful, he felt he had made the right choice when he left the baby at the monastery. Ellen spoke to Johnny.
Where does he sleep? She asked.
This time Johnny answered himself.
He has a small bed in the dormitory with the rest of us.
He must wake you at night, Ellen said.
We wake at midnight anyway for prayers, Johnny said.
Of course, she said. I forgot that monks wake at night like mothers do.
Cuthbert gave Johnny a jug of milk. Johnny took the baby from Tom with one easy movement. Tom did not want to let the child go, but to the monks, he had no rights, so he had to give him back. Soon Johnny and the baby were gone. Tom felt a strong wish to run after them and say, "Wait.
Stop. He is my son. Give him back to me.
Ellen stood next to him and gently pressed his arm to show she understood. Tom began to feel hope again. If he could find work here, he could see little Jonathan every day. It would almost feel as if he had never left him. The idea seemed too good to be real, and he was afraid to hope too much. Cuthbert looked carefully at Martha and Jack. They were staring with wide eyes at the jug of rich milk Johnny had carried away. No matter. Why did you leave Earl's Castle?
It was attacked yesterday at dawn and taken, Tom replied. Earl Bartholomew is accused of treason.
Cuthbert looked shocked. Saints protect us, he cried. Treason! They heard a step outside. Tom turned and saw another monk come into the room. Cuthbert said, "This is our new prior." Tom knew the man at once. It was Philip, the monk they had met on the road to the bishop's palace. He was the one who gave them the good cheese. Now Tom understood everything. The new prior of Kingsbridge was the old prior from the small church in the forest. He had brought Jonathan with him when he came here. Tom felt hope rise in his heart. Philip was a kind man. He had seemed to like and trust Tom. Tom was sure he would give him work. Philip looked at him and smiled.
"Hello, Master Builder," he said. "You did not find much work at the bishop's palace."
No, Father, Tom answered. The archdeacon would not hire me, and the bishop was not there.
"That is true," Philip said. "He was in heaven, but we did not know it then."
The bishop is dead? Tom asked.
"Yes."
That is old news, Cuthbert said with impatience. Tom and his family have just come from Earl's Castle. Earl Bartholomew has been captured, and his castle has been taken. Philip stood very still.
"So soon," he said quietly.
So soon? Cuthbert repeated. Why do you say so soon? He liked Philip, but he also watched him with care. He looked like a father whose son has come home from war, stronger and a little more dangerous than before. Did you know this was going to happen? Philip looked a little confused.
"No, not really," he said. "I heard that Earl Bartholomew did not support King Stephen."
Then he stood straighter and spoke in a calm voice.
"We should be thankful for this," he said. "Stephen says he will protect the church. Maud might have treated us badly, like her father did. So this is good news."
He looked very pleased, as if he had helped make it happen. Tom did not want to speak more about Earl Bartholomew.
This is not good news for me, he said. The Earl hired me yesterday to make the castle stronger. I did not even get 1 day of pay.
"That is a pity," Philip said. "Who attacked the castle?"
Lord Percy Hamley.
"I see," Philip said, and he nodded.
Again, Tom felt that Philip was not surprised.
You are making some changes here too, Tom said, trying to talk about himself.
"I am trying," Philip said.
You will want to build the tower again, Tom said.
"Yes," Philip answered. "I want to build the tower again. I want to fix the roof and put new stone on the floor. Yes, I want to do all that. And you want this work, of course."
He seemed to understand only now why Tom had come.
"I was not thinking before," he said. "I wish I could give you the job. But I cannot pay you. This monastery has no money."
Tom felt a deep shock. He had been sure he would find work here. Everything had made him believe it. He could not believe what he heard. He looked at Philip in silence. It did not seem possible that the priory had no money. The cellarer had said that the monks did the extra work. But even then, a monastery could borrow money from the Jews. Tom felt this was the end for him. All winter, something inside him had kept him strong. Now that strength seemed to leave him. He felt weak and empty. I cannot go on, he thought. I am finished. Philip saw that he was in trouble.
I can give you supper and a bed for the night, he said. In the morning, you can have breakfast too.
Tom felt very angry inside.
I will take it, he said. But I want to work for it.
Philip lifted his eyebrows when he heard the anger in Tom's voice. But he spoke in a calm way.
Ask God, he said. That is not begging. It is prayer.
Then he went outside. The other people looked a little afraid. Tom understood that they could see his anger. They kept looking at him. This made him more upset. He walked out of the storeroom a few steps behind Philip. He stopped in the courtyard. In front of him stood the big old church. He looked at it and tried to calm down. After a short time, Ellen came out with the children. She put her arm around his waist to comfort him. The young students began to whisper and push each other. Tom did not pay attention to them.
I will pray, he said in a hard voice. I will pray for lightning to hit this church. I want it to fall to the ground.
In the last 2 days, Jack had started to fear the future. In his short life, he had never needed to think about more than the next day. If he had thought about the future before, he would have known what would happen. In the forest, every day was almost the same. The seasons changed slowly. Now everything was different. Each day, he did not know where he would be. He did not know what he would do. He did not know if he would have food. The worst thing was the hunger. Jack was very hungry all the time. In secret, he ate grass and leaves. He hoped they would stop the pain in his stomach. But they gave him another kind of pain. They also made him feel strange. Martha often cried because she was so hungry. Jack and Martha always walked together. She admired him, and this was new for him. He felt very bad because he could not stop her pain. This was harder for him than being hungry. If they still lived in the cave, he would know what to do. He could catch ducks, find nuts, or take eggs from nests. But in towns and villages, and on strange roads, he did not know how to help. The only thing he knew was that Tom needed to find a job. They spent the afternoon in the guest house. It was a small house with one room. The floor was dirt, and there was a fireplace in the middle. It looked like the houses of poor farmers. But Jack thought it was wonderful because he had always lived in a cave. He wanted to know how the house was built. Tom explained it to him. First, they cut down 2 young trees. They cleaned the branches and leaned the trees against each other. Then they did the same with 2 more trees a short distance away. The tops of the 2 triangle shapes were joined with a long wooden beam. Along this beam, they fixed thin pieces of wood to make a roof shape that went down to the ground. They put flat frames made from woven reeds over the wood. Then they covered the roof with mud to stop the rain. At the front and back, they pushed wooden stakes into the ground. They filled the small spaces between them with mud. There was a door at one end of the house. There were no windows. Jack's mother put fresh straw on the floor. Jack made a fire with the flint he always carried. When the others were not close enough to hear, he asked his mother a question.
Mother, why did the prior not give Tom work? He asked. There is so much work to do.
She answered quietly, he wants to keep his money as long as he can. The church still stands, so he does not feel forced to fix it. If the whole church had fallen, they would have to rebuild it. But only the tower is down, so they live with the damage.
When the light of day slowly turned into evening, a kitchen worker came to the guest house. He carried a large pot of soup and a very long loaf of bread. The food was only for them. The soup was made with vegetables, herbs, and bones from meat. Fat shone on the top. The bread was called horse bread. It was made from many kinds of grain like rye, barley, and oats. It also had dried peas and beans inside.
Alfred said it was the cheapest kind of bread.
But Jack had eaten bread for the first time only a few days before. To him, it tasted very good. Jack ate until his stomach hurt. Alfred ate until all the food was gone. They sat by the fire and tried to rest after the big meal. Jack looked at Alfred.
Why did the tower fall down? He asked.
Maybe lightning hit it, Alfred said. Or maybe there was a fire.
But there is nothing to burn, Jack said. It is all stone.
The roof is not stone, stupid, Alfred said with scorn. The roof is wood.
Jack thought for a short time.
If the roof burns, does the whole building fall down? He asked.
Alfred moved his shoulders. Sometimes, he said.
They were quiet for a while. On the other side of the fire, Tom and Jack's mother were speaking in low voices. After some time, Jack spoke again.
It is strange about that baby, he said.
What is strange? Alfred asked.
Your baby was lost in the forest, far away, Jack said. Now there is a baby at the priory.
Alfred and Martha did not think this was important. Soon Jack stopped thinking about it too. After supper, the monks went to bed. They did not give candles to poor guests. Tom's family sat and watched the fire until it went out. Then they lay down on the straw to sleep. Jack did not sleep. He was thinking. An idea came into his mind. If the cathedral burned down tonight, all their problems would end. The prior would ask Tom to build it again. They would live in this big house. They would always have good food. Jack had another thought. If I were Tom, I would burn the church myself. He imagined it clearly. He would stand up quietly while everyone slept. He would walk softly into the church. He would use his flint to start a fire. Then he would come back and lie down again. When people shouted about the fire, he would pretend to wake up. When everyone ran with buckets of water, he would run too. He would help throw water on the flames. He would act like he wanted to stop the fire. He remembered how people fought the fire at Earl Bartholomew's castle when the stables burned. Alfred and Martha were already asleep. Jack could hear them breathing. Under Tom's cloak, Tom and Ellen were together as they often were. Alfred had told Jack what it was called. After some time, they also fell asleep. It seemed that Tom was not going to stand up and burn the cathedral. But what would he do then? Would the family walk on the roads until they had no food and died? When everyone was asleep, Jack listened to them breathe. Their breathing was slow and even. It showed they were in a deep sleep. Then an idea came to him. He could burn the cathedral himself. The thought made his heart beat very fast. He felt afraid. He would need to move very quietly. Maybe he could lift the bar from the door and go outside without waking anyone. The church doors might be closed and locked, but there had to be a way to get inside. It would be easier for someone small like him. Once he was inside, he knew how to climb to the roof. In the last 2 weeks with Tom, he had learned many things. Tom talked about buildings all the time. He usually spoke to Alfred. Alfred did not care about these things, but Jack listened carefully. Jack had learned that big churches had stairs inside the walls. Workers used these stairs to reach high places and fix problems. Jack would find those stairs. Then he would climb up to the roof. He slowly sat up in the dark. He listened to the others breathing. He could tell which sound was Tom's. Tom's breath had a soft, rough sound in his chest. Mother said it was from many years of breathing in stone dust. Alfred gave one loud snore. Then he turned over and became quiet again. After he started the fire, Jack would need to run back to the guest house fast. But what would the monks do if they caught him? In shiring, Jack once saw a boy his own age get punished. The boy had taken a piece of sugar from a shop. Men tied him up and beat him with a thin stick. The boy cried loudly. After that, he was hurt and in pain. It felt worse than when men killed each other in the battle at Earl's Castle. Jack could not forget the picture of the bleeding boy. The image stayed in his mind. He was very afraid the same thing could happen to him. If I do this, he thought, I will never tell anyone. He lay down again and pulled his cloak around his body. Then he closed his eyes. He thought about the church door. Was it locked? If it was locked, he could climb in through a window. No one would see him if he stayed on the north side of the churchyard. The monks slept in the dormitory on the south side. The cloisters stood in front of it and hid it. On the north side there was only the graveyard. He decided to go outside and look. He only wanted to see if it was possible. He waited for a short moment. Then he stood up. The new straw made a soft crunch under his feet. He stopped and listened to the 4 people who were sleeping. Their breathing was slow and steady. Everything was very quiet. Even the mice in the straw were still. He took 1 step and listened again. The others did not wake up. He became impatient and walked quickly to the door. When he stopped, the mice began to move again in the straw. They made small scratching sounds. The people still did not wake up. He touched the door lightly with his fingers. Then he moved his hands down to the wooden bar. It was a heavy oak beam that rested in 2 supports. He put his hands under it. He held it tight and began to lift. It was heavier than he thought. He lifted it a little, but he could not hold it. He dropped it at once. It hit the metal parts with a loud sound. Jack stood still and listened. Tom's weak breathing changed for a moment. What will I say if he catches me? Jack thought.
I will say I am going outside. Yes, I will say I need to use the toilet.
Now he felt a little calmer because he had a reason. He heard Tom move in his bed. Jack waited for Tom to speak in his dry, deep voice. But Tom did not speak. After a moment, Tom's breathing became slow and steady again. Soft silver light showed around the edges of the door. There must be a moon outside, Jack thought. He held the bar again. He took a deep breath. Then he tried hard to lift it. This time he was ready for the heavy weight. He raised it and pulled it toward himself. But he did not lift it high enough. It did not move free from the metal holders. He lifted it a little higher, and it came loose. He held it close to his chest, and his arms felt a little less tired. Slowly, he went down on one knee. Then he went down on both knees and put the bar on the floor. He stayed there for a short time and tried to breathe slowly. The pain in his arms became weaker. The other people were quiet. He only heard the soft sounds of their sleep. Carefully, Jack opened the door a small amount. The iron hinge made a sharp sound. Cold air came in through the opening. He began to shake. He pulled his cloak tight around his body and opened the door a bit more. He slipped outside and closed the door behind him. The clouds were moving away, and the moon appeared and disappeared in the sky. A cold wind blew across the ground. For a moment, Jack wanted to go back into the warm house. The large church stood over the other buildings of the priory. Its tower had fallen down. In the moonlight, it looked silver and black. Its thick walls and small windows made it look like a castle. It was not beautiful. Everything was quiet. Outside the priory walls, in the village, some people might still be awake. They might be drinking ale near the fire or sewing by small lights. But here, nothing moved. Jack still did not move. He looked at the church. It seemed to look back at him, as if it knew his secret plan. He pushed away the strange feeling and walked across the wide grass to the west side. The door was locked. He walked to the north side and looked at the cathedral windows. Some windows had thin cloth over them to stop the cold air. These windows had nothing on them. They were big enough for him to climb through, but they were too high above the ground. He touched the stone wall with his fingers. He felt the small cracks where the old mortar had fallen away. The cracks were not big enough for his feet. He could not climb up this way. He needed something to stand on. He thought about carrying stones from the broken tower and building steps. But the large stones were too heavy. The small stones were not flat and would move. He felt sure he had seen something that could help him. He tried hard to remember it. It was like trying to see something that hides at the side of your eye. He almost knew, but not fully. Then he looked across the graveyard in the moonlight. He saw the stable. At that moment, he remembered. There was a small wooden block with 2 or 3 steps. Short people used it to climb onto tall horses. Earlier that day, a monk had stood on it while he brushed a horse. Jack walked toward the stable. It was not something people would lock away at night. No one would want to steal it. He moved quietly, but the horses still heard him. 1 or 2 horses made soft noises. They blew air from their noses and coughed. He stopped at once. He felt afraid. Maybe some workers were sleeping inside the stable. He stood very still and listened. He waited for the sound of people moving. He heard nothing. Soon the horses became quiet again. He looked around for the wooden block. He could not see it. Maybe it was near the wall. Jack looked carefully into the dark shadows under the moon. It was very hard to see anything. Cautiously, he walked up to the stable and moved along its side. The horses heard him again, and now they felt nervous because he was so near. 1 horse made a loud sound. Jack stopped and did not move.
A man's voice called out, "Quiet, quiet."
He stood there like a frightened statue. Then he saw the mounting block right in front of him. It was so close that he would have hit it if he took 1 more step. He waited for a short time. The stable became quiet again. He bent down, lifted the block, and put it on his shoulder. Then he turned and walked softly across the grass back to the church. The stable stayed quiet. When he stood on the top step of the block, he was still too low to reach the windows. This made him angry. He could not even look inside. He had not fully decided to do the act yet, but he did not want small problems to stop him. He wanted to choose by himself. He wished he was as tall as Alfred. There was 1 more thing he could try. He stepped back and took a short run. He jumped onto the block with 1 foot and then pushed himself up. He reached the windowsill without trouble and held the stone frame. With a quick pull, he lifted himself until he could sit halfway on the sill. But when he tried to move inside, he was surprised. The window had iron bars across it. He had not seen them from outside because they were black. Kneeling on the sill, Jack touched the bars with both hands and examined them. There was no way to get in. The barrier was there to stop people when the church was closed. He felt disappointed and jumped down to the ground. He picked up the small wooden step and carried it back to its place. This time the horses stayed quiet. He looked at the broken northwest tower on the left side of the main door. Carefully, he climbed over the stones at the edge of the pile. He looked inside the church and tried to find a way through the broken stones. When a cloud covered the moon, everything became dark. He stopped and waited for the moon to shine again. He felt cold and shook a little. He was afraid the stones might move under his weight. He was small, but even that could cause the stones to fall. If that happened, the noise would wake everyone. It might even hurt him badly. When the moon came out again, he looked at the pile carefully. He decided to try. He began to climb, feeling very nervous. Most of the stones were strong and did not move. But some stones moved a little under his feet. In the daytime, he would have enjoyed this climb. If someone was near to help, and if he had no worries, he would feel sure of himself. But now he was too anxious. He did not feel as steady as usual. His foot slipped on a smooth stone. He almost fell. At that moment, he decided to stop. He was high enough to see the roof of the side part of the church on the north side. He hoped there was a hole in the roof. He also hoped there might be a small space between the roof and the broken stones. But there was nothing. The roof was whole and strong. It joined the broken tower with no open space. There was no way to get inside. Jack felt both disappointed and relieved. He began to climb down carefully. He moved backward and looked behind him to find safe places for his feet. As he got closer to the ground, he felt calmer. He jumped the last short distance and landed on the grass. He felt thankful to stand safely on the ground again. Then he went back to the north side of the church and continued walking around it. In the last 2 weeks, he had seen many churches. They were almost all the same shape. The biggest part was the nave. It was always on the west side. There were 2 arms on the sides. Tom called these arms transepts. One went to the north and one to the south. The east end was called the chancel. It was shorter than the nave. Kingsbridge was different in one way. At the west end, it had 2 towers. There was 1 tower on each side of the entrance. They stood like the 2 transepts on the sides. There was a door in the north transept. Jack tried to open it, but it was locked. He walked around the east end of the church. There was no door there. He stopped and looked across the grass yard. In the far southeast corner of the priory yard, there were 2 houses. One was the infirmary. The other was the prior's house. Both buildings were dark and quiet. He continued walking around the east end. Then he moved along the south side of the chancel. Soon he reached the south transept, which stood out from the wall. At the end of this transept was a round building. It looked like a hand at the end of an arm. They called this building the chapter house. Between the transept and the chapter house, there was a narrow passage. This passage led to the cloisters. Jack walked through the narrow passage. He came into a square yard. There was grass in the middle. Around it was a covered walkway. The stone arches looked pale and white in the moonlight. The walkway under the roof was very dark. Jack waited for a moment. He wanted his eyes to see better in the dark. He was now on the east side of the square yard. On his left, he could see the door to the chapter house. Far to his left, at the south end of the east walk, he saw another door in front of him. He thought it probably went to the monk's sleeping room. On his right, there was a door to the south part of the church. He tried to open it. It was locked. He walked along the north side. There he found a door to the main part of the church. That door was also locked. On the west side, there was nothing special. At the southwest corner, he found the door to the dining room. He thought about all the food the monks needed every day. It must be a lot of food. Near the dining room, there was a fountain with a stone bowl. The monks washed their hands there before they ate. He went on along the south side. In the middle, there was a wide stone opening. Jack walked through it. He came into a small passage. The dining room was on his right. The sleeping room was on his left. He thought about the monks sleeping on the floor behind the stone wall. They were probably all asleep now. At the end of the passage, there was only a wet, muddy slope. It went down to the river. Jack stood still and looked at the water far away. Suddenly he remembered a story about a knight who lost his head but did not die. Without meaning to, he imagined the knight coming out of the river. In his mind, the knight had no head. He saw the knight walking up the slope toward him. There was nothing there. The river was quiet. But he still felt afraid. He turned around and walked quickly back to the cloisters. There, he felt safer. He stopped under the arch and looked into the yard in the moonlight. The place was big and quiet. He thought there must be a way to enter such a large building without anyone seeing him. But he did not know where to look. In one way, he felt happy. He had been thinking about doing something very dangerous. If he could not do it, that might be better for him. But he was also afraid of leaving the priory in the morning and going back on the road. He thought about the long walking and the empty feeling in his stomach. He thought about Tom feeling angry and sad. He thought about Martha crying. All of this could stop with just one small spark from the flint in the little pouch on his belt. Suddenly, he saw something move from the corner of his eye. He jumped, and his heart began to beat fast. He turned his head and saw a pale shape in the dark. The shape held a candle and moved slowly along the east walk toward the church. He felt cold with fear. A cry came to his mouth, but he forced it back. Then he saw another shape walking behind the first one. Jack stepped back into the shadow of the arch so no one could see him. He put his fist in his mouth and bit his hand to stop himself from making a sound. He heard a low, strange sound in the night. He looked with wide eyes, full of fear. Then he understood what he was seeing. It was not ghosts. It was a line of monks walking from their sleeping room to the church for the midnight service. They were singing as they walked. For a short time, he still felt afraid, even after he knew the truth. Then he felt calm again, but his body began to shake. The monk at the front took out a large iron key and opened the church door. One by one, the monks went inside. No one turned to look toward Jack. Most of them looked very tired, almost asleep. They did not close the church door when they went inside. After some time, Jack felt calm again. He understood that he could now enter the church. His legs were weak, and it was hard to walk. I can just go inside, he thought. I do not need to do anything. I will only look. I will see if there is a way to reach the roof. Maybe I will not burn it. I will only look. He took a deep breath. Then he stepped out from the arch and walked quietly across the yard. He stopped at the open door and looked inside. There were candles on the altar. There were more candles where the monks stood in their places. The light was small and weak in the large empty church. It made bright spots in the middle, but the walls and the side paths were dark. One monk was at the altar. He was doing something Jack did not understand. From time to time, the other monks sang a few quiet lines. Jack could not believe that people left their warm beds at night to do this. He moved through the door and stood close to the wall. Now he was inside. The darkness hid him. But he could not stay near the door. The monks would see him when they left. He moved slowly farther into the church. The candlelight moved and made shadows on the walls. The monk at the altar might have seen Jack if he had looked up. But the monk was busy and did not look around. Jack moved fast from one big pillar to the next. He stopped between them so his movement would not look regular, like shadows that move with the light. The light grew stronger as he went closer to the center of the church. He was afraid the monk near the altar would look up and see him. The monk might run to him and catch him by the back of his clothes. Jack reached the corner and quickly stepped into the darker part of the nave. He stopped there for a short time and felt relief. Then he moved back along the side aisle toward the west end of the church. He still stopped now and then, as he did when he followed a deer in the forest. When he reached the darkest and farthest place in the church, he sat down at the base of a column. He would wait there until the service finished. He pulled his cloak close and put his chin inside it. He breathed warm air into his chest to stay warm. In the last 2 weeks, his life had changed a lot. It felt like many years since he lived happily in the forest with his mother. He knew he would never feel so safe again. Now he understood hunger and cold. He knew about danger and deep fear. He thought he would always be afraid of these things. He looked around the side of the pillar. Above the altar, where the candles burned bright, he could see the high wooden ceiling. He knew that new churches had ceilings made of stone. But Kingsbridge was old. That wooden ceiling would burn easily.
I will not do it, he thought.
Tom would feel very happy if the cathedral burned down. Jack was not sure if he liked Tom. Tom was strong and often gave orders. He could be hard and strict. Jack was used to his mother, who was gentle and calm. Still, Jack admired Tom. Sometimes he even felt a little afraid of him. The only other men Jack had known were outlaws. They were rough and dangerous. They respected only force and clever tricks. For them, the greatest success was to kill someone from behind. Tom was a different kind of man. He was proud and brave, even when he had no weapon. Jack always remembered the day Tom stood in front of William Hamley. Lord William wanted to buy Mother for £1. Tom was not afraid of him. What surprised Jack most was this. Lord William looked afraid of Tom.
Jack told his mother, "I never knew a man could be so brave."
She answered, "That is why we had to leave the forest." You need a man you can respect and follow.
Jack did not understand her words at first. But he knew he wanted to do something that would make Tom proud. Burning the cathedral was not the right way. It would be better if no one knew about it. At least not for a long time. Maybe one day he would speak to Tom. He imagined the moment in his mind.
You remember the night Kingsbridge Cathedral burned down? He would say. You remember when the prior asked you to build it again? We finally had food and a safe place to live. I must tell you something about how the fire began.
Jack smiled when he thought about it. It would be an important moment. But then he felt afraid.
I cannot do that, he thought.
The singing stopped. Jack heard feet moving on the floor. The monks were leaving their places. The service had ended. Jack moved a little so they would not see him. The monks walked out in a line. As they went, they put out the candles in the choir stalls. But they left one candle burning on the altar. The door closed with a loud sound. Jack waited. Maybe someone was still inside. For a long time, he heard nothing. At last he stepped out from behind the pillar. He walked slowly along the nave. The building was big and cold and empty. He felt very small there.
This is how a mouse feels, he thought. It hides when people are near. Then it comes out when they are gone.
He reached the altar. He picked up the thick, bright candle. Holding it in his hand made him feel safer. Carrying the candle, he started to look around inside the church. In the corner where the long central part met the south side part, there was a door in the wall. He had been afraid the monk at the altar might see him there before. The door had a simple latch. He touched the latch and pushed. The door opened. The candlelight showed a spiral staircase. It was very narrow. A large man could not pass through it. It was also very low. Tom would have to bend down to climb it. He began to go up the steps. At the top, he came into a narrow gallery. On one side, there were small arches in a row. Through them, he could see the main part of the church. On the other side, the ceiling sloped down to the floor. The floor was not flat. It curved down on both sides. For a moment, Jack did not understand where he was. Then he realized he was above the south aisle of the nave. The curved stone roof of the aisle was the floor under his feet. From outside, you could see that the aisle had a sloping roof. That roof was the ceiling above him now. The aisle was much lower than the main part of the church, so he was still far below the highest roof. He walked west along the gallery and looked around. Now he felt excited. The monks were gone, and he was not afraid anymore. It felt like climbing a tall tree. At the top, hidden by the lower branches, all the trees seemed to join together. It was like walking in a secret world just above the ground. At the end of the gallery, there was another small door. He opened it and went through. He was now inside the southwest tower. It was the tower that had not fallen down. The place was not made for people to see. It was rough and not finished. There was no real floor. Only wooden beams crossed the space, and there were wide gaps between them. Along the inside wall, there was a narrow wooden staircase. It had no handrail. Jack started to climb. Halfway up, he saw a small round opening in the wall. The stairs went past it. He put his head inside and lifted his candle. He was in the roof space. It was above the wooden ceiling and under the lead roof. At first, the wooden beams looked mixed and confused. After a moment, he understood how they were built. Big oak beams crossed the church from north to south. Each beam was very thick and very heavy. Above every beam, two large rafters met at the top. They made a triangle shape. The triangles stood in a long, straight line. They went far into the dark, beyond the candlelight. When he looked down between the beams, he saw the back of the painted ceiling below. The ceiling was fixed to the lower part of the beams. At the edge of the roof space, in the corner of one triangle, there was a narrow wooden path. Jack climbed through the small opening and moved onto the path. There was just enough space for him to stand. A taller man would need to bend his head. He walked slowly along the wooden path. There was a lot of dry wood around him. If there was a fire, it would burn fast. He smelled the air. There was a strange smell. After a moment, he understood it. It was pitch. The wooden roof beams were covered with tar. They would burn very fast, like dry straw. Suddenly something moved on the floor. He jumped and his heart beat fast. He remembered the headless knight in the river. He remembered the ghost monks in the cloisters. Then he thought about mice, and he felt calmer. When he looked more carefully, he saw birds. There were nests under the roof edges. The space under the roof followed the shape of the church below. It went out over the two transepts. Jack walked to the center where the parts of the church met. He stopped at the corner and looked around. He understood that he was above the small spiral stairs. Those stairs had taken him from the ground to the gallery. If he wanted to start a fire, this was the best place. From here the fire could go in 4 directions. It could move west along the long nave. It could go south into the south transept. It could also spread to the chancel and the north transept. The main roof beams were made from strong oak wood. They were covered with tar. A small candle flame might not burn them. But under the roof edges there was much dry rubbish. There were old wood chips and small pieces of wood. There were pieces of rope and old sacks. There were empty bird nests. All of this would burn very easily. He only needed to gather it and make a pile. His candle was almost finished. It felt very simple. Pick up the dry rubbish. Touch it with the candle flame. Then leave. He could cross the close quietly like a shadow. He could go into the guest house. He could lock the door. He could lie down in the straw and wait until people shouted about the fire. But what if someone saw him? If they caught him now, he could say he was only walking inside the cathedral. They would only give him a spanking. But if they caught him starting a fire in the church, the punishment would be much worse. He remembered the boy in Shiring who stole sugar. The boy was beaten and his back was hurt and bleeding. He also thought about the punishments the outlaws had received. Pharamond Openmouth had his lips cut off. Jack Flathert lost his hand. Alan Catface was locked in the stocks, and people threw stones at him. After that, he could not speak well. Some people did not live after their punishment. One murderer was tied to a barrel with sharp metal on it. The barrel was rolled down a hill, and the man died. A man who stole a horse was burned in a fire. A woman who stole things was killed in a cruel way. Jack felt cold inside. What would they do to a boy who burned a church? Slowly, he began to pick up dry rubbish from under the roof. He put it in a pile on the wooden walkway. The pile was under a big roof beam. When the pile was about 1 foot high, he sat and looked at it. His candle was almost finished. Soon, he would lose his chance. Quickly, he put the candle flame on a piece of old cloth. The cloth began to burn. The fire moved fast to small pieces of wood. Then it caught a dry bird's nest. The small fire grew bright and strong. I can still stop it, Jack thought. The dry pieces were burning very fast. They might burn away before the roof would become hot. In a hurry, he found more rubbish and put it on the fire. The flames grew higher. I can still stop it, he thought again. The black coating on the big beam began to smoke. The rubbish burned away. I could let the fire die now, he thought. Then he saw that the wooden path under him was also burning. I can still stop it with my cloak, he thought. Instead, he threw more dry straw onto the fire and watched it grow. The air under the roof became hot and full of smoke. Cold night air was very close, just above the roof, but it did not help. Some small wooden pieces under the roof began to burn. These pieces held the heavy metal sheets in place. After a moment, a small flame rose from the big main beam. The cathedral was burning. It had started. There was no way to stop it now. Jack felt afraid. Suddenly, he wanted to leave quickly and go back to the guest house. He wanted to lie under his cloak in the straw. He wanted to close his eyes. He wanted to hear the others breathing quietly near him. He moved back along the wooden path. At the end, he turned and looked behind him. The fire was spreading very fast. Maybe it moved quickly because the wood had a sticky coating. All the small wooden pieces were burning. The big beams were starting to burn too. Flames ran along the wooden path. Jack turned away. He went into the tower and walked down the steps. Then he crossed the gallery above the side of the church. He hurried down the round stairs to the main floor. He ran to the door where he had come in. It was locked. He understood that he had been foolish. The monks had opened the door when they came in, so of course they locked it again when they left. Fear grew inside him. He had started a fire in the church, and now he was trapped inside. He felt panic but tried to stay calm. He tried to think of what to do. He had tried every door from outside before, and all were locked. Maybe some doors were closed with bars that he could move from inside. He ran across the middle of the church to the north transept. He checked the door at the north porch. It was locked. Then he hurried down the dark nave to the west end. He tried the big doors where people usually entered. All 3 doors were locked with keys. At last, he went to the small door that led from the cloister square into the south aisle. It was locked too. Jack wanted to cry, but he knew it would not help. He looked up at the wooden ceiling. Was it just his imagination, or could he see a little smoke in the moonlight near the south transept corner? He thought, what should I do now? Would the monks wake up and come running to stop the fire? Would they be moving so fast that they did not see a small boy escaping through a door? Or would they see him at once and catch him, shouting that he did it? Or maybe they would stay asleep until the whole church fell down and he was buried under the stones. Tears filled his eyes. He wished he had never touched the flame to that pile of dry things. He looked around quickly. If he went to a window and shouted, would anyone hear him? There was a loud crash above him. He looked up and saw a hole in the wooden ceiling. A heavy beam had fallen and broken through. The hole looked red against the dark sky. Then another crash came. A large piece of wood fell through the ceiling, turned once in the air, and hit the floor with a hard sound. The whole building shook. Small sparks and bits of burning wood fell down after it. Jack listened carefully. He waited for someone to shout or for a bell to ring. But he heard nothing. No one had heard the noise. If that crash did not wake them, they would not hear him scream either.
I am going to die here, he thought in fear. I will burn or be crushed unless I find a way out.
He thought about the fallen tower. He had looked at it from outside before but had not seen a way in. He had been afraid to get too close because the stones might fall. Maybe now, if he looked again from inside, he could find something he had missed. Maybe fear would help him try harder. He ran to the west end of the church. The firelight from the hole in the ceiling and the burning beam on the floor made the place brighter than the moon. The long hall now shone with gold light instead of silver. Jack looked at the pile of stones that had once been the northwest tower. They looked like a solid wall. There was no opening at all. Foolishly, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Mother," as loud as he could. He knew she could not hear him, but he still did it. He tried again to stop his fear. Something about the broken tower came to his mind. He remembered going into the other tower, the one that still stood, by walking along the gallery above the south aisle. If he now went along the gallery over the north aisle, maybe he could see a space in the fallen stones. He thought there might be a small hole that he could not see from the ground. He ran back to the center of the church. He stayed under the roof of the north aisle in case more burning wood fell from above. He believed there should be a small door and a spiral staircase on this side, just like on the other side. He reached the corner between the main hall and the north transept. But he could not see the door. He looked around the corner, but it was not there either. He could not believe his bad luck. It made no sense. There must be a way into the gallery. He tried to think while keeping calm. There had to be a way to reach the fallen tower. He only needed to find it. I could go back into the roof space through the good southwest tower, he thought. Then I could cross to the other side of the roof. There should be a small opening there that leads to the broken northwest tower. That could be my way out. He looked up at the ceiling with fear. The fire above was now a great blaze. But he could not think of another way. First he needed to cross the center of the church. He looked up again. It seemed safe for the moment. Nothing looked ready to fall. He took a deep breath and ran quickly to the other side. Nothing fell on him. In the south aisle, he opened a small door and ran up the round stairs. When he reached the top and stepped into the gallery, he felt the warm air from the fire above. He ran along the gallery, went through a door into the good tower, and climbed the steps fast. He lowered his head and crawled through a small arch into the roof space. Inside, the air was full of smoke and heat. The highest wooden beams were on fire. At the far end, the biggest beams burned very strongly. The thick smell made Jack cough. He waited only a second, then stepped onto one of the wide beams that crossed above the nave. He started to walk across. Soon his clothes were wet with sweat from the heat. His eyes filled with water, and he could hardly see. He coughed again, and then his foot slipped from the beam. He lost his balance. He fell sideways with one foot on the beam and one foot off. His right foot hit the ceiling below and went straight through the weak wood. He felt great fear when he thought how far he could fall into the nave. He screamed as he fell forward, his arms reaching out. He saw himself turning in the air like the falling beam he had seen before. But the wood stopped him. It did not break. It held his weight. He stayed very still. He felt shocked and could not move. He was resting on his hands and one knee. His other leg went through the ceiling. Then the strong heat from the fire made him move again. He pulled his foot slowly out of the hole. He went down on his hands and knees and started to crawl. When he came near the other side, some big wooden beams fell into the hall below. The whole building shook. The beam under him moved like a string. He stopped and held on tightly. When the shaking ended, he began to crawl again. Soon he reached the narrow path on the north side. He thought there might be a way from here into the ruins of the northwest tower. If he was wrong, he would have to go back. He stood up and felt cold air on his face. There must be an opening somewhere, but was it big enough for a small boy? He took 3 steps to the west. Then he stopped just in time before stepping into empty space. In front of him was a large hole. He could see the broken tower outside in the moonlight. He felt weak with relief. He was free from the fire. But he was still high up, near the roof. The pile of fallen stones was far below. It was too far to jump. He was safe from the flames, but could he get down without hurting himself? Behind him, the fire was coming closer. Smoke rose from the opening where he stood. This tower once had stairs that went around the inside wall. Now most of those stairs were gone because the tower had fallen. Only small pieces of wood were left where the old steps had been. Some were very short, some a little longer. Jack looked at them and thought about climbing down. It would be a dangerous thing to do. Then he smelled something burning. His cloak was getting hot. Soon it would start to burn. He had no time to wait. He sat down and reached for the nearest piece of wood. He held it with both hands. Then he moved one leg down slowly until his foot found a place to stand. He put his other foot down carefully. He moved down one step, feeling with his feet. The wood held his weight. He reached for the next piece and tested it. It felt weak, so he moved down slowly and carefully. Each move down brought him closer to the pile of stones below. The lower pieces looked smaller and more damaged. He placed one foot on a very small piece, no wider than his toe. When he put some weight on it, his foot slipped. The other foot was on a stronger piece, but when he put his full weight on it, it broke. He tried to hold on, but the pieces were too small. He could not keep his grip.
He slipped and fell through the air, frightened. He hit the top of the pile of stones hard, landing on his hands and knees.
For a moment he was so shocked and scared that he thought he was dead. Then he understood he had fallen in a safe way. His hands hurt and his knees would be badly bruised, but he was fine. After a short time he climbed down the broken stones and jumped the last few feet to the ground. He was safe. He felt very weak because he was so relieved. He wanted to cry again. He had escaped. He felt proud. What an adventure it had been! But it was not finished yet. Outside, he could only smell a little smoke. The loud noise of the fire inside now sounded like a soft wind. A red light behind the window showed that the church was burning. He knew this must wake someone soon. Perhaps a tired monk would come out of the dormitory and think there had been an earthquake. Jack had started the fire in the church. For a monk, that was a terrible crime. He had to leave fast. He ran across the grass to the guest house. Everything was quiet. He stopped and breathed hard. If he went inside breathing so loudly, he would wake everyone. He tried to breathe slowly, but that only made it worse. He decided to wait there until his breathing was normal again. A bell rang loudly. The sound broke the quiet air and did not stop. It was a clear alarm. Jack stopped moving. If he went inside now, they would see him. But if he stayed outside, they might find him anyway. The door of the guest house opened. Martha came out. Jack looked at her in fear.
"Where have you been?" she asked softly. "You smell like smoke."
Jack quickly thought of a lie. "I just went out for a moment," he said in a nervous voice. "I heard the bell."
"Liar," Martha said. "You were gone a long time." "I know, because I was awake."
Jack understood he could not trick her. "Was anyone else awake?" he asked quietly.
"No, only me," she answered.
"Please don't tell them I was gone," he said.
She heard how scared he was and spoke kindly.
"All right, I will not tell anyone. Do not worry."
"Thank you," he said.
Then Tom came out of the door, rubbing his head. Jack felt afraid again. What would Tom think?
"What is happening?" Tom asked sleepily. He sniffed the air. "I smell smoke."
Jack lifted his shaking arm and pointed toward the cathedral. "I think," he started to say, then stopped. He felt suddenly sure that everything would be fine. A wave of relief came over him.
Tom thought Jack had only got up a little earlier, like Martha.
Jack spoke again, more sure of himself now. "Look at the church," he said to Tom. "I think it is burning."
2. Philip was still not used to sleeping alone. He missed the warm air in the dormitory. He missed hearing the sound of the other monks moving and snoring. He also missed how the older monks went to the latrine in the night, one after another, which had always made the young ones laugh. Philip did not mind being alone when evening came because he was very tired then. But in the middle of the night, after the long service, he could not sleep again easily. Instead of getting into his big soft bed, which he had liked too quickly and felt shy about, he usually put more wood on the fire. Sometimes he read by candlelight. Sometimes he prayed. Sometimes he just sat and thought. He had many things to think about. The priory's money problems were worse than he had expected. The main reason was that the priory did not bring in enough money. It owned a lot of land, but many farms paid very little rent and had long contracts. Some farms even paid with goods, bags of flour, barrels of apples, carts full of turnips. The farms that monks ran never made enough food to sell. The priory also owned several churches and received their tithes. But most of these churches were under the sacrist's control, and Philip could not find out clearly how much money the sacrist got or how he spent it. There were no written records. Still, Philip could see that the sacrist had too little income or managed it badly. The cathedral was not kept in good condition. Yet the sacrist had collected many fine jeweled cups and decorations. Philip could not know all the details yet. He needed time to visit the monastery's lands far away, but he already understood the general problem. The old prior had borrowed money for years from lenders in Winchester and London just to pay for daily things. When Philip saw how serious it was, he felt very sad. But after thinking and praying about it, he saw what he should do. Philip made a plan with 3 parts. He would start by taking control of the priory's money himself. At that time, each monk looked after his own part of the land and used the money from it. The cellarer, the sacrist, the guest master, the novice master, and the infirmary each had their own farms and churches. None of them ever said they had extra money. If they did have more than they needed, they quickly spent it so that nothing could be taken away. Philip decided to choose one man to handle all the money. This man would be called the purser. He would collect everything that belonged to the priory and then give each official only what he needed. Philip would pick someone he trusted for the job. At first he thought about Cuthbert Whitehead, the cellarer. But then he remembered that Cuthbert did not like writing things down. That was not useful now, because Philip wanted every penny earned or spent to be written in a large book. So he decided that Brother Milius, the young Kitchener, would become the new purser. The other officials would not be happy about this change, no matter who became purser. But Philip was in charge. Most monks knew that the priory had problems, and they would agree that changes were needed. Once he controlled the money, Philip would start the second part of his plan. All the distant farms would be rented out for cash payments. That way, no one would have to pay to carry goods over long distances. There was one farm in Yorkshire that sent 12 lambs to Kingsbridge every year as rent. The trip cost more than the lambs were worth, and half of them often died on the way. In the future, only farms close to Kingsbridge would send food to the priory. Philip also wanted to change how the farms worked. Right now, every farm tried to make a little of everything: grain, meat, milk, and more. Philip had always thought that this was a waste. Each farm made just enough for its own use. He wanted every farm to focus on one kind of product. The farms in Somerset would grow all the grain. That would be best, because the priory owned several mills there. The green hills of Wiltshire were good for cows that gave milk and meat. The small house of St. John in the forest would keep goats and make cheese. But Philip's main idea was to change the middle farms, the ones with poor soil, into sheep farms. He had grown up in a monastery in Wales where people raised sheep. He remembered how the price of wool went up slowly every year. Sheep, he thought, could fix the priory's money problems for good. That was the second part of his plan. The third part was to take down the old cathedral and build a new one. The church now was very old and not beautiful. The northwest tower had already fallen, and maybe the whole building was weak. New churches were taller and longer. They were also lighter inside. They showed the tombs and holy relics that visitors wanted to see. Many new churches had small altars and chapels for special saints. If Kingsbridge had a modern church like that, many more people would come to pray. These visitors would bring money, and the church could pay for itself. When Philip made the priory's money safe again, he wanted to build this new church. It would show new life in Kingsbridge. It would be his proudest work. He thought maybe he could start in 10 years. He would be near 40 then, which felt a little scary. But soon he wanted to fix some parts of the old church. If he worked hard, it could look clean and strong by the Whitsun after next. Now that he had a plan, Philip felt happy and full of hope again. He began to think about all the small details. Then he heard a far sound, like a heavy door closing. He wondered for a moment if someone was awake in the dormitory or walking in the cloisters. He thought that if there was trouble, he would hear about it soon. Then his mind went back to rents and payments. Monasteries also grew rich from gifts given by parents of boys who wanted to become monks. But to get good students, the monastery needed a good school. A loud bang broke his thoughts again, and the house shook a little. That could not be a door closing, he thought. What is happening over there? He went to the window and pushed open the shutter. Cold air came in and made him shake. He looked out at the church, the chapter house, the cloisters, the dormitory, and the kitchen buildings. They all looked quiet in the moonlight. The air was so cold that his teeth hurt when he breathed. Then he noticed something strange. He sniffed the air and smelled smoke. He frowned because he felt worried, but he saw no fire. He pulled his head back inside and sniffed again. Maybe the smoke came from his own fire, but it did not. He felt confused and afraid. He quickly put on his boots, took his cloak, and ran outside. The smell of smoke grew stronger as he ran across the green toward the cloisters. Now he was sure that something in the priory was burning. His first thought was the kitchen, because fires often started there. He ran through the passage between the south transept and the chapter house, then crossed the cloister square. In the day he would have gone through the refectory to reach the kitchen yard, but at night that door was locked. So he went out through the arch in the south walk and turned right toward the back of the kitchen. There was no sign of fire here or in the brewery or the bakehouse. The smell of smoke was a little weaker now. He ran a bit farther and looked around the corner of the brewery. He looked across the green toward the guest house and the stables. Everything there was quiet. Could the fire be in the dormitory? It was the only other building that had a fireplace. The thought made him very afraid. He ran back into the cloisters. He imagined all the monks still in their beds, full of smoke and unable to move while the dormitory burned. He ran to the dormitory door. When he reached it, the door opened, and Cuthbert Whitehead came out with a small light in his hand.
Can you smell it? Cuthbert asked.
Yes. Are the monks safe? Philip said.
There is no fire here, Cuthbert answered.
Philip felt calmer. At least the monks were safe. Then where is the fire? He asked.
What about the kitchen? Cuthbert said.
No, I checked there, Philip replied. Now that he knew no one was hurt, he started to worry about the buildings. He had been thinking about money earlier and knew he could not pay for repairs. He looked at the church. Was that a soft red light behind the windows? Cuthbert, get the church key from the sacrist, Philip said.
I have it here, Cuthbert said at once.
Good man, Philip said.
They ran along the east walk to the door in the south transept. Cuthbert unlocked it quickly. When the door opened, thick smoke came out. Philip's heart stopped for a moment. His church was burning. He stepped inside. At first, he did not understand what he saw. Big pieces of wood were on fire near the altar and in the south side of the church. He asked himself where these had come from and why there was so much smoke. Then he heard a loud roaring sound like a huge fire.
Cuthbert shouted, "Look up!"
Philip looked up and saw the terrible truth. The ceiling was burning fast. He stared at it, shocked. It looked like the ceiling of hell. Most of the paint was gone. Behind it, the wooden roof frames were black and full of flames. Fire and smoke moved wildly above him. He stood frozen and could not move until his neck hurt from looking up. Then he started to think again. He ran to the center near the altar and looked all around. The roof was burning everywhere, from the west door to the east end and across both sides of the church. He felt scared and thought, how can we get water up there? He imagined monks running with buckets, but he knew it could never work. Even 100 men could not bring enough water to stop that fire. His heart sank. He knew the roof would be lost. Rain and snow would fall into the church until he found money to build a new one. Then he heard a loud crash. He looked up and saw a huge wooden beam moving slowly to the side. It was going to fall on him. He ran back into the south transept, where Cuthbert stood looking afraid. A large part of the roof was falling down. Wooden beams and heavy lead sheets came crashing through the air. Philip and Cuthbert stood still, unable to move. They forgot their own danger. The roof hit one of the big stone arches in the middle of the building. The heavy wooden lead broke the stone with a loud, long sound like thunder. Everything seemed to move slowly. The beams came down slowly. The arch broke apart slowly. The pieces of stone fell slowly through the air. More beams came loose and dropped. Then part of the north wall began to shake. With a deep, rolling noise like thunder, the wall moved and fell sideways into the north transept. Philip could not believe what he saw. The great church was falling down before his eyes. It was hard to understand such a thing. He had never thought a strong building could be destroyed like that. He felt lost and did not know what to do.
Come out, he shouted.
Philip could not look away. He remembered how he had expected to spend 10 years working hard to make the monastery strong again. Now he would have to build a new roof and a new north wall. Maybe he would have to rebuild even more if the damage continued. This is the devil's work, he thought. How could the roof catch fire on such a cold night in January?
We'll be killed, Cuthbert shouted.
The fear in his voice made Philip's heart ache. Philip turned from the fire, and they both ran out of the church into the cloisters. The monks were already awake. They came out from the dormitory and wanted to stop and look at the burning church. Milius Kitchener stood near the door and pushed them to keep moving. He guided them away from the church toward the south walk of the cloisters.
Halfway along the walk, Tom Builder was telling everyone to go under the arch and escape that way. Philip heard him shout, "Go to the guest house. Stay away from the church."
Philip thought Tom was worrying too much. The cloisters should be safe enough, he felt. But Tom meant well, and maybe it was better to be careful. Perhaps he himself should have thought of it first. Still, Tom's warning made him wonder how far the fire could reach. If the cloisters were not safe, what about the chapter house? In the chapter house, there was a small side room with thick stone walls and no windows. Inside it stood a heavy oak chest with iron bands. It held the little money they had, the jeweled vessels of the sacrist, and all the priory's precious papers of ownership. Then Philip saw Alan, the treasurer. Alan was a young monk who helped the sacrist and took care of the ornaments. Philip called to him. "The treasure must be taken out of the chapter house," he said. "Where is the sacrist?"
"He has gone, Father," Alan answered.
"Find him and get the keys," Philip said. "Then take the treasure from the chapter house and bring it to the guest house. Run!"
Alan ran off at once.
Philip turned to Cuthbert. "You'd better make sure he does it." Cuthbert nodded and followed Alan. Philip looked back at the church. While he had been looking away, the fire had grown stronger. Now the red light from the flames shone through every window. He thought the sacrist should have cared about the church treasure instead of running away so fast. Maybe something important was still inside. It was hard for Philip to think clearly because everything was happening so quickly. The monks were trying to get to safety, and others were protecting the treasure. Then he remembered the saint. At the east end of the church, behind the bishop's seat, stood the stone tomb of Saint Adolphus. The saint had been one of the first English martyrs. Inside the tomb was a wooden coffin with the saint's bones. Sometimes the monks opened the tomb so people could see the coffin. Long ago, sick people said they became well after touching the tomb. The saint was not as famous now, but years ago many came to pray and give gifts. Such relics brought visitors and money to a church. Philip knew some monks in the past had even stolen bones from other churches to gain that money. He wanted to make people care about Saint Adolphus again. So he had to save the saint's bones. The tomb was heavy, and he would need help to lift the lid and move the coffin. The sacrist should have done this already, but he was gone. The next monk to come out of the dormitory was Remigius, the proud sub-prior. Philip decided he must help. He called to him and said,
"Help me save the saint's bones."
Remigius looked at the burning church with fear in his green eyes. He waited a moment, then followed Philip along the east walk and through the door.
Philip stopped inside the church. He had left only a short time ago, but the fire had grown very quickly. The air smelled sharp and thick, like burning tar. He understood that the roof would have been covered with pitch to stop it from rotting. Even with the fire, a cold wind moved through the place. Smoke poured out through big holes in the roof, and cold air came in through the windows. The rising air made the flames stronger. Hot pieces of wood dropped onto the floor. Large roof beams were burning above him, and they looked ready to fall. Before this moment, Philip had worried about the monks and the church. Now he began to fear for his own life. He waited, afraid to move deeper into the fire. He knew that staying too long would be dangerous, and if he thought too much, he would become too scared to act. He pulled up his robe so he could run.
"Follow me," he shouted.
Then he ran into the crossing of the church. He moved between small fires on the floor and felt sure a beam might fall on him. His heart raced. He wanted to scream from fear and strain. Finally, he reached the stone aisle on the other side. He stopped for a moment. There was no fire here because the ceiling was made of stone. Remigius stood close beside him. Philip breathed hard and coughed as smoke filled his throat. The crossing had taken only a few seconds, but it had felt very long.
"We will die," Remigius said.
"God will keep us safe," Philip said.
Then he asked himself, "Why am I still afraid?" This was not the right time to think about religion. He walked along the side of the transept and turned the corner into the chancel. He stayed close to the wall. He could feel the heat from the wooden seats that burned brightly in the middle of the choir. He felt sad to see them destroyed. They had been built with care and decorated with beautiful carvings. He tried not to think about it and focused on what he had to do. He ran to the east end of the chancel. The saint's tomb stood in the middle of the church. It was a large stone box on a low platform. Philip and Remigius had to lift the stone lid, move it aside, take out the coffin, and carry it to the aisle. The roof above them was breaking apart. Philip looked at Remigius. The sub-prior's big green eyes showed his fear. Philip hid his own fear so Remigius would not lose courage.
"You take that end, I'll take this," he said and pointed.
Without waiting for an answer, he ran to the tomb. Remigius followed him. They stood on opposite sides and grabbed the stone lid. They both pushed hard, but it did not move. Philip understood he should have brought more monks. He had not stopped to think before. Now it was too late. If he went out to get help, he might not be able to come back because the transept could be blocked. But he could not leave the saint's body there. A beam could fall and break the tomb. Then the wooden coffin might catch fire, and the ashes could blow away in the wind. It would be a terrible thing and a big loss for the cathedral. Philip suddenly had an idea. He walked to the side of the tomb and called Remigius to come next to him. Philip knelt down and put both hands under the lid. He pushed up as hard as he could. Remigius did the same. The lid started to move. They lifted it slowly. Philip had to kneel on one knee, and Remigius did too. Then they both stood up. When the lid was straight up, they gave it one last push. It fell on the floor and broke in two. Philip looked into the tomb. The coffin looked strong. The wood seemed good, and the iron handles were only a little rusty. Philip stood at one end and took hold of two handles. Remigius did the same at the other end. They lifted the coffin a little, but it was very heavy. Soon Remigius dropped his end.
"I can't do it," he said. "I'm older than you."
Philip wanted to answer angrily but stayed quiet. He thought the coffin was lined with lead. Now that the tomb lid was broken, the coffin was in more danger. "Come here," Philip shouted. "We will try to stand it up."
Remigius came around the tomb and stood beside him. They both held one of the iron handles and pulled hard. The end rose more easily this time. They lifted it above the top of the tomb. Then they walked forward together, one on each side, lifting it higher. At last the coffin stood upright.
They stopped for a short moment. Philip saw that they had lifted the end of the coffin, so now the saint was standing on his head. He felt sorry and said a silent apology in his mind. Small pieces of burning wood kept falling around them. Every time sparks landed on Remigius's robe, he hit them quickly until they went out. When he could, he looked up at the burning roof with fear. Philip knew the man was losing his courage fast. They moved the coffin so it leaned against the inside of the tomb. Then they pushed a little harder. The other end came off the ground and the coffin moved up and down on the edge. They slowly lowered it until one end touched the floor. They turned it over again so it rested the right way up. Philip thought the holy bones inside must be moving around like stones in a box. He knew it was almost a sin to treat them this way, but there was no choice. Philip stood at one end of the coffin. They both grabbed a handle, lifted it, and started to pull it across the church to the safer aisle. The iron corners made small lines in the floor as they dragged it. They were close to the aisle when part of the burning roof suddenly fell. Hot pieces of wood and metal crashed down right on the saint's tomb. The sound was very loud, the floor shook, and the stone tomb broke into pieces. A large beam fell on the coffin. It missed both Philip and Remigius by only a few inches and knocked the coffin from their hands.
"This is the devil's work," he shouted in terror, and then he ran away.
Philip almost ran after him. If the devil was really in the church tonight, Philip thought, anything could happen. He had never seen an evil spirit himself, but he had heard many stories about people who had. But monks are meant to face Satan, not run away from him, Philip told himself. He looked at the safe shadow beside the aisle. Then he took a deep breath, held the coffin handles, and pulled hard. He moved it out from under the broken beam. The coffin wood was marked and cracked, but it was still whole. He pulled it a bit farther. Small burning pieces fell around him. He looked up at the roof. Was that a small figure moving in the fire, or only smoke? He looked down again and saw his robe had caught fire. He quickly knelt and hit the flames with his hands. The cloth was flattened against the floor, and the fire went out. Then he heard a strange sound. It could be wood breaking or something laughing wildly.
"Saint Adolphus, help me," he whispered.
He took the coffin handles again and kept pulling. Slowly he dragged it across the floor. Nothing bothered him for a moment. He did not look up because he was afraid to see the dark spirit. At last he reached the aisle and felt safer there. His back hurt badly, so he stood up straight for a moment. The nearest door was far away, in the south transept. He was not sure he could take the coffin that far before the roof fell. Maybe the devil wanted that to happen. Philip could not stop himself from looking up into the fire again. The smoky figure ran behind a dark beam just as Philip saw it. He thought, "He knows I cannot escape." Philip looked down the aisle. He wanted to run away and save himself. Then he saw Brother Milius, Cuthbert Whitehead, and Tom Builder coming quickly to help him. They were real people, not ghosts. Joy filled his heart, and he began to think that maybe there was no evil spirit in the roof at all.
"Thank God," he said. "Help me with this."
Tom Builder looked fast at the burning roof. He saw no spirit, but he said, "Let's hurry."
Each man took a corner of the coffin. They lifted it together onto their shoulders. It was heavy, even for 4 men.
"Forward," Philip called.
They moved down the aisle as fast as they could, bent under the weight. When they reached the south transept, Tom said, "Wait." The floor had many small fires, and pieces of burning wood kept falling. Philip looked across the floor, trying to see a safe path through the flames. Then a low rumble started from the west end of the church. Philip looked up in fear. The sound grew louder, like thunder.
Tom Builder said, It is weak, like the other one.
What is? Philip shouted.
The southwest tower, Tom answered.
Oh no.
The sound became deeper and louder. Philip watched in horror as the west end of the church moved forward, as if a great hand had pushed it. Part of the roof fell into the nave with a crash like an earthquake. Then the southwest tower started to break apart. It fell down into the church like a mountain sliding to the ground. Philip could not move because he was so shocked. He saw his church falling apart in front of him. It looked like it would take many years to fix it even if he could find the money. He wondered what he should do. He asked himself how the monastery could go on. Was this the end of Kingsbridge Priory? The coffin on his shoulder moved and pulled him from his thoughts. The other 3 men were pushing forward. Philip walked where the coffin went. Tom found a way through the burning area. A piece of fire fell on the coffin, but it dropped to the floor and did not hurt them. Soon they reached the other side and went through the door. They stepped out of the church into the cold night air. Philip felt so sad about the church that he did not even feel glad to be safe. They ran around the cloisters to the south arch and went through.
This is fine.
They carefully put the coffin down on the icy ground. Philip waited a short time to catch his breath. Then he knew he could not stand there doing nothing. He was the prior, the leader. He had to take control. He thought it would be smart to check if all the monks had come out safely. He took a deep breath, stood tall, and looked at the other men. Cuthbert, you stay here and guard the saint's coffin, he said. The rest of you, come with me. He took them around the back of the kitchen buildings. They passed between the brewery and the mill. Then they crossed the grass area to the guest house. The monks, Tom's family, and most of the villagers stood there in small groups. They spoke quietly and looked with wide eyes at the burning church. Philip turned toward the church. The sight hurt him deeply. The whole west end had fallen down. Big flames rose high from the broken roof. He forced himself to look away.
Is everyone here? He called. If someone is missing, say the name.
A voice said, Cuthbert Whitehead.
He is watching the saint's bones, Philip answered. Anyone else?
No one spoke. Philip looked at Milius. Count the monks, he said. There must be 45, with you and me. He knew Milius would do it well, so he stopped worrying about it. Then he turned to Tom Builder. Is your family here? He asked.
Tom nodded and pointed. They stood by the wall of the guest house, the woman, the grown son, and the 2 small children. The little boy looked at Philip with fear. Philip thought this moment must be very frightening for them.
The sacrist sat on an iron chest that held the treasure. Philip had forgotten about it, and he felt glad it was safe.
He spoke to the sacrist. Brother Andrew, the coffin of Saint Adolphus is behind the refectory, he said. Take some brothers with you and carry it. He stopped to think for a moment. The safest place was the prior's house. Take it to my house.
To your house? Andrew asked with doubt in his voice.
The relics should be in my care, not yours.
Then you should have saved them from the church. Philip said angrily. Do what I tell you and stop talking.
The sacrist stood up slowly and looked very angry. Philip said, Hurry, or I will take away your position right now. He turned his back on Andrew and spoke to Milius.
How many people do we have?
44, plus Cuthbert. 11 young monks. 5 guests. Everyone is safe.
That is good, Philip said.
He looked at the fire. It seemed almost a miracle that no one was hurt. He felt very tired but could not rest. He was too worried.
Is there anything else we need to save? He asked.
We already have the treasure and the relics.
Alan, the young man who kept the money, spoke.
What about the books?
Philip sighed. He had forgotten the books. They were in a locked cupboard inside the east part of the cloister, near the chapter house door. The monks used them when they studied. It would take a long time to carry each book out by hand, and the fire was too strong. Maybe a few strong young men could lift the whole cupboard and take it away. Philip looked around. The sacrist had already chosen 6 monks to move the coffin, and they were walking across the green area. Philip picked 3 young monks and 3 older novices and asked them to come with him. He went back across the open space near the burning church. He was too tired to run. They walked between the mill and the brewery and then around the back of the kitchen and the dining hall. Cuthbert Whitehead and the sacrist were busy moving the coffin. Philip led his group through the passage between the dining hall and the sleeping rooms. They went under the south archway and into the cloisters. He could feel the heat from the fire. The large cupboard for books had pictures on its doors that showed Moses holding the stone tablets. Philip told the young men to pull the cupboard forward and lift it onto their shoulders. They carried it around the cloisters toward the south archway. Philip stopped there and looked back while the others kept walking. His heart felt heavy with sadness when he saw the ruined church. There was less smoke now, but the fire was stronger. Large parts of the roof had fallen away. As he watched, the roof over the middle part began to bend down. He understood it was about to fall. A huge crash came, louder than before, and the roof of the south part of the church collapsed. Philip felt a sharp pain, as if his own body was burning. Then the wall above the cloisters started to move outward. God help us, it is going to fall, he thought. Stones began to break and fall toward him. He turned to run, but after only a few steps something hit the back of his head. Everything went dark.
For Tom, the terrible fire that destroyed Kingsbridge Cathedral brought a strange kind of hope. He looked across the green at the high flames from the church ruins. One thought filled his mind: this means work. That thought had been waiting in his heart since he left the guest house with sleepy eyes and saw the red light in the church windows. While he helped the monks escape danger, went into the burning church to find Prior Philip, and carried out the saint's coffin, he had felt full of secret, happy energy. Now that he had time to think, he realized he should not feel glad about a burning church. But no one was hurt, the priory's treasure was safe, and the old church had already been falling apart. So he asked himself, why not feel happy?
The young monks walked back across the green grass. They carried the heavy cupboard for books. Tom watched them and thought, I only need to make sure I get the work to rebuild this church. He wanted to speak to Prior Philip about it, and he wanted to do it now. But Philip was not with the monks who carried the cupboard. They reached the guest house and put the cupboard on the ground.
Where is your prior? Tom asked them.
The oldest monk looked surprised.
I don't know, he said. I thought he was behind us.
Tom thought maybe Philip had stayed to watch the fire. But maybe something bad had happened to him. Tom did not wait. He ran across the green and went behind the kitchen. He hoped that Philip was safe. It was not only because he liked Philip and thought he was a good man. Philip was also taking care of baby Jonathan. Without Philip, Tom did not know what would happen to the child. Tom found Philip in the hall between the dining room and the sleeping room. He felt relief when he saw that Philip sat up. The prior looked confused but not hurt. Tom helped him to stand.
Something hit my head, Philip said quietly.
Tom looked behind him. Part of the south wall had fallen down into the covered walkway.
You are lucky to be alive, Tom said. God must have a plan for you.
Philip shook his head and tried to think clearly again. I fainted for a short time. I feel fine now. Where are the books?
They took them to the guest house.
Then we must go back there.
Tom held Philip's arm while they walked. The prior was not badly hurt, but he looked very worried. Tom could see it in his face. When they reached the guest house, the fire in the church was smaller. The bright flames were fading. Tom could still see people's faces clearly. Then he noticed, with surprise, that morning had come. Philip started giving orders again. He told Milius Kitchener to make porridge for everyone. He asked Cuthbert Whitehead to open a barrel of strong wine so they could all get warm. He also told them to light the fire in the guest house. The older monks went inside to escape the cold. Rain began to fall, blown by the wind, hard and icy. The fire in the ruined church went out quickly. When everyone was busy again, Prior Philip left the guest house alone and walked toward the church. Tom saw him go and followed. This was Tom's chance. If he spoke to Philip in the right way, he might get work here for a long time. Philip stood and looked at the west end of the church. He shook his head sadly at the broken building. He looked as if his own life had fallen apart. Tom stood beside him without saying anything. For a long moment they were both quiet. Then Philip started walking again. He went along the north side of the nave, through the graveyard. Tom walked near him and looked at the damage. The north wall of the nave was still standing, but the north transept and part of the north side of the chancel had fallen. The east end of the church was still there. They walked around to look at the south side. Most of the south wall had fallen, and the south transept had dropped into the cloisters. Only the chapter house was still standing tall. They walked to the stone arch that led to the east walk of the cloisters. There, they stopped because of a large pile of broken stones. It looked bad, but Tom could see that the walkways were not truly damaged. They were only covered by the fallen stones. He climbed over the rubble and looked into the church. Behind the altar, he saw a small staircase that went down to the crypt. The crypt was under the choir. Tom looked carefully at the stone floor above it, checking for cracks. He saw none. He thought the crypt was still safe. He decided not to tell Philip yet. He wanted to share the good news later. Philip had walked onto the back of the dormitory. Tom hurried after him. They found the dormitory in good condition. Then they looked at the other buildings. The refectory, the kitchen, the bakehouse, and the brewery were all still standing. Philip could have felt better seeing this, but his face stayed sad. They finished their walk and stood again in front of the west end, where the church lay in ruins. They had gone around the whole priory without saying a word. Philip let out a long sigh and finally spoke.
"The devil did this," he said.
Tom thought, this is the right time to speak. He took a deep breath. It could be God's work, he said.
Philip looked at him with surprise. "Why do you think that?" he asked.
Tom answered slowly. No one was hurt. The books, the treasure, and the saints' bones were saved. Only the church was lost. Maybe God wants a new church.
Philip gave a small, doubtful smile. "And you think God wanted you to build it?" he asked.
He was not too shocked to see that Tom might have a selfish reason. Tom did not move.
"It could be true," he said firmly. "It was not the devil who sent a master builder here on the night the church burned down."
Philip looked away. "There will be a new church, but I do not know when," he said sadly. "What can I do until then? How can the monastery continue? We are here only for prayer and learning." Philip felt very hopeless. This was the time for Tom to give him some hope.
"My son and I could clear the cloisters and make them ready in 1 week," Tom said, trying to sound confident.
Philip looked surprised. "You could do that?" he asked. Then his face changed again, and he looked tired. "But what will we use as a church?"
"What about the crypt?" Tom asked. "You could hold your services there."
"Yes, that would work well," Philip said.
"I think the crypt is not badly damaged," Tom said. He was almost sure. Philip looked at him like he was someone sent to help. "It will not take long to clear a path from the cloisters to the crypt stairs," Tom went on. "Most of the church on that side is gone, which is strange but good, because now nothing more will fall. I will need to check the walls that are still standing. Some may need extra support. They should also be watched every day for new cracks. You should not go inside the church when there is strong wind."
This was all important, but Philip looked as if he could not follow the details. He needed hope, not worry. And Tom knew that giving him hope might help him get the job.
Tom changed his tone. If your young monks work with me, I can have the monastery almost back to normal in 2 weeks, he said.
Philip stared at him. 2 weeks?
Yes, Tom said. Give my family food and a place to stay. You can pay me later when you have the money.
You mean I could have my priory back in 2 weeks? Philip asked again, not believing it.
Tom was not sure he could do it, but he thought 3 weeks would not make a big difference.
2 weeks, he said firmly. After that, we can take down the rest of the walls. It is careful work if we want to do it safely. Then we will clear the broken stones and stack them to use again. While we do this, we can start planning the new cathedral.
Tom held his breath. He had done his best. He really hoped Philip would give him the job now. Philip nodded and smiled for the first time.
I think God sent you, he said. Let's eat breakfast, and then we can begin.
Tom let out a shaky breath.
Thank you, he said.
His voice trembled, but he did not care.
He almost cried and said softly, "You do not know how much this means to me."
After breakfast, Philip called the monks to a quick meeting in Cuthbert's storeroom under the kitchen. The monks looked excited and nervous. They were men who liked a quiet, safe life with no surprises. Now they felt lost and confused. Philip felt sorry for them. He thought of himself like a shepherd who must care for weak and frightened creatures. But these men were not animals. They were his brothers, and he loved them very much. He wanted to calm them. He decided to tell them what would happen next. He planned to give them work so their fear would fade, and help them feel normal again. Even though they met in an unusual place, Philip did not shorten the meeting. He told them to read the list of saints for that day and say the prayers for remembrance. This was the main reason for the monastery, to pray. Still, some monks looked uneasy, so Philip asked them to read chapter 20 from St. Benedict's Rule, the part about respect during prayer. Then they read the list of dead monks. The familiar words helped them feel calm. Philip saw that fear slowly leaving their faces. The monks understood that their world was not ending after all. At the end, Philip stood up to speak to everyone.
The disaster that came last night hurt us only on the outside, he began warmly. Our true life is inside. Our work is prayer, worship, and quiet thought.
He looked around the room and met many eyes. He wanted them to listen carefully.
Then he said, "We will start our holy work again very soon. I promise you that."
He stopped for a moment, and the room slowly became calm. Then he spoke again.
God helped us yesterday by sending a very skilled builder. He told me that if we work with him, we can make the cloisters ready in 1 week.
People whispered with surprised happiness. Philip went on.
Our church building cannot be used again. It must be built all over again, and that will take many years. But Tom Builder believes that the crypt is safe. It is a holy place, so we can pray there. Tom says he can make it ready 1 week after the cloisters are finished. That means we can hold normal worship on Quinquagesima Sunday.
They were clearly happy and felt hopeful. Philip saw that he had helped them feel better. At the start, they had been afraid and uncertain. Now they were calm.
He added, "Brothers who are too weak to do hard work will not be asked to help. Those who work all day with Tom Builder can eat red meat and drink wine."
Philip sat down.
Remigius spoke first. "How much must we pay this builder?" he asked with doubt in his voice. Remigius always looked for problems.
"Nothing now," Philip answered. "Tom knows we have little money. He will work for food and a place to stay for himself and his family until we can pay him."
Philip suddenly realized that his words might sound unclear. It could sound as if Tom did not earn his pay until the priory had money. In truth, the priory would owe Tom for each day he worked, starting today. Before Philip could explain, Remigius asked again, "Where will they stay?"
"I have given them the guest house."
"They could stay with a village family," Remigius said.
"Tom has been kind to us," Philip said, sounding tired of the talk. "We are lucky to have him. I will not make him sleep next to goats and pigs when we have an empty house."
"There are 2 women in his family," Remigius said.
"A woman and a young girl," Philip corrected him.
"Even 1 woman. We do not want a woman living in the priory."
The monks moved uneasily because they disliked his complaining.
Philip said, "It is very normal for women to stay in the guest house."
"Not that woman," Remigius shouted, and then he looked sorry.
Philip frowned.
"Do you know the woman, brother?"
"She used to live near here," Remigius said slowly.
Philip was curious. This was the second time someone had reacted strangely to the builder's wife. Walaran Bigard had also looked upset when he saw her. Philip asked, "What is wrong with her?" Before Remigius could reply, Brother Paul spoke. He was the old monk who took care of the bridge.
"I remember something," he said in a dreamy voice. "Long ago, about 15 years, a wild young woman lived in this forest. She looks like that girl. Maybe she is the same one, only older now."
"People said that woman was a witch," Remigius said. "We cannot have a witch living in the priory."
"I am not sure about that," Brother Paul answered calmly. "When a woman lives alone in the forest, people often call her a witch. But saying something does not make it true. I think Prior Philip can decide if she is a danger."
"Wisdom does not come right away when a man becomes a prior," Remigius said sharply.
"Indeed not," Brother Paul said slowly. Then he looked at Remigius and added, "Sometimes it never comes."
The monks laughed at his words. It was funny because no one expected such a reply from Brother Paul. Philip had to act like he was not pleased. He clapped his hands for quiet.
"Enough," he said. "This is serious. I will speak with the woman myself. Now go back to your work. Anyone who wants to rest may go to the infirmary to pray. The rest of you, come with me."
Philip left the storeroom. He walked behind the kitchen buildings to the south arch that led to the cloisters. A few monks left the group and went toward the infirmary. Remigius and Andrew Sacrist were among them. Philip thought they were not weak, but he was glad they left. They might make trouble if they worked with the others. Most of the monks followed Philip. Tom was already leading the priory workers and had begun the job. He stood on a pile of broken stone in the middle of the cloister square. He had a big piece of chalk in his hand and marked the stones with the letter T, his first initial. Then Philip suddenly thought about something. He wondered for the first time how such heavy stones could be moved. They were much too heavy for one man to lift. Philip quickly understood the answer. 2 long poles were placed side by side on the ground, and a stone was rolled across them. Then 2 people could take the ends of the poles and lift the stone together. Tom Builder must have shown them that method. The work was moving fast. Most of the 60 servants were helping. They carried stones away and came back for more. Seeing this made Philip feel hopeful again. He said a quiet prayer to thank Tom Builder.
Tom noticed Philip and climbed down from the pile of stones. Before he spoke to Philip, he talked to one of the servants, the tailor who made the monks' clothes. "Tell the monks to start moving stones," he said. "Make sure they take only the ones I marked. If they take the wrong ones, the pile might fall and hurt someone." Then Tom turned to Philip. "I have marked enough stones for them to work for some time," he said.
"Where are they taking the stones?" Philip asked.
"Come with me," Tom said. "I want to check if they are stacking them the right way."
Philip walked beside Tom. The stones were being carried to the east side of the priory yard.
"Some servants will still need to do their usual jobs," Philip said as they walked. "The stable hands must care for the horses. The cooks must make food. Someone must get firewood, feed the chickens, and go to the market. But no one is too busy, so I can send about half of them to help. You will also have around 30 monks.
Tom nodded. That will be enough, he said.
They came to the east end of the church. Workers were stacking the worn stones near the east wall of the yard, close to the infirmary and the prior's house.
Tom said, "These old stones must be kept for the new church. We will not use them for the walls because used stones do not last well. But they are good for the foundations. Keep all the broken stones too. We will mix them with mortar and fill the space between the inner and outer walls to make the rubble core."
I understand, Philip said.
He watched while Tom showed the workers how to place the stones so that each one locked with the others. That way the pile would not fall. It was clear to Philip that Tom's skill was very important. When Tom was satisfied, Philip took his arm and walked with him around the church to the graveyard on the north side. The rain had stopped, but the gravestones were still wet. At the east end, monks were buried. At the west end, the villagers were buried. Between them stood the north transept of the church, now old and broken. Philip and Tom stopped in front of it. A weak sun shone through the clouds. The black wood did not look frightening now in the daylight, and Philip felt a bit foolish for thinking he had seen a devil there last night. He said, "Some of the monks feel uneasy because a woman will live inside the priory."
Tom's face changed at once. He did not only look worried. He looked afraid.
Philip thought, he really loves her. He spoke quickly, "But I do not want you to live in the village and share a small hut with another family. To avoid problems, your wife must be careful. Tell her not to talk much with the monks, especially the young ones. If she walks inside the priory, she should keep her face covered. Most of all, she must never do anything that looks like witchcraft."
"It will be done," Tom said. His voice sounded strong, but his face showed some fear.
Philip remembered that Tom's wife was a smart woman who liked her own way. She might not accept such rules easily. But she and her family had been very poor yesterday. Now they had food and a place to live, so she would probably accept it as a fair price for safety. They walked on together. Last night Philip had looked at all the broken buildings and thought it was a terrible loss. He had felt it was the end of his dream and his work for God. Now he felt different. It was still a hard problem, but one he could fix. This new feeling came mostly because of Tom. Philip felt very thankful for his help. They reached the west end of the graveyard. Philip saw a man putting a saddle on a fast horse in the stable. He wondered who was going on a journey today, of all days. He told Tom to go back to the cloisters. Then he went to the stable to find out more. One of the sacrist's helpers had ordered the horse. It was young Alan, the boy who had saved the treasure chest from the chapter house. Philip spoke to him.
"And where are you going, my son?" he asked.
"To the bishop's palace," Alan said. "Brother Andrew sent me to get candles, holy water, and the host. We lost everything in the fire, and we want to start the services again soon."
Philip understood at once. Those things had been kept in a locked box in the choir, and the box was surely burned. He was pleased that the sacrist was being organized for once.
"That's good," he said. "But wait a moment. If you are going to the palace, you can take a letter from me to Bishop Walleran."
Walleran Bigard was now bishop-elect, after some clever and not very honest actions. Philip could not change his support now. He had to treat Walleran as his bishop. "I should send him a report about the fire," he said.
"Yes, Father," Alan said. "But I already have a letter to the bishop from Remigius."
"Oh," Philip said in surprise. Remigius had acted very quickly, he thought. "All right," he told Alan. "Travel safely, and may God go with you."
"Thank you, Father," Alan said.
Philip walked back toward the church. He kept thinking that Remigius had moved very fast. Why were he and the sacristan in such a hurry? Was their letter only about the fire, or was there something more? Philip stopped in the middle of the green and looked back. He would have had the right to take the letter from Alan and read it. But Alan was already walking quickly through the gate. Philip looked after him and felt a little annoyed. At that moment, Tom's wife came out of the guest house. She carried a small bucket that seemed to have ashes from the fire. She turned and walked toward the pile near the stable. Philip watched her. She moved well, like a fine horse. He started thinking again about the letter that Remigius had sent to Walaran. He could not stop feeling that something in the letter was not really about the fire. He felt, for no clear reason, that it was about the stonemason's wife. 3. Jack woke up very early in the morning. He saw Tom standing up. Jack stayed quiet and listened as Tom went outside. He could hear Tom making water on the ground. Jack wanted to move to Tom's warm place and lie close to his mother. But he knew Alfred would laugh at him if he did. So he stayed where he was. Tom came back in and woke Alfred. Then Tom and Alfred drank some old ale from last night's dinner. They ate dry bread and went out to work. A little bread was left. Jack hoped they would leave it behind today. But Alfred took it, as usual. Tom and Alfred worked on the building site all day. Sometimes Jack and his mother went into the forest. She set traps for small animals. Jack tried to catch ducks with his slingshot.